From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the decoy.
Long ago, Tarzan had learned to hate the Tarmangani, the dread white men who came with their thunder sticks to cheat and rob and kill. Nor had he any great love for the Gomangani, the black men. But his need for human companionship was beginning to make itself felt. And for many months he'd remained in the camp of the Punya tribe, teaching the lore of the jungle to Torgo, the small native boy.
Torgo's arrow hit the target, right in the middle.
That was a fine shot, Torgo. You learn quickly.
Now Torgo be great hunter. Bring home much meat and many skins. Torgo leave for forest now.
Torgo, come back here.
You want me for something, Tarzan?
Sit down. Sit down. Here, Torgo, on this rock.
Yes, Tarzan.
Torgo, someday you will be a great hunter. But now you're only a very small boy who's just beginning to learn the secrets of the jungle.
Torgo hit the target.
Yes, a target stuffed with grass and leaves. But in the forest you will find targets that move quickly, that have inside them not grass and leaves, but treachery and cunning and great strength. There will be many lessons before you can go into the jungle alone.
But Torgo wants to hunt Numa the lion and bring home the skin for his mother.
I have a new game, Torgo, if you aren't too old for games.
A new game?
Yes. We will tie a long rope to Manu, the monkey, and at the end of the rope we will tie the target. Then, as Manu runs, we can pretend that the target is Numa, the lion, fleeing from our arrows. Doesn't that sound like fun?
Yes, I guess so.
And if you hit the moving target, Torgo, you will have learned something new, and Tarzan will go into the jungle and bring you back a prize. Perhaps a lion skin to give your mother.
But if Tarzan and the small Torgo were engaged in a harmless game, the game that was being planned in a small cafe in Nairobi, in the Kenya country, was far from harmless. There, Varian, the wild animal agent, sat at a corner table in the foul-smelling, dimly lighted room. As he sipped slowly from his glass, he scowled at the huge hunter who sat opposite him.
I can't stand stupidity, Hammett, and you're stupid.
You can't talk to me that way, Varian.
I think I can, since I'm the only one who'll take the injured animals you bring back from the jungle.
Can I help it if some of the elephants get hurt when they drop into the pitfalls? You sell them, don't you?
Only because I find new buyers each time. And right now I have a market for 100 perfect bull elephants.
Where am I going to get 100 perfect specimens?
I'm going along this time, Hammett. And we're going to bring them back from the Punya country.
That's Tarzan's country. He'll never let us get 100 elephants out, Varian.
Tarzan's not going to have anything to say about it. Because, you see, I plan on capturing him, too. He'll make quite an attraction in some sideshow.
Don't make me laugh. You've got as much chance of capturing Tarzan as you have of getting 100 elephants without injuring any of them.
I admit that the odds would be very low were you directing the hunt, Hammett. But I intend to use cunning in place of brute force.
How do you mean?
You've been capturing elephants by building pitfalls. Is that not right, Mr. Hammett?
Of course it's right. You know that.
Stupid as you are, you probably haven't even heard of building a great keddah for them.
A keddah?
A stockade, a corral, big enough to hold 100 huge bull elephants.
And after we've got it built, we send the bulls an invitation to come in. Huh, Varian?
In a way, we use specially trained, tame female elephants who have been schooled in the art of luring the bulls into the enclosure.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I have heard of that system. But what about Tarzan?
I'm going to use a lure or a decoy to capture not only the elephants, but also the mighty Tarzan. Huh? The decoy with which I plan to lure Tarzan is my daughter, Zyra.
What?
I think you'll agree that Zyra's beautiful.
She's gorgeous.
And clever and ruthless. Just as the tame female elephants have been trained for their job, so have I trained Zyra.
It's the craziest thing I ever heard of.
I take that as a compliment, Hammett. For only by a fantastically mad plot can Tarzan ever be captured. Rest assured, my stupid friend, that when we return to civilization, we shall have the mighty Tarzan in chains.
We shall return in just a moment with the story of Tarzan and the Decoy. A few days later, a mighty safari set out from Nairobi. A troop of vicious native askari with guns strapped to their backs. Gimlet-eyed mahouts leading the decoy elephants, huge cages, and near the end of the bizarre parade, surrounded by giant Senegalese guards, came a great metal-covered wagon. Inside were the masters of the safari, Hammett and Varin, and the excitingly beautiful Zyra.
Oh, this heat's unbearable already. Hammett, get me something cool to drink.
Okay, Zyra.
Miss Varin, if you don't mind.
I was just being nice. I'm not your servant, Miss Varin.
Get her to drink, Hammett, and address her the way she said, and without sarcasm.
Darned if I will.
There. Maybe that'll teach you some manners.
You slapped me.
Next time I'll call the guards to do it. They get their pay from me, and I think they'll do what I tell them. Now, get my daughter the drink she asked for.
All right. Here you are, Miss Varin.
Thank you, Hammett. I didn't really mean to start a fuss. I guess the heat makes us all a little ill-tempered.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Here, sit down by me. Tell me you do forgive me.
Don't waste words on that fool, Zyra, and save your charm for Tarzan. He'll be worth a fortune to us when we bring him back.
Don't worry, Father. I won't fail you.
Weeks followed weeks, and the safari came closer and closer to the land of the Punya tribe. But Tarzan was unaware of the coming of the dread Tarmangani, the white men. He sat alone in the native compound. The Waziri were away on a hunting trip. The women were out searching for dye roots, and small Torgo, armed with his bow and arrows, had wandered toward a nearby riverbed. Suddenly the ape-man's nostrils twitched. His keen senses came alive. He had caught the scent of Numa, the lion. He rushed toward the riverbed, but Torgo was gone. The grass was still bent where the native boy had been sitting, and Tarzan followed the spoor from there. It led in the same direction from which Tarzan had sensed the coming of Numa.
Torgo! Torgo!
Tarzan ran through the forest, approaching rapidly the roar of the lion and the scent of the native boy. And then suddenly he came into a small clearing. 20 feet in front of Tarzan stood a ferocious lion, and just beyond the lion stood Torgo, trying to hold his toy-like bow steady as he aimed his arrow.
No, Torgo, no, don't shoot at Numa.
Yes, Torgo, shoot.
No, you'll only wound him.
Tarzan grasped a hanging vine and swung upward, then leaped from tree to tree, approaching the snarling animal. He was just overhead when Torgo let go an arrow. The animal opened his cavernous mouth with rage. He crouched lower, then sprang. And at the same moment, Tarzan leaped down, his knife flashing in his hand. He caught the lion in midair, circling its throat with one steel-corded arm, and with the other he plunged the knife deep into the lion's brain. Again, and again, and again. Then Tarzan put one foot on the dead animal and raised his head in the gesture of the victorious aboriginal ape.
Yes. We killed Numa.
Mother be proud of Torgo. Now we skin him and take home meat and fur.
It's not far to the village. I'll throw Numa over my shoulder, and your father can skin him when he returns home.
Torgo is very brave. He heard Numa in the forest, and he ran to find him. Torgo ran so hard his legs hurt.
When Torgo's mother hears about this, some other part of Torgo is going to hurt.
Oh, Tarzan, you treat Torgo like a tiny balu. Torgo not a baby.
No, you're a fine little man, and I want you to live to be a fine big man. The jungle is alive with dangers of all kinds.
But Numa is dead. Torgo's arrow killed him. Tarzan's knife helped, though.
Numa has many brothers and sisters in the jungle. And Sheeta, the panther, hunts for food. So does Dango, the hyena, and Gimla, the crocodile, and many other fierce beasts.
I don't see them now.
Our enemies seldom reveal their coming, Torgo. And yet, for one raised by the apes, the scent of distant animals comes from afar. The sounds of an ant walking can be heard in the distance.
Tarzan teases Torgo. How can Tarzan hear an ant walk?
Does Torgo hear anything now?
No, Torgo hears nothing.
Tarzan hears something. Far in the distance, men are driving stakes into the ground. Do you know what that means, Torgo?
What does it mean, Tarzan?
Men are building a camp. No other native tribe would dare build in the Punya country, so it means that the most dangerous enemy of all has come again. The white men have returned to Tarzan's jungle. The Tarmangani are here.
When the sun had dropped from the sky, Tarzan swung over the almost completed walls of the Keddah and sat in a crotch of a tree examining the camp of the enemy. 3 of them stood before an enormous metal-covered house on wheels. One was a small, cruel-looking man. One was a huge, muscular man with the figure of a hunter. And the third was the most beautiful human Tarzan had ever seen. He swung down noiselessly and dropped a few feet from Baron and Hammett and Zyra.
Where did he come from?
How'd he get here? Who is he?
Guards! Guards! Wake up, you lazy fools! Guards! You need no warriors. Tarzan means you no harm.
Tarzan?
It's all right, Cougar. Never mind the guards. You should have told us right away that you were Tarzan.
You know my name?
The fame of Tarzan has spread to many countries.
No one ever said how handsome you are.
My ape mother thought that I was ugly because I was different from the other Balus of the tribe.
We've heard the story of your adoption by the apes, Tarzan. It's incredible.
Not as incredible as those muscles. I've never seen anyone like you, Tarzan.
Nor have I ever seen anyone like you. What do they call you, White Goddess?
My name is Zyra.
And my name is Varin. And this is Hammett.
Zyra, Varin, Hammett. Why do you come to Tarzan's jungle?
Well, we're on a sort of scientific expedition.
Then why do you build a Keddah?
Let's go inside. We can talk a whole lot better over a drink.
I don't like the inside. We can talk here.
Well, it's getting cold out. I'm going in. Won't you please come in, Tarzan?
For the White Goddess, yes.
Thank you, Hammett. Now, fill Tarzan's glass.
No. Your wine is strong and your food rich. I prefer to dine on freshly caught game.
You might get to like a lot of things civilization has to offer.
That is true. I marvel at the wonders of this house on wheels you've brought into the jungle.
You might find the people outside the jungle as amazing as the things in their homes.
Yes, sometimes I am not satisfied with my friends in the jungle. Sometimes I long to know men of my own kind.
There are no other men of your kind, Tarzan. You're very special.
I think perhaps I'd better check the camp. Hammett, I'm sure you have things to attend to also?
Yeah. I was just going out for a breath of air.
The air does lie heavy here. I'm used to the smells of the jungle, and yet there is a heavy sweetness about this room.
It's my perfume, Tarzan. Do you like it?
Well, my daughter will keep you company, Tarzan. I'll return soon.
Don't hurry, Father. We have a lot to talk about.
Goga!
Yes, Juana?
I want you to wheel the special cage as far back into that clump of trees as you can.
So, Yana, come Lama. So, Lama. So, yes, Juana.
Have your men tear down branches and cover the cage, leaving only the opening uncovered. That's right. And when we get Tarzan inside, you're to close the door as quickly as you can. If you let him escape, I'll kill every one of you. Do you understand?
Gura, understand much.
May I come in?
Come in, Father.
Well, have you convinced Tarzan of the attractiveness of our world while I've been gone?
Your daughter makes your world appear very attractive.
Well, thank you, Tarzan. Is all in readiness about the camp, Father?
Everything is perfect.
Oh, pardon me. I guess the long trip into the jungle has been more tiring than I imagined.
The jungle is no place for a woman like you, Zaira.
I think you should retire for the night, my dear.
Yes, I think I will, if our guest will excuse me.
Oh, of course. Your father and I will talk outside. There are questions you have not answered, Mr. Varin.
Oh, no, stay here and talk. I'll sleep better if I take a little stroll before I turn in. I'll be back in a few minutes, Tarzan.
Don't go far. The night jungle is full of harm.
I couldn't be afraid with you here. If I were to meet any trouble, I'd call out.
Good.
You would come if you thought I were in trouble.
I would dare the steel jaws of death for you, my white goddess.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Tarzan and the Decoy. Zaira made her way quickly toward the distant end of the compound, there taking her place behind the heavily camouflaged cage of steel. And in the meantime, Tarzan tried in vain to get a straight answer from the slippery-tongued Varin.
And the keddah you've built?
Oh, just for collecting some specimens of animal life. For study. We'll set them free later.
Good. Because in Tarzan's country, animals are killed only in self-defense or for food. Wild things are left free.
That is as it should be. Only sometimes a man who thinks he's free... That's Zaira. She's in trouble.
I must get to her. I'm coming, Zaira.
Save me, Tarzan! Save me!
Tarzan raced out of the van, his fleet footsteps carrying him rapidly in the direction from which Zaira's voice had come. And behind the cage, deep in the brush, crouched Zaira, leading Tarzan on.
Tarzan!
Leading him toward the cage.
Straight ahead, Tarzan! Straight ahead! Save me!
I'm coming, Zaira.
Hurry, Tarzan! The panther's about to spring!
Steady now. He come. Now. We catch Tarzan.
He's not in there, you fools.
No, he not in there. Dark. Gura not see. Where he go?
He grabbed a vine and swung himself up just at the last minute.
Where is he? Tarzan escape. Not go in no cage.
What went wrong with the plan?
I will tell you your mistake, Kamangani.
It's him. No, Father, don't shoot. Find out what went wrong.
What mistake did we make, Tarzan?
At the last minute, the white she-devil yelled that a panther was about to spring. But Tarzan did not catch the scent of Sheeta the panther. Only that of Pamba the rat. Kill him! Your bullets are as crooked as your tongues. I shall return, Kamangani.
Gura.
Yes, Wana.
There are to be no rations for the men tonight.
But hunter need food. Tarzan say was because white lady say panther.
I'm not discussing the matter with you, Gura. I'm telling you. And if your men aren't more successful in hunting elephants than they were in capturing Tarzan, I'll pay only half the gold I promised you.
We see, Wana.
Let go me.
All right, you come along now and stop your biting.
Well, what is that you have with you, Hammett?
It's a little native boy. I found him sneaking around the camp. Probably see it, trying to find out what he could steal.
Not steal. Meet Torgo. Look for my friend Tarzan.
Oh, Is Tarzan a friend of yours?
Good friend. Me sneak away from village to find him.
Oh, for goodness sake, let's go back to the van.
Not so fast, my dear Zyra. Tarzan's friend here is going to be very valuable to us. Tie him up and throw him into the cage, Hammett. We now have fresh bait for our trap.
Tarzan traveled north, away from the whites, away from the Punya tribe, away from all men. But the next day he learned that elephants were being lured into Varen's Keddah, and a desire to help his wild friends joined a growing urge for revenge, and he turned back in the direction of Varen's camp. When he was almost there, he saw a lone hunter in the woods, and the man was Hammett. Tarzan leaped down, knocking the gun from Hammett's hands and raising his gleaming knife to Hammett's throat.
Oh, please, Tarzan. Let me speak.
What have you to speak of?
They have your little friend, Torgo.
Torgo! Varen has him? You lie.
No, I swear it. They're going to use Torgo to try to catch you again. You said you'd return. I'll show you how to save him.
Why should you do this?
Because I'm an animal hunter, not a man hunter. I never liked the idea of trying to capture you, and I don't like the idea of holding a small native boy. That's too much.
But you're still one of Varen's men.
A footstool for him to kick around. Him and Zyra. Well, they've kicked me for the last time. I'm in this with you. If you'll trust me, Tarzan.
I have to trust you. Tell me your plan.
There's the hiding place of the first sentry. But be careful. He's a fierce Senegalese.
Tarzan can handle.
Those are the last two, Tarzan. At the edge of the Keddah and behind the tangled growth to the left.
We must finish this quickly.
That takes care of the guards. Only Varen and Zyra and the porters are left in camp now.
Gura is the head man of the porters.
Yeah.
And he's next.
Me friend of Tarzan.
How do I know that?
Gura see guard disappear. No say anything. Gura, his men not fight Tarzan.
I can't count on that.
I swear, Great Bwana, no black man raise hand against you. Us hate devil Varen. Us hate she-devil, too. Like dog, they treat black men.
All right. Tell all your black men to leave the camp at once, then.
Is so, Great Bwana. Varen and she-devil soon be left alone.
Of course, I'm scared. Elephants trumpeting and kicking against the sides of the Keddah. Not a soul in camp except us.
Come on. We've got to get to the cage with Torgo.
Well, at least it's on the opposite side of the camp from the elephants. Where did everyone go, Father?
Tarzan must have taken them.
I know. We got rid of Hammett, and then the Senegalese, and the porters, and the Askari. How?
I don't know. But as long as we have the native boy, we have a chance. Keep your back against the cage so you can be surprised. You take one side and I'll take the other. Here's a rifle for you.
Oh, I wish they'd stop that. It's getting on my nerves.
Torgo want out. Torgo scared.
Shut up or I'll turn this rifle your way.
Torgo's legs and wrists hurt. Loosen tongues, please.
Shut up, I said.
What was that?
That Tarzan.
It sounded like a signal.
Look, there's Hammett. He's over there by the gate that holds the elephants.
Oh, maybe he will...
He's opening the gate. He's letting them out.
They're coming this way.
We'll be killed.
Run! Run, Zyra! We can get away! We can...
Everything was swept away by the onrush of the elephants as they fought their way back into the jungle. Varen fell beneath their mighty hooves, and the cage that had held Torgo was smashed in 1,000 pieces. Broken fragments of 2 rifles littered the ground. But high overhead, a great bronzed god of the jungle held under one arm a small native boy, and under the other, the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen. As the herd disappeared in the distance and the dust settled, he placed them both on the ground.
Torgo no feel good. Want to go home.
I'll take you home, Torgo.
No. Don't leave me, Tarzan.
Hammett will see that you come to no harm.
Hammett. He was the one who opened the gates. He killed my father.
I'm sorry, Zaira. I planned to save him, too, but he ran into the path of the elephants.
Oh, it was horrible.
The jungle is a place of violence. Goro will gather his guards and a safari will be formed to take you home.
But I have no home now. My father's gone. Tarzan, let me stay here in the jungle with you.
You shall go back.
But you called me your white goddess. You said I was beautiful.
Your beauty is only of the outside. Inside you're as cruel and as ugly as the civilization that spawned you. And to that will you return.
We'll return to tell you about the next story of Tarzan in just a moment. In our next story, we relate the experience of Tarzan and black ivory. Black ivory, a precious commodity, more sought after than white ivory or gold or diamonds. A search that spells danger and hatred and death deep in the heart of the jungle, deep in the heart of Africa.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and black ivory.
Stories about the Marwa tribe had drawn Tarzan to the far mountain country, where, according to the legend of the lowland, there lived a super race. The people had been described as 7 feet in height, and it was said that they could wrestle with Sheeta, the panther, outrun Bara, the deer, and bend a young tree for a bow. The legend proved an exaggeration, but Tarzan did find the Marwa people exceedingly tall and handsome and strong. None possessed more of these jungle attributes than Velda, the dusky, dark-eyed daughter of the chief.
Tarzan, not catch Velda.
I'll catch you, all right. Watch out. Here I come. So I couldn't catch you, eh?
Tarzan, help Velda onto a rock.
All right. There you are. Oh. Well, then, do you admit that I can swim faster than you?
Tarzan swim faster and run better than any Marwa. And that is why my father, the chief, make Tarzan son of tribe.
I'm happy about that, Velda. For I've never known any tribe as brave as yours. As ours.
Never before have Marwa take stranger as son. And this only because Tarzan is mighty hunter and fisher.
Well, if I'm a good fisherman, I better take these fish I speared back to the camp and clean them.
Oh, no, Tarzan must not.
What?
Oh, that is job for Tarzan's woman.
Tarzan's woman? Oh, now, wait a minute, Velda.
Oh, does not Tarzan like Velda?
Of course I like you.
And is not Velda beautiful in Tarzan's eyes?
I think you're as lovely as the blossoms of the jungle acacia. But you are the promised one of Kalo.
Oh, no more. Not since night Tarzan bested Kalo in wrestling contest. Now, only Tarzan can marry daughter of chief of great Marwa tribe. When Goro the moon comes to fullness again, Velda will become Tarzan's slave forever.
I don't like that word slave, Velda. You'll never be any man's slave, not mine nor anyone else's, so long as I have strength with which to fight.
The reputation of the great Marwa tribe had spread even so far as Port Said on the edge of the distant Mediterranean. There, in a ramshackle building on a narrow side street, a man in the flowing robes of the Bedouin thought about these great, strong people as he waited for a caller.
Enter.
I can hardly see. That you, Ajib?
It is indeed, Captain Marco. Ajib Ben Zaman bids you enter. And close the door.
Okay.
Come near to me, mighty captain of the sea.
You're going to hold that mighty captain of the sea business and tell me what all this mystery's about.
I know of no mystery, my worthy captain.
Not much you don't. Sending one of those Hawkeye messengers to my ship and making me meet you here in this part of town? What do you want?
Your tongue is sharp, friend, for one whose ship cannot find cargo among the reputable merchants of Port Said.
All right, so you found out I'm broke. So what?
Ajib Ben Zaman wishes but to improve the fortunes of his friend. I know of rich cargo for your ship to carry to distant ports.
The kind of cargo you ship is too risky.
But this time it is neither the seed of the poppy nor the guns our government has elected to term contraband.
What then?
This time you shall carry black ivory.
Black ivory?
To translate the jargon of a crass world, slaves.
Slaves? In this day and age?
There are still many markets, including countries which claim to be opposed to all forms of slavery.
Well, maybe so. But I'm not getting into a racket like that.
I think you are, Captain Marco. There is much Ajib Ben Zaman could arrange to have the port authorities learn about some of your past cargoes.
Well...
You will profit handsomely. My emissaries tell me of a Marwa tribe whose people are tall and handsome and strong. They will bring many pieces of gold.
Suppose I agree. How do you know I'll still be in port when you bring them back?
Because I'm taking you with me, Captain Marco. My men wait outside this hall now. One will carry a message back to your ship. A message wherein you command your crew to await your return when your business in the jungle is completed.
How do you know I won't spoil your game?
I have planned long for this. I have come many days' journey for this meeting in Port Said. Anyone who attempts to spoil my game will die. I care not if the infidel is a man of the sea or a creature of the jungle.
We will return to Tarzan in just a moment. The mournful whistle of the Cape to Cairo Railroad engine sounded in the night. And aboard the train traveling from Port Said to Fashoda in the Sudan country were Captain Marco, Ajib Ben Zaman, and the cunning sheik's two fierce Bedouin followers, Kadur Ben Hussein and Bader Ben Jafar, who sat in a corner saying nothing, but their hands remained on their cuzes, and their narrow eyes seldom left their sheik and the infidel dog sea captain.
Why do they keep sitting there staring at me?
Perhaps they doubt your full enthusiasm for our plan.
Maybe they're right. 4 men going into the jungle to try to capture a whole tribe of huge savages.
When we leave the train at Fashoda, we will be met by my men. More than a double score of cunning shiftas skilled in the art of taking slaves.
I see.
They will have with them camels and fleet Arabian horses, the tools of their trade, and the wherewithal for a comfortable menzil.
Menzil?
Encampment.
Oh.
Forgive me for forgetting that you are a cultured foreigner who knows not the crude language of Mohammed.
Yeah. Well, so these shifter guys catch the blacks. What then?
We return all the way to Port Said by caravan and load them directly into your ship.
And no one stops us or asks questions, huh?
No one questions the content of a closed packing case unless there are sounds of protest from within.
Yeah, that's just the point. You think those blacks aren't going to scream murder?
For those that babble, there is always the heated iron that removes the tongue almost painlessly.
The weeks passed, but the moon had not yet come to its fullness, and Tarzan wrestled with the problem of breaking off with Velda without causing her hurt or making angry his brothers of the Marwa tribe. Already one of them, Kalo, to whom Velda had been promised, looked upon Tarzan with unfriendly eyes. This day, Tarzan walked from the camp deep into the jungle. Following him at a little distance came Velda, and following her stealthily came Kalo.
I heard someone. Who follows me?
It is but your promised one, Velda.
You should not follow me, Velda. Especially not when I walk into the jungle.
Why does Tarzan wander away from the Marwa camp?
I am not used to being with people all the time, Velda. Perhaps I shall never learn.
When the moon comes full and we are married, then Tarzan be real son to my father. And then perhaps it will be easier in the mind.
I'm afraid not. Velda, how can I tell you? What words are there to explain that I can't marry you?
Tarzan would shame Velda before the tribe. He has claimed her in ceremonial wrestling match. And now...
Hush. I hear someone. Though the wind is against us, I sense the coming of enemies.
I care not for enemies. If Tarzan will not have Velda, then she...
Be still, woman. Who comes?
I come.
Kalo.
What do you want, Kalo? Why do you follow me?
Tarzan take Kalo's woman, and against law of tribe, he steal into woods with her before nuptial feast.
I did not steal into the woods with her. I came for a walk. She followed to talk to me.
Kalo see Velda cry. Surely Tarzan bring dishonor to tribe. Marwa make mistake when he take Tarzan as son. Tarzan not true Marwa.
I am sorry, Kalo.
But Kalo change mistake of tribe. Cleanse name of Marwa tribe with Tarzan's blood.
Oh, no, Kalo, no!
Kalo's knife flashed high over his head and came down with terrific speed. But the sinewy hand of Tarzan caught Kalo's wrist, and the knife dropped to the ground. A moment later, Tarzan's knife clattered to the ground as he fell with Kalo on top of it. The men rolled over and over, locked in savage struggle. Velda turned her back and ran right into the path of another spectator, Bolgani, the gorilla. Picking her up in his gargantuan arms, he hugged her to his hairy bosom and fled through the forest with her, as Tarzan and Kalo continued to struggle.
Wait! That's Velda!
Velda in trouble.
Help! Bolgani taking me away!
Come, Tarzan.
We're coming, Velda!
Behind those rocks. Kalo, see them.
No knife and no bow.
Could not shoot anyway. Hurt Velda.
Bolgani's putting her down. It's getting ready for us. Now.
Help him, Kalo! Help him!
No, Kalo, take Velda back to village. Run!
No, Kalo, help!
No, Kalo. If Bolgani Belda! Take her! Run!
Come, Belda!
No, we cannot leave him. I won't.
What Tarzan say is true. I must take you and run. I carry you.
No, don't make me leave him. Don't leave Tarzan. Tarzan will
Now Belda and Kalo were forgotten as the two animals of the jungle, man and gorilla, fought for their lives. The gorilla's huge claws ripped into Tarzan's flesh. The leaves and the dirt were red with blood. Now Bolgani grasped Tarzan about the middle and began to squeeze with the enormous strength of his tremendous arms. Tarzan's breath left his body, and his mind began to cloud. And then suddenly Tarzan's powerful hands found the gorilla's bull-like neck. They closed around the huge throat, and they squeezed tighter and tighter. Tighter. And at last, Bolgani's arms relaxed. The hideous jungle creature fell to the ground. Tarzan stumbled a few steps, and then he fell at the base of a great tree, exhausted. Only then did an interested group of spectators emerge from behind the large rocks and walk to the scene of the savage battle.
The savage is unconscious.
Yes, did you ever see a fight like that, Bedouin?
No, Captain Marco. Never before have these eyes seen such a struggle.
The gorilla dead?
He has gone to his maker. Men, tie up the savage.
Tie him up. Can't you see that he's white under that bronze? We're not hunting for white men.
What we do with the Nazrani is to be decided by Sheikh Ajib Ben Zaman. He has a great reputation for wisdom and for his own particular brand of mercy.
We'll continue with our story after this message.
So you are Ben Zaman.
My subjects call me by that name, but I find your form of address and your manner exceedingly impertinent for a prisoner.
When I regained consciousness, I told your men I'd come willingly. But your subjects insisted on prodding me and keeping me tied up. Tarzan is not used to such treatment.
Tarzan? You are the famous Tarzan?
Some call me Lord of the Jungle.
Kador, why have you taken this man prisoner? Untie him at once.
I told him he was making a mistake.
You are wise, Captain Marco. Here, I'll cut the bonds myself.
Thank you, Ben Zaman. I was told you were a wise man and you live up to your reputation.
I apologize for what has transpired. You are my guest. Ibn, bring coffee and viands. Pray be seated, Tarzan. Captain Marco. Kador.
I shall sit with you, but I eat not the food of the Muslims. You will excuse me?
Can't say I blame you, son. Coffee, they call it. Full of cloves and cinnamon. And so sweet it makes you sick. And the food, like some dive in Damascus.
I forgive your crude remarks, Captain Marco, and I excuse you from sitting with us.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Good luck to you, Tarzan.
Thank you, Captain Marco.
I cannot apologize enough for the indignities you suffered at the hands of my men, Tarzan. Perhaps you will permit me to repay you by offering you the hospitality of my humble menzil.
I am very tired. I will accept your kind offer.
Hayat! Show Tarzan to a bayet containing a soft mat on which to sleep, and see that he has every comfort. May Allah grant you sweet dreams, Tarzan.
You are most kind. I shall see you when the sun is in the heaven.
I hesitate to question you, my sheik, but your actions furrow my brow with questions.
Fool! Have you never before heard of Tarzan?
No.
Many times in the past has he thwarted the plans of slave raiders.
And yet you treat him like a friend. We had him tied, helpless, and you...
Had we plunged a Cusa into him while he was bound, every native and every beast in the jungle would have united against us.
Yes?
But instead we shall treat him as a dear friend. We shall persuade him to remain for a few days. By tomorrow night, any doubts he may have had about us will have vanished. We shall be filled with sorrow when he is discovered dead the next morning.
But you said...
We shall find Captain Marco, the Nazrani, guilty of the murder, and we shall shoot him for his foul deed. That way we can cause no enmity, and with Tarzan out of the way, our hunt for black ivory will be simple.
But won't we need Marco?
When we return to Port Said, we shall commandeer his ship. In that way, we need not pay the dear captain his share of the loot. Who comes?
It is Kedor, my sheik. I bring a native who tried to steal by the sentries.
Oh, he looks like a healthy young buck.
Very strong and healthy, Bwana. Only me not steal past centuries. Me come to see a great sheik, need work.
A native looking for work?
Me outlaw from tribe, much strong, do work good.
Wela, there is much work to be done about the Menzil, and the shifters have little heart for it. What can you do?
Care for camels and horses, hunt game, cook for sheik.
All right, you can sleep with the animals, and we'll pay you what you're worth.
Me thank Bwana.
What name do you call yourself?
Name is Kalo.
Who steals into my tent while I sleep?
Hush, Tarzan. It is Kalo.
Kalo? How did you get here? Did they capture you?
No, Kalo come to free Tarzan. But you are not bound. We sneak from camp now.
Not yet. Do you know what these men are, Kalo?
Kalo knows. The sign's plain.
They fooled me for a little while. But when they thought I'd fallen asleep, I slipped out. I found a wagon full of wrist locks and leg irons. We can't leave until we've forced them to quit the jungle. But we'll need help.
Kalo have plan. Get help with jungle drum. Send message to all of Marwa tribe when camp sleeps.
But suppose they find you here?
Arabs know Kalo here. Work for Arab as hunter and cook. Part of plan. In morning, Tarzan must pretend he not know Kalo. Leave now.
Just a minute. Why did you come to save me, Kalo?
Sorry for fight. Kalo did wrong. Tarzan brave Marwa.
That night, Kalo's drum sounded in the jungle, and from far off came the answer. The mighty Marwa tribe would send their fiercest Waziri to fight the slave raiders, and they would follow the plan told them by the drums. The next day, the plan was whispered to Tarzan, and by the time the Arabs had gathered for their evening meal that night, the jungle that skirted the Menzil was alive with native warriors. They awaited the signal from the peaceful-looking bed of the sheik.
Bring us our evening meal. Pray be seated, Tarzan. Captain Marco, Kedor, Eben, the rest of you. My nose is assailed with a delicious odor.
Kalo the Black has provided us with a rare treat. He has hunted in the woods all day and has returned to cook the fruits of the hunt.
Approach with the repast, Kalo.
Kalo, bring food. Meat much heavy.
The entire animal turned on a spit. You are a rare jewel, Kalo.
Meat is wapi, the antelope. Taste fine, only too much for few men. And Kalo have more meat to bring in. Call rest of men.
That is a noble thought, Kalo. But all are present save for the sentries.
Kalo in woods all day. No enemies near camp.
He tells the truth. Our men comb the forest. No natives.
If Gomangani were near, Tarzan would have caught the scent.
Well, all right. Let the others come in. They've been restless, and a good meal may help. Summon them, Kedor. Now then, the food.
Looks like good seafaring grub for a change.
One must admit the jungle furnishes fine food for those who know how to capture it, Tarzan.
The jungle holds no mysteries for those who are part of it. But for those who would destroy it, there is much danger.
A month I've waited for a decent meal.
Ah, here are the others. Enter, men. Partake plentifully of the meat. Halo, more food.
Let Kalo bring. Here is fine roast animals.
With an aroma like rich perfume.
Oh, this is something like eating.
This meat Captain Marco asked for.
Huh?
This Horta, the boar.
A boar. The greatest of insults. Bringing the flesh of a swine to the table of an Arab. And you ordered it, Captain Marco.
I swear
Taunting us about our coffee and our food, and then this insult. No man can insult the faith of Ajib Ben Zaman.
Look, I never was.
You sneaking infidel, dog!
You can't slap me, you rat!
Egypt is reaching for his gun.
And as the Arab sheik fell, pandemonium broke loose. Cador dropped. Marco fell with accusa in his heart. And as the confusion mounted, a horde of fierce Waziri flooded into the tent, wielding wicked knives left and right. And Kalo and Tarzan led the battle until no Arab remained in the menzil of Ajib Ben Zaman.
The full moon has come, people of Marwa tribe, and we are met for the marriage of Tarzan and Velda. Are you ready for this marriage, my daughter?
Yes, my father.
Are you ready for this marriage, Tarzan?
Great Chief, members of the Marwa tribe, before I came to your village, Velda was the promised one of Kalo. I won her from him through a wrestling match that was meant to prove me braver than he. But since then, many things have happened. I was caught by the Tamangani, and I was forced to go to their camp. But the brave Kalo came willingly into the camp of the enemy to save my life and to save all Marwas from slavery. He has proven himself bravest, and I cannot claim Velda for my bride.
You have spoken true, my son, and I decide. Velda, would you take Kalo as husband?
Kalo and Velda promised since childhood. Velda take Kalo with happiness.
Kalo, would you take Velda as wife?
Kalo embraces Velda as wife, and Tarzan as greatest of Marwa tribe.
So be it. Let nuptial feast begin.
We'll tell you about our next story in just a moment. In our next story, we relate the experience of Tarzan and the Hooded Death. Nowhere in the jungle is a danger so great as the one to be feared from the Hooded Death. Elephants and lions and tigers shrink from its approach. Savages scream at the mention of its dread name. And you too will feel the chill of terror in the story we relate.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Hooded Death.
Tarzan had long since come to the conclusion that man was the cruelest of all the jungle creatures. And although the native tribe with whom he had spent the past few months had been friendly enough, it was good to be alone again. He wore a contented smile as he entered the clearing near his seacoast cabin. Suddenly he stood motionless. From inside the cabin came the scent of man. He crept to the door noiselessly, and then he flung it open.
Who's in here? I sense your presence behind that curtain. Step out into the room or I'll send an arrow through your heart.
No, don't shoot, Nugu.
A native boy. Who are you? What do you want?
I am Nugu, and I mean no harm. I came only because I heard of Tarzan's magic.
I have no magic.
Nugu find much magic here. Small animals that hang on wall and do not move or make sound.
A few simple pictures.
Thin white bark bearing many strange bugs.
Printed books.
Sitting mats with long legs like Twigga.
Mats with legs like a giraffe? Oh, those are what the Tarmangani call chairs. These things belong to my real parents, whom I never knew. They are strange to you, perhaps, but they're not magic.
But Tarzan has much magic. Everywhere in the jungle men speak of him. Nugu traveled many moons to find Tarzan. Nugu must learn Tarzan's big ufumu.
Just why are you so anxious to learn about Tarzan's medicine?
Well, Nugu is apprentice in school of witch doctor. So also is Galyema, son of uncle. One who learns most medicine will someday be Mutemi.
So you want to be the emperor of your tribe, and you thought that... What is your tribe?
Nugu cannot tell.
You said you'd come many moons. Just where is your village?
In the mountain country, near Nagomba.
Near Nagomba? But that's hundreds of miles away. You made that trip all by yourself?
Yes, Tarzan. My heart say Nugu must see Tarzan.
How old are you, Nugu?
14 times has winter come since Nugu was born.
14, hmm? Well, I can't send you back all that distance alone, nor have I the heart to let your trip be for nothing. I'll teach you a few things your competitor doesn't know, though it won't be magic, and then I'll take you home.
That night, Tarzan taught Nugu a few things unknown to the jungle tribes. But early the next morning, while the instructions continued in the clearing in front of the cabin, the lessons came to an abrupt end. The scent of the Tarmangani was in the air. Instinctively, Tarzan grasped a vine and swung himself up into the trees. The native boy stood alone in lost wonderment as two jungle-weary white men staggered from the brush and fell exhausted at his feet.
You going, Chua? You are sick?
Water. Just get water, please.
Nugu get water. But first, white men take this powder.
What is it?
Ufumu, good medicine. Give to other white men, too. Nugu get water now.
Here, I have brought water.
Tarzan, Nugu thought...
Where did you get that medicine, Nugu? What is it?
Always people of my tribe carry powerful medicine in gourd about their necks. It's made of strong herbs.
You'd better take it, strangers. Much of the black man's medicine is strong against the evils of the jungle. Here, I'll hold the water bag to your lips.
Water is good, but the medicine is bitter.
Evil taste help chase away bad spirits.
Here, Garvey, better take it. Nothing to lose in our condition.
All right. We'll carry you inside now.
Wait a minute. I don't think you have to carry me. This native medicine, it's miraculous. I feel almost normal again. Garvey.
Yes, Doctor?
How do you feel?
I feel fine. I can't understand it.
Neither can I. A lifetime in the medical profession, and I never... Son, what's in that medicine?
Herbs, but which ones I cannot tell. It is secret of my tribe.
Well, we're certainly obliged to you for saving our lives. And you, sir. If we may, we'd like to rest for a while in your cabin. That is your cabin there?
Yes, the cabin is mine, and you may rest until morning. Then you must be gone. Tarzan does not like the white men.
But you're white yourself. You're browns from the sun.
Look, Mr. Tarzan, this is Dr. Cunningham. He's a very famous man. My name is Garvey. It's important that we accomplish the purpose of our safari, and it's important that we make it back to civilization. We're willing to pay you well for your help.
I have no use for money here in the jungle.
But someone has to help us. Our native porters and Askari deserted us. We have heavy equipment that we cached a few miles back. If you won't help us, we haven't got a ghost of a chance ever getting out of this jungle alive.
I have no wish for the death of any man, Mr. Garvey. But many times when the path of Tarzan has crossed that of the white man, he has found treachery and deceit. I did not invite you into my jungle. I do not feel any obligation to lead you out.
Just a minute, Tarzan.
Yes, Dr. Cunningham?
We've heard of you back in our country, and some of the stories of the unscrupulous men you've met have reached us, too. Now, believe me, we are not out to hurt you or any of your jungle friends.
The tongues of the other white men also spoke softly. But I've always found that when bearers desert their buanas, they have good reason. I offer you a bed for the night. I do not offer to lead you back. Nor do I pretend friendship.
We shall return to Tarzan in just a moment. The white men slept most of that day, but as Kuda, the sun, sank in the heavens, giving place to Goro, the moon, they were awakened by the delicious incense of cooking meat.
Oh, it's dark already.
You have slept many hours.
Well, it's been several days since we slept last. You awake, Garvey?
Yes, Dr. Cunningham. I guess that wonderful odor coming from the fireplace did the trick. Boy, I'm hungry as a bear.
The meat is cooked. I remembered that the white man likes his food ruined with fire.
You eat yours raw?
I was raised by apes who know nothing of stoves or skillets. Oh, come, I have chairs pulled to the table in the manner of white men.
Oh, thank you. Where's the little native boy?
Yes, isn't he eating with us?
Nugu is much like me. One cannot keep track of the comings and goings of the savage. Perhaps he has already left for home.
Oh, I thought he lived here with you.
I have not occupied this cabin for many moons, and I found the boy when I returned yesterday. He disappeared early this afternoon after having examined everything about you and your clothing as you slept. Here. Eat.
Boy, does that smell good, huh, Doctor?
Oh, it does indeed. Well, regardless of what tomorrow brings, we'll have one good meal in the jungle. Ah, this is delicious. What animal is this, Tarzan?
It is meat, and the milky-looking liquid within your gourd is pomba. It is a native beer made of corn.
All the comforts of home. To your health, gentlemen.
Even though you've refused to help us in our mission and guide us back to civilization, Tarzan, we're still deeply indebted to you. I raise my gourd.
Sounds like the native boy.
A tiger! He must be after the lad.
Tarzan, wait. I've got a rifle here, and I can...
But Tarzan waited neither for words nor for the help of the white man's thunderstick. He was out of the door and into the jungle clearing in one great leap. 100 yards away, Nugu was running toward the cabin as fast as his thin legs would carry him. And behind him came a savage tiger, its great strides bringing it closer and closer to its prey. The boy increased his speed. He was going to get away. And then suddenly he tripped on a gnarled root of a tree.
Help me, Tarzan! Help me!
I will help!
The boy tried valiantly to regain his feet, but the great beast was already upon him, his mammoth claws raking the young body, and his huge jaws opened wide to tear at the soft young throat. But before the mighty jaws could close, two steel-corded hands interfered. Tarzan rolled Nagu out of the way with one foot, and his hands continued to stretch the jaws of the tiger further and further apart, until suddenly the enraged beast wrenched free and backed away from the lord of the jungle. But Tarzan was after his old enemy. He leaped upon him, and his razor-sharp hunting knife flashed into the air and then found its mark.
Did you ever see anything like that in your life?
Fantastic. Come on, Garvey. The boy's hurt.
You can't do much without your instruments, Doctor.
Look, my kit. There by the boy.
Well, how in the name of thunder did...
What was that?
I heard it in the jungle once before, Doctor. It's the cry of the victorious aboriginal ape. It came from the throat of our host, Tarzan.
And now the roller bandage.
Here you are, Doc.
Nagu will live?
Yes, Tarzan. It's miraculous, but there's nothing broken, and the wounds are only superficial.
The medicine you put on the wounds, it will help?
Scissors, please, Garvey.
Here you are. Oh.
Now you'll be as good as new in a few days, son. I know it's painful. Yes, Tarzan, the medicine will help a great deal. It's called an antiseptic, and its job is to keep the wound clean.
Yes, that is important. In the forest, a lion's mate licks his wounds to keep away the great danger.
What I can't figure out is how and why the kid got a hold of your kit, Dr. Cunningham.
I think I can tell you that. You see, in your conversation, you spoke of having cached your supplies. You spoke also about the work of Dr. Cunningham. The boy seeks the medicine of the white man, so he followed your spoor and found the kit.
I guess that was about all he could carry. The rest are in heavy crates. But I'd trade a good deal of what's inside them for the secret of the medicine Nagu used on us this afternoon.
Perhaps you will learn the secret of his medicine before you leave the jungle.
I'm afraid there isn't much chance of that. Without help, we'll be lucky to reach the railhead alive.
You shall have help in accomplishing the mission Mr. Garvey spoke of and in getting back to your own land. You shall have the help of Tarzan.
What made you change your mind?
The look on your face as you worked over a small, unimportant black boy. It was as gentle as that of a mother ape nursing her small Belu. Perhaps there are good white men, too. Tarzan offers you friendship.
Well, our little interruption did nothing to spoil my appetite.
Very delicious, Tarzan, even if I don't know what I'm eating.
It is the meat of a small rodent. I hesitated to tell you, for civilized people have strange taboos.
I'm afraid we're too hungry to have any prejudices at the moment. You know, when our porters deserted us, they took most of the food.
I still can't understand that, Tarzan. They seemed friendly and satisfied, and then as soon as we reached the heart of the jungle, they deserted us while we slept.
Without cause?
Yeah, I'm afraid it was my fault. I hired them, and I didn't tell them what we were really after until the night before they left us.
Garvey.
I'm sorry, Doctor, but it seemed best at the time.
What do you seek in the jungle?
We're after snakes.
Ah, then that is why your men fled. They were afraid.
Yes, but they killed tigers and lions and elephants. How could they be afraid of a few snakes when we have all sorts of equipment to protect them?
They are not afraid of the snakes. They are afraid of the Wakayoka, the snake men.
Snake men?
They are all powerful over the natives. You might call them witch doctors, but they're much more than that. And only they can hunt for Hista, the snake.
Yes, but we've come thousands of miles to get them.
You see, Tarzan, Dr. Cunningham is a pathologist. That means he's trying to find new ways of curing sicknesses. For many years, he's been working on a serum to cure man's most dread disease.
It's called cancer. I've had some success with the serum I compounded from the venom of snakes already in captivity. But I think I might be more successful if I could get venom from wild ringgalls.
I do not know a snake by that name.
Well, its popular name is the South African cobra.
You can usually recognize it by its head. It sort of swells up when it gets ready to strike.
Yes,
The head resembles an evil-looking hood.
Yes, I know the snake now. In the jungle, we call it the hooded death.
And now that you know what I seek, I suppose you'll desert me like the others.
I am Tarzan. I never break my word. I will go with you to the North Country where this snake you call the cobra lives in great numbers.
That's wonderful.
Together we shall face the hooded death. And together, too, we shall brave the wrath of Wakayoka, the snake men.
Nagoo's path home led in the same direction as that of the snake hunt. And when the boy's wounds had mended sufficiently, the small safari started for the mountain country to the north. Day after day and week after week, the tiny band of men triumphed over the tangled web of Africa's dark interior, until finally the great mountain of the Ngomba country loomed on the horizon.
Well, there she is.
Yes. In her rocky caverns, we will find many cobras.
Nugu knows much about snakes.
Now, the kind we're looking for, you'd better leave alone.
Their jaws are small. They couldn't eat a man if they wanted to. But a tiny spray from their fangs can blind a man in an instant. And often death comes in a matter of minutes.
After what we've been through these last few weeks, there's very little that can scare me.
Courage is often dangerous if it leads to carelessness. This is the most dangerous part of the jungle.
You don't mind my saying so, Tarzan. You don't seem to be taking any unusual precautions. You hardly look to the left or the right.
My nose looks. I can catch the scent of man or animals for miles, so long as the wind is not against me.
Well, I can't even feel the slightest breeze here. Is the wind against you now?
No, and I smell no danger. Wait here. I'll cut a path for a little way.
Certainly aren't any easy paths through here.
The only paths through the jungles are those made by Tantor, the elephant, other large animals.
No, it's a cinch there aren't any around here, then.
We are afraid of his stuff, the snake.
It seems a little better up ahead here. I think we can...
No need struggle, Tarzan. Our tongues hold you tight. Hold white men, too.
Where did all of you come from?
We follow you many hours now.
I caught no scent of man. This has never happened to me before.
My tribe knows secrets of big medicine. Destroy scent.
And your tribe has big medicine indeed. You need fear no enemies. Why do you hold Tarzan and his friends?
Tarzan is traitor to jungle.
Why do you say that?
Kokoro knows. Tarzan lead white men to lair of snakes. Tarzan knows only Wakayoka hunts snakes.
You are Wakayoka?
Me, Kokoro, emperor of snake men. Come, follow me.
What happened to Nagoo? Did he escape?
I don't know.
What will they do to us, Tarzan? Kokoro, tell white witch doctor what we do. We lead you to snakes. Great cave of cobras you seek. We put all you in cave, then seal door. You have many snakes you want till you die. That not belong.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Tarzan and the Hooded Death. If the men of Wakayoka were nothing else, they were men of their word. The cave to which they led Tarzan and the two white men was large and dank and filled with deadly cobras, every species and variation of the murderous reptiles that existed on the dark continent. Their carnal eyes gleamed in the torchlight of the processional that prodded its prisoners into the Stygian cave. And then a great rock slid into place, and the three prisoners were left in sable blackness.
Well, guess this is the end for all of us.
If only our hands weren't bound.
It wouldn't make any difference. I'm sorry I got you into this, Tarzan.
Oh, if only my hands were free.
I'm more worried about your legs. Garvey and I have thick boots on, but with your bare legs, you'll be the first target.
I'm going over by a wall and try to rub through the thongs.
Well, you're better off here in the center. They'll keep to the sides for the most part.
I can't think with my hands bound.
Yeah, let him go, Doctor. What difference can it make now?
Very little, I suppose.
You think they know we're here?
Yes, but they may not strike unless our motions frighten them. You know, it's funny. I keep thinking about that Kokoro, the emperor.
Well, so do I.
Oh, no, not that way. I meant that portion of his face to the left of his nose.
He was hideous looking, all right.
Yes, it's a basal cell carcinoma.
Skin cancer?
Uh-huh. It's rather ironic that he'll die long before his time. Of a disease I might someday have conquered had I lived.
You aren't dead yet, Dr. Cunningham. I rubbed through the thongs. Here, I'll cut yours with this sharp rock. There.
Thank you.
Turn around, Mr. Garvey.
Right.
There.
Oh, that feels better. But what now?
Well, we'll have to feel along the walls to find if there's a crack somewhere. My arms are strong, and if I can find something to grasp, perhaps I can do a little digging or pushing.
How about the rock at the entrance?
I tried that. It's too heavy even for me.
Well, let's go over the rest of the surface. Garvey, you start to the left of the entrance. I'll start from the right. Tarzan can explore from the point where he rubbed through his bonds. We know there are no snakes in that exact spot.
I can see a little now that my eyes are getting used to the darkness.
I can see quite well now. I'm more used to the darkness than people of the cities. Let's see what we can find.
Smooth as glass over here.
The same here. Smooth and slimy.
I'm afraid it's no use. All of these walls are...
Tarzan, watch out!
One of them's coiling the strike.
His hood's fanning out.
He's caught the snake by the neck.
Smash it against that rock again. It may not be dead.
Oh, he's dead.
The rest of them are beginning to stir now.
If we stay perfectly quiet, perhaps we should...
Hey, what was that?
Over there. Looks like a door and the rock is opening. Light is coming in.
New goo comes. New secret door of cave. We lead you out. Hurry up, then. In a second, they'll be on us.
Go ahead, Nugu. We're following you. Are you all right, Doctor?
Yes. Watch out for that rock.
Yeah, I saw it. Some of them are coming over this way.
Here's the door.
Go ahead, Doctor. Garvey, I'll pull the door shut, Nugu.
Phew. Wouldn't like to go through that again.
Oh, just keep walking straight ahead. This heavy woods will give us some protection, but we aren't safe yet. Not while the snake men are about.
You better take the lead, Tarzan.
We'll follow you.
Good. I'm afraid we'd better hunt for your cobras one at a time, Dr. Cunningham. It isn't safe to remain here.
It's a pity, though. I saw some beautiful specimens. Breaks my heart to leave them.
At least our hearts are still beating. We can be thankful. Nugu, where did you come from?
Nugu ran away from father to save friends.
Your father?
How'd you know about the secret door?
Nugu, member of Wakayoka.
One of the snake people.
I thought that might have been the answer.
That adds up, all right. That's why they didn't try to capture him.
It also explains the medicine he used to revive you that first day. Only the Wakayoka know such secrets.
Well, Nugu, I guess that... Where did he go?
There, through the trees. He's headed back toward the cave.
Well, he'll be killed.
What in the devil does that little fool want to go back there for?
We've got to save him.
He's through the door already.
If only we're in time.
Look, coming out of the brush. Dozens of them.
The snake men.
Let me through. I've got to get through that door.
Not going, Cave.
But there's a little boy in there, one of your boys. He'll be killed.
Not going. Nugu, come out of cave.
Me come out soon anyway.
Why in the world did you go back in there?
Wanna Cunningham say break his heart to leave snakes. Nugu go in to get some for him.
Can you beat that?
Now what?
It's the native drums back in their village.
Come, we hold Shorai.
Shorai, what's that?
He wants us to come back to the village for a conclave.
Are we to understand, Kokoro, that we are no longer prisoners?
We decide set you free before Nugu run away.
But why?
White witch doctors and great Bwana of jungle unharmed by hooded death. Mean snakes know you have great medicine. Now you honored guests of Kokoro, Emperor Wakayoka, and of Nugu, his son, who will one day be Mutemi.
His son? Well, can you beat that?
Nugu tell father about white man's medicine put on wounds. How Tarzan saved Nugu from tiger.
Not to mention the fact that he was ready to go back into that hideous cave to save you from the snakes.
Why do you laugh, Kokoro?
Snakes not harm Nugu. He of royal snake blood. From day he born, he is rubbed with leaves of Yaradumio tree. And Makalia, a great Ufumu, is put into veins of small body. No snake can hurt Wakayoka.
I don't know why, but I believe every word he says.
You believe. In days to come, Kokoro will prove. You not know when starting into cave to save Nagu, he could not be harmed. You risk life for my son. Kokoro, now your brother.
Kokoro, if you were to get me some venom from the fangs of a cobra, I might be able to prove myself a brother to you by treating that sore upon your face.
So, my medicine not help that. Kokoro, get you snakes, all you want. We will trade our knowledge. You teach me white man's medicine. I tell you secrets, jungle roots and herbs.
And when you're through trading information?
Then Kokoro's men lead doctor and friend to Railhead. Mutemi has spoken, Tarzan.
Mutemi speaks wisely. Would that all the men of the world could meet and exchange knowledge for good, instead of exchanging spears of war.
We'll return to tell you about the next story of Tarzan in just a moment. In our next story, we relate the experiences of Tarzan and the MANUEMA. The MANUEMA, one of the deadliest tribes of the Dark Continent. Men whose savage faces are painted with violent pigments, whose bodies are decorated with macabre souvenirs of their victims, and whose teeth are filed to sharp points so that they can more easily tear into the flesh of their favorite food, man.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and directed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all times, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the MANUEMA.
Once again, the moon was full, and still the rains had not come. In the Shamba, near the village, the half-formed ears of the Kaffir corn had dried up. The plantains were like hard stones, and the cassava roots were dust that would yield no meal for bread. The men and women of the Punya tribe had grown gaunt, and the children cried because of the pangs of emptiness that racked their small bodies.
Hush, Togo, hush. Togo, hungry. Nagama knows her Belu is hungry. Her heart weeps, but there is nothing to do.
If Togo's friend Tarzan were here, he could do something.
Nagama is afraid that even Tarzan could do nothing. What's that? The people of the village. They are filled with excitement.
Perhaps Cassandra of Witch Doctor has found rain.
It will take more than a divining rod this time. Nagama, she better open door and see what people... They come this way, Togo.
Why should people of the village come to us?
Why, it's Tarzan.
Tarzan!
Jumbo, Nagama.
Jumbo.
Togo, he is all right?
Togo right behind me.
Hello, Tarzan.
I will speak with you later, people of Punya. Let us go inside. Oh, you are thin, my small friend.
There has been little to eat.
Oh, but now the rains will come. Togo told Nagama that Tarzan could bring rains.
Oh, no. No, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oh, but Togo told Nagama that Tarzan could.
I plan to do the next best thing, though. I'm going to take the people of Punya to the rains. I've brought some meat and as many water bags as I could manage. But tomorrow your tribe must begin a long trek to the mountain country.
The trip be hard for a people weak from lack of food and drink.
Well, I plan to make it easier. I'm going ahead and blaze a trail. I'll try to have some meat and some water at each night's resting spot.
Do I smell food now?
The women are preparing what I brought. You'd better get out there, Torgo. I want to see you looking fatter than when next time we meet.
Oh, don't leave Togo, Tarzan. Take Togo with you.
You want to come with me as I blaze the trail and hunt for food?
I would have as far to travel if I come with the tribe.
Your small head is always ready with answers, isn't it?
Don't say that Togo can go with you.
Oh, what does Nagama say?
Nagama never worries about her Belu when he is with Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
All right, Torgo. You can come with me then. Tomorrow we will lead the people of Punya to the mountain country of Kenyara, where there is bound to be much rain.
But for once, Tarzan was wrong. The people who lived at the foot of Kenyara, the great slumbering volcano of the north, were as hungry as those of Punya. A cannibal tribe, the Manuema's garishly painted faces shone in the firelight as they talked over the problem. The grisly souvenirs of their victims, which they wore as decorations about their necks, tossed in rhythm with their swaying bodies, and their teeth, filed to sharp points, gleamed wickedly as they faced their discredited witch doctor.
Witch doctors, you logi, no good. Aye. Fruit dries up. Animals leave Kenyara. Cattle grow sick. Aye. Our people grow weak and die. Kenyara is angry. The great volcano frowns upon the people of Manuema. Manuemas need new witch doctor, more powerful Urogi. I say, make sacrifice of old witch doctor to volcano.
No, hear me, people of Manuema.
Speak, witch doctor.
What you say is true. The fruit has dried on the vine. The rain refuses to come to our country, and our people grow weak. It is true also that this is because Kenyara, the greatest of all volcanoes of the Congo, is angry. But only I, Urogi of Manuema, can tell you why Kenyara is angry.
Then tell us.
Kenyara is angry because many moons have passed since we have made human sacrifice.
You will be human sacrifice.
Only I know what Kenyara demands. He tells me he does not want me nor any member of Manuema tribe.
But no strangers come to our country now.
Soon they will come again. In the lowlands, it is even drier than it is beneath the shadow of Kenyara. Our men must go forth and select from the strangers a small boy to sacrifice to the god of the volcano.
Aye.
And we must also capture a grown man from those who come to our country. The biggest and strongest man we can find. From his flesh and from his blood will the people of Manuema grow strong once again.
Aye.
We shall return with our story in just a moment. Even as the cannibalistic savages of Manuema started out to find a young boy to sacrifice to the slumbering god of the volcano, and to find a strong man to appease their own inhuman superstitions and appetites, Tarzan and the small Torgo plunged deeper and deeper into the jungle thicket. Behind them, they left a blazed trail for the people of Punya.
Well, I think this is as far as we can go today, Torgo.
How long it take tribe to get here?
They ought to reach this point by tomorrow. I only wish I could find a little water hole near here, like the one I found for them yesterday. They ought to be there by now.
Oh, they must be much happy when they see deer you kill for them and great water hole you find.
Oh, not much water in it, but enough so they won't die of thirst, I guess. Are you tired, Togo?
Oh, no. Togo not tired a bit.
Oh, you're yawning. Aren't you ready to go to sleep for the night?
Tarzan,
Yes?
tonight couldn't we build a place to sleep on the ground somewhere?
Oh, we haven't time to build anything. And it certainly isn't safe to sleep on the ground without protection, not with the temper of the stray animals who are left around here.
But I get afraid up in the trees.
I think you're a little homesick for Nagama.
No, that is not the reason.
Well, maybe not. I think I'll take you back so that you can sleep in your mother's tent tonight.
Oh, but Nagama and the rest of the tribe are they behind us.
A day by the ground trail we traveled, but only a short time by the upper level.
Oh, but when Tarzan swings from tree to tree and from vine to vine, he has to carry Togo on his back like a tiny Belu.
Being carried on my back doesn't make you a Belu. I often travel on the back of Tantor, the elephant. That doesn't make Tarzan a Belu.
Well, that is different.
Not a bit. Nowhere is there anyone who's so great or so strong that he needs no help from another. Come on, Togo, come on, climb up. We'll see if we can find Mama Nagama.
And so, with Torgo's small arms clutched about his neck, Tarzan swung noiselessly through the upper level of tangled jungle growth, like the great apes who had raised him from childhood. The members of the Punya tribe were retiring early in preparation for the next day's march, and the camp seemed almost deserted when Tarzan and Torgo dropped from the sky.
I'm sorry, Suey. We didn't mean to.
Suey always frightened by everything. Not brave like Togo.
Oh, Suey's all right. Suey, where is Hima of Nagama?
Nagama's tent's behind that big rock over there.
Santa, come on, Torgo. Let's find your mother.
Why do you always laugh like Dango the hyena?
Nagama's tent is behind rock, but Nagama not in tent.
Suey, will you stop giggling for a minute and tell me where Nagama is?
When we get to Waterhole Tarzan makes, Gimla, the crocodile, is guarding it. Men are tired and weak, so they say we do without water another day. But Nagama say must have water if he is to live to see Togo again. So she goes to the water hole. Did not come back.
Wait here, Togo.
No, I come. I see Mama Nagama.
Tarzan and Torgo ran through the forest until they reached a looming palisade of sandstone, below which lay the once abundant watering place. Now in its fetid heart lay a great crocodile, and beyond the savage reptile was Nagama, cut off from retreat on one side by the great walls of stone, on the other by the hideous monster.
Quiet, Torgo. Gimla's watching her. If she starts towards you, Gimla may attack.
Me quiet. We creep up silently.
Don't step on any twigs. Now, I'm in a position to shoot. If only my arrow can pierce that tough hide. Well...
Tarzan, Togo! Mama Nagama, we saved you.
Oh, Nagama, don't move. It's only wounded. It's coming at you.
The wounded reptile slithered rapidly toward the nearest human, Nagama, but faster still moved Tarzan. He dived at the animal, his great hunter's knife gleaming in the moonlight. The enormous trap-like mouth opened, the jagged teeth beckoned. But as Tarzan landed on the scaly creature, he wrenched it over on its back with almost superhuman strength. The knife rose, and then it flashed down into the vulnerable pale belly. The animal's great tail flayed the air with maniacal fury. The knife plunged again and again, and at last the frantic lashing of the beast stopped. Tarzan put one foot on the dead crocodile, and then he raised his voice in victory.
Mama Nagama, you are all right.
I am all right, my son.
I have brought Torgo to spend the night with you. He doesn't care for sleeping in the treetops.
The dangers here are far greater. Every living thing fights for the drop of water and the morsel of food that are left. Please, Tarzan, keep Togo with you. He is safe now, only with you.
Oh, this house in the trees, nice, Tarzan.
Well, it's not much protection, but it was all I could build in a couple of hours.
Well, last night, before we went back to Nagama, Tarzan said he has no time to build house.
I didn't have time today, but I can't leave you alone with no protection.
Oh, alone?
Yes. While you sleep tonight, I shall have to hunt. The game grows scarcer, and there is next to nothing here for your people when they arrive.
They come soon?
They should be here by tomorrow night. I thought by the time we reached the Kenyara country, we would have found many animals and fresh springs.
Where will we go next?
I don't know. All I do know is that I'll have to comb the jungle tonight and find some food and water. You won't be afraid alone, will you?
No. Only it would be easier if Tarzan brought rain.
You still think I'm capable of anything, don't you? Well, go to sleep. Who knows what tomorrow may bring. Sleep well, my small, brave warrior.
Treehouse, far up.
Hard climb.
But we are here now. Look, the boy sleeps, and he is alone.
Neddy, he's a fine-looking youth. Kenyara will be pleased. He will then send us a strong man to nourish our blood. And after that, he will send the rains, and the MANUEMA will be powerful once again.
Enough of talk. Ansale, when others grab boy, you place hand over his mouth. He must not cry out. Ready now?
Aye.
Ondaka!
Limba Koso Como, Kulala Toto Kenyara. Great Kenyara, we offer small boy to appease your wrath. Limba Koso Koma. His body has been anointed with rich oil. He is great sacrifice.
Stand still, small boy. You spoil ceremony.
Togo, not stand still. You kill me, maybe, but all of you die too. Tarzan come and kill every one of you. Tarzan big and strong. He take all of you at once and kill you with his bare hands.
That's. Who is this Tarzan?
Oh, he is Togo's friend. Even now he hunts in the treehouse for Togo.
He is big and strong, huh?
Oh, twice as high as any of you, and stronger than Cheetah the panther. He is white God.
Ah, then the sacrifice to Kenyara will not yet be made. We will wait until this white god comes to seek his young friend.
Then we will have sacrifice for Kenyara, and also sacrifice for hungry warriors of MANUEMA.
In just a moment, we'll continue with Tarzan and the MANUEMA. The council fire of the MANUEMAs burned bright as the barbaric paint-smeared cannibals danced about their small prisoner, whom they had gagged and bound to a stake. And high in a tree, just beyond the circle of flickering firelight, a great bronzed figure stood poised. Suddenly, a spiral of woven rope flashed downward over the head of a twirling dancer. In the half-light, the rope was invisible, and all that the other natives could see was the fearful sight of one of their number being hurtled upward through space.
Did you see that? Angela, he disappeared into heaven.
It is some sorcery we do not understand.
Angela behind me. I look round. He fly in air.
It is Angela. He's been thrown back from the heavens.
His neck is broken.
He's dead.
And only a slender line on his throat. Our enemy has strong Yorogi.
Ah! Look! Ganshu! He taken from us now. He too is drawn to heaven.
Speak, enemy. Tell us thy wish.
I am the god of Kenyala.
Oh, the voice of the volcano.
Our master.
Unless you release the small boy, I shall kill your people. One at a time.
You hear that, witch doctor? Kanyara kill us, one at a time. Let the boy go.
There is the body of another of your tribe.
It is Ganshu. First Anjala, then Ganshu. We all be killed. Me and Thai boy.
Now wait, this may be some trick. We not know that you are god of the volcano. Give us some sign. Unless you do, we hold the boy.
The sign will be shown tomorrow night when the moon rises beyond Kenyara. A sign so great it will leave no doubt. But if there is one mark of violence on the boy, every man of Manuema shall die.
A dozen feet away from the encampment, Tarzan dropped the hollow log he'd been using as an improvised megaphone. And then he swung to the upper level and hurried to meet the Punya tribe that was slowly approaching the Kenyara country. As dawn crept through the jungle, he dropped to the ground near the weary caravan, and he was soon facing Nagama, making the most difficult speech of his life.
My poor Bailu.
At first I wanted to burst into the camp and kill as many of them as I could. But there were hundreds of them, and I knew Togo would be killed before I could reach him. He was bound and gagged.
But you think they will not harm him until you return?
I'm sure they have accepted my voice as that of their god, but I have to perform something more sensational than I did last night if I'm to have a chance of saving him.
What can you do?
Well, I have a plan, but first I must ask you a question.
Yes.
Has anyone here felt any rumblings beneath their feet?
Rumblings?
A very slight vibration of the ground, perhaps the beginnings of a tremor.
No, but none of us had the acute senses of Tarzan.
Well, if you felt nothing, then perhaps the Manuemas haven't either. Where is Sui?
What can that silly girl do?
I have to see her. Please, Nagama, find her for me, will you? It's really important. Yes, Sui. Sui, do you remember those bullets you stole from the camp of the white men when they came to the Punya country?
Sui never steal anything.
Oh, now, Sui, this is important. Torgo's life depends on it. What did you do with those bullets?
Sui knows not what bullets are.
Oh, Sui, will you stop giggling? Look at me.
I like to look at Tarzan. He has handsome face, huh?
Look, bullets are the small, hard arrows that come from the Tarmangani's thunder sticks. Remember? I found you with them. And I told you must throw them away.
If Tarzan told Sui to throw them away, then Sui threw them away.
You did not. I saw them later around your neck. You'd made a necklace of them. Where are they now?
Sui has necklace hidden behind folds of skirt. Here.
White man's bullets. And to think that this curse of the jungle may yet save the life of Torgo.
It is nearly dark now, Tarzan. We are almost to the top.
Almost to the top of the mighty Kenyara. And I still haven't seen any suspicious-looking fissure in the rock.
Fissure?
Yes, a cleft, a narrow opening, a crack.
Over there. But that hard crust of lava, is that a fissure?
Yes, Nagama, that is. Come. Yes, this spot might work. Wait until I put my ear to it. Ah, this is it.
My boy will be saved.
We can only pray. You have the gunpowder we emptied from the bullets?
Neither.
And the fuse of dried weeds I made?
Neither.
And you can see the camp of the Manuema from here?
The camp and the ceremonial fire. Togo is near the fire.
Yes. You will watch that fire, Nagama. And if you see it flare up suddenly, it will be from the powder I throw on it. That will be a signal for you to light the fuse and then run for your life.
I understand.
You know that you may not escape.
Many times in jungle, mother risked life for child.
By the time Tarzan had reached the base of Kenyatta, the moon had risen. He stood at the edge of the village. His face was painted with garish colors that outdid the MANUEMA's, and his body was smeared with a phosphorescent substance. His mighty figure, luminous in the sable night, looked for all the world like that of some strange jungle god as he walked boldly into the camp and approached the fire.
Who approaches the fire of the MANUEMA's?
I am the god of Kenyatta.
You are a false god. I fear not your anger.
My anger is mighty. Unless you do as I say, I shall destroy all of you, and your village as well.
No, mighty witch doctor. Do not anger him. He is the god of the volcano. His body gleams like the moonlight. Last night, his voice came like thunder, and he killed 2 of our men.
He killed them by a rope. I found it this morning. And his voice thundered through a hollow log I also found. He is a faker. Capture him, men of MANUEMA.
Wait! I give you one more chance. Unless you untie the boy, I shall produce the sign I promised you last night. And it shall mean death.
Take him. The boy dies. And so does this defiler of our God.
Stop! Put no hand on me. You see this bit of powder?
Aye.
I toss it into the ceremonial fire. So. That is the sign of Kenyatta.
It means nothing. Take it.
Oh, it is the sign of Kenyatta. Even now he prepares to wreak his anger upon you. Listen.
It is true. The volcano erupts. Kenyatta shall kill us all.
Flee, men of MANUEMA. The mighty volcano sends its messengers of death.
The lava. It is coming down the mountain. Run! Run! Run!
The molten lava sprang from the volcano and rushed down on the village below. Native huts and fences and trees and rocks were swept away in the boiling inferno of fury that leaped forward. And all were killed, save only the godlike creature who ran with the speed of Bara, the deer. Beneath one arm, he held a small, frightened native boy. And when he put him down at last, it was high on the hilltop from which the molten death had flowed.
Oh, Dargo. Oh, Dargo.
I am all right now, Mama Morgana. Why you cry?
I cry from happiness.
You are unhurt, Nagama?
The flow went in the direction of the village. But when will this tide of destruction we started stop?
Even now it stops. The rumble you hear is not of the volcano. It is thunder.
The rain! The blessed rain!
Shaken from the sky by Kenyatta's might. The fruits and the grain will grow again.
You see, Nagama. Dogo told you Tarzan could bring the rain.
We'll return to tell you about the next story of Tarzan in just a moment. In our next story, we relate Tarzan's experience when he forsakes the jungle for the city of OMDURMARA. OMDURMARA, hardly a dot on the map of Sudan, but the most important center for the thieves and outlaws and murderers of equatorial Africa, and the home of one of the most fascinating and deadly beauties of all times. Our story is called Tarzan and the Siren of OMDURMARA.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the siren of OMDURMARA.
Like Tarzan's jungle, the tiny city of OMDURMARA was deep in equatorial Africa. But there the resemblance ended, for civilization had tarnished the splendor of nature. The city included a miserable collection of native huts, the wide, sprawling, and dirty official buildings, a crumbling jail, the sand-breached palace of the Pasha, a few nondescript homes and cheap hotels, and Sudan's most infamous street.
Allah is most great. Allah is most great. Allah is most great.
From the whitewashed minaret of a mosque, the muezzin summoned the faithful to prayer. But a lone rider, his Bedouin robes flying, disregarded the surah as he galloped up to the real heart of the city, the Café Bal Oriental, standing in solitary splendor at the foot of the Street of Thieves.
You there! Take my horse. I should hold the reins, Effendi, but we must make ourselves prostrate upon ground. Why? It is time of evening prayer. Ibn al-Suman cares nothing for prayers. I have business in the Café Bal Oriental. Make fast my steed and have the door open for me. Will be as you say, master.
Arms, mighty sheik. Give this lowly Arab a small bakshish.
I have neither patience nor money for beggars. Out of my way.
Oh, 1,000 times 1,000 curses on you.
You should not kick crippled beggar, Effendi. Am I to be taught manners by a Nubian slave? I meant no harm, master. I meant only it is bad luck. Ibn al-Suman makes his own luck. Have the door of the cafe open for me. At once, master. And please not tell my mistress I offend thee. The door. Open the door of the Café Bal Oriental for the great Sheikh, Ibn al-Suman. Ah, the music of the Orient and the perfume of rich incense. This is more like it. Have the barman pour a drink for me. At once, Effendi. It better be at once. I'm getting tired of being treated like an untouchable. I have to beg my way into this brocaded den, and once I am here,
You are here, aren't you, Ibn?
Julnar, I did not think you were in.
But one always knows when you are present.
I didn't mean to cause a fuss, but after all, I've crossed half the desert to see you. And it's harder to get in here than it is to rob a caravan of 100 camels.
Keep your voice down, my handsome one. Even inside my cafe, we do not advertise our means of making a livelihood.
Sorry.
If you would forego your drink, we could talk more freely in my quarters.
You know I'd forsake 1,000 drinks to be with you, Golden One. Go ahead, Julnar. I follow in the wake of your tiny jeweled slippers.
Did you bring gifts for me, Ibn?
Come over to this table here, Julnar. There. Gold and necklaces and rings and brooches. Fit even for such a queen as thou, Julnar.
They look as if they would bring a good price in the thieves' market.
In the thieves' market? Are my gifts to you to be sold along with the offerings of your other suitors?
Why not?
Why not? Because I've risked my neck to bring these baubles for you to wear. Have you not promised to give your love to the man who brings you jewelry fit to grace your great golden beauty?
And do you think these trinkets are worthy of my beauty?
These trinkets on this table are worth a fortune.
Oh, you did try, Ibn, and I'm grateful. But the man who wins me must bring me a jewel like the great star sapphire that rests in the forehead of the god of the Karmikas.
You expect me to rob the idol of a jungle tribe thousands of miles from here?
The man who wins my love must be willing to make an effort. There are others who would try. Darcy, the undersecretary of the French consulate. DeWitt, the Englishman, the American adventurer.
Stop. You do not have to reel off the names of my rivals. I'll get the star sapphire of the Karmikis for you, Julnar, even though it means facing the cannibals and the pygmies and the wild animals and the untamed white god who has bested so many raiders of the jungle.
Tarzan?
He has killed many. But he has not yet faced a man like Ibn al-Suman, who would stop at nothing to secure the key to his beloved's heart. The jewel will be yours, Julnar.
We shall return in just a moment with the story of Tarzan and the Siren of OMDURMARA. Several weeks after Ibn al-Suman's vow to obtain the star sapphire for Julnar, Tarzan's jungle paradise was suddenly disrupted. Native villages were assaulted. Great herds of elephants stampeded. Sheeta the panther and Numa the lion ran in fright. All living things screamed in terror as the savages of the Karmiki tribe rampaged in the jungle. Their hearts and their spears of war turned against their neighbors. Tarzan braved death a dozen times before he managed to gain the camp of the warring Karmiki.
Great Chief Nagako, I come because your arrows and your spears have caused terror in the jungle. This war must stop.
Nagako, long time honor name of Tarzan. But this war no business of Tarzan.
Whose business is it? Your warriors have attacked the people of many different tribes.
We search for him who has defiled our god.
Oh, someone has damaged your moon idol?
Great star sapphire of moon idol has been stolen.
What?
Temple guards strangled. Priests of Karmiki stabbed. Eye of moon god torn from forehead. Now we kill every native in jungle. That way we know we kill right one.
I understand your anger, mighty Nagako. But your desire to kill everyone so that you know you've had vengeance on him who is guilty does not speak well for the honor of your people.
We have no honor until Eye of Moon God is back.
Perhaps Tarzan can help you recover the sapphire. I know many secrets of the jungle taught to me by the apes who raised me, secrets not even known to the mighty people of Karmiki. I shall help you if...
Nagako welcomes Tarzan as brother. He puts around your throat Karmiki necklace that bears feather of eagle, claw of tiger, ivory of bull elephant. It is symbol of brotherhood.
I shall wear it proudly. But you embarrass me, Nagako. I started to say I shall help you if you agree to stop the war until we find out who is guilty of the theft and the murders.
Nagako agree.
Tell your warriors, and then take me to your temple. We will follow the trail from there, and death be to him who has robbed my brothers of the Karmiki. This is the sacred room?
Nadeo, and there our God with great eye gone. Until moon gods see, evil spirits possess our children.
The priests who were killed, they met their death in this room?
Nadeo, they die at entrance. Many signs of struggle with robbers. Nagako think maybe it was Waziri of Marwa tribe, or perhaps a Punya.
Did your priests wear garments of silk?
Silk? No. Only simple dress of animal skins.
And yet there is a thread of silk caught in the rough timber of the doorframe. Neither the Marwas nor the Punyas know anything of silk.
Indeed, that is right.
You say they died by the knife.
Strange knife. Made only small wound.
Look, in the wall back of the idol. Do you see that hole?
Indeed.
Your priests died from the bullets of the Tarmangani's thunderstick.
So...
Outside the temple in the clay, I found the impression of a leather sole, yet there was no mark of a hard heel as worn by a European. And on that beam there is the thread of silk.
What Tarzan say true, but what it mean?
The defiler of your temple and the thief who stole the star sapphire is an Arab.
But no Arab ever learned about Jewel of Moon God.
One Arab did, and we're going to find him.
And so began a long trek for Nagako, chieftain of the Karmiki, and for Tarzan, lord of the jungle. At times, the spoor of the fleeing Arab and his followers grew faint, but always there was a footprint in the clay, a man-broken branch of a tree, a discarded fragment of equipment, or a message about the enemy relayed on the talking drums of the jungle. And then, suddenly, near an abandoned French outpost, the trail was lost.
If only there was someone living in these old buildings now, they might be able to tell us something.
Many footsteps here. Not tell which are Arabs.
Well, some of them lead down to that siding of the Kasalu Railroad. But if the thief boarded a train, there's no telling where he may have gone.
What we do?
I don't know. Maybe if we get out of this broiling sun, we may be able to think better.
This end building. Look best.
That thatched roof has been on there for many years, but it does look in better condition than the others. Well, let's go in. I guess it's been a long time since anyone ever lived in this old...
Bonjour, messieurs. Bienvenue.
We thought... Or the wind was against us. We could not tell.
Entrez-vous, s'il vous plaît.
We thought the French had long since deserted this outpost.
Oh, monsieur is correct. But Henri Duval is a sentimentalist. For 20 years I am attaché here. I come here as a young man. It is my first appointment. Although political changes send my countrymen away, I remain. I am a sentimentalist. Now, come in and have a seat.
Santa.
How do you exist here, Monsieur Duval?
I own a bit. The engineer of the Castle Railroad bring me a gift of ammunition every Bastille Day. And there are berries and fruit. I would gladly share my simple dinner with you. Visitors twice within the same number of days. I am too lucky.
You have visitor yesterday?
The handsome Arab on his way home to the arms of his beloved.
An Arab, eh? Did you happen to learn his name?
Mais oui. He was Ibn al-Suman, a romantic cavalier with a romantic story.
Well, what we would like to know
it
is that...
It seemed the object of his affection has never given her heart to any man, and she has never worn any piece of jewelry.
Oh, that's very interesting, but
Long ago, she has swear only to wear a jewel that can match her beauty. Someday, someone give her a jewel she liked, and she will wear it. And he who has given her the token will be the chosen one. Now, Ibn al-Suman returned home with a great jewel.
The jewel? You saw it? It was a star sapphire?
Mais oui, it was the size of an eagle egg and as brilliant as la lune.
As brilliant as the moon.
I have moon god.
Is that not a charming story? Henri Duval like a thrilling love story. He's a sentimentalist.
In what direction was the Arab headed? Where was he going?
But I have told you, to the home of his beloved.
Yes, where?
He traveled east to the city of OMDURMARA.
Incredible as it seems, Ibn al-Suman had been in OMDURMARA but a few days when Tarzan and Nagako emerged from the jungle and made their way toward the center of the city. But once again, the path ahead was clouded with questions. Where in this maze of city dwellings lived the enemy they sought? They wandered down the tortuous street of thieves and past the Café Bal Oriental as they pondered the question.
Would be dangerous to ask too many questions.
If they find Nagako, his free man, might try to take him slave.
Do not become separated from me, Nagako. If anyone should...
Mighty men of the jungle, give this lowly Arab a small bakshish.
We are sorry, but we have no coin of your country.
Perhaps that jungle necklace you wear. In the marketplace, it would bring the price of a bowl of millet meal and sour pap.
A tribal necklace.
It is of little intrinsic value, my friend, but it means much to me. Oh, wait, I just remembered. I have a few francs forced upon me by a sentimental Frenchman. They are yours. Here.
Oh, 1,000 blessings on the white jungle man. Would that this humble servant of Allah could do you service.
Perhaps you can. Can we trust you not to make loose talk?
My lips can be like those of the mighty Sphinx.
Good. We seek one named Ibn al-Suman. Do you know him?
You are friends of his?
We enemies.
He has other enemies. He is a man who kicks beggars, who brings upon himself 1,000 times 1,000 curses.
Then you do know him. Can you lead us to where he lives?
By Allah, I can. But if you are enemies, we had best wait until nightfall. Tomorrow night, perhaps.
Why not tonight?
Tonight he gives a great party. Today in the bazaar he received a sapphire necklace from a goldsmith who mounted the jewel for him.
Yes?
And tonight at the party he presents the costly bauble to the woman of his heart.
If you will lead us, we will attend this party.
As Allah is my witness, I warn you, he uses the scimitar with cunning skill. His guards are legion. And he would as casually snuff out your life as another man would put out a candle. Yet, if it is your will to go tonight, by Allah, I shall lead you.
We'll return in just a moment to our story of Tarzan. In the distance, the blue Nile shimmered like a ribbon of silk in the moonlight, and the whitewashed minaret of the mosque gleamed like a skeleton finger. Limping his way back to the street of thieves, a crippled beggar smiled, because perhaps tonight Ibn al-Suman would reap the result of his curses. And outside the wall that surrounded the palatial palace of the sheik,
Two men of the jungle crouched in the shadows.
Why we wait, Tarzan? Why not fight way in? Take Sapphire, kill enemy.
I hope to live to return to the jungle. As the midnight hour approaches, the guards grow less wary. Even now, they're becoming dull from too much food and wine.
Throw rope ladder on wall now?
Yes. Try to throw it in the most shadowed place. Good throw.
Climb wall now?
Yes, be careful of your footing, Nagako.
Me careful.
Follow me now. Be very quiet now, Nagako.
My guests, I have invited you to this party for a very special purpose. As many of you know, the beautiful Julnar has never deigned to wear any manner of jewelry. But tonight, Ibn al-Suman shall tempt Julnar with a prize beyond compare.
I hope the fabled jewel is worthy of your speech, Ibn.
Believe me, it is my Julnar, and when you see it, you will accept the jewel and me.
Let's see it.
Where is it?
Behold, the star sapphire of Karmiki.
Ibn, it's magnificent. Ibn, watch out! Savages leaping from the wall there.
Thieves! At the men, No, you cannot take Sapphire. The black one has it.
He's fleeing over the wall. He's escaped.
Get the white one before he reaches the top. The guns. A mighty shot. His blood stains the top of the wall. We will comb the forest for the black one who has the jewel. The white one we will find dead on the other side of the wall.
Good morning, Effendi. I tie up your steed for you.
Be quick about it, Rehan. I must see your mistress at once.
Mem Sahib Julnar not in. She has gone to Bazaar.
Then never mind tying my horse, Nubian. I shall return later.
Effendi, did you catch jewel thief?
No, but we will. I have twice 200 men encircling the city. He will not get far.
But at least your bullets killed white man of jungle.
I do not know. It was less than a minute until my men had reached the spot where he dropped. But the body was gone.
Gone? Poor Ibn al-Suman. He will be laughingstock of city.
I will not be laughed at by you, slave. Guard your tongue or you will feel my scimitar.
There you are, Rehan. Did you not know I sent for you?
I was just coming, Mem Sahib. May I be of service?
You can tell me what mystery transpires here.
Mystery?
Last night you were in attendance when I went to the party in my honor. After the skirmish, the body of the handsome white thief we believed dead was missing. And so were you.
I was confused by battle. I ran to woods.
Stopping here at the cafe only long enough to steal bandages and medicine and food. Is that not true, Rehan?
It true, Mem Sahib.
Unless you lead me to the place where you have hidden this tall white man, I will have you turned over to Ibn al-Suman and beaten.
If you will come alone, I will lead you to his hiding place.
You wake up, Tarzan.
It is dark. You are Nagako?
Me, Nagako. We in cave. Tarzan unconscious many hours.
Yes, I remember. The bullet in my side.
No try move. Bullet removed. Side bandage.
But how did you get me to this cave? Where is it?
Not far from OMDURMARA. Me got jewel. Then look back. Tarzan not there. Me turn round. Native dragging Tarzan toward woods. Nagako carry Tarzan to cave native knows. Then he goes away. Comes back with medicine, food, bandage.
He must be a brave man. Who is he?
Name Rehan. He's traitor to Karmiki.
He's a Karmiki?
Long ago he taken slave. He tell mistress and Ibn al-Suman about Eye of Moon Idol. That's how Arab know about jewel.
But why did he tell?
Shh. Someone come. Who come?
It's Rehan, great chieftain.
Rehan and woman. Why you bring woman?
I forced him to bring me.
Woman forced you. You call self Karmiki. Speech and dress have changed. And heart too.
Rehan, I always thought you were from Nuba. You are a Karmiki, and this is a Karmiki chief?
Me, chief of Karmiki. But him not Karmiki now.
Great Chief Nagako, it's true I told about Jewel. And it's true also I knew Alsuman would steal it. But it only so you and your men would follow him to OMDURMARA. I planned to help recover Jewel and return home to my people. It was my only way of escaping from slavery. I have helped you. Please take me back with you.
Rehan caused death of temple guards and priests. Cannot take you home.
Please.
I won't let you go, and he won't take you, Rehan. Enough of this. Where is the wounded white man?
In dark corner there. But you...
And you are the fool who risked your life for a jewel.
It was my life that I risked. I did not gamble another's to satisfy my vanity.
You insolent savage.
My wounded side keeps me from turning so that you may slap the other cheek. So you are the woman for whom men steal and brave death.
No man has ever dared to talk to me that way.
Perhaps no man has ever seen you in your true colors. Nowhere in the jungle is there an animal as cruel and as ruthless as you.
Why, you...
In the animal kingdom, the female cares for the young and tends the male when he is injured. And yet I suppose you think yourself superior to the hyenas and the apes.
I've had to struggle all my life for what I've got. No one ever cared for me, and I've never cared for anyone.
That is plain. Otherwise you would not have put the price of a jewel on your love. I doubt that he who wins it will find your love worth the price.
You speak bravely for one who lies helpless. I could give your hiding place away.
And will you?
No. I shall remain here and nurse you back to health.
Week after week, Julnar did nurse Tarzan, though their relationship was most strange. Neither Tarzan nor Nagako, who refused to return home without his white brother, trusted the siren of OMDURMARA. And although Julnar brought nourishing foods and medicines to the cave, she never smiled at the man who had spoken roughly to her that first day. It seemed as though her only purpose was to prove Tarzan's first estimate of her wrong.
Rehan, bring the jug to Tarzan's couch.
A couch made of rock. At least your pampering won't make me too soft.
This jug, Memsad.
Here, some rich broth. It will strengthen you.
I have no appetite for invalid's food.
You must gain strength. Even now, Ibn al-Suman watches me with suspicion. You must leave soon.
No, another few days, and perhaps I can.
The Arabs, Al-Suman and 3 of his men, they approach the cave.
So, Julnar, after all this pretense, you did lead them to us.
I swear I did not. They must have followed me.
I'm sorry. Yes, that was unkind of me to suspect you. If we escape, will they wreak vengeance on you?
I can manage Ibn.
All right, then we must leave at once. Nagako, we must attack before they know what we're about. And then we must make for the jungle before more Arabs join them. Help me up.
Tarzan too weak to fight.
I am too strong to lie here and be killed. And the eye of the moon god must be returned to Karmiki.
Is so. Here, I help you up.
My knife? Here it is.
Take me with you, Nagako. Take me back to my people.
They kill you because of priests and guards. Stay here. They come.
We will not die without a struggle.
There they are. At the men.
Oh, I cannot look, Rehan. Tell me what happened.
The Arabs are no more, Memsad. And Tarzan and Nagako head for edge of jungle.
Gone.
They would not take me back to my people.
Memsad, your necklace of Karmiki.
It was Tarzan's. In the rush, he forgot to take it with him.
But you say, if you ever put on jewel or necklace...
It would mean that I had accepted a gift and the love of a man. As those two disappear into the jungle, Rehan, we both lose something we love and can never have again.
return in just a moment with a word about our next story. It does not shine like gold, nor gleam like diamonds, but men have traveled the world looking for it. They have plunged into the bowels of the earth seeking it, and almost every time it is found, it brings war and suffering and death. For the first time, it is discovered in the heart of the jungle, and this time, too, it brings death and drama in the story Black Gold of Africa, which we relate in our next story.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and directed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all times, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Black Gold of Africa.
It formed a strange picture, that curious admixture of modern and ancient in a corner of Saudi Arabia. Oil derricks of modern steel dotted the horizon as far as the eye could see. But huddled beneath the metal skeletons, there lay a city as old as the Orient. Curio dealers leaned against their carts. Beggars dozed in shadowed doorways. The city drowsed with the indolence of Asia. A few men in soiled white linen lounged on the piazza in front of the land office. Suddenly, its door flew open. A man darted out. Others followed, their guns blazing as they pursued the lone figure down the winding street.
In here, Governor. Thanks. They almost got me. The swine.
There they go. I don't know about this place, Governor.
You saved my life. That is something one does not expect from a stranger.
You're no stranger to me, Governor. I've been waiting all day for you. But for a minute I thought you might head the other way when they chased you. I knew they'd be chasing you.
Who are you? And just what do you know?
Pardon me for skipping the introductions. Name's Herbert Graves, Governor. And, of course, you're the Honourable Alexis Varren. Only there's some gents in this town don't think you're so honourable.
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean, some folks don't think it's cricket to take money from one government to develop oil fields and then sell out to another government.
You know too much. For 2 cents,
I won't fire that gun, Governor. Your friends would be back this way before you knew I'd hit you.
Hey, what's at the back of your mind? You said you've been waiting here for me all day. Why?
Well, I figured you might need some help, matey. And Herbert Graves is always one to help a friend. For a price.
And what is your price?
You'll find out, matey. And you better go along with Herbert Graves' little plan, or I'll yell copper faster than you can go through a pound note at the Savoy Bar.
It's crazy, I tell you. I don't know anything about gold mining.
You're an engineer, ain't you?
Yes, but I've spent my whole life in the oil industry.
Yes, I know, Governor. But you've got money and you know engineering. If you won't join me, you're going to join your maker. I can make a tidy sum turning you over to the government. And don't you forget it.
Yeah. When do we leave?
That's better. We leave tonight, Governor. We take the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden, and then we go along the African coast until we reach Mombasa.
We buy our equipment there and then head for the Middle Congo.
The Middle Congo?
That's right, matey. And now that you're showing sense, I'll let you see the map. Yeah, this is where they say there's gold.
The southern part of French Equatorial Africa.
Yeah.
That's Tarzan's country.
Tarzan? Never heard of a bloke with that name.
I have. He killed my brother.
He did? What's it now?
My enthusiasm for your venture increases now, Mr. Graves. Perhaps you can find your gold, and I can avenge my brother's death.
Blimey, I don't want to get mixed up in no killings.
If I'm any judge of character, you're no stranger to crime. I'll help you find the gold, all right, and you'll help me kill Tarzan, if I need any help.
Now, look, Governor,
I really don't expect to need you. Actually, there are two things I know a great deal about. Oil and murder.
We shall return to our story in just a moment. High in the upper level of jungle growth, Tarzan rested in the crotch of a tree, watching the amusing antics of the monkeys. The Manus always delighted him. He smiled broadly and filled his lungs with the warm, sweet air of spring. Suddenly he tensed. In that air was the scent of the gomangane, the scent of a native, perhaps an unfriendly one. He swung from tree to tree until he was directly over the spot from which the scent had come, and then he dropped to the ground.
It's you, Nagama. At first I feared enemies.
We're Nagama enemy. She could not have been frightened more.
Oh, I'm sorry I frightened you. But I hardly expected to find a woman roaming in the jungle alone.
Nagama had to come alone, Tarzan.
You had to come alone? Why?
If Punya chief and warriors find Nagama looks for Tarzan to help in time of trouble, they're much angry.
But I've always been happy to help the Punyas.
Punyas proud people, Tarzan. Not like to come running to White Brother with problems.
Nothing's wrong with Torgo.
No, Nagama's son as well as rest. But all of Punyas have trouble. Since great dry spell, Kaffir corn grows poorly. Kerlo the cow gives little milk, and the people need many things.
But surely the jungle abounds in fruit and game and all else you require.
That not enough. Missionaries teach us use of white man's medicine and books and other things. And to have these, Punyas must have money.
Oh, money causes real troubles, Nagama. But if you really want it, well, why do you not dig the gold that Tamangani everlastingly seeks?
Gold deep in caves. Cannot dig without much expensive tools. Sent sample to mining company in White Man City. No message is returned.
It is well that the Tamanganis did not answer your message. Still, you have a problem, and Tarzan will attempt to help you solve it.
Tarzan guided Nagama as far as the edge of the Punya's village, and then he returned to his lair. As night fell, he turned his eyes to the sky, searching for an answer to the problem of his black brothers. And then suddenly all thoughts of the Punyas were forgotten as a fresh scent assailed his nostrils. Close at hand was the Tarmangani.
According to your precious map, my friend, this is about the spot we're looking for. But there's nothing here but tangled reeds and rocks.
The natives would have guided us to the spot if you hadn't been such a pinch penny.
It is easy for you to speak about spending another's money.
You'd be getting half of it, Governor.
Half of what? Half of the myth you swallowed in some rotten dive in Mombasa.
It's here, I tell you. Somewhere in this bloody section there's enough gold to...
Shut up, you fool. Shouting that word loud enough for everyone in the Congo to hear.
What's got into you, Governor? Got off your nerves like you had a bobby on each side of you pushing you through the gates of Old Bailey. There's no one around here to hear me.
You're wrong, Tamangani. So, you have come to seek gold in Tarzan's jungle.
Oh, blimey, that's the bloke you told me about.
Keep quiet.
What did he tell you?
I told him something of your unusual reputation for justice, Tarzan. I said that before we made any move, we must contact you.
Why should the Tamanganis who come to this jungle to steal gold have need to contact me?
It's this way, mighty.
Quiet. Yeah. I will explain. Tarzan, your choice of the word steal is ill-advised. We plan to make a proper arrangement with the natives of the district. If we can locate gold, we will enlist their help and share the profit.
You mean you'd pay them money?
Exactly. We contribute mining skill and equipment, and they will furnish the land and the labor. Is that not fair?
Yes, it is. Seldom have I heard white men speak as honestly. I'm sorry that I misjudged you at first.
Think nothing of it, Governor. We all make mistakes.
It so happens that this is the land of the Punyas. If you find gold here, they will welcome the opportunity of working for you and of receiving recompense.
And, of course, we will not forget Tarzan.
I have no need of money. But the Punyas are my friends, and I will do everything with my power to help them. And you.
We thank you. Allow me to introduce my friend, Mr. Graves, Tarzan. And I am Alex Schneider. Yes, Schneider.
All the caves for you, matey.
Just ahead. Are you tired?
Not if there's gold in them caves, I ain't.
That I do not know. But the cave from which the Punya sent the sample is among them. Nagama does not remember which one.
Well, that's a fine idea, too, ain't it, Governor?
Huh?
I said that's a fine idea, too, ain't it?
I'm sorry. I was not paying attention to your conversation. I was observing the shale-like quality of the soil around the rocks.
Huh? You think there's gold in it?
Gold? No.
And I'm not interested in that.
Well, here's something you are interested in, Mr. Graves.
The cave. Hidden behind all them bushes. Say, it's mighty dark in there.
I have my flashlight with me.
Oh, a single flashlight will do little good in the great darkness of the cave. But I anticipated the need for light. Last night I left these torches soaking in this pool.
You're going to light them and you left them soaking overnight in water? Are you deaf, man?
No, this is not water, my friend. This is the liquid the natives call alul, light water. It makes the torches burn more brightly. Here, I will light them.
Say, they give a fine light. Smelly, though.
Here, you'll each carry one. Then if there is gold within the caves, you shall be able to tell. Come on. Walk carefully. Your boots cannot grasp the rock as easily as my bare feet.
Right spooky, ain't it, Governor?
Huh? Yeah.
Well, what you say? Think there's any gold?
Huh? Well, I'll have to look. Bring your torches over by the wall here.
Have a good look, Professor. Herbert Graves knows if there's gold. You're the man to find it.
In a way, I hope there is no gold. And yet the Punyas think they need money.
Oh, they'll get a slew of it, they will. We'll treat them fair and square, we will.
I depend on that.
Well, Professor, have you seen anything?
Not much.
Well, speak up, then. Is there any gold? Is there now?
Some.
Now, where are you going, Governor?
I have seen enough. Let us leave this unpleasant hole in the earth.
Where's he gone, Governor?
Off to sleep in some tree somewhere, you fool.
Yeah, I thought he'd never leave us alone. Well?
Well, what?
Well, what, he says. It barely makes it out of Saudi Arabia. We have the devil's own time buying that equipment in Mombasa. We lose our lives almost a dozen times in the jungle. And for what? For gold. Is there any gold in that cave?
I said there was some.
Oh, you did you? Well, that was nice of you, Governor. Yet that you hardly bothered to look at the bloomin' cave. Too high and mighty you are.
Be quiet. And let me tell you something, Herbert Graves. We are not in civilization now, and you will not be able to inform on me. If you bellow at me once more, I will kill you as well as Tarzan.
I didn't mean no harm. All I wanted to know is, well, we might have found.
Unless I'm sadly mistaken, the gold in this section wouldn't say $5 a ton. Until we transport it to the coast, it would be worth no more than sawdust.
Oh, no, Governor. Oh, you're pulling my leg, huh? It ain't true.
It is true. There is none of the gleaming gold you seek here. But the country is rich in black gold.
Black gold?
It is the name that men in the petroleum industry use for crude oil.
You mean there's oil here, Governor?
Great surface pools of it. It was in rich oil that Tarzan soaked those torches. Even you noticed the odor and the smoke as it burned.
Well, my God's rich.
You know what I saw in the smoke from those torches?
What'd you see, Governor?
Great pipelines through the jungle to Pointe Noire. A fleet of tankers sailing from there. And here, thousands of blacks sweating in oil fields. And Alexis Varine as Lord of the Jungle.
How about Tarzan?
He will be dead. And soon.
We'll be back with the conclusion of this episode of Tarzan in just a moment. If Tarzan's respect for money was not great, the same cannot be said of the men Alexis Varine combed from the waterfront dives of half a dozen equatorial cities. For money, they temporarily deserted their favorite retreats and came to his black gold bonanza in the jungle. They were armed with pistols and bullwhips, scimitars and antiquated cutlasses. For these were the foremen who were to direct the workers recruited from among the native tribes.
Get moving, you lazy swine. You there, pick up that box of grills. I'll tell you when to rest.
How's it coming, Bo?
All right, as long as you drive them. Let up for a minute and they quit on the job. You, want me to feel a whip again?
Let him have it.
How do you like that?
You're a right-handed gent with a whip, Bo. I'll put in a good word for you with our boss.
Where is he?
His Highness has gone calling with Tarzan. Seems like there's a spot of trouble at one of the native kraals.
What have you to say to these charges, Mr. Schneider?
They are completely without foundation. The woman has made them up.
Nagama not lie. Men reach village each night dropping with exhaustion, and there are great welts across back.
Of course the men are tired. They are unused to chopping trees and clearing brush and building derricks.
Men also unused to whips.
I leave it to you, Tarzan. Have you seen any of my foremen use whips?
No. There have never been any whips used within my sight. But it seems you invent many errands for me to run so that I will not be near the camp. And there are the marks.
Perhaps it is some jungle insect or disease.
I would recognize those signs. Mr. Schneider, while I hesitate to doubt the word of you or your men, I have never known the people of Punya to depart from the truth.
Well, perhaps without my knowledge, some of my men have been...
If I obtain proof of any beatings, I shall drive every Tarmangani from the jungle. You misled me when you said it was gold for which this heavy equipment was needed. And you will not mislead me again. Does that satisfy you, Nagama?
There is one thing more. The money.
But your men are paid at the end of each day's work.
It's true, Punya's paid. Then Tarmagania follow them, hit them over the head, and steal money back.
I tell you, Tarzan, the woman is mad. These stories are fantastic.
Perhaps. But I have a plan to end this particular fantasy.
I shall be happy to cooperate in any of Tarzan's plans.
The money coming to the natives will be paid to me. I will care for it until they have need. No one will rob Tarzan, and no one will be able to find the hiding place where I will keep it.
That drilling is driving me daft, Governor.
The natives will work all night if necessary.
Sometimes I can't understand you. Having them load all these coins in this big sack, too.
That is the payroll for the natives. I expect Tarzan in for it any moment.
Are you daft, man? Why aren't you giving him paper money or gold?
Unless I decide to kill you before you learn, you may find out one of these days that I do things for a purpose.
And what bloomin' purpose can
Tarzan is taking the payroll to some secret hiding place. With this heavy sack over his shoulder, he will travel slowly enough for me to follow him. I want to know where he hides our money.
Well, I'll be beloved.
Are you in there, Schneider?
Come in, Tarzan.
You keep the men working late.
Just until number one comes through. Perhaps we will reach oil tonight. Then we can be more leisurely.
I will permit this late work one more night. Then, after this, the men will stop when Cuda, the sun, has finished his ride across the heavens.
Are you going to stand for him giving orders, Governor?
Of course. Tarzan is lord of the jungle.
I have come for the men's wages.
Everything is as agreed. There is the money in that sack.
Good. I will see you in the morning.
Is the sack heavy, matey?
Not very. Good night.
The bloomin' braggart, not heavy, he says. Why'd you do him in while we had him inside?
Never underrate the enemy, Mr. Graves, and never make an impulsive move. I have been waiting for a heaven-sent opportunity. I will continue to wait until it comes. I shall follow Tarzan now, and if I am lucky, the opportunity might come. Tonight.
Although Tarzan had scoffed at the weight of the sack, it grew heavy even before he had reached the outer edge of the clearing that the Tarmangani had carved in the virginal forest. Abandoning his plan to travel by the upper level, he made his way slowly through the dense vegetation, and behind him, against the wind, stalked Alexis Varon, the man who was waiting for an opportunity. But the killer who stalked Varon had no intention of waiting. Numa, the lion, was hungry for the meat of man.
Help! 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 I'm coming! I'm coming! Help, Tarzan! Help! 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 Help!
Tarzan! Tarzan! Watch out, Tarzan! He's creeping away from you!
Knife him again! Good! Knife him again! Again! Again!
That will teach him. What are you doing, Tarzan? Why do you put your foot on him? He's dead. Anyway, I picked up a rock to use as a weapon in case you had any more trouble. There. That takes care of you, Tarzan. You see, as it turned out, my dear friend, the rock also proved effective against you. Pleasant dream.
Bloody well spat it off half an hour ago and it's flooded off the valley.
Have you kept it the way I told you?
I couldn't do that, Governor. It was coming too fast. But we've got the natives digging trenches and mud holes to hold it back.
Good.
Everything in sight is soaked with oil. You smell it? One of these fine days I'll be riding down Park Lane in a bloomin' Rolls Royce.
That's a long way off, Graves. We have much to do. But the first order of business is for you to take a couple of the men and follow me into the jungle. I want you to carry Tarzan back to our hut.
Carry him back? What happened?
A lion attacked me and Tarzan pounced on it and killed it. While he was going through some ritual of baying to the moon, I brought him down with a rock. Later, I'll kill him.
You're still going to kill the blighter after what he done for you?
This is the opportunity I spoke of.
Well, if you're going to do him in, why not do it where he is, and now?
If I fired a gun in the forest, every native within earshot would come running. As soon as the oil is controlled, you can send the natives home. Then I can avenge my brother's death.
Why have you bound me and brought me here?
I have my reasons, Tarzan.
I'll say he does, matey.
It is true, I have been positive in my orders to you, but it was only to protect the natives who are my friends. You should have no malice toward me, Mr. Schneider.
At this point, I think it is safe to reveal that my name is Varon.
Varon?
I shall turn the wick of this lamp higher. Perhaps you may observe a facial resemblance to my brother, whom you killed.
I have never killed man nor beast except in self-defense. And in your brother's case, I do not even do that. He was killed by a stampeding herd of elephants he was attempting to take back to captivity.
You killed him, and I'm going to kill you.
I attempted to save your brother. His terror made him run into the path of the elephants. I did my best to save him, but I was too late.
Explanations will do you little good now. Graves, what are you doing with my gun?
I use it on you. I don't like blokes that want to kill someone who's just saved their bloody life. And you and I reach an understanding about this oil, Tarzan.
The bargain I made in the beginning. Watch out, Graves!
You stupid fool, I'm going to... Oh, no, you don't.
Watch out, the lamp!
Fire! The whole place is going up in flames!
And oil over everything! Come on, Graves!
Graves and Barron ran for the protection of the jungle as fire enveloped everything within sight. The men in the oil fields, natives and whites, fled before the onrushing stream of liquid fire that rolled over the field. And in the cabin, Tarzan wriggled toward the flame. He held out his arms and legs until the fire bit through the thongs. His eyes blurred with pain, and his head swam. Yet he made his way through the inferno that was the burning hut. He ran across the field with all the power of his great body, faltering but a moment to pick up one white man beneath each arm. But at last, despite his heavy load and his burns, he reached the blessed protection of the damp forest.
Now you are safe, Mr. Graves and Mr. Varren.
You saved my life again. You saved Graves and me. Why?
Yeah. Why did you save us?
So that you may return to civilization and tell the Tarmangani that this is Tarzan's jungle. Tarzan's and his brothers, those with skins of ebony and those whose coats are of fur. This time I have been lenient. The next time I will not be. Go now.
Blimey. You'll never believe this back in Petticoat Lane.
We'll return in just a moment. Our next story is called Tarzan and the Coward. It might be well to ask ourselves, where does courage end and foolhardiness begin? And exactly what is cowardice? Sometimes the answers become apparent in civilized countries, but it is self-evident in a land that teems with danger and savagery and dramatic death.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Coward.
One might have searched far and wide before finding a more complete antithesis of Tarzan's jungle than the New York penthouse of stockbroker William Dudley Pembler. And yet the paths of those who occupied the Park Avenue apartment were destined to cross that of the Lord of the Jungle. Already, as Pembler's nephew Harry toyed with the highball in his hand and watched his visitor nervously, fate was designing the blueprints for the meeting.
I asked you not to come here, Scarati.
Afraid your uncle will find out you keep bad company?
No, it's not that. It's just that... See here, Scarati, I'll get the money for you.
You said that 3 weeks ago. If the old bird's so fond of you, why don't you make him come across?
He doesn't approve of gambling. I have no other way of explaining why I need $30,000. But give me 2 months, and I'll walk right into your office with the money.
Yeah, sure.
Look, my uncle and I are going on a hunting trip to Africa, and when I get back, I'll have plenty of dough.
How come?
I overheard him talking to his lawyer on the phone last night. He told him something about changing his will, and later I heard him spell my name out.
And so on this little hunting trip, you'll see that his death comes a little sooner than he expects, huh? Well, you don't have to answer that. I know your type. Only how do I know you won't decide to stay over there and welsh on your debt?
No, really I won't.
Of course, there's one thing I could do about it. I might decide to come along.
No, you can't do that in the first place. That must be my uncle now. You'll have to get out of here. I'll think of something.
There's nothing to think about. Do I come along or do Unc and I have a little talk right now?
You come along. Only don't say anything about... Good evening, Uncle.
Hello, Harry.
This is Mr. Smith. He's a big game expert. He wants to go along with us on our trip.
Well, I think there might be room for one or two more.
I'll talk it over with Mr. Pembler tonight, Mr. Smith. I'll call you in the morning.
Okay.
Well, happy to know you, Smith. Perhaps we'll be seeing each other.
Could be.
I'll show you to the door.
I can find it, Harry.
Market closed strong today, Uncle?
Pretty fair. Say, if you want this fellow Smith along, Harry, it's all right with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Forget the sir, Harry. And forget the uncle business, too. If we're going to be buddies on this big game hunt, it'll have to be strictly Harry and Bill.
Well, that's swell with me, Bill.
It might interest you to know, Harry, that I took care of something with my lawyer today.
Oh? What was that?
I signed a new will. You're now administrator of my estate.
Administrator?
It'll pay you a small fee every month, and if by any chance you outlive Billy, you'll come into the whole estate. But the important thing is that I'll have someone I feel close to managing things. You know, Harry, I feel closer to you than I do to my own son.
Oh, come on
now.
Well,
it's true. I suppose it sounds strange to hear a father talk this way, but I'm ashamed of Billy, even that name. I was never called Billy in my whole life. It does fit him, though.
I guess that's what his mother always called him.
Well, I don't want to say anything against Helen, rest her soul, but she did mollycoddle the boy.
Well, I suppose it was natural, an only child.
That's no excuse. I was an only child, and I was always small for my age, but there wasn't a kid in the neighborhood I was afraid of. I took them all on. I was captain of my high school football team. I used to box fellows that outweighed me by 30 pounds, and I used to go duck hunting when it was 10 below zero.
You haven't been hunting until you've hunted in Africa.
That's what I mean, Harry. You're not a whole lot older than Billy, but you've been everywhere and you've done things. Hunted in Africa, learned how to fly a plane, all that stuff. You've got courage and, well, let's face it, Billy's a coward.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
It's true. I finally bullied him into trying out for his high school football team this afternoon, but I know he won't make it. One scrimmage was probably enough for him.
Are you in the study, Dad?
Yes, come on in, Billy.
Hi, cuz. I don't see any black eyes.
Maybe the bruises are where they don't show, huh, Billy? How did you do with the football tryouts?
I didn't report to the field, Dad.
Oh.
Well, gee, I can't help it if I'm not interested in football and stuff like that.
No, you're not interested in anything except music and art and the debating society. I wish I knew some way to make you more like Harry here.
Bill, how about taking Billy along with us to Africa?
I don't think I'd like that, Harry.
He didn't ask you, he asked me. And I think it's a swell idea.
But I wouldn't want to fire guns and kill animals and...
The more I think about it, the better I like it. Maybe it'll make a man out of you.
That's the angle, Bill. As the expression goes, it'll either cure him or kill him.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. For some time, Tarzan had remained alone except for the company of wild beasts. And once again, he longed for the companionship of humans. His path led him in the direction of the camp of the Punya tribe. For there he would see Torgo, the small native boy who was almost like a son to him. Suddenly, he stopped short. Before him on the ground was Wapi, the antelope, a small arrow through its heart. Tarzan glanced at the feather-tipped shaft in anger, and then he hastened his footsteps until he reached the Punya village.
Torgo? Torgo!
Torgo not here, Tarzan. Go with Mother to hunt diroots.
It is well for him, Pandego, for I'm full of anger against him.
Tarzan angry against Torgo? Why?
I have considered him like a son, and yet he disregards my lessons. Just south of here, I saw Wapi, the antelope, on the ground, dead. He had Torgo's arrow in him.
Tarzan has taught Torgo to be good shooter of arrows.
I taught him so that he could kill for food or in self-defense. Not so that he could destroy lives wantonly.
Torgo, good boy.
I cannot agree that he is a good boy. I shall have to find a new son.
Tarzan's disappointment in Torgo did not lessen his desire for human companionship. Someday he would find a boy whom he could raise with his own feeling for the other denizens of the jungle. The sound of rifle fire brought his thoughts to an abrupt ending. He took to the upper level of jungle growth, and in a matter of minutes he was directly over the hunting party from New York. He crouched in the fork of a tree, listening so that he could determine the nature of these strangers.
Next time I'll get the first shot in. None of this waiting for Billy to try his hand.
Can't say that I blame you for being sore, Harry. By the time we raised our guns, the critters were out of range. Why didn't you fire, Billy?
Those trees, they were in the way.
That's a lot of hokum. You had a perfect shot.
You see, Billy, even Mr. Smith is ashamed of you.
It's no use, Dad. I just can't kill animals.
You'll learn before we leave the jungle.
There are many better things to learn.
Hey, where'd you come from?
Gee, you jumped right down from the trees, didn't you?
Hey, put that gun down, Harry. He's probably got his whole tribe with him.
I'm alone. But it's well you lower your thunderstick. I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
What do you want, Tarzan?
Were I to come to your city, you might well ask me that question. But since you've come to my land, the question is mine. What do you want?
We're just on a little hunting trip, Tarzan. We mean no harm to you or anyone else.
Oh, that is well. How old are you, boy?
Me? I'm 16, almost.
You do not like to kill animals?
No, I don't.
Do you like it here in Tarzan's jungle?
I like the forest, the wonderful birds and the flowers.
He likes the flowers and the birds. Ain't that something for a kid?
He'll learn, or he isn't any son of mine. Before we leave here, he'll bag his share of animals. I wouldn't be surprised to see him knock off an elephant or a rhino.
You are the boy's father, and you encourage him to kill?
It's none of your business, Tarzan. But it so happens that the reason we brought Billy on this expedition was to cure him of being a coward.
Dad, why do you always keep saying that?
You seem to have chosen the wrong son, Tarmangani. Or else he has chosen the wrong father.
I don't like the idea of that guy Tarzan hanging around the camp.
He's not hanging around. He told Bill off, and then he disappeared in the trees.
He hasn't left. I saw him in the distance just after dinner.
Okay, so he's around. What difference does it make?
What difference does it make? The natives are bad enough. You want a white man walking into some court in Nairobi or Mombasa to tell you how you knocked off your uncle and your young cousin in order to get their money?
No one's going to see me when I do it.
Maybe you figure on backing out. Sure taking you long enough. You better get going and soon.
I'll do it. Only I'm picking my time carefully. One of these days I'll find Bill when no one else is around.
How about the kid?
Billy? I don't even think we'll have to do anything about him. The way he keeps wandering away from camp, nature may give us a helping hand.
What do you mean?
Did you hear a leopard in the distance a little while ago?
Yeah, but I've heard lots of leopards during the last few weeks.
Sure. But they sound different when they're hungry. That means they're stalking a kill. And when I last saw Billy, he was walking in the direction of that leopard.
Almost a mile from the camp, Billy walked aimlessly, his head down, tears streaking his face. He broke off a slender shaft of bamboo and used it as a whip against the sides of his boots. Occasionally, he saw a loose rock and kicked it along until it lost itself in the dense underbrush. His mind was busy, and he had no suspicion that Sheeta, the leopard, was close at hand. The stealthy animal glided along the ground, his body a low, narrow shaft of death. The boy paused to examine a strange jungle orchid, and Sheeta crouched lower, then sprang. Before his lethal talons could rip into the boy, a huge figure hurtled from an overhanging vine, and Tarzan's knife gleamed in the moonlight as it flashed downward.
Tarzan, watch out. He's wriggling free.
He won't get away.
Oh.
There.
You killed him. What are you doing? Why did you do that?
That was the victory cry of the bull ape. When I was a baby, an ape by the name of Kayla took me from my cradle to take the place of her own baby who had died. I was raised by Kayla, and much I do is because of the things she taught me.
That's how it is with me. My dad just doesn't understand. But my mother was against fighting and hunting and that sort of thing. She taught me to love the beautiful things in life.
Of course, if you walk in the jungle alone at night, You'll not live long enough to enjoy the beautiful things of life.
I don't care whether I live or not. My father thinks I'm a coward.
Oh? Are you?
I don't know. I don't like fighting.
Well, that doesn't make you a coward. I dislike fighting, but I do fight when it is necessary to protect myself or to save the life of a friend.
I didn't thank you for saving my life.
No, words are not necessary, particularly when I saved only that for which you care so little.
Maybe I didn't exactly mean that.
No, Tarzan knows what you mean. You would like life if those around you were kinder to you. Well, there's something you could do about that. You could find new friends, a new father. Perhaps you could come to Tarzan's home as his son.
I couldn't do that. I can't leave now. My dad's in danger.
In danger?
My cousin Harry and the man he calls Smith intend to kill my father and then me.
What?
I overheard them talking one night. They didn't know I was listening. It was late. Harry called Smith by a different name, and he told him he'd pay him some money he owed him as soon as they killed Dad and me.
Well, did you tell your father this?
No. He would have said I made it up because I don't like Harry and was afraid.
Well, are you afraid?
Yes.
The admission is a sign of courage. Billy, I shall return to your camp with you. Before your cousin Harry and Smith can kill your father and you, they shall have to kill Tarzan first.
That's Dad there, standing by the fire. I guess he couldn't sleep.
Well, let's not say anything to him about what you overheard or why I've come to stay in your camp.
Dad will be glad to have you. But Harry's...
Shh, quiet.
Harry, he's sneaking out of his tent. He has his rifle with him. Look, he's pointing at Dad's back.
Stay here.
What happened? Harry, Tarzan.
I knocked his gun out of his hand before he had a chance to shoot you in the back.
Shoot me in the back? Harry? You crazy meddling fool. I saw a lion just beyond Bill. I didn't want to alarm him. I thought it might spring if he moved.
I did not catch the scent of Numa the lion. Where did the animal go?
I guess it ran off. I guess it's time for me to turn in.
I'm sure you meant well, Tarzan, but Harry certainly had no intention of shooting at me.
Are you all right, Dad?
Billy, I thought you were asleep hours ago.
I was talking to Tarzan. He'd like to join our party.
I could be most helpful as a guide, Mr. Pembler.
Good. Name your price, and I shall be happy to meet it. It's easy to see that you know this jungle better than...
I don't like it, I tell you. How can you trust a white man who lives in a jungle like some black savage?
He might be very useful.
How do you make that out?
You said something a while back about a court in Nairobi or Mombasa. I think maybe I'll visit one of those courts when I leave the jungle. I can report in great sadness that my beloved uncle and my darling little cousin have been murdered by Tarzan.
Back to Tarzan and the Coward in just a moment. And so Tarzan remained with the Pembler hunting party. Bill Pembler looked upon the jungle giant with frank admiration, Billy with open adoration, and the other two men with thinly veiled hatred.
If you know so much about this district, Tarzan, why don't you scare up some big game for us?
Yeah, how about some of them rhinoceroses?
I shall scout the countryside. They usually remain in the colder climates north of here, but perhaps I can find an isolated herd. Come, Billy. We'll see if we can locate some targets for your bloodthirsty friends.
Is it okay to go with Tarzan, Dad?
Sure. Maybe he can teach you a little bravery.
We will change that, Billy. We have two things to do now. Protect your father and change his opinion of you.
Do you think it's safe to go off and leave him with those two?
They're not alone. Last night while the camp slept, I visited the kraal of my friends, the Punyas. No less than a dozen Punya warriors watch out for your father at all times now.
Gee, you're wonderful, Tarzan.
It's good for you to think that. A son should admire his father, and a father his son. Perhaps, Billy, you may decide to remain in the jungle.
Where are we going now? To look for rhinos?
In due time. First, I shall show you my jungle, or at least a little part of it. I shall lead you over the upper level of jungle growth where the apes travel. I shall instruct you in the art of the bow and arrow. And I shall show you the hidden lagoon where I swim. You like to swim, Billy?
I've always been afraid of swimming.
Well, with Tarzan, you'll not be afraid. It's enough, Billy. True to the sun sinks in the heaven.
One more dive.
All right, one more dive.
I almost touched bottom that time.
Come on. Up you go. Here, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. Whew. Are there really pearls in the bottom of the lagoon, Tarzan?
No, not really. I first made up that story when I was persuading a little native boy to dive. Come, we better get into our clothes.
It is getting chilly. The sun goes down quickly in the jungle.
That's because we're near the equator. Here there's little dawn or dusk. Billy? Have you been near my clothes?
Near your clothes? No.
My knife has been removed from its sheath.
Tarzan and Billy dressed quickly and headed back for the camp. Tarzan's mind dwelled on the loss of his knife. It had little intrinsic value, even in the jungle. Its theft could mean only one thing. Someone intended to commit murder with the weapon and blamed Tarzan for the crime. When the camp retired that night, Tarzan took up a vigil near the tent of Bill Pembler. And what he had anticipated came to pass. Harry crept from his tent and approached that of his uncle. Tarzan's knife glistened in Harry's hand. He was about to enter the tent when his upraised arm was grasped in a grip of steel.
You savage!
Yes, I am a savage. And you represent the civilized man, eh? Perhaps savagery is best.
I'll show you.
I would not advise attacking me. That would not be courage. It would be suicide.
Look, I can explain this.
You may save your explanation. I'm sure you heard a lion about to enter the camp, and you were on your way to kill him with my knife.
I found the knife.
I know you did, in its sheath. That was courageous of you to steal it. Well, you shall have your chance to prove your courage. Tomorrow I shall lead you to the tarbuto, the white rhinoceros, the most ferocious of its kind.
Are you awake, Scoretti?
Yeah, I'm awake. Only you better remember that my name's Smith. What time is it?
It's early, but we'll be breaking camp soon to find the rhinos, and I wanted to talk to you.
What about?
About Tarzan. He's getting wise.
Has he said anything to your uncle?
No, I don't think so, but we can't risk having him around much longer. Now, I have a plan.
Oh, you and your plans.
This one ought to work.
Go on.
When and if we spot the rhinos, I'll go ahead. I'll get Bill to stick with me, and I'll make sure he lands in the path of one of those man killers.
So?
Tarzan will come running up. Now, that's where you come in. You'll be hanging back, and you'll have your telescopic sight trained on him. With those two dead, we can take care of the kid.
Maybe you got something there. Maybe you got something.
Well, we've about reached our destination. The white rhinos are near here.
I don't see nothing.
Do you see this bed of dry dust?
Looks like fine sand to me.
It is alkali. The white rhinoceros isn't really white at all. He's just a little lighter in color than the black rhino. But he loves to roll in this dust when he comes from the water.
And the alkali dust makes him look white?
That's right. When it hardens, it looks almost pure white in some lights.
Okay, that's enough of the nature study lecture. Let's get going.
I think that's very interesting, Mr. Smith. Let's not be impatient.
I'm impatient too, Bill. Let's find him.
And it's best to wait until we locate the herd by the oxpeckers.
Now, what kind of a fable are we going to hear?
I hesitate to give you another lecture, but the oxpeckers or rhino birds are the surest omens of the animal we seek. They ride on the backs of the rhinos, picking off ticks. But if we see them, make no noise, for they often warn the rhinos of the approach of the hunter.
Hey, Tarzan, would those be oxpeckers over there? Way over by that big hill?
You're developing eyes suitable for the jungle, Billy. A quiet man we must approach with caution.
I'll go ahead. Come on, Billy. Tarzan and Smith can bring up the rear.
Well, there they are.
A whole herd of them. This is worth coming to Africa for.
Come on, Bill.
Got your gun ready, Billy?
I don't think I could fire it.
Our to follow them, Smith?
I'll stay a little back and cover them with my gun in case of trouble.
Even with those 4-foot horns, the rhinos stand little chance against the Tarmangani's thunder sticks. You coming, Billy?
I'll be along soon.
We can't get a shot at them when they're half submerged in the water. Maybe if I stand on the bank, I can make one of them charge toward me. Then we can both get a good shot, Bill.
It's risky, Harry.
So's life. Come on.
Look, Harry and Dad. They're almost beside the rhinos. Where's Tarzan?
Probably got scared and took to the trees.
Look, one of them's charging Harry. Oh, he's gone down under it. The rhino's killing Harry. Oh, now it's turning on Dad. Smith, what are you doing? Where are you aiming? No, you don't.
What happened? Where am I?
You're safe in the forest, Mr. Pendley. Harry's dead, and so is Mr. Smith.
Smith, too? I don't remember what happened.
Yes, you lost consciousness. I was too late to save Harry from the rhino, but I managed to pull you away just in time.
And where was Smith?
Back in the trees, getting a good bead on you through his telescopic sight. You see, Harry and he had been plotting to kill you for a long time. Smith's real name was Scarati. He told us that and a lot more before he died.
But if he was all the way back where we left him, how did the rhinos kill him?
They didn't. Billy shot him when he saw that his father's life was at stake.
Billy, you used a gun?
Yes, Dad.
He was not afraid when it was important to fight. You see, there are all sorts of courage, Mr. Pembler. All sorts of cowardice, too. Harry was afraid to tell you he owed money, yet he possessed the type of false courage that led to his death. All his life, Scarati lacked the courage to work for an honest living. And you lack the courage to accept a son you cannot understand because he's different from you. I have invited Billy to remain here in the jungle as my son.
Do you want to stay here with Tarzan, Billy?
Well, you're my real dad, but if you don't want me...
I do want you, son. I want you, and I'm proud of you. I know now that you're as courageous as Tarzan here. And you won't have to prove it by killing animals or leaping from tree to tree.
In just a moment, we'll return to tell you about our next story. Our next story is called The Female of the Species. In the story, Tarzan acquires a new friend, a most amusing parrot, and he also acquires new enemies, a tribe of vicious female warriors who lure Tarzan to their jungle city, capture him, inflict murderous torture upon him, and prove without a doubt that the female of the species is more deadly than the male.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of the female of the species.
For once, Tarzan's life was peaceful and uncomplicated. The dread Tarmangani, the white men, had not appeared in the jungle for many moons.
Wapi the antelope, Bara the deer, and Horta the boar waxed fat, supplying fine meat. And in the fields, the Kafir corn of the Punya tribe grew tall. Tarzan remained with the Punyas, fishing and hunting and resting. His face wore a contented smile as he walked along a narrow path and entered the village. The smile broke into a broad grin as he paused before Sui, a young native girl.
Well, Suey, looks as though you have a new pet.
It's Nita.
Yes, I can see it's a bird.
It was Icona.
A green eagle? Huh? Oh, no, Suey, the bird is a parrot.
Parrot?
Yes, sometimes people teach them to talk.
Oh, Tarzan teases Sui.
No, I mean it. There aren't many around here. I might have caught one and taught it to talk myself. Let's see. Ah, yes, I thought so. This bird is a stranger to this country.
What Tarzan mean?
He's escaped from somewhere and flown here. See, he has a band about his leg.
Maybe a parrot's wedding band.
No, he looks like a bachelor to me. He has no worried expression about his eyes.
Someday Tarzan marries. Is that language a parrot?
A parrot will imitate anyone's language. I wonder what people owned him. Perhaps he comes from a Bantu tribe. Jumbo? I guess not. Maybe he was a pet at the office of the French consulate. Bonjour, Monsieur Parrot. Bonjour.
Parrot not talk.
No, I'm not ready to give up yet. He may have belonged to a Boer or an Englishman. Begroting. Hello.
Oh, he moves wings. Jumbo, you'll be growing. Hello.
Oh, if I had him for 1 month, I could teach him to say everything. Suey.
Yes, Tarzan?
Do I own anything for which you would like to trade this bird?
Oh, Tarzan can have birds. Jumbo, you'll be growing. Hello.
Perhaps you'd like this amulet of bronze.
Oh, if Tarzan want to make gift of amulet to Sui, she'd be much happy. But even without gift, parrot is Tarzan's. Sui give Tarzan anything she owns.
Oh, thank you, Suey, but the charm is yours. Here, I'll just put it around your neck myself here. Bill. Yes, Bill. That's a good name for the parrot. Can you say your name? Bill? Bill.
You'll be growing. Hello.
You know what I'm going to do, Suey? I'm going to take him with me when I leave for my seacoast cabin. By the time I return, he shall know many, many words.
Tarzan leave soon?
Perhaps when Goro the moon rises over the Congo.
Well, first see strange warrior who wait for Tarzan in jungle.
What? A strange warrior? What are you talking about, Suey?
Oh, Sui forgot. She was looking for cooking herbs when great tall stranger grabbed her arm. He say, send Tarzan to me.
Why didn't he come into the village?
Oh, he afraid of Punya warriors.
Here, you better take care of Bill for me. I shall find out the business of this great tall stranger.
Oh, be careful, Tarzan.
I shall beware of tricks. I don't like the sound of the warrior's actions. Don't worry about me, Bill. I shall be back for you. Tell me your name and your tribe. State your business with Tarzan.
Ni Mirabo, Senegalese.
A Senegalese? What are you doing here, thousands of miles from Senegal?
Mirabo's people choose him to come to Tarzan, Lord of Jungle.
I do not know your people.
Senegalese know of Tarzan. Know Tarzan strong, brave, wise. Only Tarzan can help my people in time of big trouble.
What is your big trouble?
All young men of tribe disappear one at a time. Soon, none but women, old men, and babies left.
Oh, but slave raiding has virtually been wiped out, particularly on the West Coast.
It's not slave raiders, Tarzan. Senegalese no way of slavers. No signs of struggle in forest, no horses or camels, nothing.
Well, whatever it is, it does not concern Tarzan. Talk to your government people in Dakar.
Have been to Dakar, have been to Villa Cisneros, Spanish capital of Rio de Oro near Mirabo's tribe.
Well?
They send soldiers, not find anything.
And how do you expect me to find anything?
You, Tarzan.
I would like to help you, but I've had many injuries lately. I hesitate because of the trek of thousands of miles required to reach your country.
Boat waits at Lagos to take Mirabo and Tarzan to Senegal. If Tarzan not come, no longer he be called Lord of Jungle.
I shall come, Mirabo. Not to keep my title, but your respect.
We shall return to Tarzan in just a moment.
Wind blows. Look like much trouble.
We'll be docking within the hour. Surely the storm will not attack that quickly.
Mirabo not think of ship in storm. He think of people in his village. Often during storm, Kahali's spirits steal our young men.
You said you didn't know who stole your young men. Who or what is this Kahali spirit?
Only name, Tarzan. People not know what or who it is. Only that often in storm, Usha, the wind, sing in new voice. And when storm has gone too is Senegalese warrior.
You're sure the wind sings in a new voice? What is this nonsense you speak, Mirabo?
Mirabo speak with straight tongue. Song of Usha, sweet and strange, like voice of angel. Angel of death.
We will not speak of it again. I cannot afford to be misled by your tribal superstitions. As soon as we've disembarked, we will go immediately to the district where the Kahali spirit steals your warriors.
First, Tarzan come to Senegal village for welcome feast.
There will be time enough for feasts and celebrations when the Kahali is no more.
It's good road, no, Tarzan?
Yes, for our country, this road is fine. Clay is hard-packed. Yet, despite the work of cutting through the jungle growth, I always feel more comfortable when there is no path.
As Tarzan and Mirabo travel north, path disappear.
Tijikja was the last city we passed?
One village Ata remained before we reach border of Rio de Oro.
And you believe the Kahali lies in that direction?
Strange song of Kahali come from there.
If only you would stick to facts instead of relying on your imagination. What was that?
What was what?
That strange, far-off sound.
Mirabo hear nothing. Was Tarzan's imagination.
There. I heard it again.
Mirabo heard nothing.
Perhaps Tarzan's hearing is more acute. I guess I heard the call of the Kahali.
But if the strange music had not been a mere figment of Tarzan's imagination, at least it was heard no more that night nor the next. The last outpost of civilization, the tiny city of Atar, was left behind. Mile after mile of tangled forest was traversed, and then suddenly Mirabo's eyes were fixed and glassy.
No, Mirabo, don't look like that. Mirabo, don't let it get you under its spell.
I come, Kahali.
Mirabo!
I come, Kahali.
I'll catch you, Mirabo. I'll run after you until my legs desert my body.
But although Tarzan ran with all his might, he could not overtake the entranced Mirabo. His legs ached from the running. His body was wet with heat and exhaustion. His tongue was swollen from thirst. And as he staggered on, the strange, beckoning call echoed in his ears, dinned in his brain, blotting out all else until Mirabo was forgotten, and only the haunting melody existed. And as night descended on the Congo, the voice of Kahali finally led Tarzan to a small orchid-strewn clearing with a babbling spring.
Water. Wonderful water. On an urn. A wonderful silver urn. The water is as clear as a shaft of moonlight. Good. Sleepy. Tarzan is so sleepy. Over there, that soft bower of sweet-smelling boughs and moss.
¿Cómo parece fuerte?
He very strong.
Señor Tarzan y también muy guapo.
Sí, he is very handsome.
Leo Moreno.
Silencio. It is agreed that he is strong and handsome and has bronze skin. But we must bind him quickly and carry him within the walls of our fortress.
He's no hurry. King Goliola of my tribe make him sleep long.
It is a powerful opiate. But according to the stories, this Tarzan has the strength of 100 men. And he may awaken soon.
Not awaken from Kingo Awakiosa.
Silencio. Consuelo del Vades has spoken. The prisoner is to be bound and carried to the temple of justice.
Tarzan, is you?
Rabo.
Yes, Buana. I cannot move. They have me Rabo in chains.
I will come to you. I also am in chains. And our prison is of heavy stone.
How long has Tarzan been here?
I don't know. I was just awakened by your groans. Or perhaps they were my own. My head swims even now.
Tarzan and Mirabo drugged with powerful Kingo of Wakioka, Mirabo think.
But the Wakioka are many moons from here. They are friendly to Tarzan.
Us not prisoners of Wakioka, the snake man, though they everywhere in Africa. We prisoners of Kahali.
Well, now we have some idea of how they lure their victims with some strange melody and then drug them. Perhaps we can find out the secret of their music and their ways. And what they have done with your men. If we live long enough to find out.
Someone comes. This woman.
With man in chains, woman is his equal. I would not attempt to escape.
We are hardly likely to run away with these heavy chains and great locks securing us. What do you want with Mirabo and Tarzan?
The Senegalese is to remain here. You are to come to our trial chamber, Tarzan.
A trial chamber?
See?
I shall come willingly.
When you stand before the court, Tarzan, I would advise you to be careful in your speech. There are some who would have you live, but a few hasty words would change that.
What do you mean?
Oh, I've said too much already. The trial awaits your presence.
This room. It is magnificent.
See, it is made of costly teak wood and rare marble. And the throne is set with an empire's treasure of jewels.
But the workmanship, who created such a pavilion?
Silencio, the court convenes.
The trial begins. Advance, Tarzan.
I have advanced to your throne, woman of beauty, but I shall make talk only with your chief.
I am chief of Kahali.
You? But you're a woman. There are none but women in this courtroom.
There are none but women within the heavy walls of our fortress.
What?
We have no men. No live men.
What have you done with the men you lured here, the Senegalese?
Your tone is one of impertinence, but I shall answer. The men who have been brought here, both men of Senegal and those of other lands, have lived briefly. They have slaved and sweated and toiled, as men have long made women work. And when our use for them was finished, they were killed, snuffed out, as though they were nothing but puny, unimportant women of your world.
Until now, I have never held women in contempt. But although your speech is cultured and your skin is whiter than many of your followers, you are more of a savage than the most uneducated black of my jungle.
More of a savage? I am Consuelo de Valles. The blood of Castile flows in my veins.
You do poorly by the flag of Spain.
Bastante. You shall remain in prison until dawn, and then you shall die by a woman's sword.
No, must not kill Tarzan. He friend of my people. He has the strength of 100 men. He could do much work in our city.
He is a man. Our vow is to kill all men.
But he is too handsome to die.
We shall have a vote then. Either he dies tomorrow or he remains a prisoner among us. Bring out the voting kettle.
Here is voting kettle, great Kahali.
In the golden box beside my throne are 2 sections. One contains kernels of corn, the other small rocks. Each of you, my subjects, will pause before the box and take that which you choose. You will advance and drop one or the other in the kettle. No one will know how you cast your ballot.
A kernel of corn for life, a small stone for death.
So be it. Corn for life, stone for death. File before the throne and drop your token. Pengen ustedes prisa.
A kernel of corn, a vote that I live. And one for my death. Life. Death. I have an even chance.
Back to our dramatic story of Tarzan after a short message. In the morning, Tarzan would be dead. But while he lived, he stood by the tiny window of his cell and examined as much of the fabulous city of women as he could see. The city was not large, but it was magnificent in its architecture and construction. And he was resolved to find out as much about the city and its occupants as he could before he died. His appearance and his personality worked wonders, even with these women. And from Margarita, his jailer, and from Ibuana, who brought him a meager meal, he learned much.
In Sevilla, Consuelo del Varos was a great musician, a pianist and an advanced student of harmonics and instrumentation.
Yes, Margarita?
She learned how to make a mirror break by the sounding of a note on a tuning fork, and how to make a dog howl by striking a note unheard by human ears.
Great science.
Well, with Consuelo was a game, a sort of amusement. Until the day her love was spurned by Don Jose Quesada, director of the Sevilla Opera Company. It was then that she designed the instrument that now leads many men to their death. After many years of work, she perfected it, and on the eve of Don Jose's marriage to another woman, she lured him to the edge of a great cliff and to his death below.
Unrequited love is understandable. It often leads to violence, but all of these other men...
The influence of her family enabled her to flee to the African colony Rio de Oro, a Spanish possession. But each new man she met there reminded her of her dead lover. She lured them all to their death. And then she founded this city.
But the rest of you?
Well, all of us have good reasons for hating men. I tell you these things, Tarzan, only because you can tell them to no one else. In the morning, you shall join the legion of men who have been killed by the Kahale.
Tell me, Ibuana, why did you join the Kahale?
Ibuana's father no good. Kicked mother and beat children. Ibuana always hate him. When Ibuana 11, father sell her for 2 head of cattle as wife for Yorogi.
A sorcerer. He, too, was unkind to you?
He horrible old man. Teach Ibuana to take Kingoliola, drug that destroys. He beat me and pushed thorns under Ibuana's skin.
But you could have gone to your Mutemi.
Mutemi is man. Ibuana hate men. She kill husband and run. Consuelo the Kahale find Ibuana in woods and leads her to city with song of Kahale.
You mean those haunting notes have the same effect upon women?
They cast spell. But with women it mean deliverance from men. With men it mean death. Many will follow Tarzan to grave.
Yorabo! Yorabo! Are you in the next cell? Yorabo!
Nadio.
Come to your window. We can talk better.
All right. Yorabo at window.
Can you hear me?
Nadio, Yorabo sorry.
We have no time for sorrow. Listen. I have been asking many questions. If I ask any more, they will grow too suspicious. Find out where we are.
Yorabo no. Could find place any time from position of mountains in distance.
Oh, I can't see any from my window. Well, then you don't have to waste questions with that. Has Ibuana brought you a meal yet?
No.
She brought me one. She's probably gone back for yours. When she comes, beg her to let you see the strange instrument that sounds the call of Kahale. Tell her you're a friend of her people, the Wakayoka, and that it is your dying wish.
Mirabo not think she bring it even if she can.
And it's worth a chance, Mirabo. It is our only chance.
Yes? At window.
Yes? Did you get it?
The deal. He wanna leave it with Mirabo, but it does us no good. They have many.
Is it small enough to pass through the window?
The deal.
Well, slide it along the wall outside of your window as far as you can manage.
Mirabo do as wanna say. Now, it's all the way out. As far as Mirabo can reach.
I can't feel it. The wall must be too thick. Stretch further.
Cannot reach further, Tarzan.
I can't reach it. Mirabo, are you extending it at the base of the window?
At middle.
Well, keep it there. I'll slide my hand up. I feel something. I've got it.
What now, Tarzan?
Tear something from your clothing or from your cut. Make wads of the material and stuff them in your ears. I shall do likewise. When it is late, I shall try my hand at the instrument. I shall pray that there is but one sentry, and I can lure her with the call of Kahali.
I come, Kahali.
It is well, Margarita. You are under my spell.
I do your bidding.
Unlock the door. Are you the only sentry?
Two, by outer gate.
Give me the key to Mirabo's cell and the keys to our chains. Now, go into my cell and lie down. Sleep gently, Margarita. Sleep well. You can take the plugs from your ears, Mirabo. We're beyond their call now. Take the plugs out, I said.
Oh, why did we not destroy city and kill women, Buana?
Ours is not to destroy, Mirabo. An eye for an eye and a death for a death has never solved any problem. Those women back there have minds that are twisted and warped. They require help. We will report fully to the authorities in Dakar, and then you will return to your people and I to mine.
It is good, Tarzan.
Many moons later, Tarzan approached the village of the Punya tribe once more. After his experience with the women of Kahili, his mind echoed with a sentiment sometimes expressed by other men. I care not if I never see another woman as long as I live. But as it so happened, Sui, the native girl to whom he had entrusted his parrot, Bill, was the first person he saw upon entering the kraal.
Hello, Sui.
Tarzan, you are back.
I've come for Bill. Now I shall take him to my home and teach him many words.
Teach other birds also.
Other birds?
Bill lay eggs and hatch them while Tarzan is gone.
You mean Bill turned out to be a female?
Yes.
Oh, then you keep him, Sui. Tarzan has had quite enough to do with a female of the species for a long, long time.
In just a moment, we shall return to tell you about our next Tarzan story. It was whispered in the still jungle night. It grew into a murmur within the boma of the native villages. And then, as the message was relayed by the talking drums of the jungle, it became hysteria. Nothing could stem the panic, for this was the end of the world. In our next story of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of the end of the world.
The equatorial sun was strong, and yet as it filtered down through the heavy foliage of the jungle, it was not uncomfortably hot. All was well with the world, and Tarzan was happy. At his side was Torgo, the small native boy of whom he was so fond, and it had been arranged for Torgo to spend the next moon with his tall, white friend. Yes, it was a good life. Tarzan smiled down at Torgo.
You are a day's march away from Mama Nagama already, Torgo. Are you sure you will not be lonesome?
Torgo not a Delo, grown man now.
Of course, of course. Only even grown men sometimes miss their home when they're away.
Torgo not miss home. We'll be too busy hunting elephants and panthers and wild boars.
Well, we will have to hunt for food, and you will have a chance to practice your skill with your bow and arrow. But, Torgo, you must remember this time that animals are to be killed only for food or in self-protection.
Torgo remember? While Tarzan away, Torgo protect tribe against Bolgani the gorilla and Numa the lion. Torgo very brave and strong.
Well, of course you are. But, Tarzan is tired, so if Torgo doesn't mind, we will have a short rest now.
Well, if Tarzan tired...
Oh, no, I wouldn't sit there, Torgo. You're about to sit on Kota, the tortoise.
Where? Kota? Is Kota dangerous? Tarzan...
Oh, no. Kota will not harm you. He has heard of Torgo's reputation for strength and bravery, and even now he runs from you.
Not move very fast.
Well, it's running for him. No, he won't hurt you, Torgo, but I think that moss-covered log would make a better seat. Taking a rest wasn't a bad idea.
Tarzan, you look funny. What is wrong?
I thought I heard... Yes, it is. The cry of Tantor, the elephant. He's angry.
Tantor angry?
This is strange. I catch the scent of the Tarmangani, too. And yet an elephant seldom attacks a man. I must hurry to that spot. Someone is in grave trouble.
Don't leave Torgo.
Of course I won't. Jump on my back and hold your arms around my neck as tightly as you can. And remember, we must both be brave, whatever happens.
With the small native boy hanging on for dear life, Tarzan streaked through the jungle. When obstacles loomed in his path, he grasped a hanging vine and hurtled over them. Now the scent of the elephant and of Tarmangani were close. Breaking into a small clearing, Tarzan could see the man kneeling upon the ground, his hands folded in prayer. And rushing toward the helpless target was Tantor, gone mad. But at the sound of Tarzan's savage cry, the call of the bull ape, the elephant swerved in its path and wheeled to face a new enemy. Now it charged straight at Tarzan and Torgo. But just as it was about to strike, Tarzan grasped an overhanging vine and swung out of the path of the rampaging animal.
The Tarmangani is Mr. Martin, the missionary.
Thank thee, Father, for sending Tarzan to save me. My prayers were answered, and I may yet be of service.
Mr. Martin, take care of the boy. I must capture the rogue elephant before he kills anybody.
Oh, no, let the animal go.
What? You, a man of the cloth, and yet you tell me to let a rogue elephant run free to murder all in his path?
There is a far greater threat to life on the rampage. I have traveled many days to find you, Tarzan. Only you can save the people of the jungle from this new threat.
My instincts tell me to follow that elephant. To kill him before he kills others.
Believe me, the enemy of which I speak is greater. Even now, the talking drums of the jungle spread the message of horror, and soon there will be aught in the jungle save panic.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Tarzan. They formed a strange picture, those three in the tiny clearing of the jungle. A small native boy with round, wondering eyes. By his side, Tarzan, bronzed and powerful. and before them the slender, aesthetic-looking missionary, the Reverend Thaddeus Martin.
As you know, Tarzan, I've devoted my life to missionary work. The last 8 years among the people of the Negalia tribe.
You have done much good work, Mr. Martin. But you've not told me of the danger that you say threatens the whole jungle.
Well, have patience just a moment, Tarzan. I'm getting to that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Torgo's sorry, too.
What have you done to be sorry for, Torgo?
Torgo did nothing, but if Tarzan's sorry, Torgo's sorry.
All right. Now we're both sorry, huh? We will both be patient while Mr. Martin tells us his story.
Well, as I was saying, I've spent 8 years among the Negalias. To all outward appearances, they had become good Christians in their way. But a few weeks ago, they came to me with the fantastic story that we're soon to witness the end of the world.
The end of the world?
They've deserted my small church, and they've returned to their pagan gods. Each night, the jungle throbs with their frenzied drums and their maniacal dances.
Negalias hold dances?
A kind you will never see, I hope. It's spreading, Tarzan. Their talking drums have broadcast the fear to other tribes. And by the time the full moon has come, my work of 8 years will be wiped out, and my people will return to complete savagery.
But what can I do?
Well, perhaps you can find out what and who is behind all of this. It's not the witch doctors, nor the snake men, nor the porcupine men. That much I know.
But who else could originate such an idea? The end of the world?
Oh, I don't know. I've questioned everyone in the tribe. They are too frightened to tell me anything.
Mr. Martin, I will come with you. I will see what I can find out. But first I must return Torgo to his people.
The delay of a few days might mean the end of the world in a different sense, for violence may break out at any moment.
If the end of the world comes, Tarzan, it not matter whether Torgo home in land of Punyas or in land of Negalias.
Every minute counts.
Well, if this panic is spreading as rapidly as you say, Torgo will be no safer at home than with me. If you are ready, Mr. Martin, we will start for the land of the Negalias.
All that day, Tarzan and Torgo and the Reverend Martin marched through the jungle. Several times, Tarzan caught the scent of the rogue elephant, but there were more important things at hand. That night, they rested briefly, and by noon of the next day, they approached the kraal of the Negalias. To all appearances, it was indeed the village of a people awaiting death. In the shamba, weeds choked out the young corn. Rodents overran the narrow paths between the cone-shaped huts, and the huts themselves were those of a people too sick in mind or body to care for their homes or their children.
This is the sight that meets the eye by day, Tarzan. At night, there is abandon.
You still have a room for sleeping attached to your small church?
Yes, of course. It's but a short walk from the village.
Well, if you will take Torgo there, I prefer to talk to the people alone.
Torgo would not want to leave Tarzan.
I may need your help later, Torgo. It would be better if you were well rested.
All right, then.
Come, Torgo. Peace go with you, Tarzan.
Peace with you, Tarzan.
What white man want?
Negalias not want white man.
Wait.
Not wait, and will come soon. All white men go to Lubuga, Wasa.
I have no intention of going to the inferno in the near future. The end of the world is not at hand.
Signs plain. End world come at full moon.
Your breath smells of much Kangala, and your words are those of a man Kangala has robbed of reason. Where is your chief?
Me, Sabali, chief of Negalia. What you want?
I am Tarzan, lord of the jungle. I come because you spread fear through the land. This false story of the end of the world.
Is true. You white men, all white men enemies.
Tarzan is your friend. He takes the armlet from his arm and gives it to you as a sign of friendship.
Sibali not take. Has no ornament to give in place.
You speak in truth. You wear no ornament. There is hardly an armlet or nose ring or anklet among your men. What is the reason for this?
Tarzan asked too many questions. Better end his world now.
Wild elephant, run for life!
The rogue elephant that had been stalking Tarzan's party ripped through the village with savage fury. Native huts and scattered debris filled the air. The natives ran in all directions, escaping through some fantastic miracle. And high in a tree, Tarzan watched the scene. He could not spare time even now to hunt the deranged pachyderm, for his eyes must remain upon Ugar, the one native in the village who still wore ornaments of metal. That night, when the tribe had dropped from exhaustion after hours of reveling, he saw Ugar walk from the kraal. Tarzan followed him and saw him enter a crude cabin several miles away. The Lord of the Jungle crept to a battered window and peered in. The native quaked as he stood before a white man.
Well, it's about time you got here, Ugar. You expect me to stay up all night?
Came soon I could.
What did you bring this time?
Here. Many rings, bracelets.
A bunch of junk. Why didn't you bring some good stuff?
Not much left in village. Already you have most.
There's still plenty. You see this coin?
Nadi.
Now watch. I wave my hands and it's gone. So.
Oh, where'd it go?
The great Zaker has caused it to be no more. I am the greatest magician alive, and if you don't bring me some real stuff tomorrow night, I'll make you disappear in exactly the same way.
Tomorrow night, Ugar try bring more. What you see in Crystal Ball today, great Zaker?
The end of the world grows close, and if you die before I make peace for you, you'll go to the land of demons.
No, don't send Ugar to land of demons. Our people send you all of rings and other ornaments.
You'd better. You see this handkerchief?
Nadi.
What color is it?
Red.
Now I pass it through my hands.
Green.
So can I change the fate of your people. When the full moon comes, you will go to the land of your ancestors or to the land of the demons. It's entirely up to me. Now, I want every coin and piece of jewelry in the village. I'm paying you for them.
How much you pay for what Ugar bring tonight?
You've told no one outside of your tribe about me.
No, I swear.
Good. I shall pay you 10 bottles of Kangala. Here, take them. Let your chief distribute it. Go now.
I go.
Well, that's another tidy sum.
Don't turn around or you'll feel the steel of my knife.
Who are you? What do you want?
I am Tarzan. And now that I see your game, I want a great deal.
Yeah, sure. We can make a deal.
The same deal you're giving the natives, trading cheap whiskey for their jewelry?
They get their money's worth. What do you suppose a bunch of this native junk is worth?
I should say that the native junk, much of it made of pure gold and set with precious and semi-precious stones, should be worth a good deal of money in distant ports.
Okay, so I found a good thing. Look, let me turn around and talk to you. I don't talk so well when I've got my back to a man.
You can turn around, but my knife remains unsheathed.
Sure. Well, so you're Tarzan. Heard a lot about you.
You will hear more unless you go to the native village with me and admit that your stories of the end of the world are nothing more than part of your magician's act.
Oh, you're wrong. My prediction is true. I saw it in my crystal ball.
I don't know where your crystal ball came from, but I know the amateurish tricks you showed the simple native tonight can be bought in any bazaar in the country for a few coppers.
You speak hastily.
I speak with knowledge. Such tricks are advertised in magazines in many countries and can be ordered by mail.
Well, a few of them, perhaps. But I also have many important feats of magic. Let me show you this one here.
Stay at arm's length from me.
Sure. But observe, my friend Tarzan, a great feat of magic. A mystical accomplishment of legerdemain. You see this glass of water?
Yes, I see it.
I pour into it this small amount of white powder. So.
And now the water is red. I suppose you're going to tell me that you have turned water into wine. I think that's the usual speech that goes with that trick.
Oh, that's not the end of the trick. Watch carefully. Keep your eyes on the glass. See? Now I take the glass in my hand and I...
Oh, my eyes! My eyes, I've been blinded.
You see, Tarzan, you were wrong all along. I have some fine tricks. And you were wrong, too, about my prediction of the end of the world. It will come soon. For you.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. In the small shack of Zaker the Great, Tarzan sat on the edge of a soiled cot, his head hanging and held between his great hands. His legs were shackled to a thick iron ring in the wall. But this did not bother him nearly so much as the horror of blindness. The loss of one's eyesight is a tragedy to anyone, but it seemed an even more overwhelming catastrophe to one whose life was spent in the wilds of the jungle. For once, Tarzan was beaten.
You want something to eat or not?
No, nothing to eat.
You really ought to, you know. I fixed a mighty tasty dinner. A bit late for dining, perhaps, but I've had a lot of things to get ready for tonight.
This is the night of the full moon?
Oh, yes. There's a nice full moon. Too bad you can't see it. Say, this is good. Sure you don't want anything to eat or drink? Got a couple of full bottles here yet.
I want nothing.
Seeing this is your last night on Earth, you're sort of upsetting a tradition. A condemned man's supposed to eat a hearty meal.
Well, if you've condemned me, why don't you go ahead and kill me? Why are you dragging out the torture?
Oh, I've got a little plan for you. You're going to help me get rich.
I don't know what fantastic plan you have, but what good will riches do you if, as you claim, this is the end of the world?
Oh, you didn't really go for that stuff.
No.
The natives did, though. Yeah, but they're stubborn. They still haven't told me where they got the gold they make those ornaments of.
So, once again, gold is the source of trouble.
You should see some of the nuggets they've used to make necklaces. A few hours in the place where they get them, and I'll be fixed for life.
By the morning, the natives will know that you have told them nothing but lies, for the world will still be here.
But I won't. By the time the storm is abated, I'll be well on my way to Mombasa.
The storm? I hear no storm.
Zaker the Great, in addition to his magic, is also a student of science. Between my almanac and my barometer, I've made out that tonight there will be a great equatorial storm.
But what has that to
I've
do...
built for this for weeks now. The Nagalias expect the end of the world. When the storm breaks, they'll be sure it's come. Then I will enter their village with proof that I, Zaker the Great, am powerful over all. Then they will tell me where the mine is. They will do anything I command.
And the proof you speak of?
I will be leading the Lord of the Jungle on a chain. And they will find that the man no one else has been able to conquer has been transformed by Zaker the Great into a weak, crawling, blind creature.
Torgo and the Reverend Martin had come to the village of the Nagalias, searching in vain for some trace of Tarzan. They could find nothing, nor could they extract any sort of an answer from the drunken, frenzied savages who danced about the tribal fire.
It's no use, Torgo. They won't listen to us.
Must find Tarzan.
My resources are at an end. I hate to admit failure, but
Torgo not at end of his horses. Torgo has strong teeth.
Torgo, what are you doing?
Oh, you devil boy.
What he do?
He bite Ugar's leg.
Now tell Torgo when. Tarzan gone.
Ugar not know. Tie up small devil boy.
Take boy, gag and title stake in center council ring.
You're not tying the boy up, Sibali.
Take boy away.
Sibali, surely you have not forgotten all of the teachings of our Lord?
Not Lord of Nagalias. He not stop end of world.
There will be no end of this world tonight. The full moon has come, and still there
is end of world.
Like Zaker the Great say, end of world here.
Let me get to the boy.
Stop. Leave boy alone. You not good. Tell us many lies.
I'm going to get that boy if it's the last thing I... Oh.
Me pick up missionary. Drag him to Hima.
Let missionary stay on ground where he is.
Look, Zaker the Great come.
Brings prisoner.
It's Tarzan.
You convinced that the end of the world has come, that Zaker has told the truth?
It's truth.
And now I call your attention to this weak, crawling creature. Do you know him?
He's Tarzan.
Yes, he's Lord of Jungle.
No longer is he Lord of anything. I have taken his power in his sight. It is a sign. Zaker the Great has power over all of you. He will deliver you to the land of happiness, or he will send you to the demons.
No, don't send to demons.
Save us, save us.
If I am to save you from the demons, you must have no secrets from me. Where is the gold mine? Another moment, and it'll be too late to answer.
Always we swear not tell white man where gold.
I warn you, unless you answer at once, you'll go to your doom like Tarzan, blind and helpless.
No, not blind as
I'll beg like Tarzan.
We tell. Sibali, chief of Nagalias, tell. Place where we get gold is behind the... Hey. Wild elephant! Wild elephant!
Run for life! Run!
The lightning and the thunder and the screaming had brought the wild elephant to fever pitch. As he entered the village, trees were smashed as though they were matchsticks. The boma was torn aside by enormous yellow tusks. Native huts were demolished. Bodies were picked up in the great leathery trunk and then hurtled through space. Those about the council fire ran for their lives, save for a small native boy who was tied and gagged, a man of God who lay unconscious on the ground, a blinded giant, and a man to whom he was chained. And then the miracle happened. The elephant grasped Zaker in his trunk, breaking the chain that held him to Tarzan. Zaker was thrown against a huge rock, and then the mad animal charged in the direction of Torgo.
Help! Help!
Torgo! I should train you, Torgo!
Tarzan staggered a few steps, his arms outstretched in the gesture of the blind. And then suddenly the hands came down. He grasped his knife and hurtled himself through space. A moment before the elephant reached Torgo, Tarzan catapulted at the animal, his knife rising and falling, stabbing, twisting, piercing, killing.
Torgo, you are all right?
Yes, got gag out of mouth just in time.
We must see if Mr. Martin is... Oh, there he is, on the ground. Mr. Martin. Reverend Martin.
Wake up! Wake up!
Torgo, dampen this cloth in the small stream right there. Hurry! Surely heaven has protected you, Mr. Martin. I see the Prince of Tantor's hooves not an inch from your head.
Here, Tarzan, is my cloth.
Something. Maybe this will do some good. Mr. Martin, tell me that you're all right.
Tarzan?
Yes. Yes, it is Tarzan. Tarzan, who must tell you the story of a miracle.
Do they come, Tarzan?
Yes. Come, men of Nagalia. Your friend and teacher wishes to speak to you.
I think most of them are here now, Tarzan, those who are left.
Chief Sibali, men of Nagalia, once again you have been hurt by the greed and evil of a white man. But just as there are good and bad black men, so there are good and bad white men. The evil Zaker is dead. The good Reverend Martin lives. Tarzan, who is a friend to all in the jungle, begs you to hear him.
Speak, missionary.
Brothers, for a little while you were misled by a man who showed you tricks, man-made miracles. This morning, as the sun shines down on us, we realize that miracles cannot be made by man. In the darkness and the rain, some strange things happened here. A small boy who was bound found great strength and managed to tear a gag from his mouth. A deranged animal ran wild, and yet his footsteps were guided so that I might be spared to help you. And a man who was blind was permitted to see again because he was needed. Perhaps men of science might explain this phenomenon. They would use words that I understand no better than you. Words like adrenaline and shock and stimuli. But I think all of us have a much more simple explanation.
Reverend Martin, some your words we not understand. But what you mean, we understand much.
I do not think you ever really believed the world was to end, for if you had, there would have been no need to run from the elephant.
Now we believe only what Mr. Martin teach us many years.
If you believe, join me in the prayer I have taught you. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever.
Amen.
In just a moment, we shall return to tell you about our next story of Tarzan. The girl had sung in a low, vibrant voice. But it was not the magnetism of her song alone, but the terror in her eyes that brought Tarzan to her aid. With enemies in constant pursuit, ever threatening to still the lovely voice forever and to kill Tarzan for his interference, he manages to delay her inevitable fate as he guides her across a continent in our next story.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Across a Continent.
For many years, Africa has been a haven for the lost souls of Europe. Criminals and political refugees, misfits, outcasts, and social pariahs, all of them have poured into the dark continent. From Lisbon, they sail to Casablanca. From Marseille, they cross to Algiers. From Sicily, they flee to Tunis, or perhaps Tripoli. And from a dozen seething cauldrons of Europe, they filter into the obscure port of Pecorata. A soiled, disreputable city that sweltered in the equatorial sun. It seemed a strange place indeed to find Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
Pardon me.
Yeah?
I wonder if you could direct me to the office of Eric von Horn.
Office?
Why do you laugh? Mr. von Horn is the government agricultural advisor to the natives, is he not?
Oh, yes. He draws a salary for that, too.
Well, then tell me where his office is, if you can.
You're standing right in front of it.
This? This? His office? But it's a cafe.
Yes, it's a cafe, and Mr. Van Horn owns it. He dispenses information on agriculture, cheap liquor at expensive prices, and anything else he can make a profit on.
I see. This picture in front, the girl, surely she can have no connection with a place like this.
Oh, yeah, she caught your eye, did she? Well, can't say I blame you. She's the best-looking man-trap Von Horn's ever had singing here. Not that she'll last long. They never do.
She should not remain long in such a place.
Don't let those innocent eyes fool you. She knows the score, all right. If she didn't, she wouldn't be in Beccarata. Believe me, stranger, Mademoiselle Gabrielle is bad medicine.
Her eyes look sad. Well, I didn't travel to Beccarata to discuss cafe singers. I have business with Mr. Von Horn. Thank you for directing me to him.
Oh, watch your step when you go inside. They keep the lights low, and their eyes are used to it. They're apt to pull a knife on you. They don't like your looks.
I have a friend, a small native boy named Torgo, who claims that I resemble a monkey very closely. But I think he refers to my ability to climb trees rather than to my appearance. I'll take a chance that those inside will like my looks. Thanks again.
What'll it be?
No, I don't care for a drink. I would like to see Mr. Von Horn.
Oh, you walk into a cafe, bold as brass, and you don't want a drink, huh?
I told you I came to see Mr. Von Horn. Is he in?
He ain't into a naked savage from the jungle.
I wear the same clothes as do the natives whom Mr. Von Horn is paid to advise. I demand to see him.
Look, stranger, you may be big, but around these
I
parts...
will speak to him, Alack. I am Van Horn. What do you want?
I have come here from the Punya country to get advice on agriculture. Their Kaffir corn grows poorly. Each season the yield grows smaller.
Why should you care?
The Punyas are my friends. I traveled many moons to see you. I do not intend to return without some instruction from you.
Well, you'd like some instruction, eh? All right, I'll give you some. Come back to my table with me. Halak, bring us some of my special stock.
Oh, thank you, but I'll take the information without the drink. I'm unused to the white man's liquor.
If you want to talk with me, you will drink with me. In civilization, it is considered rude to refuse to drink with a gentleman.
I did not mean to offend you. If it is bad manners, I shall break my rule and drink with you while you tell me about raising kaffir corn.
Good. But I am afraid you misunderstood me. I said I'd give you some instruction. I did not refer to instructions in the growing of corn.
But what else could you instruct me in?
In letting well enough alone. Look, what did you say your name was?
My name is Tarzan.
Look, Tarzan, I come to this country as a young man. I took my work seriously. I went into the bush to try to teach these lazy natives about soil erosion, crop rotation, increase of yield through cross-fertilization. But did it do any good? No. When they had ruined the soil in one section, they moved to another.
You sound as though you know a great deal on the subject.
I do. But I'm through with that thankless job. There's more profit and less work in other fields of endeavor.
Like running this cafe?
Among other things.
That girl there, the one who just walked in the door, she's the one whose picture is out front?
What about her?
Oh, nothing. I was just admiring her. She's very beautiful.
Halak, where are those things?
I was just bringing them. Here you are, boss.
For our health, Tarzan. Well, you said you are going to drink with me.
Oh, yes. Well, here's to your health, Mr. Von Horn.
What made you ask about that girl?
Oh, it was just a natural inquiry. Her picture out front, and then seeing her come in and disappear in the back.
She went to her dressing room. She is an entertainer here. It is not wise to ask questions about people in Bacarata.
Then I will ask no more questions save those about kaffir corn. I know something about crop rotation. About crop rotation.
Sure took long enough to get him, didn't it? There was enough in his drink to knock out an elephant.
Take him down in the basement. Lock him up.
Why not take him to the jail? Tell him he wouldn't pay his bill after he got drunk or something.
We will avoid contact with the officials until after we've taken care of the girl. This aborigine started asking questions about her. Soon there will be others asking questions.
You think he knows something?
He certainly didn't come here to get information on agriculture. He didn't fool me for a minute.
Somebody should have told him it ain't healthy to ask questions around here.
By this time it is apparent, and his health is apt to get worse and worse down in our cozy little basement.
We shall return in just a moment to the exciting story of Tarzan. Night comes quickly in equatorial countries, and as the darkness descended on Bacarata, the city came to life, and those whose livelihood depended on stealth and secrecy left their daytime haunts. In the cafe of Eric Von Horn, intrigue flourished. But in the dank basement of his establishment, all was quiet save for Tarzan's heavy, drug-laden breathing.
Wake up. Wake up, Jungle Man. You haven't much time.
Huh?
When they close the cafe, they'll attend to you. They won't stop at a few knockout drops.
You are the stranger I met outside the cafe this afternoon.
That's right.
But you must have had a key to get in. Perhaps you are one of them.
Don't worry. I have keys that'll open any door. But I'm not in league with Von Horn. I hate him.
Then we will join forces and have revenge.
Let's say that I've had mine by freeing you. And I'd suggest you have yours by escaping and returning to your jungle. Now, you'd better get going. Give me a minute to clear out, and then leave by that door over there. Better keep to the side streets when you slip out of town.
Tarzan crept up the rotted wooden steps from the basement to an alley, but he could not bring himself to sneak from the city like a criminal. Instead, he slid along the outside wall of the cafe. Through a window, he could see the girl whose picture he had noticed that afternoon. Glamorous and exciting in a dark dress of lace, she stood by the orchestra. And at a table near the window where Tarzan peered in, Von Horn and a huge man with a small mustache and a goatee stared at the girl intently.
As she stepped to the center of the floor, she noticed them for the first time, and her eyes bespoke terror, contradicting the casual sensuousness of her song.
Le jour et la nuit, je tendrai toujours ton retour. Je tendrai que l'oiseau qui s'enfuit vient chercher l'oubli dans son nid. Le temps passe et court en battant tristement dans mon cœur plus lourd. En pourtant, je tendrai ton retour. Le temps passe et court en battant tristement dans mon cœur plus lourd. Et pourtant, je tendrai ton retour.
Et maintenant, Monsieur Van Horn, we shall go back to Mademoiselle Gabrielle's dressing room, huh?
She is not going anywhere, Dupé. I have a man at the front door and one on the back. She won't get away.
Then what are we waiting for?
You haven't paid me yet.
I shall give you what you have coming when I have my hands on the girl. I've waited too long and taken too many chances to risk a slip-up now.
There won't be any slip-up. Finish your Pernod, and then we'll go and tend to the girl.
Taisez-vous. Dites rien.
What?
Il est très dangereux.
What are you doing in my room?
I overheard a conversation. Von Horn and another plot against you. Your life is in danger.
So Von Horn did lead them here. I don't know who you are, but you've got to help me escape.
I shall help. The man Von Horn posted at the rear door is helpless now. I saw to that. We can leave that way, but you must hurry.
Well, I've got to get a few things. Here, hold this bag.
Yes?
Thank you.
I'm not used to running away, but Von Horn has many accomplices here, and if I were killed, you would still be in danger.
Oh, you don't have to apologize for not fighting. All you have to do is get me out of this jam. There. That's as much as I'll need. Let's go.
The girl, she's getting away.
Tarzan, how did he get out in that basement? Alak, Joe, Pietro, get them.
He's picked the girl up in his arms. He runs with her. No, I shall never capture her.
They won't get away.
I guess I fainted.
When that last bullet whistled by us, I didn't feel too brave myself.
Where are we? I can see leaves all about me, but
Nature has provided this small platform of boughs on the top of a great tree.
Top of a tree? Oh, get me down from here.
No, we're safe up here.
But I can't stand heights. I never could.
Your enemies hunt for you below. Why do those men seek you?
You don't know, and yet you came to my rescue?
You needed help.
You're a funny guy. Who are you?
Je m'appelle Tarzan.
Dressed like a savage and at home in the trees, and he speaks French. I don't understand French except for a few songs I learned. But I take it your name is Tarzan.
Yes.
My name's Gabrielle.
But you said you were not French.
Oh, it's a stage name. You can call me Gabby.
You did not tell me why the men wished to harm you.
Well, it's a long story. You see, I'm an American, but I was stuck in Warsaw during the last war. I'd been working in a nightclub there. The Nazis admired me, and I was not arrested, so I was free to secure information for the Allies. Naturally, I made many enemies.
And they still pursue you now?
They'll never let me go. They followed me here. I changed my name and learned that French act. I thought I'd be safe, but somehow Von Horn learned of my past. He made certain demands on me, and when I refused him, he put my picture out front as a threat.
And others beside Tarzan saw the picture.
Did you see the large man? The one with the mustache and goatee?
Yes.
He was the head of the Gestapo in Warsaw.
We shall return to Bekurata and report him to the authorities.
Oh, no, Tarzan. Please, we can't do that.
Why not?
You know what they are in Bekurata. Government officials would promise to investigate. They might even put him in custody in his hotel room. Do you think that would stop Van Horn and him from killing me?
It is all confusing. Certainly, we must turn to the government for help. And yet, Van Horn is an official of the Agricultural Bureau, and he refused me help.
If you could just guide me to Luanda, I would be safe. I have friends there.
But that's in Angola. It's all the way across the continent. And look, there. They're still pursuing us.
You are strong and brave and wonderful. Surely you will not refuse to help me.
I keep remembering the beauty of your song and the terror in your eyes. It makes refusal difficult.
My eyes can look softly, too. And with you, I would know no terror.
I shall guide you to Angola. But your days of terror are only beginning. We must cross the most dangerous jungle of all Africa. We will have to ford rivers and brave man-eating animals and overcome the greatest of obstacles. And unless my appraisal of your enemies is very wrong, we will be pursued every inch of the way.
We'll return to our story of Tarzan in just a moment. All that night, Tarzan traveled through the upper level of jungle growth, carrying the frightened girl in his arms. Below them, Sheeta, the panther, sounded his mournful cry. In the distance, it was answered by the scream of Dango, the hyena, and the screeching of Manu, the monkey. Each time a new threat sounded, the girl's soft arms clutched Tarzan more fiercely. But as morning broke, her fears abated somewhat.
Could we go down to the ground now?
All right. I think we've lost our friends, at least for the moment.
I don't know how I stood it. If I ever get my feet on the ground, I'll never leave it again.
There you are. Terra firma.
Oh, honestly. Now Latin and French and English. I can't figure you.
Oh, my story's even longer than yours. But I'll try to make it brief. My parents were English. They were marooned on the African coast. And later they were killed by savage apes. But I was rescued by a mother ape who had lost her own child. She raised me, and I learned to hunt and fight and leap from tree to tree as did the ape tribe. My small friend Torgo, a native boy, claims I am a monkey.
Oh, not in your appearance or speech.
Ah, yes, the speech. Well, I spoke only the language of the apes until I was 20, and then other white people were marooned near the cabin where my parents died. A Frenchman taught me the language of man for the first time, and then later I traveled extensively, and I learned many languages and the ways of many people. But always I returned to Africa.
Well, I'm glad you were in Africa last night. Oh, Tarzan, in the trees, savages.
Natives. They've been following us for the last hour. They're a friendly tribe, but this is their land, and they observe us to find out our intentions.
Oh.
Jumbo! They do not want to make talk, I guess.
What hideous-looking painted faces.
Perhaps they do not approve of the way in which civilized women paint their faces. They will not bother us, but they will watch us closely until we've passed into the country of another people.
Oh, I'm frightened.
It is a great distance to the Portuguese Angola. I will gather some fruit, and then we will resume our journey.
I won't go up in those trees again.
Huh? How will you travel?
I'll walk.
In those shoes?
What about my shoes?
Well, they're not meant for a trek across the jungle, even though they are sturdier than some I have seen on women's feet. What do they call that manner of footwear?
They're called wedgies, and I'm not giving them up.
All right. Only we do have a start on Van Horn and the others. If you are to walk in those wedgies, they might catch up.
Oh, no, they mustn't.
Perhaps I could kill a small animal and make a pair of moccasins for you. You could put those wedgies in the little bag you carry if you're so fond of them.
All right, fine. Oh, Tarzan, where are you going?
To find your future shoes.
Oh, no, Tarzan. Please don't leave me alone.
But Tarzan had already caught the scent of Wapi, the antelope, and with his knife unsheathed, he glided through the forest. In a matter of minutes, he had killed the small animal, stripped it of its soft hide, and cut off enough of its meat to supply a good meal. And then suddenly he sensed that the girl was in great trouble. He wheeled and ran back like Bara the deer. But already the deadly python, which had hung motionlessly from a tree, had begun to wind its great coils about Gabby's slender body. Tarzan sprang from the brush, and his knife found its mark in the brain of the writhing reptile.
It's all right. You're all right, Gabby. He saw the snake is dead.
Oh, Tarzan, don't leave me ever again.
My moccasins almost worn out, Tarzan.
They served well, considering I had no time to cure the skin properly.
How far must we travel yet? It seems as though we've been beating our way through this jungle forever.
Well, let us stop and rest for a moment, Gabby.
Oh, yes, let's rest.
Gabby, we've been walking for weeks now, and there are still many weeks' travel before us. Each day the enemy comes closer. Let me carry you through the upper level so that we can increase our speed.
No, Tarzan. Even if I could overcome my fear of the heights, I couldn't stand the jostling. My ribs still haven't healed.
You were lucky the python didn't do more than crack a few ribs. Oh, but you're a brave girl, Gabby.
Not so brave. I can't sleep at night for fear of Von Horn and the leader of the Gestapo.
I plead with you for the last time. Let me build a boma for you, a tall one, well spiked. You will be safe within it, and then I can turn back and fight your enemies.
Oh, no, Tarzan, don't leave me in the name of heaven. Don't leave me.
All right, Gabby, all right. Come on now, cheer up. Sing the song I heard you sing that first night.
J'attendrai.
Oh, Gabby, hush. Hush, I won't let anything harm you. Ever again. You have to run faster, Gabby. They're gaining on us.
I can't run any faster.
They're surrounding us. Our only hope is that cave ahead.
But we don't know what's in the cave.
We know what's outside. Come on, Gabby.
I can't.
I'll pick you up. We'll make that cave yet, Gabby.
There they go. We got now. And
That water.
It's an underground river. If we were where it empties into the sea, we'd be safe.
We're close to Angola?
Must be just over the ridge. Less than a mile from this cave.
Pull those guns up to the entrance. They won't get away now.
Quiet, Gabby, quiet. We might fool them yet.
We know you are inside. If you walk out with your hands up, we will not shoot.
Take my hand, Gabby.
Where are we going?
We must find the river.
Tarzan, if you come out, we will not harm you. We're only after the girl.
Here's the underground river, Gabby. Are you game?
For what?
Our only hope is to take a deep breath and then try to swim underwater until the river flows into the open.
But how far is that?
I don't know, Gabby.
This is your last chance. You don't come out when I count 3. We pepper every inch of the cave with machine gun fire.
I'm not a very good swimmer, Tarzan.
Run.
I'll help you. Why are you changing your shoes at a time like this?
My wedgies are lighter.
All right, then. Take a deep breath now. It may be your last. We made it, Gabby. We made it. Ahead, the sunshine.
All right, Mr. Tarzan and Mademoiselle Gabrielle, climb out of the water.
Never.
I beg of you, do not make me shoot. In the name of the Sûreté, I implore you to surrender.
The Sûreté? The police of France?
Oh, no, Tarzan, don't let them arrest me.
I'll help you up, Gabby.
Well, a little scheme work, Captain Dufresne. Now
The reward money will be yours, Van Horn. Now step aside. This is official business. Carson, would you like to take care of our charming young prisoner here?
I'll take care of her, all right. Little pair of bracelets for you, mademoiselle.
Handcuffs. And after all I've been through.
The stranger who released me from Van Horn's basement?
I'll relieve you of that bag, Gabby.
All right.
Someone tell me what this is all about.
The lady you've been escorting through the jungle, Tarzan, has many aliases and many stories. Sometimes she's a European princess in exile. Sometimes a member of the underground, fleeing from the Nazis who still pursue her, even now. Sometimes, well, she has a dozen stories and names to match.
But who is she, really?
One of the cleverest jewel smugglers in history.
Gabby?
She's wanted in a dozen countries. I represent the Sûreté. Monsieur Carson here represents the FBI of the United States.
And Von Horn?
A paid informer. It's unfortunate that we have to resort to them, but in cities like Becurata, there's no other way.
But Von Horn drugged me, and the man you call Carson released me. That just doesn't make sense.
It makes very good sense. Van Horn was afraid you knew the girl and intended to ruin his game. Carson released you so that you could save her. You see, we did not know where she carried her present shipment of gems, but we did know that if she made a break for it, with your help, she'd take them along.
Is this true, Gabby?
Yes, Tarzan, I'm sorry.
Did you find anything, Carson?
Yeah, just about $1 million worth of uncut diamonds in the bottom of her wedgies.
It all adds up.
We do not intend to press charges against you, Tarzan. You were an innocent tool. Believe me, you are not the first man this woman has made a monkey out of.
A monkey? Maybe Torgo was right all along.
In just a moment, a preview of our next thrilling story of Tarzan. The Killer, as he was known in boxing circles, stood well over 7 feet in height and weighed more than 300 pounds. His red-rimmed eyes and savage mane indicated that he had come honestly by his ring name. But there are no electric arc lights, no rules, and no referee when he meets Tarzan in the jungle. It's a fight to the death in our next story, Tarzan and the Killer.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Killer.
The city of Luanda, south of the equator, deep in Africa, boasts of no Yankee Stadium or Madison Square Garden. But wherever men gather, they will pay to see other men fight. The low, rambling wooden building was jammed with its motley crowd, and great arc lights added to the almost intolerable heat as 2 sweat-soaked men in the center of a crude ring swung savagely at each other. One was a shining black with rippling muscles, the other a white giant who was more than 7 feet tall and weighed over 300 pounds. His eyes were red-rimmed, and a great scar on his forehead shone red with fury.
Kill him! Murder the swine! The black is down! The killer's on top of him! Punch him! Punch him again! Hey, this is supposed to be a boxing match. It's a fight, that's what it is! Die with it, killer! Don't let him pull you off the blinder! That's it! Pull him off! Throw him out! He don't belong in a ring! Toss him out in the alley!
They threw me out.
Yeah. I'll help you up, Governor.
It took 20 of them to do it.
Yeah. Put this coat over your shoulders.
Who are you?
Name's Herbert Graves. I'm your friend, Killer.
They won't let me fight here, I guess. Them and their rules.
You've had a spot of trouble before?
All over. If they let me fight my way, I could be the world's champion. I'd be famous. I'd be rich.
I'll make you rich, matey. So you don't like to fight under the Marquis of Queensberry rules, eh, chum?
I start out all right. But then I get hit and I go crazy. I want to kill the other guy.
You know something, killer? I think you and me's going to be real good friends. You want to kill, and I know a bloke by the name of Tarzan who needs killing real bad. And where you're going to fight him, there won't be no bloody rules and no referee. You can do whatever you like.
I can?
That you can. Killer.
And so was formed the unholy alliance that soon terrorized the countryside about Luanda. Under the tutelage of Herbert Graves, the savage killer adopted the methods of the London footpads, and soon stories of robberies and savage beatings were being told everywhere. But they did not reach Tarzan. He had been in Luanda only a few days before, but now he was back in his seacoast cabin. He was resting and amusing himself with a parrot he had recently acquired.
I'm going to give you one more chance, Juanita. Either you learn how to talk or I make stew out of you. Just hello. Try saying your name. Juanita. Juanita. Oh. All right, then, try to say my name. Tarzan. Tarzan.
Tarzan?
Good boy. You just saved yourself from the kettle. A knock. And the scent of a Tamangani, a white man. I was so preoccupied with you that I... Who knocks at Tarzan's door?
Captain Lawrence of the Governmental Police.
Captain Lawrence, come in. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, Tarzan.
Meet the rest of my family. Captain Lawrence, this is Juanita. He's really very talented. Juanita, say Captain Lawrence. Captain Lawrence. Come on, try it. He might arrest you if you won't say his name. Come on, Lawrence.
Very talented.
Well, he's pretty young yet. He's mastered my name. Say Tarzan.
Tarzan?
No, you must admit that's pretty good for a baby. You see, I had another parrot, one I named Bill, but Bill turned out to be a female, so I chose one of her sons.
But you call the bird Juanita.
Not Juanita, the Spanish name. His name is Wa, W-A, Nita, N-E-E-T-A. In the language of the apes, Wa means green and Nita means bird.
The language of the apes as well as the language of the natives and the French and English. You're amazing, Tarzan.
Oh, I really think
I've always had a great deal of respect for your mental accomplishments as well as your physical ones.
What are you getting at, Captain Lawrence? Now, you know, you didn't travel all this distance to make a flattering speech to me.
No, Tarzan, I didn't. I say these things because I've been saying them to myself all the way here. How could a man like Tarzan be responsible for savage beatings, robberies, and other despicable crimes?
What?
Tarzan, I have come here to arrest you to take you back to Ibadan for trial.
We shall return to our exciting story of Tarzan in just a moment. Ibadan is the largest Negro city of Africa, and yet there were few people on its sweltering streets as Captain Lawrence led Tarzan through the opening in the mud walls that enclosed the city, past the low thatched huts of the natives, past the mosques and the orishas, the idol houses, and into one of the few European-style buildings. Although the officer who had brought Tarzan from the jungle was British, the man he soon faced was a native, the Alafin of the province of Oyo, a man whose sworn duty it was to combine the orthodox law of England and the traditional justice of the Dark Continent.
Step forward, Tarzan. Here, I'll hold Juanita.
Your Honor, Captain Lawrence has told me that I am charged with a variety of serious crimes, yet he has furnished no details. Before we go further, I demand to know the particulars.
Your words are brave for a prisoner.
I do not consider myself a prisoner. I came willingly. Had I been unwilling to face your court, a dozen Lawrences could not have brought me from my jungle.
That I can believe. Even a brave soldier like Captain Lawrence would be as nothing against a giant who can twist the iron bars that protect the government supply depot.
I am supposed to have done that?
Strangled 3 men and robbed them of their purses.
I'm accused of that, too?
Desecrated a native temple and stolen the golden sacramental vessels, overpowering 6 native guards and leaving them beaten beyond recognition.
What makes you think I am the guilty one?
The description tallies. I have more than a score of affidavits in which both natives and Europeans describe the powerful 7-foot man who was responsible for the foul deeds I enumerated.
I do not stand 7 feet in height.
One must allow for exaggeration.
Am I the only man in Africa who is tall and powerful?
All of these acts were committed near Luanda. Do you deny that you have been there lately?
No, I admit it. I escorted a woman there.
So I heard. A woman who was wanted by the police of a dozen countries. Is that not so?
I was exonerated.
You will not extricate yourself from these charges so easily. Not when you have had the temerity to brag of your feats of strength in a local cafe.
I suppose as I bragged of my exploits, I announced my name.
Your name was wrung from the lips of your accomplice. He admitted you were Tarzan.
My accomplice? I suppose you refer to Juanita here.
I refer to the Cockney who is reputedly your constant companion. The evidence is damning, Tarzan. You will have a fair trial, but in the meantime you will be remanded to a cell.
A cell?
And I should not attempt escape. You will be guarded by a troop of trained riflemen who have been instructed to shoot before you draw close enough to use the powerful hands with which you have mangled your other victims.
And while Tarzan languished in his cell in Ibadan, Herbert Graves and the 7-foot giant who had been barred from every prize ring in the world hid out in a small shack on the outskirts of Luanda.
I don't like this place. It gives me the creeps.
Oh, take it easy, killer. We've got to lay off for them now.
Why?
Because Tarzan's been arrested. As long as he's behind bars in Ibadan, they can't blame him for what we do here.
I don't like what we're doing anyway. What's it got us? Coffee and cake money.
We'll have a slew of money before we're finished. We'll have more than you would have made as well as champagne. And I'll be walking down Park Lane in a frock coat and a pair of them striped trousers. We'll be rich, all right.
When?
As soon as Tarzan's dead. See, a chum of mine discovered oil in that jungle. There's enough there to float the King's Navy. Well, we had a misunderstanding with this bloke Tarzan, and he kicked us out of the jungle. Well, with him out of the way, we can move back in.
Well, let's kill him. Let's go to this, whatever you said the name of the place was, where he's in jail.
Ibadan. And it's crawling with coppers. No, my friend, we'll wait a while and see what happens. If Tarzan gets out of the clink, we'll kill somebody here and blame it on him.
What good will that do?
Well, they'll post a reward for him, they will, and then when you and him meet up, you can go ahead and kill him without worry. The government will pat you on the back. They'll finance our little expedition into the jungle.
If we don't go after Tarzan, how'll we find him?
You'll find us, he will. You can bet your life he'll be looking for us. That's the way I planned it, I did.
But, Captain Lawrence, if you believed these things they say, you would not have come to my cell to visit me, to try and encourage me.
I came so that I might warn you. The people of the city are milling about the jail, threatening to tear down the gates and deal with you themselves.
Oh, without the benefit of a trial?
Exactly. And that's something I take a dim view of, both as an officer and a citizen.
Of course, you might drop the key to my cell on your way out.
It would do you little good. You would find yourself facing that angry mob, which aches to avenge the brutality they think you guilty of.
And the riflemen?
They're out front, too. I've ordered them to guard you. Should the mob break through, I question exactly where their loyalties lie.
Then what can I do?
No one guards the rear of the prison. The bars at your window are no heavier than those which guarded the government depot.
And you do think I was the one who broke in there? You do think me guilty of all the other crimes?
I don't know what to believe. But I know I'm against lynching.
If I could gain my freedom, I might be able to find the real criminal. Thank you, Captain Lawrence.
Not at all.
I must clear my name with these bars. There. Doesn't look like much of a jump. Well, Juanita?
There he goes! Don't let him get away!
Bullets whizzed close to Tarzan's head, but fate had ordained that none should strike him. With Juanita, the parrot, clutching at his shoulder, Tarzan crashed into the jungle and turned his fleet footsteps toward the city of Luanda. Now the mute testimony of the twisted bars of his cell added evidence against the Lord of the Jungle. All of Africa was warned to watch out for him. The news reached Luanda, and the next day Tarzan was a hunted man.
Now's our chance to strike, Mighty.
Where are we going?
There's an old chief out this way. Sort of a strange bird, lives apart from his tribe. Gets an allowance from the government, he does.
I ain't interested in getting some old guy's money. You promised me
This is your chance to kill, Mighty. This is the murder we blame on Tarzan. This must be his cabin.
Jumbo White Man?
We're looking for an old chief supposed to live here.
Old chief very sick. Can't speak to no one.
He'll speak to us, he will. Come on, Tarzan.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Get out of the way, you.
There he is. Hello, Chief.
He not talk for many moons. He old man who is dying.
Well, we won't be doing him much harm, will we, Tarzan?
Who's the girl? What about her?
Yeah. Who are you, Ducky?
Me Barwani, granddaughter of chief. Come from village to care for grandfather.
Well, ain't that nice? At least you can tell the folks what happened to the chief's money. And to him.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, Tarzan. Go ahead.
No, please, old man.
Captain Lawrence, I strongly suspect you know more about Tarzan's escape than you are willing to admit.
I don't know a thing. I was with my men.
We will not discuss the matter further, Captain Lawrence. But you may rest assured that I hold you personally responsible for recapturing him.
I'll look for him. But I still think it's all a big mistake. He couldn't be guilty of the crimes he was accused of.
That was for a court to decide. But now those charges are of little importance.
Those charges?
Word of his further activities has just been received from Luanda. And as a result, I have issued orders to have him captured, dead or alive. Tarzan is wanted for murder.
We'll be back with the exciting conclusion of Tarzan and the Killer in just a moment. Mile after mile of dense jungle was left behind as Tarzan sped toward the city of Luanda. Now the forest was alive with the scent of man, for everywhere patrols searched for the one they believed guilty of murder. Tarzan was unaware of this latest charge. Still, it was his habit to avoid contact with humans as much as possible. So he kept from the paths and clearings until suddenly he caught the scent of man and of hungry panther coming from the same direction.
Run for your life! A tree! Spring for a tree!
I don't think I can.
Watch out! He's crouching!
You haven't a chance. This is incredible. The panther's trying to escape now.
He won't escape.
With a small hunting knife. I never would have believed it. Why did you do that?
It is the way of Tarzan.
You're Tarzan?
Yes. And who are you? Why do you come into the jungle unarmed?
I had a gun. I dropped it in my flight from the panther.
Oh, here it is. On the ground. Here you are. I'd keep that close if I were you.
I'll say I will. Hands up.
What?
Don't try to move or I'll send a bullet right through your heart.
I don't understand your actions.
I'm part of a patrol out looking for you, Tarzan. I got separated from the others, but they'll be along soon. We don't hold much traffic with murderers.
Murderers?
No, don't try to deny killing that old chief near Luanda. His granddaughter put the finger on you, all right.
I have seen no native chief in many moons, nor have I seen the granddaughter of any chief. The man who committed the crime must have been the same one who committed the others.
You'll get a fair trial, I guess, and I'll get a reward.
And my reward for saving your life is to be taken back to Ibadan without having a chance to find the real murderer.
Well, you did save my life, but we're under orders.
Would you rather follow your orders or your heart?
I don't follow you.
Did your heart identify the man who saved your life as one who would kill wantonly?
No.
Well, then give me a chance. You can stay with me. You can keep your thunderstick aimed at my back, but give me a chance to clear my name.
Okay, it's a bargain. Only I hope I won't be sorry for this later on.
Now Tarzan's pace was slower, for he had agreed to stay within rifle shot of the man whose life he had saved and who had spared him. The man was an ever-present shadow as Tarzan, with Juanita still perching on his shoulder, entered a small clearing.
Well, Juanita, it looks as though we're not the most popular citizens of the jungle.
Tarzan?
I wouldn't mention that name if people find out you're a friend of mine. Anyway, we're getting closer to my double. Here's the hut of the old man he killed. Is anyone inside? Watu Nadani?
Nadi, Buwane Nadani.
Jumbo.
Jumbo Buana?
You are Bawani, whose grandfather was killed by a thief?
Nadigo.
Do you know who I am, Bawani?
Sigo.
I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
But all that man who killed grandfather.
Did you see him? Ulimona?
Nilemwana?
You saw him. Well, do you think I am the same man?
Matu? Nene Refu.
Taller and fatter than I am, huh? I shall need you for a witness, Bawani, for I shall find this man if it's the last thing I do. Anakwenda Wapi?
Maji Buwana.
Then I shall go to the village also. And for his own sake, he'd better be as big and as strong as his reputation.
The native village of Yamboya, not far distant from Luanda, was in a state of terror. For days now, the great giant who masqueraded as Tarzan had held the city in virtual hostage. Those who had attempted to deny him anything or to cross him in the slightest whim had been savagely beaten. And in all of this, he was encouraged by the unscrupulous Herbert Graves.
Well, Governor, looks like we'll have to pour our own drinks. The natives have all bucked.
If they don't wait on me, I'll kill them. There ain't one of them I couldn't kill with one hand.
Soon you'll have an opponent worthy of you, matey. Tarzan ought to be along any mo.
I can kill him, too.
I know you can, chum. And once he's dead, I can move back into that jungle where there's all that oil I told you about. We'll be rich.
I ain't interested in money.
You've killed a slew of men to get it, you have.
Well, that was because you told me to. I do what you say. I like you.
And I likes you, killer. It's you who's going to kill Tarzan for me. It's you who's going to fill me pockets with 100-pound notes. I'll be so rich I'll throw the 10-pound notes into the gutter.
Hey, you got awful quiet all of a sudden.
Huh? But it did, Governor.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the village must have turned in for the night.
Quiet, Juanita. Those must be the men inside. I think I recognize an old enemy and a new one.
I would not go inside, Tarzan.
Captain Lawrence. In this squalid village, I couldn't catch your scent.
I've been following you ever since you escaped from prison. There's a reward out for you.
Yes, so I hear. And now you want to collect it, huh?
No. I followed you to keep you from digging yourself in deeper. Those men inside.
I am confident that the huge one is the one who has used my name. The other is a man who once invaded my jungle. He mistreated the natives and schemed to take my life. He must be behind all this.
Tarzan, in following you, I stumbled across definite evidence that proves you were right in your contentions. When I return to Ibadan, I will clear your name.
Thank you.
And you needn't worry about the man whose life you saved and who has permitted you to come this far. I shall not report him.
Once again, I thank you.
But I can do little if you take matters in your own hands.
You have a troop of soldiers with you?
No.
Then hold Juanita for me. Here. I refuse to let anyone else risk a life to clear me. I shall go inside and capture the man who has used my name. When we return to Ibadan, he shall be our most potent evidence.
No, Tarzan, I beg of you. He towers over you and he's...
Good evening, gentlemen.
It's him.
I see that you ignored the good advice I once gave you, Herbert Graves.
To stay out of Africa? You're not giving any orders to Herbert Graves. Not when he has a friend like the killer here.
The killer? That is a name of which he is proud?
What's wrong with my name?
Nothing. I hear it fits you well.
He's insulting you, killer. Let him have it.
He ain't as big as me, not as tall, and not as heavy. I can kill him.
Sure you can. Have at him. Only watch out for his knife.
I don't need a knife against any man.
You'll need more than a knife before I get through with you.
Kill the blighter.
Pick me, will you?
Here's his knife, killer.
Give me that. Now.
The killer's red-rimmed eyes gleam with maniacal fury. The knife in his hand flashed down and then spun from his grasp as sinewy hands wrenched it free. The men went down, the great weight of the giant on top of Tarzan. But Tarzan slithered away, and the killer, nimble for all his bulk, sprang to his feet. The furniture was smashed against the walls of the tiny native cafe as the men struggled furiously. Natives spewed from every hut in the village, joining the two white men who watched the savage struggle from outside the cafe.
No, Captain Lawrence, don't shoot. Never could be sure of getting the right one.
Tarzan bleeding.
Other one too, both bleeding bad.
They're working their way out of the door.
They both seem to be blinded by the blood in their eyes.
They're struggling for an advantage. They're trying to outmaneuver one another.
They've backed themselves into a hut in the rear.
Is storage space for earthenware.
You've got to do something, Captain Lawrence. Only one man can ever come out of that shack alive.
Look! Herbert Graves runs away. Runs for jungle.
Shall I go after him, Captain?
No, he won't get far in that jungle alone.
Well, it sounds as though the fight is over.
I can't make myself look. If anything's happened to Tarzan, I'll be the one to blame.
Someone's coming out now.
Who is it?
I can't tell. He's so battered, it's impossible.
The parrot's right. It's Tarzan.
In just a moment, a preview of our next story. Long has Africa been a pawn in the game of international warfare. Because it is rich in gold and diamonds and ivory, nations have fought to acquire colonies there. How much greater is the threat to the peace of the Dark Continent when a new source of wealth and power is discovered in the heart of the jungle? War and tyranny and suffering hang like a great foreboding cloud in our next story, Jungle Legacy.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Jungle Legacy.
On August 6th, 1945, the most destructive bomb ever created was dropped on the hapless city of Hiroshima, and the atomic era was born. In the years following its dramatic birth, men combed the earth searching for uranium, the energy-producing element of the A-bomb. Those who located the richest deposits of this new gold would perhaps control the world. And no one was more aware of this fact than the sallow-faced, bearded man who sat in a subterranean office in Addis Ababa, 10 degrees north of the equator in Africa.
Come in. Good afternoon, Comrade Karazov.
Quiet, you fool. Do you not know that the use of names is prohibited?
But down here, hundreds of feet below the street, surely...
It is a matter of discipline. No one can hear us down here, but if you get in the habit of addressing me as Karazov, and I get in the habit of addressing you as Zavet, we may slip when we are not in a safe place.
I am sorry, Mr. K.
We will let the matter pass without an official reprimand this time, Mr. Z.
Thank you. And now you have an assignment for me.
Yes. We must find a plentiful supply of uranium at once.
But where can we go in Africa? The Belgian Congo is the richest uranium field in the world. But we cannot go there.
There are sections of the African continent that have little or no international police. You will find uranium in some quarter where we can work undisturbed. You will be supplied to everything you need. Make a list.
I can tell you right now. I shall need photographic plate equipment, ultraviolet lamps manufactured for the purpose, Geiger counters with the most powerful Geiger-Mueller tubes available, and everything that makes up a large safari.
The latter will not be necessary. We have an excellent plane at your disposal. You will travel by air. We have done some preliminary work. You will head first for the mountain country of the Marwa people.
But that's where Tarzan is. I have tangled with him twice already, several years ago. And I am not going to get mixed up with him again. I am not going there.
You are an engineer. You know the jungle, and you have been selected for the job. You are not being asked to go, Mr. C. You are being ordered. Mapeka.
Always at your service, Buana.
You will accompany Mr. B and the pilot. Mapeka is the native of Marwa. If you are forced to land, you will act as an intermediary for Mr. Z. We will have no trouble.
No trouble, Buana.
Look, you can sometimes detect the presence of radioactive ores from the air, but you have to go into the jungle on foot with a crew if you find it. And that means Tarzan and plenty of trouble.
Your job is to find the uranium, Mr. Z. I shall be responsible after that. When we take our crew into the jungle, we will be accompanied by a troop of secret police. This Tarzan you speak of will not be the first man our police have liquidated.
It was Tarzan's way to divide his time between the jungle stronghold of the ape tribe who had raised him, his seacoast cabin, and the villages of the many native tribes who were his friends. As Lord of the Jungle, he settled many disputes, gave advice, served his ebon-skinned brothers in many ways. Now, as Zavet's plane headed for the mountain country, Tarzan faced a troubled youth in the kraal of the Marwa people.
Never before have I seen such a sad face, Anduta. Surely your worries cannot measure up to your expression.
Anduta have heavy trouble. Want to take Kara as Maki.
You want to take Kara as your wife? Well, there should be no great problem there. Have you gone to her maternal uncle to make the arrangements?
That is great trouble. Anduta go to Majomba of Kara. Tell him Anduta love Kara. Kara love Anduta. Want marriage. Majomba make marriage price Sita Nagombe.
6 head of cattle? Well, that's ridiculous. The established marriage fee for Marwa women is but 2 head of cattle. I don't know what's behind this, Anduta, but I shall go to the maternal uncle of Kara and speak with him.
Santa Tarzan, go quickly, for Anduta has heavy heart.
I shall see him at once. And then I shall return here and tell you what...
What wrong?
I heard something strange.
Quick, hide! His great devil bird!
It is an airplane of the white men. The Tarmangani comes again to our jungle. I fear that our worries shall not long be confined to those of the heart.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Tarzan. In the plane that circled over the Marwa district, Zabet listened to the Geiger counter with disgust. Although they had flown back and forth over endless miles of wild terrain, the instrument had failed to indicate the presence of any radioactive material. To return to Addis Ababa with a report of failure meant disgrace, or perhaps worse. And yet to keep searching was dangerous. The gas supply was growing exceedingly short. So was Anton Zabet's temper.
The drone of that infernal motor is driving me crazy. Maybe we land. Below is village Mawa people. There is no safe place to land near here. And anyway, we've got to find uranium. How we know when we find? If we come close to a spot where it exists, this instrument should begin to click. The richer the deposit, the more clicks. Pilot.
Yes, Mr. Z?
Turn north toward the rocky ridge beyond the native village.
There's not much gas.
I said go north.
Right.
All this land of Mawa. From here to Buana Mlima, big mountain. Quiet. Is Geiger counter? Yes, we found it. Mark this spot on the map, Mapeka. Those big black rocks. Medio, listen to those clicks. Unless I miss my guess, we found the richest lode in the whole Congo. Pilot, turn back. Head for Addis Ababa.
Well, Anduta, perhaps my fears of the Tarmangani were groundless.
White men, turn back.
I guess there's little here to interest them. This is pretty barren country. Come, lead me to the Hema of Kara's maternal uncle.
Hema of Kara's Majumba, right ahead. Is Hema with round roof?
I will meet you at the edge of the river when Goro the moon has risen. And don't worry, Anduta. I'm sure I can persuade Kara's uncle to accept 2 head of cattle for her hand.
Who approaches Hema of Chief?
It is Tarzan.
Jumbo, Tarzan.
Jumbo, great chief. I come to make talk.
Speak, Lord of Jungle.
You are uncle of the girl, Kara?
Kara, daughter, my sister. Kara's father, chief before me.
And Kara is of marriageable age?
Nadi.
Then why do you not encourage her marriage to Anduta? He's a fine young man who works hard and is pleasant to look upon.
Is true. I not tell him no. I tell him price of marriage.
You know he cannot pay 6 head of cattle. Why do you set the price so high? 2 head of cattle has long been sufficient to pay as a marriage bonus for a woman of Marwa.
Kara, daughter of old chief who is dead.
I know,
She important Marwa Namki. Chief have no sons. Kara now owns property.
Property?
In Maji war, white men and black men make peace treaty. Black men of Marwa tribe get land from narrow, fast water to big mountain.
Yes, I know of that treaty.
Tribe divide land. Kara's father get from north edge kraal to sign of 3 stones. Now belong Kara.
A fine legacy, a strip of alkaline soil that will grow neither plantains nor Kafir corn and a huge pile of worthless black rocks. And this property is to keep her from marrying the man she loves?
Kara property owner, important woman. Price is Sita. Nagombe, 6 head cattle. Law not change, even for Tarzan.
son, Tarzan, come, Kara.
Then we can marry, Anduta?
Big Bwana fix everything. He go see Kara's Majamba. Tell me, meet him here.
Anduta,
Yes?
you know it not Kara put price of 6 cattle?
Anduta no.
Kara would marry Anduta without any wedding price.
Hello, Anduta. Kara?
Jumbo.
Tarzan bring good news?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I guess you'll just have to work for another few years until you can pay the 6 head of cattle that is demanded.
Oh, Anduta.
Not cry, Kara. Anduta, work hard. In few years...
No, I can't let a thing like this happen. Anduta, go back to the village and get what things you require for a trip. You and I will travel. We will work, and we will bring back the price of happiness.
That night, Tarzan and the young Anduta left the Marwa country. Together, they would earn enough so that Anduta could buy his bride according to the customs of the tribe and the stipulations of its chief. But Tarzan and his black brother had traveled but a few days' march to the north when a mighty safari approached the Marwa country from the east, bringing with it a threat to Anduta's marriage and to the peace of Tarzan's jungle.
How much farther, Savet?
You used my name. You told me that we weren't to...
We are beyond the ears of civilization.
We are not beyond the ears of Tarzan. And if there's one man he hates, it's Anton Zavet.
I am not interested in your fears. Only in uranium. Mapika! Mapika!
Yes, Bwana.
I had to call twice for you.
Mapika was at head of safari.
Excuses. You and this miserable Zabet. Headquarters shall hear of this.
Mapika came soon as could.
How far are we to the great black rocks you marked on the map?
Black rocks just ahead.
Have the caravan stop then. We will make camp here.
As you say, Bwana. Fast! Master order us make camp. Unloading.
Sabet, unload your testing equipment and set up your laboratory. You will get to work at once.
As you say.
Mapika, order a few of the bearers to take picks and spades and secure the samples that Zabet needs. Well, why do you stand there?
Bwana, master.
Well?
Be best make peace with Marwa tribe before start dig. Marwa have many brave warriors. We touch their land, they start war.
I have given instructions for my police to guard those who do the digging. The first Marwa native who tries to interfere in any way is to be shot.
Karazav, we've struck it.
Not so much excitement, Savet. We must not forget our dignity, even in the jungle. We are fulfilling a sacred mission.
Yes.
Well, what did you find?
It is uraninite, the richest crystal form of pitch blende you can find.
Uraninite crystal form? I don't know of such things. Tell me straight out.
According to my calculations, the crystal should run close to 80% uranium oxide.
So, and the amount of it?
Limitless. We'll control the world. The men are building a fortress to protect our discovery, and
why don't I hear the picks and the shovels at work?
I ordered the workers to stop.
You ordered?
The chief of the Marwas was attracted by the sound of digging. He came to investigate.
Why was he not shot, as I ordered?
Because I know the jungle and its people better than you do. Shoot the chief and you'll have 1,000 natives here by nightfall. 2,000 maybe. I have a better plan.
So? Go ahead.
The chief claims this land belongs to a young girl of the tribe. Her name is Kara.
All right, I see your point. So we'll give her a few strings of beads and buy the land.
She is not allowed to sell it. When she marries, the land goes to her husband, and from him to their children.
I suppose we wait and buy it from the children?
No. I think we will have no difficulty cooperating with the husband I have selected. She shall marry our faithful guide, Mapika. I will arrange the entire matter. Well, I pulled it off. In another few minutes, Kara and Mapika will be married.
It's about time. 2 weeks now we've held up our work.
It was wise. Now we will have no trouble.
The girl doesn't look very happy about the ceremony.
She will do as her uncle has instructed. He has been paid gold and 20 head of cattle. By Mapika, of course.
Ambo, Watu.
The marriage is ready?
Marriage ready. I perform ceremony here. Advance Mapika.
Mapika here, Chief. Ready for marriage.
Mapika, when you leave tribe for White Man City, you leave on the cloud. But now you come back, pay debts, have much money, pay many head cattle for bride. Mawas take you back as son.
Santa, great chief.
Advance Kara.
No. Kara not marry Mapika. Kara promised one of Anduta.
Anduta leave tribe, maybe not come back. Mapika pay marriage price. Kara must take him for Mummi.
No, not take Mapika as husband. Anduta comes. Jungle drums tale. Anduta approach with Tarzan.
With Tarzan?
Tarzan stop wedding. He not let Kara marry man she not love.
Did you hear that, Tarzan? Are your men ready?
They're all here.
Then have them watch in all directions. If you want to get back to civilization with the uranium, you'd better have your men shoot as soon as Tarzan comes out of those woods.
In just a moment, we shall learn the fate of Tarzan as he enters the village. Tarzan and Anduta approached the village of the Mawa people slowly, for their pace was set by 6 head of cattle, which they prodded impatiently along the tangled path. Suddenly they stopped. Their ears informed them that some manner of ceremony was in progress, and their sensitive noses proclaimed that the Tarmangani were near.
You stay here and protect the cattle, Anduta. I shall find out the meaning of the ceremony in the presence of the white men.
Careful, Tarzan. Sometimes white man much dangerous. Well, go ahead with the ceremony. It would be better to get it over with before Tarzan arrives.
Think better we wait now.
Yes, please wait. Let Tarzan decide what right.
It law of Mawa. I have paid marriage price. Kara is mine. Begin ceremony.
You speak true, Mapika. Kara, the wedding price paid. You must take Mapika as Mummy. We begin wedding.
It is the cry of Tarzan.
Tarzan, save Kara. She not want to marry.
Quiet, woman.
You hit woman you want as bride.
Over there, in the tree by the gate to the village.
That is Tarzan?
Yes.
All right, men. Ready? Aim. Fire.
Tarzan, dead at last. I never thought I would live to hear him drop from a tree. I have to hand it to your police, Karazab.
Make sure he is dead, men. Go and bring him back.
We'll bring him back, all right?
Let's find where he dropped.
It was like hitting a clay pigeon.
An arrow right through the heart of one of your men. Tarzan is not dead. It was a trick.
One of the oldest tricks of the jungle, Mr. Zabek. It was only a heavy limb of a tree you heard fall.
He's on the other side of the village now. Shoot again.
It would do you no good. I have learned to move quickly, and I am forced to protect my life with my arrows. An arrow shall answer every bullet of a white man.
Go ahead, Karazov. Give the order before he kills us all.
I do not expect my men to fire up shadows and trees. This whole idea of the marriage in order to secure the property was ridiculous. Men, we will withdraw to our camp.
You are letting Tarzan scare us away?
We will guard the camp and the mine. We will make a virtual fortress in the jungle. If we are to fight this Tarzan, it will not be on his terms, but ours.
Quiet, Mapika. I shall draw this noose tighter about your throat.
Mapika, be quiet. Tarzan not kill.
I kill only in self-defense, but were you to cry out, my life would be in danger. What are the white men searching for among those great black rocks?
Search for a thing they call uranium.
Uranium? So that's the reason they bring their secret police.
Make big bombs from uranium. Soon rule world.
I shudder to think of a world ruled by Zavet and his kind. I promise you they will not take their death-making materials from here.
But rocks belong Mapika. Has paid wedding price to uncle of Kara.
So this is the result of Kara's legacy. Mapika, you are a traitor to your people, but still I shall let you go.
Santa Buana.
I shall let you go so that you can return to those black rocks and the low animals that crawl there. Tell Zavet and the others that I shall give them until nightfall to leave. Your marriage price will be returned to you, Mapika, and you may leave with them. And if you are not gone by the time Goro the moon rises in the heaven, the entire jungle will fall upon you and the others.
Goro comes, and white men not leave Tarzan.
I know, Anduta. And their presence here threatens not only the people of Marwa, but those of the entire civilized world.
What we do?
It would be foolish of me to attempt to battle them single-handed.
Marwa warriors help Tarzan.
Even the men of Marwa would be too small a force against them. I shall speak to the chief and explain things. The voice of the jungle drums must speak, and thousands of warriors from other tribes must join us in our siege on the fortress of the Black Rocks.
Before dawn had broken, the warriors of a dozen savage tribes had joined the Marwas in their battle against the men who would control the world. Guns sounded and natives died. Arrows and spears and long kisus were hurled at the barricade that had been built about the Black Rocks. Many of the secret police were impaled on the crude weapons of the savages, but fear made them renew their defense, and Tarzan and his men fell back.
They're gone?
They have withdrawn to their village to care for the sick and bury their dead. But they will be back.
We have to escape.
We are not leaving the uranium. We will battle to the last man.
There is nothing we can do. For every native that drops, there are two who come from a distant tribe. They're still pouring in.
Numbers do not always decide battles. Remember the use of the A-bomb.
But we haven't got an atomic bomb.
You have your laboratory equipment, and you have uranium. Now get to work.
That is impossible. Who are you to give orders to 1 ton of it? I have no equipment for the manufacture of an atomic bomb.
You will do something at once, or you will be liquidated now.
Well, perhaps I can make some sort of a crude bomb, but I cannot tell what it will do to them or to us.
Enough talk. Make a bomb. We do not have to level a great city. All we have to do is to destroy a small native village and its people.
Night fell again, and in the village of the Marwas, the native warriors, led by Tarzan, prepared for a fresh assault on the fortress of the Black Rocks. But inside the fortress, all was quiet. The secret police awaiting orders, and Karasov was waiting for the bomb he had commanded Zavet to make. Zavet was still inside his makeshift laboratory, and Mapika was at his side.
Finished now, Buana?
Yes, this little bomb should erase all of Mr. Karasov's problems.
You take to him?
No. I think I shall let you have the honor, Mapika. After all, this bomb is meant to protect the property that is rightfully yours.
I take bomb to Buana. How it work?
Just before it is thrown, this lever here should be pushed all the way down. Do you understand?
Nedio, is atomic bomb?
Not quite. But it will produce some radiation when it explodes. I think it will do the job for which I have designed it. Here, carry it carefully.
Where you go?
Oh, I'll be around. I'll be around.
Our men make so much noise, the Tamanganis will be warned of our coming.
Almost to Black Rocks now. Tamanganis not shoot thundersticks.
They're probably waiting until we get to the edge of the clearing. Slowly, men.
Attack now, Tarzan.
Wait. What? Mapika and their big Buana alone at the entrance to their boma. And the soldiers all behind them. What can that mean?
Anduta not have eyes like Tarzan. What they do?
That Tamangani has something in his hand. He's seen us. He's moving some sort of a lever on the...
Badman, all dead?
Look, there's the body of Mapika, all charred and disfigured.
Like one visited by demons.
And there's their leader's body. And their Escari, their policeman. But
no trace of Zavit.
Look, Tarzan. Other white man climbing mountain. Far off.
Ah, Zavit.
We go after him?
No. He stands little chance in the jungle alone. And we have much to do here, Anduta. Remember, there's a wedding ceremony that we must prepare for.
We shall return with a word about our next story of Tarzan in just a moment. Africa is more than a collection of exotic cities and jungles and wild animals. It is a state of mind, and sometimes the mind takes strange forms when it is twisted by the crime of the equatorial cities, forged by the heat and the dangers of Africa's teeming jungles. Tarzan is a prey of one of the strangest minds of all. In our next story, Jungle Orchids.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Jungle Orchids.
Everything about Edwina Clark formed a strange contradiction. Her name and her fair skin proclaimed her to be English, and yet she had the almond eyes and the high cheekbones of the Orient. Her face had a classic beauty, unlined and extremely youthful, but her hair was silver gray, and her serene manner, her apparent gentleness, was perhaps the strangest contradiction of all, when one took into consideration the great bullwhip which seldom left her hand. Edwina's shop, like the others in the flower bazaar of Bekarata, consisted of crude stalls, but behind hers was a magnificent modern greenhouse in which she spent most of her waking hours.
My poor, sweet darling. You look so ill.
You speak to me, Moana?
I spoke to this poor ailing orchid plant. Oh, my heart weeps to see it die.
It most beautiful orchid, but was half dead when native bring from jungle.
I know. Have you ever seen anything so incredibly lovely, Uga?
Uga, take to other side of greenhouse where it get more light.
No, I don't want you to touch it. Put it back. You clumsy, stupid fool. You've dropped my lovely orchid. You've killed it.
No, Moana. No use whip. Please, Moana. No. No. No.
Far from the flower bazaar of Bekarata, Torgo, the small native boy, wandered among the flowers of the jungle. He'd been warned against straying from the village of his people, but it was spring, and the fascination of nature had been too great. He was deep in a wooded glen that overflowed with brightly hued aristea, leucodendron, acacia, and orchids, when the rumble of heavy hooves and the trumpeting of elephants brought sudden terror to his heart.
His panther, the elephant, must run. No, come too fast. Help! Help!
I'm coming, Torgo! I'm coming!
Help!
There. Hold on to me tightly while I grab this vine and swing up into the trees.
Oh,
Just in time.
Torgo had bow and arrows, so not afraid.
Torgo, you have to learn that with or without your bow and arrows, you must not come into the jungle alone.
But Tarzan say elephants his friends.
Yes. Yes, it is true. I have made friends among the elephants, but when they are hunting for something, they're blind to everything except that for which they seek.
Elephants look for water?
No, there's a great deal of water in the mountain country at this time of year. I think they have a craving for salt. They require it for their great bodies.
Tundra look for chumvi?
That's right. There are several licks near here, though the elephants' trips in past years have greatly reduced the amount of chumvi to be found in this area.
When elephants find licks, they be good.
That's right. Give a man or a beast what he hunts for, and he'll be good. But as long as a search is on, either one is dangerous.
Torgo come into woods, search for flowers.
Oh, they are beautiful. Particularly those great orchids over there, the ones with the orange center. Well, Torgo, if you have to hunt for something, I guess flowers are best. Elephants searching for salt almost killed you. Tarmangani searching for gold or oil or uranium have often threatened my life.
Hunting for flowers is good, eh, Tarzan?
And flowers are used as gifts to those who are sick or to someone whose beauty you admire. One cannot imagine anyone who searches for beautiful flowers having an ugly heart.
Tarzan like people who search for flowers.
Well, so far, no one has ever brought a safari into the jungle for flowers. But if one should come, they'd win my respect and trust.
We'll return to our story of jungle orchids in just a moment. Attached to the greenhouse of Edwina Clark's flower mart was her office. Like its owner, it too was a strange contradiction. The walls were of teak wood inlaid with mother of pearl, but English hunting prints adorned the wall. Somehow, though, the place suited Edwina. Her visitor did not seem so much at home.
I just dropped in to tell you, Edwina, that this latest victim of your whip is in very bad shape.
He had it coming. He tried to steal a valuable book from my office.
Nonsense. I've known Uga for years. Wouldn't touch anything that doesn't belong to him. He probably bruised a leaf of one of your precious plants.
Yes, that's true, Bertie, but don't be hard on me. You know what I'm like when someone injures a flower. It's as though I saw someone torturing a child. I want to kill them.
You're lucky you haven't killed someone already. You'll be in a bad way if Uga decides to go to the elephant about this.
Oh, for heaven's sake. You know Uga's word would never be taken against mine in the court.
No, a native hasn't much chance. Well, I thought you should know about the boy's condition. I've got to buzz off now.
Now, don't be angry with me, Bertie. Stay long enough to drink a gin and tonic and smoke a hookah.
Honestly, Edwina, I sometimes think you make a fetish of strange combinations. Gin and tonic and a hookah. It's like combining caviar and kippers or snails with corned beef and cabbage.
Am I any less of a strange combination?
You're not the only product of a roving Englishman and a harem beauty.
And we're all unhappy. We belong to neither one group nor the other.
I thought you were happy.
In Africa.
Well, why do you stay here?
Because it's the one place where your ancestry or your past isn't questioned. And, of course, I have my orchids.
Ah, yes, the orchids. Well, I think I'll forego the drink, Edwina. But while I'm here, you might tell me about that new species, the huge orchid with the orange center. I don't know its name.
It has no name. It's completely unknown. A black brought the plant from the jungle, and then he disappeared. But now that lone plant I had is dead.
Ah, too bad. If you could have supplied me with orchids of that variety, we could have made a fortune in foreign markets. I've never seen an orchid of such beauty or size.
How much could I make if I were able to supply you with orchids like that?
Oh, the field's limitless, Edwina. Millions, maybe.
Millions? With that amount of money, I could go anywhere. Edwina Clark would be accepted. Beauty's not enough. My mother found that out.
Now, Edwina, there's no use getting off on that tack again. After all...
I could live in Paris, London, any place. The beautiful, wealthy Edwina Clark, discoverer of the rare and costly Edwina orchid.
Edwina, there's no use making dreams about a species you probably couldn't find even if you went into the jungle, and which you wouldn't have a chance of bringing back to civilization in proper condition to sell.
I'll find them. I'll bring them back. And I'll make that fortune. Nothing will stop me.
Several weeks later, the strangest safari ever to invade Tarzan's jungle hacked its way through the almost impenetrable forest. Almost a dozen bearers cut a wide path for a huge ox-drawn van. But despite the size and the impressiveness of the house on wheels, the members of the safari were on foot. One glimpse of the gentle-looking Edwina was enough to allay Tarzan's usual suspicions of the Tarmangani. The heat of the jungle had done nothing to disturb her carefully groomed appearance, and she smiled sweetly and caressed each jungle blossom that crossed her path.
You seem to like flowers.
What? Oh, you scared me half to death.
I'm sorry. I purposely made a little noise as I jumped from the tree. I guess the sound of the chopping...
You must be Tarzan.
Yes, I am. How do you know of me?
It's a strange story, but my name is Edwina Clark. I have a stall in the flower bazaar in Decorata.
I have been to Decorata, but we did not meet. Had I encountered anyone as beautiful as you, I would not have forgotten.
Thank you. No, we did not meet. But recently a native came from the jungle with a rare orchid plant. He said that Tarzan had suggested its sale as a means of raising money.
Oh, yes, that was Anduta. I was helping him make enough to buy 6 head of cattle, and the price of the bride he desired. So you are the one who purchased the great orchid with the orange heart.
I paid him for it, and then I started to ask questions.
About me?
About the orchid. But as soon as the money was in his hands, he disappeared into the jungle. I've come a long way to find orchids like that one. So far, I've had no luck.
I can lead you to them.
What a wonderful coincidence. Meeting you.
The coincidence does not stop there. It was scarcely a moon ago that I told Torgo, he's a small native boy who was my friend, that if a miracle came to pass and a hunter came to search for flowers, I would lend every assistance.
How wonderful of you.
The fact that the one I am to help is both beautiful and gentle makes the task a most pleasant one. Edwina, the longer I remain in your camp, the more unusual I find you.
In what way?
Oh, in every way. That whip with which you hope to defend yourself against jungle animals. Coming here with only native bearers and a scarry, and this fantastic van with doors built like a vault and no sleeping accommodations.
Come here.
What's that?
It's a compressor. It makes ice. The ice goes in these spaces over here. And once the road is cut, I can take orchids back to Decorata quickly in this van. That's more important than sleeping accommodation.
But that small compressor won't make very much ice.
Enough. The outside of the van is heavy metal. The inside is cork, an excellent insulator. And we have a large supply of rock salt to help keep the ice.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm afraid, though, Edwina, your men will never be able to get this clumsy van to the valley where the orchids you want grow in large numbers.
I have to, Tarzan. I have to get it through.
Well, if it's that important, we'll manage. But not with manpower.
What then?
You'll see.
The safari pushed slowly ahead as Tarzan left it to speed in another direction through the upper level of jungle growth. He traveled half that night and far into the next day, and at last he reached the land of an elephant herd he had known when he was a boy, unaware of other humans. Now he climbed to the top of a great rock and gave the cry that was known to every denizen of the jungle. Catch a slight scent of the elephant, yet they do not come. Perhaps they've forgotten me. Hunter! Tarzan! You remember Tarzan, don't you, old friend? You still like to have your trunk tickled, don't you? I made no mistake in coming here. Some young bulls passed me on the way to the salt licks, but they had no time for me. Kneel down. I'll whisper something in your ear. That's the boy. Now then, I want you to help me do a favor for a beautiful lady. Well,
I'm afraid you don't understand that, but perhaps I can accomplish my mission if I'm on your back. I'll get up on that limb and... Next time you're going to grab me in your trunk and haul me to your back, I wish you'd let me know. Well, maybe you did understand about the beautiful lady. Let's go, Tantor. Out!
Manupara, why have we stopped?
Men stop chopping. Talk to small native boy who comes.
Well, please ask him to keep the safari moving. We can't be sure Tarzan will come back with help.
Small boy, look for Tarzan.
I'll talk to the boy. You tell the men to go ahead with their chopping.
Nadio. Anza machi. Menda upesi moana. Dogo toto.
Nadio, headmen tell me come to you, Luana.
I hear you were looking for Tarzan.
Me Torgo, friend of Tarzan.
Well, then we should be friends, for he is a friend of mine. You look like a very nice boy.
You look very beautiful lady.
Ah. What are you doing?
Tarzan say give flower to one who's beautiful. I get pretty flower here. Now I give it to beautiful Moana.
You've torn it out by the roots. What you do? You've killed it. You've killed the flower.
No, Moana. Not use whip on boy.
No. I shall not miss you with an axe stroke. No, not her, Torgo. Stupid, destructive child. No.
Run, Torgo. Run for life.
We'll be back in just a moment with the exciting conclusion of Jungle Orchids. Tarzan, perched high on the back of Tantor, the elephant, advanced rapidly toward the Punya country. His eyes searched the district, for his intention was to find the trail of Edwina Clark's safari. Suddenly, Tarzan's sensitive nostrils quivered. The stick he was using as an ankus to guide the elephant bid the great beast stop. And in one quick movement, the Lord of the Jungle slid to the ground.
Torgo, what has happened to you? You're bleeding.
White Moana beat Torgo with whip.
Those are not the marks of a whip.
Marks of thorns. Beautiful lady try hit Torgo. Torgo run away. Not watch in front. Run into thorns.
Torgo, I don't know what you've been up to or why you've invented this fantastic story, but you are hurt. Now, I'll take you to Mama Nagama, huh?
Torgo not to lie.
I've told you not to come into the jungle alone. It's clear that you disobeyed me and that you've made up this story to divert me. But blaming your injuries on the Moana is not very gallant of you.
It's truth.
Well, I shall take you to your village. And then I shall find out what really happened at the safari of Edwina Clark. You are Manyapara, headman of safari?
Nadiho, Buana.
Then you can tell me what happened to the small native boy who just staggered from your camp.
No native boy here.
Well, he must have been here.
No native boy here.
You're lying. He spoke of a beautiful white Moana. He did not make that up.
Please speak, Moana. Not make poor black man tell. Me talk, feel whip of Moana.
You are afraid of a slender, gentle woman, one who has come to the jungle to search for flowers? That's ridiculous. Well, I can get the truth from her. Where is she?
In Hema, beside the van that make cold. She say is conjoint.
She's sick? So that's why you've the temerity to tell lies about her. I'll see if there's anything I can do for her. We shall settle this later, Manyapara. Moana Clark? Edwina? It is Tarzan. May I enter your Hema?
Come in.
Oh, you are sick. Let me feel your brow. There's no sign of fever.
Perhaps it is nothing. Maybe in the morning I'll feel quite well again.
Oh, the fever that remains within the body is sometimes the most dangerous. Your life may be at stake.
My life is meaningless unless I can find what I came for. The Edwina orchid.
Well, I have brought an elephant to help clear the path. I left it at a little distance from here so I would not alarm the porters and bearers, but I do not advise going on.
I must, Tarzan. Please help me. You did promise me.
Yes, I did, but my promise wavered for a moment when I heard a strange story from Torgo, a small native boy who was in your camp.
A darling child. I tried to get him to remain with the safari, but He became shy and ran off.
He says you attempted to strike him with your whip.
Oh.
What? You were in pain?
Oh, my heart.
Oh, you should return to Becurata, where there are doctors, but... Well, if you will not, Tantor and I will help you bring the great van to the valley where the orchid grows.
Dawn found the safari drawing close to the fertile valley where the rare orchids grew in great abundance. Tantor the elephant plunged ahead, cutting a wide path through which the van and its precious ice-making machine moved easily. Near Tantor, guiding him, walked Tarzan, and beside the Lord of the Jungle walked a miraculously recovered Edwina.
Vas, Tantor. Close your eyes, Edwina.
What?
Close your eyes and take my hand.
All right. There.
When we round this great rock, you will be in the valley of the Edwina orchids. Now, open your eyes, Edwina.
My orchids! A whole valley of my orchids. Oh, Tarzan, is a dream of a lifetime come true.
Oh, it gives me great happiness. Vas, Tantor! Stop, I told you!
Look! That great clumsy beast has stepped on one of my orchids.
Oh, there are many of them, sure. Edwina, what are you doing?
I'll show that ungainly, stupid animal what...
No, don't use your whip on Tantor.
I want to strike Tantor!
Edwina, give me that whip. No, Tantor. Down. No, Tantor. Oh, she made a mistake, Tantor. Good boy. Gentle now, quiet. There, now stay here. Don't move.
I'm sorry. I saw him crush one of my orchids, and I guess I lost my head.
You are lucky you did not strike him. He would have killed you. Even now you may be in danger at any moment. I'm sure he sensed your intention, and an elephant is famous for its memory.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Now I believe Torgo's story and the fright of your bearers and the Manyapara of the safari.
Where are the bearers and the headman gone?
They fled. They saw you about to strike Tantor, and they feared that he would kill everyone within sight. I doubt that they will return.
And I suppose you will leave me now, too.
I shall keep my promise. The van is now filled with ice?
Yes, it's like the North Pole inside it.
I shall help you gather the orchids and carry them into the van. And then Tantor and I will take the van and you as far as the Punya country. There you may be able to engage new porters to accompany you to Becurata. But I warn you, do not attempt to use that whip again.
Edwina Clark was still beautiful, but for Tarzan she had lost all beauty because of the cruelty he had found in her. However, he had made a promise, and as the day wore on, he worked hard, gathering orchids in his great hands and carrying them within the house on wheels.
It's like the mountaintops in there.
The ice is keeping better than I thought it would. The rock salt helps, and closing in tightly each time. Did you slide the bar?
Yes, I slid the bar. It isn't strange that the ice remains firm. Even Tantor couldn't escape from that box. Well, another few loads and the van will be filled. I guess I'll go to the other side of the clearing.
There's some here, right by the big rock.
All right, I'll help you pick these, and then if we haven't enough, I'll get those on the other side. All right, there's one right here. I almost stepped on it.
You did step on it. You crushed it beneath your clumsy feet.
I didn't step on the flower. I might have crushed a leaf, but... Edwina!
You're like all the rest. You don't love flowers.
Put that whip down. I told you if you had... Then. I think this whip has bitten into the flesh of enough victims of your insanity.
You broke my whip.
If I had not dug my nails into my hands in order to control myself, I might not have stopped at breaking that whip.
I'm sorry. I never mean to hurt anyone, but...
I will hear no more false talk about your being sorry. I shall put this orchid, which is perfectly unharmed, within the van, and then we shall leave this valley.
It's not full yet.
I'm sorely tempted to empty it.
He did crush it. He crushed a flower.
These beautiful flowers here. How anyone who loves flowers can be as you are, Edwina. Well, you shall not return here. Not as long as I am Lord of the Jungle.
Not return here?
I thought at first that you were...
I shall return, Tarzan. I shall return many times. After you have frozen to death. You won't escape from that van. You won't. You'll freeze to death. You will. You will.
Tarzan gradually lost consciousness. Edwina stood looking at the van, staring at it like one hypnotized. Tantor had wandered off, attracted by the scent of others of his kind. Now he joined the elephants who had been to the almost exhausted salt licks and returned with their craving for salt still unsatisfied. Suddenly they caught the acrid scent of the pure rock salt. Its scent strong even though it was inside a van of metal. They charged on the box, beat against it with their mammoth trunks and great hooves until it broke into 1,000 pieces. The young bulls fell upon the rock salt, but the trunk of an old elephant reached in and grasped an almost frozen body before it could be smashed beneath a mighty hoof. Tarzan awoke later, his body warmed by the equatorial sun.
Oh.
Edwina?
Over here. Dying.
What happened? The van. You...
Elephants. They crushed the van. And me. Saved you.
You know there is little I can do for you now.
Only one thing. Bury me there at the entrance to the valley. And place in my hand one perfect orchid. An Edwina orchid.
In just a moment, a word about our next story of Tarzan. The Cassania Railway is a puny affair compared to the great railroads of civilized countries. It runs on narrow-gauge tracks, its engines are antiquated, and it passes through no great cities as it winds north from Africa's Gold Coast. But it carries millions of dollars of gold bullion, a temptation to those who dream of wealth and are willing to brave the terrors of the jungle in order to achieve it.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Gold Coast robbery.
Nungo had been running for days. His great ebon body was bathed with sweat. His legs ached, and his breath came in great tearing sobs. But he could not rest even for a moment. Terror drove him on, and only the hope that Tarzan was in his seacoast cabin gave him the courage to go on. And now, at last, he had reached the cabin's clearing. He was near exhaustion, but fear provided the strength with which to summon the Lord of the Jungle.
Nungo, come in. Here, let me help you.
Tarzan, save Nungo from police.
The police? Here, catch your breath, Nungo. Then tell me what this is all about.
Not much time. They're close behind.
Here, sit down. Drink this, will you?
Santa.
Now then.
Police coming to village of Nungo's people. Arrest 6 warriors of tribe. Arrest Nungo. Nungo run. Men chase.
What crime are you and the others accused of?
Not tell us. Just come into village with thundersticks. Take warriors from him. It's police. Tarzan saved Nungo.
Good evening.
Who are you? What do you want?
I am Abdul El Kefin, and this is Ben Hasib, my deputy. We represent the police, and we track the native here. Who are you?
I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
Ah, the great protector of his black brothers. Well, you will gain nothing by lying, Tarzan. We know the native is here.
I did not plan to lie. He is here. Come in.
There's the no-good scoundrel keeping crouching in the corner.
Ah, he does well to crouch in fear.
Not use thunderstick on Nungo.
We have no intention of shooting you, not after having followed you for hundreds of miles. Get to your feet.
Just one moment, El Kefin.
What?
A man is entitled to know what crime he is accused of before being arrested.
Nungo and several others of his tribe are accused of robbing the Kasanya Railway.
Robbing the Gold Coast train?
3 nights ago, they piled heavy lumber and rocks on the track. The engineer was forced to stop. When he did, the blacks overpowered him.
Over $1 million worth of gold bullion was stolen.
And what proof have you that the men of Nungo's tribe were involved?
The proof will be established in the police court at Porto Chibir.
There is no government court at Porto Chibir.
Do not put words into my mouth. I did not mention a government court.
Then what court convenes there?
The Kasanya Railway, as you know well, traverses the distance from the Gold Coast to Port Said. Thus, it passes through the possessions of several different countries. But the right-of-way is under the control of the railroad itself. We operate the trains, we patrol the land, we maintain our own police, and we conduct our own courts. It is this court that Nungo and his fellows will face.
It sounds like a very impartial court.
Our power is great. Tarzan, I warn you against any interference.
You warn me?
Every indication points to the fact that the natives who robbed the gold shipment have been directed by someone of superior intelligence. I would not require too much prodding to arrest you also.
After a short message, we shall return to our story. The Kasanya Railway, for all its precious cargo of gold, is a puny affair. Its narrow-gauge tracks wander almost aimlessly across jungle and desert. Its engines are antiquated, and the crew of its trains consists only of the engineer. Now the engineer, who had been bound and gagged a few days before, faced the friendly court at Porto Chibir.
Now then, engineer, do you recognize any of the men who overpowered you?
I can't be sure.
Take your time. Look the prisoners over carefully.
May I remind the court that part of the gold has already been recovered from the hut of the native who calls himself Nungo, and that he attempted escape when we arrested the others?
I am quite capable of conducting this trial, El Kefin. Now then, engineer, does Nungo resemble any of the men who held up the train?
Yes, perhaps he does.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Cousin.
State your business, man of the jungle.
A few days ago, El Kefin chased Nungo to my cabin. Then he brought him back here for trial, and Nungo has now been in your jail for many days.
Yes?
Anyone could have placed part of the stolen gold shipment in his hut during that period. Your whole case hinges on the engineer's identification of Nungo and the others, and he has already said that he could not be sure whether they were the same natives who held up the shipment or not.
And what is your connection with the case?
The head of your police, El Kefin, threatened to arrest me. Although he thought better of his threat, he indicated that the natives who held up the gold shipment had a leader and that I was suspected.
More than just suspected, Tarzan.
I will call on you when I wish your testimony, El Kefin. Go ahead, Tarzan.
I admit freely that these suspects whom you have lined up here like defenseless cattle awaiting slaughter are my friends. I am their leader in a sense, for I am Lord of the Jungle. But neither they nor I have ever had any hand in robbery. I think I can prove that.
This is ridiculous, Your Honor. I have the evidence. I caught the thieves, and justice should be administered without further delay. There's no question of their guilt.
There is some question, El Kefin.
How do you propose to prove their innocence, Tarzan?
Through the use of the leather truth pellets.
Well, I've heard of this native test, but I do not understand it.
The use of the truth pellets is known to only a few. I learned it from a native medicine man who was wise in the ways of men.
Well, it might be worth a try.
I object strenuously to the use of these truth pellets. Part of some native superstition Tarzan learned from a witch doctor with a ring in his nose.
It so happens, Alkafin, that the learned Mwitangala, from whom I learned the secret of the truth pellets, did not wear a ring through his nose. He belonged to a people who affect an 8-inch length of bone through the septum of their noses. It did not affect his sense of justice.
Well said, Tarzan. Proceed with the truth test.
The courtroom was tense as the prisoners lined up before the bar of justice to take the truth test of the jungle. Long had they known this infallible test devised by some wise medicine man, yet none understood it. They fidgeted nervously while 2 court attendants restrained Alkafin as he raged at the presiding justice.
Why should I take the test? I am not on trial.
You are the accuser. Is it any less important that you tell the truth?
I am the police, and I refuse to take this primitive test.
Abdul Alkafin. Until now, I have always regarded you as a man with a future, but should you refuse to cooperate with this court, I can promise you that your future will not be bright.
Well, all right. I'll take the test, but I won't abide by any ridiculous findings Tarzan claims to determine from it.
This is not to be considered judgment of the case, but I am most anxious to see how this test works. Proceed, Tarzan.
Thank you. Now then, all of you open your mouths. The pellets, Guanete, Macalia, Niato, Uzongo, Proenja, Dungo, the engineer, and Alkafin. Thank you. The pellets that are in your mouths now are small. They will not interfere with your answers.
Well, that's simple so far. Go ahead with the questions.
Lungo, you were away from home on the night when the train was robbed. Where were you?
Lungo and other men accused hunt for wild beasts.
Your hunting trip took you near the tracks of the Cassania Railway?
The deal. We follow spoor of wild beast herd. Go near tracks.
Ruenja, did you or the others drop some rocks or some heavy timber on the tracks?
Senor Tarzan, Ruenja not go near tracks, not drop anything.
Engineer, are you sure you did not stop the train of your own accord?
Why should I do that?
For a share in a gold shipment, you might have been tempted.
Honestly, I've told the truth all along. The tracks were piled high with rocks and heavy timbers. I had to stop. I had just put on the brakes when the natives swarmed all over me.
And Alkafin and his askari arrived only a few minutes later?
That's right.
Alkafin, how did you happen to be near the village of Momades, almost 80 miles from Porto Chebir?
My deputies and I were following up another case. One concerning a minor sabotage to our tracks.
Sabotage?
Yes. Some of the people around there must have stolen some rail spikes to use as... Well, I don't know what they intended to use them for, but...
You were examining the track from which they were stolen, huh?
Naturally.
And yet you didn't happen to see the spot where the rocks and the lumber were piled high enough to stop a train?
We were traveling in the other direction.
I see. Would you all open your mouths now? Thank you. I shall collect the leather pellets.
Ah. Well, what do the little pellets tell you, Tarzan?
They reveal that those I did not question were prepared to tell nothing false, and that the truth was spoken by all those I did question, save one.
And the one who lied, according to your test?
Your chief of police, Abdul Alkafin.
What's he trying to get away with? This is ridiculous. He comes into a court of law with this native rubbish and tries to accuse the head of the police of lying.
You'll do nothing that is not sanctioned by the court. Attendants, return the natives to their cells until I've reached a decision. Alkafin, you are free to go about your duties, but be where I can reach you.
I have business in that camel market. I shall be at the livery stable of the old man of the gray beard.
I know where it is. Tarzan, I wish to speak to you in my office. I'm not at all convinced of the miracle of your truth test. Oh, come, Tarzan. I permitted you to try the test in my courtroom. Surely I'm entitled to know in what manner the pellets proved that Alkafin was lying.
Well, you see, when one is nervous, upset, worried, the saliva glands of the mouth fail to function.
Yes?
Those with a clear conscience reacted normally throughout my questioning. The mouth of him who lied was parched and dry. All of the other pellets were wet.
El Cafin's was bone dry.
A remarkable piece of psychology. Still, it can hardly be accepted as proof that... Tarzan, watch out!
That knife barely missed my throat.
Someone threw it in the window. But there's no use going after him now. He rode a fleet young camel.
The knife has a note attached to it.
It must have been embedded in that wall several inches.
You read Swahili?
A little. It's a warning to you, Tarzan.
A warning that Acusa will slit my throat if I continue to meddle in this case.
Your native friends, this is their language.
Yes, it is in the dialect of their tribe, yet few of them write.
Still, it outlaws the possibility that El Cafin may be involved.
You know, the Swahili language in this note is almost perfect. It contains only one error.
One error?
It says that a knife will end my days. Only the Swahili word for knife is kisu. The word for knife used in the note is kusa, a word of the Arabic language.
I have done as you told me, Tarzan. I have issued a bulletin stating that I have adjudged the natives guilty, that they will be sentenced shortly.
Good.
But what will it accomplish?
It will make bold the real thieves. El Cafin, perhaps, or those he attempts to shield.
But by this time, they've already escaped with the gold shipment.
There is an old custom in the case of a lost coin. You throw another into the air. Where it lands, you find the first coin.
I have heard of the superstition. It sometimes leads to the loss of the second coin.
And sometimes to its recovery. Have faith in me. Make another shipment in your usual fashion. Take no pains to broadcast its departure, but make no effort to hide the fact from those who are ordinarily aware of the shipments.
All right, it's a good idea. This time we'll have a troop of soldiers on the train.
Oh, no, that would defeat my purpose. Those who learned of the shipment would also learn of the presence of soldiers.
But I can't send another shipment unguarded.
Tarzan will guard it. I will slip aboard as the train goes through the jungle. Not even the engineer will be aware of my presence.
You intend to guard the shipment without help?
Oh, you need have no fear. Although the engineer will be unaware of my presence, anyone who attempts to rob the train will be keenly aware that Tarzan guards the treasure of the Gold Coast and the reputation of his friends.
In just a moment, we will return with the exciting conclusion of Gold Coast Robbery. As the gold train passed from the jungle to the sandy plains of the Libyan desert, Tarzan sprang from a narrow trestle to the roof of a boxcar. He had crouched there but a short time when a horde of savage natives jumped from the backs of fleet camels and swarmed onto the train, overpowered the engineer, and brought the train to a stop. Others smashed in the doors, protecting the gold. Still others battled savagely with Tarzan. Their numbers were too great, and he fell beneath their blows. He awoke later to the sound of Arab voices.
Snap the handcuffs on the Nasrani.
He won't make such a good impression when he returns to Port Jebir this time.
So, El Cafin!
Do not try to escape, Tarzan. I would be well within my rights as a police officer were I to kill a thief running from the scene of his crime.
My crime?
It is too bad your native accomplices made their getaway with the gold. But I think great credit will be ours for having captured the leader of the treacherous natives. Why do we waste time, Your Honor? You have the power to sentence Tarzan without further preliminaries.
We are not in the courtroom, El Cafin, and Tarzan is not on trial yet.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You need give me no thanks. I intend to mete out the punishment due you after we have recovered the gold you and your followers have stolen, and after I've gathered the testimony I need. Now, where's the engineer of the train?
Here I am, sir.
What is the complete story this time?
It's just as I told El Cafin. I was keeping my eyes on the track ahead, afraid they might have built a blockade like they did last time.
Yes?
Suddenly I heard camels coming at full gallop. They were the fastest camels I ever saw, not like the old-timers in the marketplace here. Well, they overtook the train before I knew what was happening.
And the thieves bound you and knocked you over the head?
That's right.
But you retained consciousness, long enough to determine that they were natives and not Arabs, as Tarzan has led us to believe.
Oh, they were natives, all right.
And Tarzan was with them?
Well, I can't say he was with them, but I can swear he was there. I caught a fleeting glimpse of him just before I lost consciousness.
So?
Of course I was there, Your Honor. You knew I planned to be aboard.
Yes, you duped me very successfully. Or perhaps I fooled myself with all the talk about Arabs being responsible. I overlooked the previous testimony of the engineer concerning your natives. Even your famous truth pellets did not accuse him of lying.
It was lucky we arrived at the scene of the robbery before Tarzan regained consciousness and escaped.
Shall we take him to a cell? My court attendants are quite capable. Tarzan in handcuffs does not frighten me. The rest of you are excused.
I'll remain here until Tarzan is behind bars.
I said you were excused, El Kafin.
All right. All right, only I think you're taking a chance.
Your Honor, do you really believe that I am the leader of the thieves? Would they have knocked me over the head and left me?
They might have run off when the police came, and you could have been struck by an overhanging tree.
A tree higher than the boxcar in the desert?
Well...
And you choose to believe that El Kafin just happened along after the robbery once again?
I believe little that El Kafin says, but the head of the police is not without influence.
Oh, if I were free, maybe I could still unravel this mystery. Black men who ride camels like Arabs, fleet young camels such as are unknown here, all of it.
I would appear to be in a bad light were I to release you. However, were you to strike me on the jaw and make your escape...
Oh, no, I couldn't bring myself to hit you.
Well, it needn't be too hard. Just hard enough to leave a convincing mark. And you better scramble things in my desk a bit. You would hardly be expected to know that my bunch of keys is in the center partition of the top drawer.
Why you help Nungo escape, not let others out, Tarzan?
I may need help, but if all of you were gone, the alarm would be sounded within minutes. You may not be missed right away, and it may be some time until anyone goes into the office of the justice.
Where we go now?
Oh, this is the marketplace we're approaching. Quick, through this doorway.
Gani?
Oh, we're in luck, Nungo. This is the store of a dealer in used clothing.
Nungo not know what Tarzan...
Now, put your shoulder to this door. Now. Close the door, Nungo. An Arab robe and a burnous. I'll put them both on. And then I defy anyone to recognize Tarzan.
Nungo dressed like Arab, too?
No. I think the impersonation would be difficult for you, Nungo. Oh, here we are.
His uniform of Senegalese soldier.
Yes, I think you will look most handsome in the tasseled fez. We shall have to return these garments later, Nungo, but first we shall visit the camel livery belonging to the old man of the gray beard, where El Kafin said he had business to attend to. Perhaps we may learn the nature of that business.
Few people were abroad in the streets as Nungo and Tarzan skirted the marketplace. And those who did pass paid little attention to the soldier of Senegal and the tall, stoop-shouldered Arab. They went unchallenged as they passed the flower bazaar, the shop of a brazier, and the stall of a dye merchant. Next to this last shop, where citizens of Porto Chebir could bring fabrics they wished dyed, was the camel livery of the old man of the gray beard. The building was sprawling and dilapidated, and the grizzled Arab who sat on a rickety stool near its entrance seemed to match the age and condition of the stable.
You desire something, child of Allah?
This humble servant of Mohammed and his friend, a noble soldier of Senegal, desire to engage 2 fleet young camels.
Alas, sir, camels are all more than 40 years of age, and they travel surely, but without fleetness.
You're lying. You save the young camels for others. I insist on examining the animals for myself.
By you lie, speak the truth, but you can examine them. They are all like the poor beast here. Weak of limb and gray of hair.
It is true. Now that my eyes grow accustomed to this weak light, I can see from here that all your animals are gray with age.
Like the owner of this poor stable who is seldom here but remains at home suffering from age and infirmities.
I had hoped to find strong young camels. Are there other camels within the city?
Alas, no. This humble servant of Allah is sorry if he offers sadness. You are disappointed, brother?
More than you can guess. I bid you goodbye. We will seek elsewhere.
Oh, if only we had found young camels there, we might have had the first link in our chain of evidence.
Where we go now?
I don't know. This defeats every thought I had. Well, let's sneak around behind the stable. Perhaps
we cannot go this way.
Huh?
Closed passageway from dye shop to stable, block path.
A connection between a dye shop and a stable? Nungo, you've hit on it.
Nungo not hit anything.
Nungo, we are not the only ones who are capable of assuming disguises. A clever dye merchant could supply the pigments for giving young camels gray hair and for transforming Arabs into Negroes.
Can see anything here?
Nothing but harnesses and bridles. Oh, wait, under this pile of straw.
Bracelets, rings, breechcloths of natives.
We're on the right trail, all right. Nungo, you look around under that huge pile of leaves and shrubs with which they feed the camels. I'm going to sneak up front to one of the stalls.
Careful, Tarzan.
I have to know if I'm right about the camels, whether their gray hair is put there by the hand of man.
There they are, walking through the things in the saddle room.
They are the ones who ask about young camels.
At them, men. They mustn't escape.
Nungo, put your back to mine, then no one can sneak behind us.
Nungo has back to Tarzan. Now.
A fight until death, El Captain!
Tarzan, kill him! Kill him!
Back to back, Tarzan and Nungo battled the onrushing horde of savage Arabs who fought to protect their secret and their stolen gold. Unused to the Robbery War, Tarzan fought with great difficulty. Arabs went down, but two took the place of each man who had fallen. Stiletto-thin cuisses glided through the air. Sharp scimitars descended like the blades of a guillotine. Nungo went down, wounded. A glancing blow made Tarzan's right arm useless. He fought on, his knife held in his left hand, but the odds were too great. Until suddenly natives of Nungo's tribe, led by the justice of the court, filled the stable and joined the fight. They fought savagely until the last of El Cafin's men were dead.
You came just in time, Your Honor.
I've been worrying about you, but I knew I could not trust El Cafin and his police, so I was forced to recruit the prisoners.
You did well to trust them. The evidence is here. I'm sure you will find that the camels, despite their gray hair, are young, and that the owner of this establishment, the old man of the gray beard, was none other than El Cafin, and that the Negroes who robbed the gold were his men in disguise.
Look, Buana. Black dye behind ears of dead Arab.
It's true. They were no cleaner about their bodies than about their minds. But the gold.
I think you may find that beneath the pile of leaves and shrubs.
When shall find gold beneath pile of food for camels?
Well, that ties up all the loose ends, Tarzan. And believe me, you deserve great credit. For all your appearance as that of a jungle man, you have all the attributes of a man who has both education and culture. Tarzan, what in the world was that savage cry you made?
It was the victory cry of the victorious bull ape. And it was made by a man you think both educated and cultured.
In just a moment, we shall return with a word about our next story of Tarzan. Long has man searched for the secret of eternal life. He has crossed continents searching for fountains of youth. He has begged savage medicine men as well as educated pathologists to produce an elixir to stem the advance of age. And each time man has felt this goal within his grasp, he's been willing to kill to achieve eternal life. Our next story will be Life or Death.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. And this is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of life or death.
To the people of Punya, the arrival of a barua, a letter, is an event of great importance. This one had been sent from OMDURMARA to the last stop of the Kasalia Railroad. From there, runners had carried it to the edge of the Middle Congo, and from that point it had been relayed on the talking drums of the jungle. It was addressed to Tarzan, and after much discussion, a young warrior named Natisa was elected to take the message to Tarzan's seacoast cabin. As Natisa neared the cabin, he quickened his footsteps. Life is not held dearly in the jungle. Still, the message had said that 3 lives were at stake.
Come in, Natisa.
How you know is Natisa? Tarzan see through closed door?
More than an hour ago, Yusha, the wind, told me that one of my Punya brothers was approaching.
But how you know is Natisa?
I hate to give my secrets away, but I was swimming in the lagoon to the east of here when you passed. I caught your scent, and then I traveled by the upper level of jungle growth until I saw you clearly and determined you were a friend.
Natisa not see you?
I was less than a foot away from you.
Why you not speak?
You were traveling in the direction of my cabin, and you had no worried look upon your face, so I assumed it was a social call. I returned home so I could greet you like a good host.
Is not what you say, call.
Not a social call? The Punyas are in trouble? Torgo is sick? The corn fails?
No. Natisa bring barua to Tarzan.
A letter for me? Well, where is it?
Matu Andika Ye on hunting trip.
The man who writes is on a hunting trip? Well, then how could he...
Natisa carry message in head. Is from elephant of OMDURMARA.
An important man. What did he say?
He say Tarzan come to OMDURMARA.
Oh. No. They're not luring me from the jungle again.
He say much important.
Some local feud they want settled, I suppose, huh?
No, it is not about natives. Barua about white people. 2 men, 1 woman.
Oh, what about them?
Elephant of OMDURMARA say life of men and women at stake. Only Tarzan can save lives.
And I could have known this an hour ago.
Natisa, sorry.
No, it is not your fault, but I shall have to leave at once, and I must fly as fast as Icona the eagle before Africa claims the lives of 3 more victims.
In just a moment, we will return to our story of life or death. In the days when Tarzan spoke only the language of the apes, he had shared the jungle's light regard for lives. But in recent years, he had developed a quality of mercy. And so he traveled as fast as Bara the deer on his way to OMDURMARA, where the letter had said that 3 lives were at stake. And his mission took on added importance upon his arrival at the ornate palace of the Elephant of OMDURMARA. Putting aside the customary ceremonials of the Orient, the elephant's courtiers lost little time in ushering Tarzan into the private chamber of their potentate.
I bid you welcome, Lord of the Jungle.
Thank you, great ruler of OMDURMARA. I came as quickly as I could.
Truly, you came upon winged feet.
Where are the people whose lives are in danger? What is the nature of their peril?
We will come to that in good time. Pray be seated on a rug or an ottoman, and I will send for cool wine. Perhaps you would have a dancing girl entertain us before we get to the business at hand.
The business at hand? The message you sent me, unless the natives garbled it badly, said that it was urgent that I arrive here at once, that lives were at stake.
You have lost nothing of your impatience since last we met.
I did not mean to appear rude, but I traveled both night and day to arrive here quickly. I did not travel at that rate of speed to drink your wine or be entertained by your dancing girls.
Then we will dispense with the entertainment and speak of the favor I seek of you.
Favor?
In a small antechamber adjoining this one are 3 Americans. One is an old man whose name is Pierce Ingersoll. As you may know, He is an international figure in the fields of petroleum development and finance.
And he is in some great trouble?
The usual trouble of a man who has already enjoyed the normal span of life, but is unwilling to die.
Unwilling?
He has heard of a fountain of youth in the jungle, and he and his daughter and son-in-law, Barbara and Cliff Powers, have come to find it.
Like so many other fools before them.
This fool falls into a very special category. His influence in OMDURMARA is great. He owns valuable leaseholds and land grants. He has stated flatly that unless I am of help to him, he will give up all his interests here. It would mean the end of my reign.
That would be most unfortunate. You have been a just ruler. But what is my connection with this matter?
They have a map that designates the position of this fountain of eternal youth. I have been unable to secure a professional guide, so I sent for you.
You had the audacity to send a message that 3 lives were at stake in order to lure me from my jungle to act as a guide?
Their lives do hang in the balance, for they insist that with or without guides, they intend to find this magical spring in the land of the Mahumazori.
The land of the Mahumazori? I do not wonder that you are unable to secure a guide for them.
Precisely.
I have never been to the land of the Mahumazori, but legend has it that they are the fiercest tribe on the entire continent.
Tarzan, I implore you with every means at my command to escort Ingersoll and his party. I do not expect them to find any elixir that will make them live forever, but at least with you, they have some chance of returning alive.
Even with me, their chances would not be great. Really, I have no heart for this mission.
Tarzan, I beg of you. So much depends on it.
Do you really believe your position will be in jeopardy if I refuse?
My position as a ruler and the livelihood of hundreds of natives who work in his oil fields. Also, the livelihood of many clerks and minor officials who work in his offices here.
I see. Well, I am confident that no fountain of eternal life exists, but I cannot let them throw their lives away in the jungle. Nor can I be responsible for your loss of power and your subjects' loss of employment.
You will do it, then?
You may tell Mr. Ingersoll that we leave tomorrow for the land of the Mahumazori.
That night, the destination of the safari Tarzan had agreed to lead was whispered in the native huts and the cafes of OMDURMARA. The land of the Mahumazori was Mugillo, taboo. And when the safari set out, it contained not a single askari, porter, or gun-bearer. Only the 3 Americans and Tarzan.
Well, you needn't worry, Tarzan. I'm quite capable of walking every inch of the way. I may be old, but I'm not feeble.
You seem in remarkable condition for your years. Cliff, Barbara, keep to the center of the path. Many snakes and small animals hide in the long grass at each side of it.
We'll be careful.
Okay, the center it is.
Cliff, at 43 isn't as good condition as I am.
Your daughter looks very fragile.
Barbara's tougher than she looks and more mature. You wouldn't guess that she's over 30, would you?
I haven't been speculating on Cliff's age, nor Barbara's, nor yours. Age is not as important to me as it seems to be to you.
It is important to me. I've made millions. I have everything I want now, but I didn't when I was young. And I'm not giving these things up now that I have them. That's why I have to find this fountain of eternal life.
You understand that I have no belief in the existence of this fountain.
But I have the map. I paid a great deal of money for it, and I'm convinced...
Similar maps are sold by cheap adventurers the world over. They're like maps of buried gold treasures or secret formulas for turning water into petroleum.
I know, but where else can I turn for any hope of living another 50, another 100 years?
Stop where you are. Mr. Ingersoll, wait here.
There's something wrong.
What's up?
Quiet.
It's a snake. Cliff, do something.
I don't know what to... Hey, look. Tarzan. He's stepping right in its path.
It's calling to strike.
It's sprinting.
Tarzan caught the snake by its tail.
Watch out. Don't get in the way as I swing it.
Mashed against a rock. Killed in one quick movement. Tarzan, that's the most remarkable thing.
Why did you do that?
It is the victory cry of the savage bull ape. I am a man of the jungle. I have lived all of my life here. But can't you see that you do not belong here, that your life and your training have not equipped you to protect yourself in the jungle?
We're not turning back.
We know it's risky, but we're game.
Was that a poisonous snake, Tarzan?
One of the most deadly, Mr. Ingersoll. The natives call it the yamolinga. The white men refer to it as the red boomslang. Mr. Ingersoll, you and Cliff bring up the rear. I shall go ahead with Barbara.
All right.
Yeah, might be safer for all of us that way.
Well, I never saw anything like that in my life.
Barbara,
Yes, Tarzan.
it's clear why your father is willing to risk his life to find this fountain, for he's near the end of his allotted years. But why are you and your husband willing to risk your lives?
For Father's sake. You see, he's worked hard all his life. He's given me everything I ever wanted. And he's made things a lot easier for Cliff. So why shouldn't we take a chance for him?
You know that even if we escape death from some savage animal or from the warriors of Mahumazari, a man of your father's age may not be able to withstand the rigors of this trek.
Yes, I know.
I suppose that if he should die and you and Cliff live, all of the millions he's accumulated would go to you, huh?
And I'm not sorry I slapped you either.
I apologize. Please forgive me, Barbara. But I've met so many conniving, greedy people among those who come into my jungle.
It may interest you to know that upon Father's death, the bulk of his estate goes to charity. He believes Cliff and I should make our own way in the world. Oh, he's helped us, of course. But we'll get no fortune when he dies. So I'd advise you to forget about analyzing our motives and concentrate on the task of getting us to the land of the Mahumazari.
And so the small safari plunged deep into the jungle, into the heart of the Black Congo. Behind were left the last outposts of civilization, and after many weary weeks, they drew close to the land of the mysterious Mahumazari tribe. The strange thing was that no scouts appeared to tell the tribe of their coming. No sentries peered at them from the concealment of trees or rocks. Things were almost too peaceful as Tarzan and the three Americans passed into a district of lush green foliage.
Let's quicken our pace just a little, Cliff. I don't want Barbara and Mr. Ingersoll to get too far ahead.
I'm going as fast as I can. Barbara stood this trip a lot better than I have. And Dad's so anxious to find the fountain that he acts as though he were taking part in a track meet. I hope he's not disappointed.
The last time I mentioned that you and Barbara might have some ulterior motives in permitting Mr. Ingersoll to make this trip, I had my face slapped. But tell me, Cliff, aren't you at all resentful of the fact that you will not come into his fortune when he dies?
No, I'm not. He worked hard to accumulate his money. It's only fair that I should work for mine. He's always been good to us during his lifetime. That's the important thing.
Oh, it's refreshing to find people like Barbara and you. Oh, I think they're getting too far ahead. Barbara! Mr. Ingersoll?
Yes?
Wait for us, darling.
Hurry up then, Cliff.
Cliff is having trouble with his feet. I want the four of us together from now on.
You haven't caught the scent of some savage animal again?
No, that of man. And yet this district has been traversed lately. Otherwise, we would not be able to travel without chopping our way through the brush.
Well, I'd call it pretty lucky.
And I would call it dangerous. Have you noticed how still it is?
Yes, it is quiet.
That is not the nature of the jungle. I shall walk ahead. The rest of you follow closely on my heels.
Well, set a good pace, Tarzan.
Not too fast for Cliff, though.
I'll be all right. It's a cinch that if I...
Oh, we're
falling! What's happened to us?
Where are we?
We're at the bottom of a pitfall. One of the deepest and the most cleverly contrived traps I've ever seen. Mr. Ingersoll, are you all right?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Barbara? Cliff?
I'm all right.
Just a little dazed.
There wasn't a sign of that trap. The Mahumazaris must have spent months getting the grass to grow over the edges of this pit.
Can we get out of it?
I doubt it. Must be 50 feet to the surface. If they'd not put these soft bars at the bottom, we might all be dead.
Can't you climb out and then lower a rope or something to us?
No, even I cannot scale 50 feet of smooth rock. No, I'm afraid that our search for eternal life will end in a slow death.
In just a moment, we shall return with the exciting conclusion of Life or Death. Night found Tarzan and his 3 companions still at the bottom of the pitfall. Tarzan was worried, of course, but it did not affect his keen senses and his animal alertness. Although the night was black as ink, he became aware of hundreds of eyes almost before they approached the pit and stared down over the edge.
Speak, Manumahumazori.
Someone's up there.
Hundreds of natives, but I can't make out their features in the dark.
I can see eyes. It could be animals.
Animals?
No, they're the eyes of men. They're too cruel for the animal kingdom.
Speak, Manumahumazori. Tell us why you hold us prisoners in this trap.
You enemies come steal secret of fountain.
The fountain. Did you hear that?
It is true we desire to learn of the fountain, but we are friends who have brought you presents of Americana cloth and beads and salt with which to repay you.
Pass up all bows, knives, other weapons. Then bring up chumley and other presents. We lower ladder of rope. Come one at a time. Our warriors watch. Do not try escape.
I shall go first. Cliff, you bring up the rear and make no sudden movements. Natives act first and think afterwards.
I come with gifts, Chief of Mahumazori.
Be careful, Tarzan. If anything happened to you, we'd be sunk.
Here, our only weapons.
Bring presents up.
I have some in my pack. The others bring the rest. Here is Americana cloth with which to make robes for your men and dresses for your women.
Is good. Where rest presents?
Here's another of our party. Barbara,
Yes.
open your knapsack.
Yes, of course. Here.
For you, great chief. Beads, ornaments of glass, rings, and bracelets.
Is good. Where rest of presents?
Mr. Ingersoll, are you... Oh, there you are. Just a minute. Now, a great bag of salt and a box of small sticks that make fire.
How they work?
I shall show you. Watch.
You mean they've never seen a match?
Quiet. Cliff, give me everything in your pockets. You'll watch first. Good. Great chief, here is small stone with a heart whose beat you can hear if you hold it to your ear. And a stick that makes marks. And a small face that always points to the north wind.
Is good presents for Kubwaku. He talked to warrior.
Can we make a break for it now?
We couldn't get 10 feet.
What did he say his name was? Kubwaku?
Well, that just means big, great chief.
Oh.
But I think we've impressed him with our presence.
Ask him about the fountain.
Now, there will be time for that. He's consulted with the others. He'll tell us what our chances are now.
Warriors and Kubwaku like presents white men bring.
Now, they prove we are friends.
Never before Mahumazori let any outside tribe drink from fountain. Never before we spare life of stranger. But this time, because of presents, we break rule.
Oh, thank heavens.
You turned the trick, Tarzan.
Presents are price of one life. White strangers decide which one lives.
Tarzan and the others were made to march single file, and curious natives crowded about them as they entered the kraal. There was no sign of the Fountain of Youth, but one thing impressed itself on the minds of each of the prisoners. Nowhere in the village was there anyone who appeared to be more than 30 years of age. The prisoners were herded into a small, well-guarded hut, but they were not overly worried about their fate. Their minds were too intent upon the thought that this was indeed the land of eternal youth.
Tarzan, what was the Kubwaku mumbling to you about?
Well, he merely enlarged upon his statement at the pit. He says they will allow one of us to drink from the fountain and to leave this land unmolested. The rest of us will die.
Do you believe they have a fountain?
Of course they do. Did you see any old people in the village?
The Kubwaku seemed about the oldest, and he couldn't be more than 30.
He claims to be nearly 360. He's the oldest of the tribe.
360.
You see, I was right all along.
It won't do you much good, Dad. Surely you wouldn't select yourself as the one to live.
Why not?
Why not? Because you've had your chance at life. Barbara and I are still young. It should be one of us.
One of us? You mean you're not withdrawing in my favor? You are my husband.
Sure, I'm your husband. The guy who married the Ingersoll heiress. For all the good it ever did me.
Cliff!
Well, let me tell you something. If I get the secret of the fountain, I'll make my own fortune. What? I'll make the Ingersoll millions look like peanuts.
Oh, well, I'm certainly glad to know how you feel, Cliff. But don't forget, when it comes to a vote on who lives, I can count on my own father. Just imagine going back home, being the only woman in her crowd who grows no older, No gray hair. No wrinkles. No losing of my husband to a younger woman.
What do you mean?
Oh, I knew about that Hayes woman.
Children.
Yes. Let's hear what Mr. Ingersoll has to say now.
It's just this. I organized this hunting party, I secured the map, and I financed every penny of this safari. If anyone's going to learn the secret and return home, it's going to be me.
Well, looks like a tie vote. Unless Tarzan's going to be the only noble one here.
Nobility would avail me no more than you. Do you hear that drum?
Yeah?
What does it mean?
It is the drum of death. The promise of the Kubwaku that one of us should live was a hollow joke. When their celebration has reached its peak, we shall be led to their ceremonial place, tortured, and then killed. Perhaps within sight of their fountain of everlasting life.
It was the time of the full moon, and the tribal circle was bathed in the golden glow of moonlight as the savages of Mahumazore danced with frenzied abandon. This was no mere festival dance or preparation for war. This was the dance of death. Gradually, the guards who surrounded the hut containing the prisoners drifted to the tribal fire. But Tarzan hesitated. He might escape, but how could he live in the jungle without even a hunting knife? And what of the others? While he pondered the question, the door of the hut suddenly swung open.
The Kubwaku!
Here, bow, arrows, hunting knife, flintlock gun. Run with me to forest to make escape.
What sort of a trick is this?
What's he up to?
No trick. Tribe like Kubwaku in temple. He get out, come to you. Together we escape.
What are you escaping from?
From death they planned for me. No time now to talk. Soon find Kubwaku gone. Chase him and you.
Well, I don't know what this is all about, but he has brought us weapons, and we have little to lose by trying to escape now.
I'm not leaving, not without the secret of eternal life.
Nor I. Why, a woman would have to be crazy to leave a place where you can live to be 360 and still look like Kubwaku here.
Oh, that part of it's nonsense. I can see that now. Tell her you're not that age, Kubwaku.
No, that's true. Kubwaku 360.
They're coming closer. Come on, we have no time.
I'll stay here.
Don't be a fool, Ingersoll.
I'll be a fool with him.
Not me. I'm coming along.
The others are coming, too. Kubwa, you're powerful. You carry the old man. I'll take the girl.
Through the night they ran, the native chief carrying the old man, Tarzan carrying Barbara, Cliff staggering in their wake. And behind them came the natives of Mahumazore. But by dawn, they had outdistanced the warriors, and as they stopped to rest, Tarzan faced the strange fugitive from his tribe.
Well, I think it's time for an explanation. Why were your people about to kill you, Kubwaku? Did it have something to do with us?
No, it was my time.
Your time?
Once Mahumazore weak people. Other tribes raid Mahumazore village often. Warriors killed defending old people. Then chiefs say kill all old people. With only young we strong. There were no old people in the village. Law passed. Soon only young people in village. We make up story about fountain of youth. Other tribes think we have great secret, great power. They afraid we live in peace.
Then there is no fountain?
No.
But you said it was true. That you're 360.
Is true. Today, Kubwa has day of birth.
Your birthday?
Kubwa think they not kill him because he chief. But law is law. Every member of Mahumazore die when he reach 360. Only young men live.
Now, this is getting crazier and crazier. You can't tell me this man is 360, or that men of his tribe are young until they're 359 without some fountain or something.
At last moon, when Kubwa 359, he's still young.
What strikes you as so terribly funny, Tarzan?
The solution to the secret of the Mahumazore. He says at the last moon he was 359, and at this full moon he is 360.
Yes?
Well, can't you see? These natives figure only by the moon. He's not 360 years old, but that many moons old.
You'd have to divide that number by 12. He's 30 years old.
And had he died at 30, according to the customs of his tribe, all of us would have died seeking that which does not exist. A magical elixir to keep us upon this earth longer than the span allotted by the great chief of us all.
In just a moment, a preview of our next story of the Lord of the Jungle. One day in 1867, a child who lived on a farm near Africa's Orange River found a pebble that glittered pleasantly in the sun. It was the first diamond ever found on the dark continent, and the small pebble formed the foundation stone of great industry, fabulous wealth, and dark violence. D for diamonds and death is our next story of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of D for diamonds and death.
In the village of the Onga tribe, the flames of the council fire leaped high. Frenzied dancers, their minds clouded from too much strong Kingala, whirled about the ceremonial circle. From time to time, they stopped to scream insults, shake their fists at the Hema of their chieftain. The Onga tribe was in revolt against their leader, and it was plain that violence would occur before Kuda, the sun, rose in the heavens. Suddenly, the dancing stopped. The drums were stilled. The savage cries of the natives were left in their throats.
Is Tarzan...
He's Lord of Jungle.
Tarzan come?
Tarzan?
Yes, it is Tarzan.
Why, you come, Tarzan?
I come because word has reached me that you are in revolt against your leader.
That business of Onga tribe, not business of Tarzan.
I am the Lord of the Jungle, and I make it my business to see that the law of the jungle is upheld. Your chief has served you and your fathers for many years. Why do you seek to go against his commands?
Always before people of Onga make village in place where there good water, rich land, many animals for meat.
Yes?
When soil not good, water dry up, animals leave jungle near village, Onga tribe move, new place.
Yes, that is the custom of all jungle tribes.
Now this land grow poor, but ye say, not move. People of Onga take vote, decide, kill, old chief. Make new chief, then go new land.
I cannot understand the refusal of your Mawanangwa. But certainly he must have some good reason. Where is he?
He come council fire now. It's time to kill.
Wait! There will be no execution until I learn the reason behind all of this. Jumbo, Mawanangwa.
Jumbo, Tarzan.
Your people tell me that you refuse to move the village, although this district is no longer fertile.
Not move.
But why?
Not move.
Unless you can give some good reason, your subjects are well within their rights to elect a new chief. You must give an answer.
Me chief Onga many years. Father chief before me. Before him his father. But my son not be chief if we move.
Your son? Oh, the one who left the tribe to become rich in the diamond mines at Jagerstown.
Yafu good son. Come back someday. We move. Yafu not find us. Please, Tarzan, not let tribe move. Yafu not find us.
I understand your sorrow, Mawanangwa, but you can't expect your tribe to remain on this poor land until Yafu decides that life among the Tamanganis is not good.
Yafu come back. Then we move.
When he come back?
Oh, there is but one solution. I shall go to the diamond mines and find Yafu. He must return with me or renounce his rights as the future chief of the tribe.
You look for Yafu. You bring back.
Men of Unga, you must give me sufficient time to find the son of your chief before you move or before you go ahead with the plans that you had made for tonight.
We decide. Tarzan, look for Yafu. Bring back by next full moon.
Oh, but that gives me little time. It's a long, dangerous trip. I may have difficulty finding him.
By next full moon, if not back, we kill old chief. Make new chief, move village. Tomorrow, men of Unga, look for new place.
You intend looking for a new site before you learn whether I shall succeed or fail in my mission?
We know. Yafu not come back. Tarzan not come back. Tarzan go land of diamond and death.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. The great diamond mines of Africa are located in the Kimberley district, at Duditspan, and bordering the Orange and the Val rivers. These are large underground mines with modern tunnels thousands of feet below the surface. But in distant Jaegerstown, antiquated open-pit mining is still practiced. And the office of the Vincent Mining Company, to which Tarzan made his way, was a shabby affair, housed in a sun-baked hut of mud. Martin Vincent, despite his wealth, employed no clerks or secretaries. Dressed in solid whites, he sat behind a massive desk that faced the door.
Yes? I am Tarzan. I have come from the village of the Unga tribe to seek a native by the name of Yafu.
Yeah.
I believe he works for your company?
Work. None of these natives work.
Do you know where I can find Yafu?
No.
But surely you have records in your office giving the names of your employees?
I have them inspected when they check in to make sure they're not too sick or too drunk to do a day's work. I have them searched at night to make sure they haven't stolen a diamond. Aside from that, I pay no attention to where or how they live.
I see. And you can give me no information about Yafu?
I can tell you he hasn't showed up here for these 3 days. Just when I need labor is the worst. If you dig him up, you better tell him to get back here by tomorrow or he won't have a job.
If I find him, I shall tell him your words.
Hey, you look pretty husky. You want a job?
No. I am not cut out to be a diamond miner.
I wouldn't hire a white man to dig. Thought maybe you'd like a job as foreman. Look as though you ought to be able to crack a whip or use a branding iron.
A branding iron?
We find one of these rascals trying to make off with one of our diamonds. We burn a nice large D in his back. And anyone who seeks him knows him for a diamond thief. Can never get a job anywhere else.
Thank you for your information, Mr. Vincent. All of it. I shall leave now to search for Yafu.
Well, don't forget what I said to tell that native. And if you ever change your mind about going to work for me, let me know.
Jaegerstown sprawls for many miles, and Tarzan combed its endless rows of thatched huts, its squalid settlements of beaver-board shanties, its meandering streets of crumbling sandstone houses. But suspicious Negroes and shifty whites gave him nothing but evasive answers in return to his queries concerning Yafu. For everywhere within the limits of Jaegerstown, a stranger was regarded as a possible spy for the Vincent Mining Company, and man could take no chances.
No, I don't know any native with that name.
But in the river settlement, they said all the natives from Unga and the surrounding tribes patronized your cafe.
Sure, they come in and load themselves with Pombi and Kangala, but I never get to know their names. They all look alike.
They do not look alike, and I am sure you know the names and the whereabouts of your customers. Now tell me.
You're barking up the wrong tree, mister. I'm not giving you any dope on Yafu.
Now, you do know him,
All right, so I know him. If he wants to hole up someplace and not go to work, that's his business.
And mine. I've traveled many hundreds of miles to find him and to take him back to his people.
Give me that again.
I have come to take him back to the jungle.
Well, in that case, I'll tell you where he was living last, although he may have beat it since then. It'd be the best thing in the world for Yafu to leave Jaegerstown before they burn that D in his back.
Good afternoon, Yafu.
Me not Yafu.
I was told Yafu lived here.
He left 2 days ago. Not come back. Sorry.
Do not close the door.
Sorry. No more. You leave now.
I am Tarzan. Do you remember my name? I come from the Unga country.
I not know your name. Me not come from Unga country. Come from Nuba.
The tribal welts upon your forehead proclaim you to be a member of the Unga tribe. And those upon your wrists prove that you are the son of a chief. May I come inside and talk, Yafu?
Yes. Come inside, Tarzan.
But can't you understand, Yafu? Your father's life and the welfare of your tribe depend upon your speedy return.
Cannot go back.
Why?
Yafu stay here. Make much money in diamond mine.
I see no evidence of wealth thus far. This room is miserable. Your sleeping mat is nothing more than rags.
Work hard. Someday have much money.
You have not worked for the past few days.
How you know?
Mr. Vincent told me. He said unless you come back at once, you won't even have a job.
Afraid go back to work. Afraid go home.
Where is the diamond?
Diamond?
Yes, the one you stole. Or was it more than one?
One. One small diamond.
Why did you steal it?
Why I steal? You not know what is to sweat in diamond mine from morning to night. Swing mallet, crush blue rock till back, arms ache. Mud rushes come down, sweep workers away. Reefs fall, kill man next me. Landslides kill others.
But that does not answer my question. Why did you steal? You received good wages?
Me pay much for room, much for food.
Yes, and much for drinks of Kangala. Yafu, your only hope is to return home. For your own sake as well as your father's and the people of your tribe.
They follow me. They find I take diamond. They always find out. They follow me anywhere. They burn D in back. Mark me diamond thief. Can I go back to people as thief? Me, Yafu, son of great chief?
No, you cannot let your people know that you're a thief, nor can you break your father's heart.
But maybe Vincent's men not catch.
Now, the guilt would still be in your heart, burning there, Yafu, keeping you from being a just ruler when you're a chief. Always coming between you and happiness. No, Yafu. You must take the stolen diamond back to the mine.
How?
You must go back to work, at least for a day. You must return it in the same manner in which you stole it.
If they find Yafu with diamond, they think he steal it that day. Yafu afraid?
I shall be with you. You need not be afraid.
Tarzan cannot come into mine. Only for workers.
Well, then I shall accept Mr. Vincent's offer of a job. We will return the diamond together.
If caught, D burned into Yafu's back and into Tarzan's back. D stand for diamond thief.
I know. D for diamonds and for death. We must risk both, Yafu. Were Vincent a reasonable man, I would go to him with the diamond and the complete story, but I know his kind. However great the danger, we must return the stolen diamond.
In just a moment, we shall learn of Tarzan's fate in the diamond mines. Night fell, but although Tarzan was tired, he found himself unable to sleep in the oppressive closeness of Yafu's room. The jungle was close to the edge of the city, however, and Tarzan finally rested in the friendly arms of a great tree. But by dawn, he had returned to the city, and Yafu and he joined the swarm of workers who headed for the Vincent mines. And as they walked along, past the beggars and the flower vendors and the stalls of the open-air barbers, they spoke of their problem.
Sometimes get orders carry something to sorting room.
Oh, that's where you took the diamond?
Nadio. But maybe they not send Yafu there today.
How did you get it past your evening inspection?
The diamond was in Yafu's nose. He stained cloth with red berries grow near office hut.
Yes?
When Yafu walk past inspector, he hold cloth to nose. Say it bleed. For once they not put flashlight in Yafu's nose and ears.
I see. But you could hardly be expected to get away with a trick like that twice.
No, must put diamond back today. Must get to sorting room.
You'd best keep the stone on your person since they do not search you on your way in. If they hire me, I shall see if I can get into the sorting room.
Then you can slip the gem to me, and I'll put it back.
It sound easy when Tarzan talk, but Yafu work here long time. He know it's not easy to fool Vincent and his spies. Careful, Tarzan, careful.
I guess I better be careful with my talk. This is the workers' entrance here?
Nadio.
Well, what have we here? 2 new recruits?
Me, Yafu, work here long time. Not new, Buana Vincent.
You've been absent 4 days now. You're new. You'll go back to beginner's rate. Well, any objection?
No, it's all right. Beginner's rates.
You decided to take a job?
Yes, sir.
All right, come with me. Dexter, check the rest of these birds in. Come on, you. Got to check my charts here, see where to put you. See now, Section A, Gardner, Section B, Van Houten, Section C. I guess the field jobs are all assigned for today.
You mean you have no job for me?
Don't worry. We wouldn't pass up a chance to get a man of your size and strength. I tell you what, we'll start you in the sorting room.
Back work now.
Lunch over.
I'm too hot for work this afternoon.
Yafu! Tarzan, you eat?
There will be time to eat later, when we're on our way home.
Careful, spies everywhere.
I know. Yafu, I'm working in the sorting room as a watcher. If one of the sorters leaves his trough for a minute, I can return the jewel. Now, when we go through this archway, brush against me and drop the gem in my knife sheath.
Nadi.
Well, I think I like it here, Yafu. Did you work hard this morning?
Break much blue ground.
I'm sorry I bumped into you. I didn't realize that passageway was so narrow.
Is all right, Tarzan. Is all right.
Back to the mines, you. Tarzan, I don't like to have the foreman mixing with the men at meal times. Better get back to the sorting room.
Yes, Mr. Vincent.
And keep your eyes open. The auditor's in my office now. And it looks as though there's one diamond missing.
Check table 1.
All okay, huh?
Check table 2.
Right.
Just a minute, Mr. Vincent. Something's wrong here on these figures on table 3.
Tarzan.
Yes, Mr. Vincent?
Any of the sorters at table 3 leave their troughs any time today?
The tables have been fully manned every minute. Except at lunchtime, of course.
The missing stone wouldn't necessarily have had to be taken today, Mr. Vincent. These figures are for the full week.
I got a hunch it's today. Attention! Everyone line up the far end of the room, facing the wall. Controller and I'll search all of you.
Shall I help line the men up?
Help line the men up? You get in line, too. I said everyone.
I refuse to be searched.
You refuse? It's funny, isn't it, Dexter?
I see nothing funny about a man upholding his dignity.
Tell him how funny it is, Dexter.
I'll show him. You see this small cord here?
Yes.
I give it only a slight tug.
All right, guards, grab him. No one's grabbing me. Well, I was right when I picked you for strength. Still, you were no match for 8 of my guards.
They are strong men.
He put up a good fight, though.
That he did. Now, let's see why he put up such a good fight.
I'll relieve him of his knife and sheath, and you can search him. Now then.
Oh, you will find what you seek inside the knife case.
He was right, Mr. Vincent. Here's the missing diamond.
First day at work, and he steals.
I did not steal, but I would not expect you to believe the truth, even if I were free to tell it.
You're quite right. I'd believe nothing you could say.
Shall I have the guards take him to the branding room?
Nah, I'm going to make a real example with this one. I'm going to show these thieving rascals in the fields that not even a man of Tarzan's strength and reputation can get away with anything here.
What are you going to do?
We'll build a fire right in the center of the blue ground, right in the heart of the Vincent mine. It'll make the branding iron doubly hot, and the brand burn doubly deep.
As the workers assembled, Tarzan was led into the mine. He seemed subdued, but he was taking in each detail of the funnel-shaped mining pit. He noted the giant windlasses that dotted the upper edge of the crater, and the steel ropes attached to the great winders, which hauled the buckets of blue ground to the top. The tense cables formed a veritable cobweb of steel strands, a maze that resembled in many ways the tangled vines of the upper jungle growth in which Tarzan was so much at home. As the workers crowded in, Tarzan caught the eye of Yafu in the rear of the crowd. An unspoken message passed between them as the branding iron became white hot.
Have them shut down the machinery. I want everyone's attention here.
Joe, Pete, Unkyo, shut off the winders.
Quiet. When I stand in front of you, I want your attention.
The iron is ready.
Keep it hot.
Right.
I want all of you to look at this man. You thought I didn't know who he was when he came to Jagerstown? I knew. I know everything that goes on around here. He's Tarzan. Some call him the Lord of the Jungle. But around here, he's just another working stiff. When he was found stealing a diamond. We're going to give him a very special treatment. I want you to watch. Remember, this is what'll happen to you if you try to steal what don't belong to you.
Ready?
Give me the iron. Hold him, man.
No, not use iron.
Hold him good. Now then.
Not burn, Tarzan. He not steal diamond. No,
who's that?
One of the diggers.
No. Yafu steal diamond. Tarzan tried to put back. Tarzan not steal. Yafu.
We'll brand him too. Yafu. Get him, guards.
Now you fools. Don't let go of Tarzan.
Yafu, give me your arm. Climb! After them! They're climbing up the steel ropes!
Someone get a gun.
Tarzan's half carrying the native. They'll fall.
Oh, nothing. He's moving through that steel cobweb like a jungle ape.
Where are the guns?
Here they are, but I don't think you're going to...
Give me one of them. Guards, the guns.
They've almost reached the top of the pit. No one's there. You made them all come down here.
We'll get them. Fire, you idiots. What are you waiting for?
They're over the fence. The shots weren't even close.
No, they're not in the clear yet. We'll follow them. Sound the alarm.
I've given the signal. There it goes, sir.
Yafu have to rest.
We can't rest until we're out of Jagerstown.
Oh, Askari ahead.
The police. On all sides, they have us surrounded.
We surrender to Askari. Maybe they...
The mine owners control the police. No, Yafu, we'll have to run until we get...
There they go, right over there.
I want those men caught after now.
Quick, Yafu, down this alley.
Yafu come, but he thinks...
Hurry, Yafu. Once we enter this alley, they'll think...
Oh, we almost attain the valley now.
A dead-end street. There's a blank wall.
We surrender now?
No, there's a bamboo pole in front of that shop there. Stand at the foot of the wall, Yafu. If I can use this bamboo pole to help me fall to the top of the wall, I'll...
What Yafu do? Oh, save Yafu. Vincent's men come.
Grab the end of the pole. I'll pull you up.
I have...
The jungle is just ahead, Yafu. Quickly, jump to the ground. Only a short run, and we'll be in my jungle, Yafu.
No, Yafu not reach jungle. Everything cloudy, everything black.
No, you can't faint, Yafu. You can't quit yet. All right, I'll carry you over my shoulder. And now, let's swing myself to the upper level and head for home.
It was soon night, and the pursuers fell far behind as Tarzan, with Yafu still slung over his shoulder, scurried through the upper level. This was the jungle, and no man of the city could catch Tarzan in the primordial forest. By the time Yafu had regained consciousness, they were near the Onga village, and the sound of the ceremonial drum suddenly made them realize that it was the night of the full moon.
Well, here is your village. They're holding the Shaori.
Look, father still lives.
It's time for death of our chief. Pass! Then you make me chief. Me lead you new land.
The old chief will live, and his son will lead you to your new home.
Is Tarzan?
Tarzan, return.
No, Tarzan, you bring Yafu, my son. My son.
You are tired, my father. Yafu help you to Hema. In morning, we find new site for village. Then we begin everything new. Yafu has learned lesson. He be good son, good chief when his time come. Tarzan, where you go?
Back to my seacoast cabin. My mission for the people of Anga is finished. Together, Yafu, we have won great victories over evil from within and from without. And our greatest victory is mirrored upon your father's face.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Perhaps when we mention pirates, we conjure thoughts of buried treasures and gold doubloons. But modern pirates do not wield cutlasses or make their victims walk the plank. Still, their diabolical crimes are sometimes crueler than those of the storybook pirates. We believe you'll enjoy Tarzan's adventure with these modern devils of the sea in Tarzan and the Pirates of Cape Bandeira.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Pirates of Cape Bandeira.
For some weeks, Tarzan had been working on the small boat he kept near his seacoast cabin. The sails had been mended, the seams caulked, and the deck and cabin revarnished. Now his mighty muscles bulged as he carried aboard casks of drinking water and great hampers of provisions. Suddenly his nostrils quivered and his eyes darted to the shore, for the scent of a gomangane, a native, was mingled with the salt air. His hand moved instinctively to his great hunting knife. But the hand relaxed and the tenseness disappeared as he recognized the Punya native who stepped from the brush onto the narrow strip of beach.
Tarzan! Tarzan!
Up, Natisa. I'm out here on the dock.
Tarzan fixed boat? Go away?
Yes, Natisa. Yes, I planned for a long time to take my tiny vessel around the Cape and up the eastern coast.
Cape of Good Hope, many moons distance. Is dangerous trip for small boat.
Well, I've never been particularly noted for avoiding danger. But I think the sea will offer fewer enemies than the jungle.
No, Tarzan cannot go. Not now.
Oh, I suppose I can't go because I'm needed here, huh? All right, Natisa, tell me why you have come. What troubles of the people of Punya now?
Ugano not agree who own 3 head cattle with Karogo. Mama Nagama has much trouble with boy Torgo, who want hunt all day, not go missionary school. Sui throw mud on clean wash of Zareba. Chief say to Natisa, get Tarzan, bring back to settle trouble.
Natisa, your report of the terrible troubles of the Punya tribe makes me more resolved than ever to leave on this trip. I'm afraid I've taken too much responsibility for your people. I weaken them by making all their decisions.
But what they do?
They will settle their own disputes. Now I know how a president feels when he leaves on a vacation, or a king when he hands the reins to a prime minister. Yes, Natisa, I'm leaving on a vacation.
Tarzan take Natisa with him on occasion?
Well, if the messenger they sent for me doesn't return, they'll surely have to settle their own problems, huh?
You take Natisa, huh?
You shall be first mate, second mate, chief cook, and crew. Natisa, I know a lovely spot along the coast, a narrow strip of land that's completely secluded. The fish grow larger, the wild fruit richer, and the ocean bluer. For once, I shall know peace at Cape Bandeira.
But even as Tarzan and Natisa sailed in the direction of the beautiful Cape, the same narrow strip of land was being discussed in a waterfront dive in Tarak, melting pot of the roughest collection of seamen from Singapore to Caracas.
Who ever heard of sailing out of Cape Bandeira? There's no trade there, Mr. Gottlieb.
You're so right, Captain Hilk. Even the few natives who used to live there have moved to the mainland.
So why should we pick that deserted place for our home port?
You'll find out in good time.
I'll know before I sign. What ports are call and what cargo?
We'll sail any place where they'll buy merchandise without asking questions. And our cargo will consist of whatever we find in the holes of the native dhows that ply the coast.
Pirating, Mr. Gottlieb?
Are you too weak-livered for that business?
No, I'll do anything for money. But I'm not running a pirate ship for regular skipper's wages. You want Captain Helk, it'll be double wages and shares.
Double wages and shares it'll be for you and your crew. Can you get the men you'll need?
I can pick them all up on the waterfront before nightfall. I look for only 3 features in a privateer.
3 features?
Holes in the soles of their shoes, scars on their faces, and big hands.
Huh?
It works out. If a man has holes in his shoes, he's desperate enough to play my game. The scars prove he's been in a knife fight or two, and he's been the one to walk away. And the big hands guarantee that he can throttle a man without giving him time to let out a squawk. When do we sail, Mr. Gottlieb?
As soon as the guns and ammunitions are brought to the dock. That'll be shortly after dark.
I'll have my crew ready.
Now you know why I selected a lonely spot like Port Bandeira as a base. No one will interfere with our little game there.
Heaven help anyone who tries. With a crew of cutthroats we'll have aboard.
We'll continue with our story in just a moment. Many moons had passed, and Tarzan and Natisa had rounded the southern tip of Africa and had progressed as far as the harbor of Tarak on the eastern coast.
We head for land to hunt meat?
No, Natisa, we'll trade some hides for a few supplies here and wait for our hunting until we arrive at Cape Bandeira.
This big harbor, many ships. What big ones with no sails?
Oh, those are steamers. They carry cargo to distant ports.
And boats with strange sails?
Oh, those are the lateen sails the Arabs use. And apparently none of the fleet's going out today. I don't understand the inactivity here.
Many men on pier?
Yes, they're just standing around talking. None of them is loading cargo.
Maybe afraid of sharks. Natisa see fins of many sharks in harbor.
Yes, I see them too, but I hardly think that... Natisa, look at that lone Arab on the end of the wharf.
He jump in water right near sharks.
Grab the tiller, Natisa. I'm going in after him.
No, Tarzan. He jump in. You're not in.
He won't stand a chance with those long Arab robes. Guide our boat to the dock, Natisa.
Tarzan, watch out. Killer shark, head for Arab.
It was a race as Tarzan attempted to intercept the shark as it glided rapidly toward the helpless Arab. But despite Tarzan's powerful strokes, the shark reached its goal first. It rolled over and the jagged teeth gleamed wickedly. But before they could sink into its victim, Tarzan's hunting knife found its mark in the killer's sleek belly. The shark leaped high into the air, its tail flailing the water. Then it dove to strike back at its attacker. churning sea was red with blood as Tarzan wrestled the monster onto its back again, and once more the knife sank into the white underbelly. Again, and again, and again. The shark shuddered convulsively. The thrashing of the powerful tail ceased. The shark was dead. Tarzan took a few strokes and then swam down and placed his arm around the Arab. He hoisted the inert figure onto the nearby pier. Then, grinning broadly, he clambered onto the rough-hewn dock.
Jungle man, save Ismail!
Ismail, jump into sea!
Ranger, save him from shark!
Let's roll him over on his stomach. Try to pump some of the water out of him.
Your fellow Arabs seem to have lost interest in you quickly. Let's see if I can return you to this world. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale.
Batista tied boat to pier, Tarzan.
Good. Inhale. Exhale.
He come to life?
I think so. Then perhaps he'll solve what has always been a great riddle to me. How a man can fight for survival from the time he leaves his mother's bosom and then seek to die by his own hand. You have a fine house here, Ismail Ben Ahmed.
Before the month is past, it will no longer be mine, Tarzan.
Oh, you've had business reverses, huh? That's why you attempted to end your life?
Reverses? You speak in mild tones. Tarak is the shipping point for materials brought across the Sahara. Ivory, ostrich feathers, hides, tea, curry powder, other things. Until this week, I was the owner of 4 ships.
And what happened?
I lost them all. Every one of them. And each was loaded to the gunnels with rich cargo. I'm wiped out. The work of a lifetime swept away.
By storms? Oh, but surely the captains of your ships must have had warning of their approach.
The storms that have befallen the ships of Ismail and his brothers give no warning, for they are man-made.
Man-made storms?
Perhaps I speak too vaguely. It is the manner of the Arab. I mean that my vessels, as well as those of many other small ship owners, have been robbed and then sunk by pirates.
Pirates in this day and age?
That is why the bales of cargo are piled high on the wharfs. And no one dares make a move to load the ships. Those who still have ships are afraid to let them venture forth.
But there must be means of combating these pirates.
They have sleek, motor-driven ship that easily overtakes the swiftest of our fleet. Our men are brave, but the enemy consists of huge, savage men who climb aboard and strangle those who resist.
It seems incredible.
Sharks have fed well on the proof of the end private's infamy. But you have heard enough of Ismail Ben Ahmed's troubles. You have saved my life. Is there some manner in which I can be of service to you?
We came ashore to refill our casks with fresh water and to trade a few hides for some provisions.
Your native companion can fill the casks at the clear spring in my courtyard. And it will be my pleasure to supply the provisions you need.
You're most kind. I wish there were some way in which I could help you, though, in your trouble.
Perhaps when you resume your voyage, you may see the vessel of the pirates. They have always struck at night, and although a few of our seamen have escaped, they have been unable to give an adequate description of the pirate craft.
And if you had a description?
The government would send a naval police and comb the waters for it. But of course, without a description...
Well, when we have stocked our modest galley, we will head for the sea again. But I doubt that a pirate ship will frequent the waters near such an unprofitable district as that of our destination, the quiet cove of Port Bandeira.
Catch the hawser, Natisa.
Throw rope, Tarzan.
There. Now fasten it well around that tree.
It's tied.
It's good to have my feet upon the earth again. Well, Natisa, this is Port Bandeira. Do you like it?
Oh, it's a beautiful place. But why we anchor at edge of beach, not sail into cove?
Because for the first time I've arrived to find another vessel here before me. Didn't you see that ship nestled beneath the overhanging bows?
No. Is pirate ship, maybe?
No, I hardly think so, for Ben Ahmed said they used a motor-driven ship, and the one moored there is an antiquated sailing vessel. Still, I thought it best to take no chances.
We make camp here?
We'll cache our supplies near here, and then we'll walk to the anchored ship and find out whether they're friends or foes.
The vessel, half hidden by the overhanging trees at the edge of the cove, was, as a matter of fact, the pirate ship of Mr. Gotliff and his skipper, Captain Helk. During the past months, they had reaped great profits. But even financial success does not always lead to a feeling of security. And as Helk and Gotliff stood on the deck of their moored ship, they argued the point.
I still think the naval police may find us even here.
In the name of heaven, Captain Helk, why should you worry? If they look for anything, it will be for a sleek motor ship, and we have sailed.
Anyone with half an eye could see we aren't rigged to use them.
Look, when we sail, we're a trim, speedy craft. When we're in hiding, we're a shabby old sailing vessel. Who's going to examine our rigging or inspect the fake shell with which we cover our modern hull?
Well, I'd feel a lot safer if we had more fighting men.
Excuses. I told you to get as many men as you needed, Captain Helk.
I got as many as I could trust who lived up to my requirements. Ahoy there!
Who are you shouting at?
Ahoy! A huge, powerful white man and a native.
Well, don't let them come aboard. One of our crew might come up on deck and then...
I want them on deck. May need a little help in convincing this man that he should join us.
Join us? A stranger we know nothing about?
He meets my requirements. He's the most powerful man I've ever seen. He has great hands, obviously. He can't afford shoes. He has a scar on his forehead.
May we come aboard?
Yes, of course. I'll lower the ladder. Go below and tell the men to crouch by the companionway.
What about the native?
I'm only interested in the giant. We'll Shanghai him. And we'll feed the native to the sharks.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Tarzan and the pirates of Cape Bandeira. The tone of those aboard had been friendly, and so Tarzan and Natisa climbed the ladder without great suspicion. At the top of the ladder, Mr. Gotliff stood in a gesture of friendship, a smile on his face. But there was no smile on the face of Captain Helk, nor on the cruel faces of the burly seamen who crouched behind him in the shadow of the companionway.
Now remember, keep still until Mr. Gotliff and I have worked him over to the edge of the companionway here.
Right.
Kellen, you and Bella grab the native. The rest of you gang up on the white man.
Right, Skipper.
We got it, sir. We got it.
And I want no mistakes. If you let that giant run loose around here...
We got guns.
And we know how to use them.
I want him alive. Pinion his arms so he can't do any damage.
What about the native?
I don't care what happens to the native. Quiet now.
Well, we hardly expected callers in this lonely port.
How did we expect to see others? I've spent many months here in the past without catching sight of another human.
It's a great pleasure to welcome strangers. Here, let me give you a hand. My name is Gotliff.
I am Tarzan, and my companion's name is Natisa.
Welcome, Tarzan, Natisa.
Jumbo, wanna Gotliff?
Come, I'd like you to meet our captain. Mr. Helk's one of the finest navigators on the coast.
Good. There's much I have to learn about the sea.
All right, man.
Natisa and I sailed around the Cape, but I still find that...
What is this?
Hold him, man. You're not getting away. Bertie, grab his other arm.
No, not throw Natisa over rail. No, Natisa not swim. No.
Let me go. I must save Natisa.
He's floundering in the water. Finish him off. Well, that takes care of the native.
I've never seen such cruelty. Even without your gunfire, Natisa would have died. He couldn't swim.
That's very unfortunate.
You greet us with friendship, and then you commit murder.
Those are harsh words for a man who's being held by 6 of the roughest men of Africa.
We meant you no evil when we boarded your ship. Why did you kill my friend? Why do you hold me captive?
It's just a slight precaution. Your friend could be of no use to us, but Captain Helk here feels that you would be an addition to our crew.
Is this the way in which you recruit seamen?
In our business, we have to be sure of a man before we permit his arms to be free to grasp at a knife.
Yes, you're wise. Were I free...
But you're not free. Nor will you be unless you throw your lot in with us.
We treat our crew well. Double salaries and shares.
Double salaries and shares? I see. What must one do in order to earn this great amount?
First, a few questions to you. How did you earn that scar on your forehead?
When I was a young boy, I had a death struggle with Bolgani, the gorilla.
With a gorilla? I guess you can take care of yourself.
How are your finances, Tarzan?
I have seldom had use for money.
But I guess you have no objection to it, eh?
If I had a distaste for money, would I have traveled a great distance to join your pirate crew?
He knows who we are.
How did you know?
A true privateer gives no information of that kind. Surely you know that. Isn't it enough that I am as strong as 3 men, that I have taken great pains to reach you, and that I thirst for the life of a pirate?
That's good enough for me.
Release him, men. Welcome to our gentle crew, Tarzan.
Mighty tasty, mighty tasty.
Dig in, Tarzan. You won't find better grub in any galley on the 7 seas.
It should be good. Meat from the cattle boat sailing from port side. Fruits and spices on their way from the Indies. Delicacies from every land in the world.
Have some of this wine, Tarzan. The blood of a dozen men have paid for it.
That should make it taste sweeter.
Oh, you're quite a joker.
Incidentally, Tarzan, I'm the captain of this ship. So far, I've been lenient with you. But when we put to sea, I'll have no breach of discipline.
I was unaware that I had broken any rules.
The crew is limited to certain parts of the ship. Your only duty is fighting. After this, I do not want to find you snooping about the engine rooms or the carpenter shop.
It was just natural curiosity.
Natural curiosity sometimes leads to unnatural deaths.
But Tarzan had already completed his snooping. Now he knew the secrets of the pirate ship, the manner in which the vessel was disguised, the hiding place of much of the stolen cargo. The task remaining before him was to return to his own small vessel, make his way to Tarak, and there inform the naval police of the description and whereabouts of the ship that had been terrorizing the seas. But when, after several days, he managed to sneak ashore, he found his boat gone. And even as he searched vainly for it, the missing dhow made its way unsteadily to the dock at Tarak.
You there, in the boat. Throw me your rope.
Theo, here.
Now then, give me your hand. I'll help you into the dock.
Oh, Santa.
You look as though you've been in some sort of a drunken brawl. You shouldn't be roaming around the harbor.
Please, me sick. Almost drowned. Sail many days. No food or water.
A likely story. What's your name?
Me, Natisa.
Where are the papers for your boat?
Papers?
Come. I'm Lieutenant Kirby of the Naval Police. And we haven't time these days to fool about with those who can't keep papers in their vessels.
Natisa not know about papers.
I suppose you've stolen the boat.
Please, Natisa not steal anything. He bring back boat belong Tarzan. Tarzan captured by bad men at Cape Bandera. Maybe our pirates.
Oh, now I've heard everything. Now you come along with me. In the morning, when you've sobered up, we'll find out the real story about this boat and where you got it.
Please, Tarzan in bad trouble.
And so are you, my friend. So are you.
Unable to find his boat and thus return to Tarak, Tarzan had gone back to the pirate ship. The ship made several journeys during the next few days, but the profits were not great, and the newest member of the crew was not in high favor.
I can't understand it, Tarzan. 3 raids you've been on, and you've managed to queer things every time. If we weren't short-handed as a result of your stupidity, I'd send you over the rail right now.
I'll do better tonight. What's our target?
We're going to attack a port instead of a ship. And the stakes are high this time.
Is it safe to attack a port?
It's never safe to be a pirate. But the wharf at Tarak is groaning with cargo. And if they won't send it out in their ships, we'll go in and get it.
And there better be no careless mistakes this time, Tarzan. If there is a mistake, we may sacrifice one of our crew.
You sent for me, Commander?
Yes, Ben Ahmed. Lieutenant Kirby here arrested a native who couldn't prove ownership of a dhow. He claims you know him.
Well, I assured the commander it was just a tall story, but he thought it best to check with you.
What's the native's name?
I just sent a turnkey to get him. What did he say his name was, Kirby?
He said his name was Natisa.
Natisa? He's the native that accompanied Tarzan to Cape Bandera.
Yeah, that's what he said, but
Kirby, I told...
Ismail Ben Ahmed, tell them you know Natisa.
I have already told them. What has happened to the man who saved my life?
Tarzan captured by bad men. They think they kill me. Natisa believe a pirate.
Where is their port?
Was at Cape Bandera.
Commander, I insist that the naval police ship proceed to Cape Bandeira at once.
You don't have to insist, me now, madame. Quite in agreement. The two of you may come along. We'll be ready to leave within the hour. The ship's carpenter had skillfully removed the camouflage of the sleek pirate vessel. The dummy sails had been reefed, and the great diesel motor was driving the ship toward the port of Tarak. The forward deck bristled with guns, and the fierce crew stood at their stations, ready to pillage the wharf.
We'll be landing in a few minutes now. Kellen, you man that big forward gun. Keep it trained on the dock.
Yes, sir.
Murphy, you take charge of the loading. Mr. Gottlieb, be prepared to relay orders to the engineer and wheelman.
Right.
The rest of you come with me. We'll do the necessary fighting. And don't forget Tarzan. I've got my eye...
What is it, Captain Help?
Boat leaving the dock. Stop the engines, douse the lights.
Right. There, we haven't the light showing.
They're coming this way. Turn the cannon to the port side and train it on them.
Right.
As soon as they get within range, let them have it broadside. All right. Ready?
Tarzan! What are you?
We stabbed him. Tarzan's killed Kellen.
Any men get Tarzan!
Cannon faces you now. Come now closer.
He doesn't know how to fire it. Hurry, get to him. That boat's...
I shall lower a ladder for you. Here.
It's Tarzan.
Natisa.
Praise Allah, you are safe.
Ismail Ben Ahmed. Come aboard, all of you. I will reveal much to interest you. Dead pirates, the secrets by which they operated, and much of their stolen cargo.
Some of my goods.
Ah, yes. Much of it bears your name. Now you will have the will to live. And I will be contented with the comparative safety of my jungle.
In just a moment, a word about our next exciting story of Tarzan. The caravan crossed the great Libyan desert. The camels were unloaded and the huge bales transferred to the broad backs of native quarters. Then the safari plunged into the tangled jungle. Cities were avoided, and only the most remote trails were used, for the cargo was worth more than money. And secrecy was the byword in the story, Contraband, which we will tell in our next adventure of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Contraband.
Unlike other continents, Africa is poor in islands. With over 16,000 miles of coastline, it has only a half dozen islands large enough to earn a place on the map. And thus, even a small coral islet like San Lorenzo, which is too small to appear in atlases and geography books, has great military importance. The woman knew its importance. The woman who stood in the public square of San Lorenzo's capital, her dark eyes flashing, her flowing hair tossing, her slim body swaying hypnotically as she incited the natives to riot.
Why should you work in the fields all day? Why should you slave for the Europeans from one year's end to the next? Why should you grovel beneath a foreigner's heel?
Are you not foreigner, Ta?
I am one of you.
Your skin whiter than ours.
The blood of many races flows in my veins. It is true, my skin is whiter, but my heart belongs only with the people of San Lorenzo.
You not talk like rest of us, Ta.
My speech has been changed by schooling in distant lands, but my education shall be a weapon to free you from the bonds of slavery. We shall band together. We shall kill every foreigner on the island. We will take over the wharfs and the warehouses, the governmental buildings, the hospital, the prison. We shall free the prisoners. We shall free all whom the whites have enslaved.
We run government.
We kill all white men.
We shall reclaim San Lorenzo for its people, and Ta shall lead you.
We follow you, Ta.
You our leader.
And so began the bloody revolution of San Lorenzo. Despite the fanatical zeal of Ta and her followers, the natives were not able to take over the government in one quick stroke. Instead, the war continued for many months, growing in savagery and intensity with each day. Even the governmental police from the mainland seemed powerless to stop it. And after a raid that resulted in the death of more than a dozen of the police, Captain Lawrence was detached from his unit for a special mission. It took him to the mainland, along the jungle coast, and to a crude cabin that stood in a small clearing.
I say there, are you at home, Tarzan? Would be my luck to travel all this distance.
I don't believe he's home.
Tarzan, you just took 3 years off my life. You have to sneak up on a man like a panther stalking its prey.
I did not mean to frighten you, but I caught the scent of man a few moments ago, and I decided to hide in that clump of trees over there until I learned the identity of my caller.
Well, I'm glad we're friends. I should hate to be an enemy coming to call on you.
You are a friend indeed, Captain Lawrence. Shall we go inside?
Thank you.
Perhaps I shouldn't be so friendly. The last time you made your way to this cabin, it was to arrest me.
Well, I'm happy that the charges proved completely groundless. Tarzan, this time I come to appeal for help.
The government wants my help? In what way?
The people of San Lorenzo are in revolt. They've killed close to 100 Europeans and Englishmen, and almost a score of police.
You hold no elections there. Perhaps revolution is their only method of changing a government they find unfavorable.
My government has long been willing to grant them their freedom, but we feel that the group now leading the revolt would not work for the best interests of the natives, or for world peace.
What makes you think that?
Well, their leader is a woman. She lived in Europe for some years, was educated there. Her reputation was most unsavory, and she was the intimate of those who preach world revolution. Although she was born on San Lorenzo, her ways are not those of the people, nor are her goals theirs.
One seldom knows a woman's aims. What do you think hers are?
She has long been the confidant of a war profiteer, a despicable character by the name of Ali Astigar. It is known that they were in close association before she decided to return home to San Lorenzo.
But what does that prove?
Astigar is in the employ of powers who begin revolutions in many strategic countries. The revolution in San Lorenzo started the day after her return.
I see.
She has gained great power over the natives. They look upon her as some sort of a goddess. Only the influence of someone also looked upon as a deity can overcome her influence.
Someone who's looked upon as a deity? Surely you do not think I hold the position of a god.
The Lord of the Jungle? It is more than a title of respect, Tarzan. Even on the island, your name is enough to make a native think twice before joining Ta and her followers.
Ta? That is the woman's name?
Well, she has used many aliases in the past. I don't know where she got this one.
Ta is a native word. It means lamp.
A lamp, eh? A lamp that leads the natives to death and destruction. And Tarzan, only you can stem this tide of killing.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Tarzan. The equatorial rain had come quickly, and rivulets of water ran down the faces of Tarzan and Captain Lawrence as they broke through dense jungle growth on their way to Lagos, disembarking point for San Lorenzo, scene of the bloodiest revolution of modern times.
If this rain keeps up, they can sail the steamer right into the jungle to pick us up.
I think it will stop before morning.
Well, I hope so. Every day's delay means more deaths on the island. If only we knew where the natives were getting their guns and ammunition.
Guns and ammunition? You didn't mention that before. I assumed they were using knives and spears and other native weapons.
No, it's guns this time. I told you there were outside influences at work.
Ah. For the first time, I'm really convinced. Could you travel faster, Captain Lawrence?
Oh, I'm afraid not. I can't take this moist heat the way you can, Tarzan.
Perhaps we'd better rest until morning. I dislike traveling in this strong rain anyway.
You? I thought you were impervious to the elements.
It's difficult to catch the scent of any enemy with the wind and the rain beating down.
Any enemy who ventured out on a night like this...
Drop to the ground.
Someone's firing at us. Tarzan, you better get down, too.
Not until I find out who's trying to kill us.
As Tarzan sped in the direction from which the bullets had come, a dark figure leaped from behind a protecting rock and fled into the night, fear giving his footsteps great speed. Still, he was no match for Tarzan, and as the Lord of the Jungle gained on him, he turned to fire. He raised his gun to his shoulder, leveled the barrel straight at Tarzan's chest, curled his finger around the trigger, and fired. At almost the exact moment, Tarzan took a diving tackle at his assailant's legs. The shot went wild, the gun dropped, and the two rolled over and over in savage battle.
No break arm.
Stop struggling, then.
Listo. Not break arm.
Put your hands behind you and stand up.
I say, Tarzan, are you all right?
Yes, Captain Lawrence. Would you mind picking up that gun over there while I tie the hands of our friend here?
Not tie hands. Me not make more trouble.
Go ahead and tie his hands, Tarzan. He can't afford taking another chance. And at least it looks as though the rain's letting up a bit.
Why did you attempt to kill us?
Not try kill you. Only try kill enemy people of San Lorenzo.
So you've been following Captain Lawrence. For how long?
Since day he leave island. Only me lose trail 3 times. Not find him till tonight.
Hey, this is a first-class gun he has here. Don't recognize the make, though.
Let me see it. The stock's ornamented with scrollwork in silver.
Yes, I noticed it. Rather a strange design. Beautiful, though.
Captain Lawrence, did you see any guns of this type in the battles on San Lorenzo?
We didn't capture any of their arms. Say, is this native from San Lorenzo? Are you?
Me not say. Not tell anything. You enemy.
The gun does his talking for him in more ways than one. This gun comes from somewhere near Tunis. It was transported across the Libyan desert and then brought through the jungle to the coast.
Along with others for the rebels of San Lorenzo?
Exactly.
Well, how can you know all that by looking at the gun?
The ornamentation on the stock could have been made only by a Berber. Probably one near Tunis, since otherwise the guns for San Lorenzo would not have been transported across the desert.
We not bring guns across desert.
You lie. No amount of cleaning and polishing can ever remove the fine desert sand from the seam between the metal and the wood. Yes, a Berber made the gun, probably under the guidance of a warlike Bedouin who also possessed knowledge of transporting arms across the grueling desert of Libya.
You're amazing, Tarzan. And I guess we'd better be getting along. What do you think we should do with our prisoner here?
Keep him bound, watch him. Or take him with you. You may need a hostage to protect your life.
You speak as though you are going to be with me.
I shall meet you on the Isle of San Lorenzo. First, I must find out where the guns and ammunition originate.
Yes. If we could cut off the supply of arms, the revolution wouldn't last long.
Exactly. And I have more confidence in myself as a detective than as a deity.
It was a long and a difficult trip to the land of the Berbers, and the task of narrowing down the silversmith who had worked on the guns was even more difficult than the trip. But Tarzan's years of jungle training had taught him to ignore not even the tiniest of clues. A steel shaving, a grain of silver dust, 100 other tiny clues finally led him to a silver shop in a small native town near Tunis. Greetings to the man of the jungle.
My greetings to you, Silversmith. I always admire a fine craftsman, and I hear you are most skilled in your trade.
I do my humble best. Wouldst you have me fashion an armlet for thee? Or perhaps a filigreed pendant to give as a gift to the light of your life?
No, I had hoped that perhaps you could adorn a gun with the rich product of your craft.
A gun? Silver ornamentation upon a gun?
Have you never done such work?
By Eula, I have never heard of such a practice.
Have you the gun you wish adorned with you?
I thought perhaps you could supply it. I would pay well.
In my store and in the simple workshop behind it, there is aught but a few scraps of silver and gold with which to make baubles. I am not a gunsmith.
Your shop looks exceedingly empty of baubles as well as of guns.
My poor stock of merchandise is completely gone at the moment.
I noticed the large bales outside your shop. Someone purchased your entire stock?
Yes, that is it. A buyer from one of the great marts of the world so admired my work that he bought everything I had. He has prepared it for shipment.
You must prize it highly. The bales are well padded on the outside.
Were you examining that which did not concern you?
I looked only so I might determine whether the shipment was destined for the desert. You see, I am an experienced guide. And were your purchaser desirous of crossing the desert and then perhaps the jungle in order to reach the sea, I might be of service.
Wait here. My poor memory just recalled some silver I left upon my stove in the workshop.
I shouldn't want you to neglect your work on my account.
I shall return immediately, Effendi. Do not go away.
I have no intention of leaving. Your reputation is so great.
Ali Astagar, there is a Nazrani within my shop who asks strange questions.
About my bales of merchandise, perhaps?
Yes. He entered the shop and started inquiring about...
About guns?
Yes.
He stands 6 feet or more in height, perhaps. Has a slight scar upon his forehead and dresses like a jungle native. It has the skin of a white man.
Truly, Ali Astagar, you have the wisdom of 1,000 men.
I have the cooperation of a clever woman by the name of Ta. Her native followers are now legion, and her spies are everywhere, both on the island of San Lorenzo and on the mainland.
She told you of this stranger?
I have been expecting him.
He has offered to act as a guide for your caravan.
I was not prepared for that good fortune. Return to the front of your shop and assure him that you can arrange for his employment as a guide.
But he is a man of great stature and fearful strength.
The stature of a man is unimportant when he lies helpless on the sand. And even a man of great strength finds survival difficult when he is attacked suddenly and left in the desert to die of thirst.
In just a moment, we shall learn Tarzan's fate at the hands of the clever Ali Astagar. The grueling sun was reflected on the sand, and the heat was oppressive as the caravan slowly wended its way across the parched desert of Libya. A long line of well-laden camels trudged slowly, despite the urgings of the Bedouin camel drivers. And at the head of the caravan, astride muscular dromedaries, rode Ali Astagar and his guide, Tarzan.
The sun beats hot upon our heads. I shall welcome the passing of the day.
Had you followed my advice, we might have reached the shelter of the jungle by now.
I prefer the longer route. This way we shall enter the jungle near Gilfolan.
But there are no trails through the jungle from Gilfolan. Everyone else who travels in the direction of Lagos keeps to the elephant trails as much as possible.
I wish to avoid the trails. At Gilfolan, we will be met by native bearers I can trust. I want no one to know of my shipments.
Are the silver ornaments we transport that important?
We are not carrying silver ornaments. Surely that does not come as a great surprise to you?
No, it doesn't. Particularly since I have found that the man who represented himself as a silversmith is your personal servant. Well, I am surprised to hear you admit that the cargo does not consist of silver.
I never meant to deceive you, Tarzan.
You know my name?
Of course. And I know that you are a friend to all of Africa's natives. To you, I can confide the real contents of the bales.
You are most kind, Ali Astagar. What do the bales contain?
Medicine, bandages, antiseptics, and anesthetics for the poor wounded natives of San Lorenzo.
Medical supplies?
There are certain foreign powers who would lead you to believe I transport contraband shipments of ammunition and guns. They have their reasons for giving out this false information.
Frankly, I believed what I was told. I traced a gun to that silversmith's shop where you made your headquarters.
You are most clever. You must have traced one of the 2 guns I had made. They were given to the natives who guarded the last shipment of medical supplies.
But why should Captain Lawrence lie to me about such a matter?
Tarzan, he represents a government that is loath to give up its island colony. There are some who would gladly lie to their own parents in order to protect their selfish interests.
I've often found man to be deceitful, but I was sure I could accept the word of Captain Lawrence.
Would you believe me if I stopped the caravan right here and permitted you to open and inspect any bale in the caravan?
You would do that?
Gladly. In fact, I insist on it, so that you may learn to respect the word of Ali Astagar. Shams!
Yes, master.
Have the caravan stop. Permit Tarzan to open any bale he selects.
I could have sworn the bales contained arms.
The mind accepts what the heart dictates. Minds are often courts that judge before trial.
Yes, that is true. I had you marked as a villain before our paths crossed. Forgive me, Ali Astigar, and bid the caravan move on. I accept your word.
No, I shall not let you accept my word. I insist you open a bale. Do it yourself. Be convinced. Come, I shall dismount with you.
I feel as though I were causing you much needless trouble.
If there is a fault, it lies with me. Go ahead, select a bale.
All right, I'll take the nearest one. The one on that dromedary, right there.
Shams, Harun, Baba, take down the packet from the camel's back. Kamar, Majid, help them. At least I can be thankful that I have cohorts in Lagos who know that my mission is one of mercy. My shipments are speeded to the island from that point.
Here is bale, Sahib.
No, I would not cut the rope, Tarzan. We do have to tie it up again before we proceed.
That was an instinctive gesture.
The clumsy fools turned it with knots on the underside. Shams!
I can reach the large knot if I kneel down. Yes, now I can...
No! Enough! Stop! You need not waste further blows. He is quite unconscious.
Harun, Baba, fasten the bale on the camel's back.
And hurry. We must remount and ride as the wind. And by the time we enter the jungle, its lord will be quite dead of exposure and thirst.
As evening came, Tarzan regained consciousness, got to his feet, and staggered in the hopeless direction of the jungle. High overhead, carrion birds hovered expectantly. But neither the birds of prey nor the clever Ali Astigar had been able to estimate the almost superhuman strength and endurance of Tarzan. He seemed to grow stronger instead of weaker with each passing mile. And by dawn the next morning, he had reached a small waterhole. Within a few days, he had crossed the jungle and secured a small boat to reach the Isle of San Lorenzo, the bristling fortress now commanded by Captain Lawrence.
You've had another miraculous escape, Tarzan.
I suffered greatly. Perhaps it was my punishment for having doubted the word of a friend.
Astigar speaks with a crafty tongue. I hardly blame you doubting me.
I blame myself, for by this time fresh ammunition and guns have reached the rebels.
I don't know. There have been no new attacks during the past several days. We can only conclude that they must be out of ammunition.
Oh, then perhaps I shall be relatively safe as I proceed into the tangled forest surrounding their island stronghold.
You intend going into the interior? But you may fall into the hands of Tar, some of her fanatical followers.
I shall have to take my chances, even with them.
Jumbo, Morocco.
Jumbo, you relieve Morocco a sentry.
Nudio, you go back camp.
Santa, his big war showery there.
Tomorrow we hold showery in capital of white men. Then we...
Drop your gun.
Nudio, me drop gun.
Why, you're the same native who made an attempt on our lives in the jungle. But I thought Captain Lawrence still held you prisoner. You escaped?
Captain Lawrence say, me free, go home. Not back war camp of Ta.
And so you promised and then came straight to the camp.
Ta say lie to white man not count. It's not crime lie. Kill oppressor.
Oppressors? Oh, believe me, you have been misled.
Not misled. It's true.
Do you not accept the word of Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle?
Believe only word of Ta. Ta, lamp who guides to freedom.
And you? Do you believe all that this woman tells your people?
Ta speak true. For her we kill.
And nothing I can say will change you.
Tarzan not leader now. Ta is leader. She beautiful, wise.
I should like to see this woman who holds you under her spell.
Come. I take Tarzan to Ta.
Fine.
Fill your soul with the spirit of war. Tomorrow we kill. Tomorrow we rule San Lorenzo. The stranger who approaches our council fire.
Morocco bring Tarzan who wants speak with Ta.
You are Tarzan?
Yes. And you are Ta, the lamp which beckons the people to destruction.
I lead them to victory. Today, fresh ammunition and many guns have been received. And tomorrow we attack the fortress in the capital. And under the new government, you will no longer be lord of the jungle, Tarzan.
People of San Lorenzo, can you not see that this woman spreads the lies of those who would hold you under a greater oppression than any you have yet known?
It's lie. We have victory. We rule country.
You will be ruled by this woman. A liar and a cheat by the name of Ali Astegar and the corrupt government they represent.
Enough! Capture him, men! Don't let him escape! Chase him! Fire at him!
Save your ammunition. In surviving the desert, he has proven his reputation. You will not be able to shoot him down from the trees.
People of San Lorenzo, if you attack the fortress and the capital tomorrow, misfortune will fall upon you. That man there, Ali Astegar, who just slipped from a hut like a worm from beneath a rock, he is your real enemy. Know it now, or learn it tomorrow.
Tarzan did not return to the fortress immediately. Instead, he hovered in the vicinity of the war camp, observing much and taking particular interest in the departure of Ali Astegar and his bearers. Someday he would settle the score with Astegar, but at the moment a greater task was at hand. Toward dawn, he returned to the fortress, and he stood at Captain Lawrence's side as the big attack began.
Well, there's certainly a slew of them out there. Their aim isn't so good.
Have you suffered any casualties at all?
Well, not yet. Our numbers are not sufficient to warrant an attack. But once that horde of natives charges the fort, I fear for the outcome. What in the world was that? They have no guns large enough to create an explosion that loud.
I think I know what caused that explosion, and I know now that the natives will not attack.
Not attack? But you can see them massing for the offensive blow now.
I shall dissuade them. Tell your men to guard their shots, so that they do not hit me in the confusion.
Oh, Tarzan, where are you going? You can't just walk across the clearing and into the midst of the enemy.
But Tarzan did walk across the clearing and straight into the troops of the natives. And as he did, a strange thing happened. Small cannons exploded, breaking into 1,000 pieces. Native guns disintegrated in the hands of those who attempted to fire them. Bullets failed to explode at all. Rifle levers jammed. Cartridges refused to fit into the guns for which they were intended. And despite the urgings of Tar, the natives threw up their arms in confused surrender. Only then did Tarzan signal for Captain Lawrence's men to advance.
No, you mustn't surrender. Until death must you fight.
Captain Lawrence, have your men take the woman prisoner.
No, you won't take me. No.
There you are.
No.
A nice shiny pair of handcuffs to wear.
No.
Take her over there.
You had best save your tears for the people you have misled.
Tarzan, I just watched something, and I still don't believe it. What in the name of heaven happened?
The people of San Lorenzo were betrayed by Astegar, a man who double-crossed everyone who had an interest in this small island. He sent Tar here to incite the rebellion. He got a foreign power to pay for the arms he delivered, and he reaped a double profit by purchasing defective guns and ammunition.
But when did you learn of all this?
Some of these things I learned last night as I threaded my way through the camp. And some of the things I learned by long association with those who know no loyalty except to their own purses. I think from now on, the loyalties of the people of San Lorenzo will be with those who have proven themselves their friends.
In just a moment, a word about our next story of Tarzan. Stanley reported the strange lake in his book, In Darkest Africa, which was published in 1890. And yet, even today, little has really been learned about the small body of water, whose shores are strewn with dead butterflies, in whose dark red waters fish cannot live, and which is taboo to the natives of the Congo. They call it Kiwa Navisi, Lake of Blood.
Tarzan, the creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen in next week to Lake of Blood, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Lake of Blood.
Natisa, the Punya messenger, had been to Tarzan's seacoast cabin. He had looked for the Lord of the Jungle in the ape country. He had searched the rolling hills where the elephants made their home. But nowhere was Tarzan to be found. Now, near exhaustion, he climbed the steep slopes of Mount Kayatenko, calling Tarzan's name, hoping that some miracle might carry his voice to the only man who could help in this time of great trouble and sorrow.
Tarzan! Tarzan! It's Tarzan! Tarzan! Tarzan!
Natisa, what are you doing in this part of the jungle?
Natisa hunt Tarzan. All over he look.
Well, what is wrong? Why do you search for me?
Torgo!
Something is wrong with my small friend. He's sick?
Not sick. He's lost.
Lost?
2 days ago. Many cranes fly over Punya village.
Yes?
Torgo asked Mama Daganya where they go. She not know. He asked chief, warriors of tribe. Their answer's not clear enough for Torgo.
Go on.
We not sure what happened. But after second flock cranes pass over village, Torgo gone. We look, not find anywhere.
Oh, it's his everlasting curiosity. He followed the migration of the cranes, huh? What kind were they?
Kind?
Gunny. Were they the common type, the wattled crane, or the crown variety?
Common.
Oh, they winter in the northern regions. Well, it's in that direction that we must travel.
We find Torgo?
If the beasts of the jungle have not found him before us.
Torgo had already been away from home for 2 days. The chances of finding him alive were slim. But Tarzan would not rest until he had either found the native boy or learned his fate. Tarzan's first inclination was to leave the exhausted Natisa, take to the upper level, and speed to the northern country as quickly as he could. But reason prevailed upon him to adjust his speed to that of Natisa. Once the winter home of the cranes was reached, 2 men could circle a district more easily than one.
I think we're getting to the edge of the crane country, Natisa.
Maybe Torgo lose trail of crane, though. Maybe he not here.
Yes, but you and the Punya warriors searched almost everywhere else. It's our only hope.
It's call of crane.
Yes. And look, on the ground beneath that wild pineapple tree.
It's small bow of Torgo.
He's been here, and not too long ago, for no leaves cover it.
Torgo! Torgo! He not answer.
Natisa, we'll take an area of a mile the first time. You circle to the west from here, and I'll circle to the east. We'll meet back here. If we're not successful, and then we'll mark out another circle. Now, don't forget, just a mile. Go no further, and then... Natisa? Why aren't you starting?
Natisa not go west from here. Is Mugilo.
Taboo? I know of no taboos in this district.
West here is Kiwanavisi.
The Lake of Blood? Never heard of such a lake.
Tarzan not know this land. All near here know Kiwanavisi. Natisa not go west.
All right, you circle east. I shall travel west.
West is Kiwanavisi. It's home evil demons. Shore washed with dead butterflies. Fish not live in water. No man ever come back from water that is red. A Kiwanavisi much Mugilo.
Oh, taboos and lakes of blood. Sometimes my native brothers make me angry. Torgo's life is at stake. I shall waste no further time with your superstitions. Tarzan is not afraid of the Lake of Blood.
In just a moment, we shall return to our exciting story. Our Hour followed hour, and although Tarzan and Natisa covered a wide area, in circles of ever-increasing circumference, they found no further trace of the native boy Tarzan loved almost like a son. Now Tarzan and Natisa had met again, and they moved together through the tangled jungle, their hearts heavy with sorrow.
It's no use. Torgo not here.
If only the wind would stir, I might catch his scent.
Air still like death.
I've called his name until my throat aches. If he were alive and had heard me, he would have answered.
Maybe Tarzan should make cry of bull ape. Travels many miles.
Yes, that's true. My call can be heard far beyond the reaches of my normal voice. Well, it's worth a try.
He's no answer.
I think I heard a faint voice.
Natisa not hear anything?
I did not hear much, Natisa, but I could swear I heard something.
From where?
From the district that you consider taboo. Are you coming with me, Natisa?
Nadio, Natisa come part way with you, but no go near Lake of Blood.
Torgo! Torgo!
Torgo, help us, Tarzan.
It's Torgo.
We come, Torgo.
Tarzan, me and Trap under big tree.
At least you're alive.
Oh, he's caught in strong trap.
Now force the jaws of the trap open, Natisa, and you pull him out. Gently.
Torgo, hungry, thirsty.
You have a bad bruise on that leg.
He is from Matigo.
Leg hurt.
The leg does need attention. You need food and water. Natisa, is there a native village near here?
Village of Yaluma, people near here. Is maybe 10 miles.
10 miles?
Nearer is trading post of white man, old Buana Morgan.
Morgan? Yes, I've heard good things of him.
His place close by.
Well, then we'll go there. I would hunt for food, but I haven't seen a track or caught the scent of an animal for many hours.
No animals here. 2 days Torgo in trap. Not hear or see any animals.
No animals. That's most strange.
Land Mugilo, even for animals. Cause Lake of Blood.
I want you to say no more about that, particularly in front of Torgo. I won't have you filling his head with your superstitions.
Natisa right. Animals not here because Megillo.
It's too bad the land is not also taboo to the birds. Did you find the cranes you followed?
Nadio, Torgo see cranes, other large birds. But now Torgo's sorry he followed.
Yes, you're sorry at the moment because you're hungry and sore. Torgo, someday your curiosity is going to get you into real trouble.
Ahead is store of Buana Morgan.
A store? Nothing more than an old thatched hut.
Is store and home of old man. He friend to natives.
Here, Natisa, you carry Torgo for a minute. Even with friends, it's well to be on guard. Wait here.
Not worry about old Buana Morgan.
Well, a visitor. A customer, perhaps.
I'm afraid we're not customers. We come seeking help.
Well, if you need help, old Chris Morgan's your man. 40 years I've spent right in this same tiny patch of ground, and I've never denied anyone help yet.
People do speak well of you, Mr. Morgan.
Old Chris Morgan's a friend to all, black and white, rich and poor.
Good, because that small boy over there has an injured leg and an empty stomach.
Well, why didn't you say so right away? Bring the boy inside, put him on my cot. I'll go in the back and rustle some grub and find some bandages, just to make yourselves at home.
May I help you?
No, I'm a fussy old bachelor. Won't let anyone in my kitchen.
Natisa, bring Torgo over here.
Natio Tarzan. Carry him inside?
Please. Mr. Morgan said to place him on his cot.
Torgo, hungry!
You'll have some food in just a minute now.
Buana Morgan make food. He's good man, Tarzan. No?
He is most kind. Tell me, Natisa, how can he make a living in this deserted spot?
Many tribes come here, trade hides, ivory, other things with Buana Morgan. He go city once a year, sells hides, ivory, bring back things natives need.
It sounds like a scant livelihood.
He sell much salt.
Torgo, hungry!
I think I hear your supper approaching now.
Here you are, Seti. Some nice broth, some smoked meat, and some tin biscuits. That ought to hold you for a bit.
I think it will. Torgo, where are your manners?
Santa Buona, Morgan.
It's better.
I'll see if I can dig up some antiseptic and bandages to fix up that leg, and then I'll rush for a little grub for the rest of us.
Oh, no, Natisa and I can fend for our own food. We would not deprive you of your stores.
Nonsense. I'm glad to have company. Never did like eating alone. Oh, pardon me a minute. Well, this is my old friend of the Yaluma tribe.
Who inside?
Oh, just a young native boy who's been hurt and a couple of men who brought him. Come in. I'm afraid I didn't ask your names.
I am Tarzan. This is Natisa. The boy is Torgo. They are of the Punya tribe.
Oh, the Punyas, eh? Well, meet Kalusu. He is the chief of the Yalumas, and he and his brothers have come to do business with me.
Not talk business front of strangers. Who are you?
I have just told you our names.
Why you come our country?
I do not like your unfriendly attitude, Kalusu. And I feel no need to tell you why we've come here.
Now, just a minute, folks. Just a minute. There's no sense in having hard feelings. Sit down, Kalusu. I was just going to bring out a little smoked meat. Maybe
Kalusu not break bread with strangers. Me go now. Come back other time.
No, we will leave. Mr. Morgan, you have been kind to us, and I will not remain here and spoil your chances of conducting business.
Nonsense. Kalusu, these are my friends. If you can't be civil to them, be on your way.
Me be on way. But they be sorry come to land of Kiwanavisi. Lake of blood not like strangers. And this land of Kiwanavisi.
Well, despite the warning of Kalusu, the past few days have passed quite uneventfully.
This is a peaceful land for the most part. And so far as the legend of the Lake of Blood goes, well, I don't know. The best thing to do is just steer clear of the district and let well enough alone.
Natisa, steer clear. We go home now, Tarzan? Torgo's leg better.
Is the hurt all gone, Torgo?
All gone. Torgo's strong now. Can hunt elephants and elephants and hippos.
Good. Natisa, I'm sure I can trust you to deliver Torgo safely to Mama Nagama.
Where you go?
I've got to know more about this fabled Lake of Blood.
No. Tarzan not go near Kiwanavisi.
I wouldn't advise mixing in that, Tarzan.
It's land of demons.
Well, there is something strange about a land where animals will not travel and water where fish will not swim, but I do not believe in demons.
Is many demons. Bad demons come at night. Kill those who say not believe in demons.
Torgo, I'm ashamed of you. After all the time I've spent teaching you the ways of the jungle and the ways of civilization. My words have been wasted. You might just as well be as stupid as a savage without one speck of schooling.
But Tarzan, everyone knows demons.
I say there are no demons. They live only in the superstition of your people. They bring fear, and fear leads a people to unhappiness and destruction. Makes them a prey to all those who wave a big stick. It's fear that permits bullies to rule countries. Torgo, I will not have you believe in demons.
Torgo cannot help. He knows our demons.
Natisa, you will return to the land of the Punyas so that Mama Nagama will know that Torgo is all right, that he's with Tarzan. Torgo and I are going to disprove the demons that rule Kiwanavisi. We shall go to the lake.
You mean you'd take the boy into that district from which no one has returned?
No, Tarzan, not go. Not take Torgo.
We shall return. Will you go by my side, Torgo?
Torgo go anywhere Tarzan says.
Good.
Tarzan, I understand your motive, but I think you're making a bad mistake, perhaps a fatal one.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of our story. That night, Natisa left for the Punya country. Mama Nagama would be told that Torgo was safe, for the moment. And the next morning, Tarzan and the small native boy headed for the land of the blood-red lake, the small body of water where no living thing could subsist. And yet the bright rays of the sun filtering down through the overhead jungle growth seemed to belie the sinister legend of the district.
You see, Torgo? This land is no different from your own.
We near lake?
I've never been to it, so I'm not sure, but
Why we stop?
I heard the snapping of a twig far off.
Is animal or man?
I've caught no scent yet. Oh, we should see.
We grab vines, swing to upper level?
Perhaps. Let's be still just a moment. The sound was caused by men, several of them, and they follow us. All right, Torgo, jump onto my back and hold tightly. We'll swing up into the trees. They're holding tight?
Much tight. Torgo's strong.
There.
Boss, why we stop?
Tracks of white jungle man and boy end here.
Where they go?
Kalusu not know, but we find. Kalusu tell them leave land of Kiwanavisi.
Must find.
They use trick so not leave trail.
We find. They not grow wings and fly.
That sound like boy.
His laugh of boy came from tree.
Yes, it came from the tree. I have knocked all your weapons from your hands. If one of you makes a move, I shall run my knife through you.
We not move.
You can come down from the tree now, Torgo.
Tarzan win fight from many bad men?
Yes, only these are not ordinary men, Torgo. These are the demons of the lake.
No, we not demons. We men of Yaluma tribe.
Yes, I know, and you are its chief. A chief who guards his land so jealously he tries to scare strangers away. When they refuse to be frightened, he stalks them as though they were animals to furnish food. Now the mystery of your lake is quite clear. It contains gold, and you have built up this legend to protect it.
No, quiet. Let me tell. Tarzan, believe Kalusu. We follow you to stop before you reach Kiwanavisi. Already too many die at hand, evil spirit. His black mark on people of Yaluma. This their land, not land of death, until time of Kalusu's father. Now is land of demons. Only want warn you, so you leave with life.
Perhaps I have misjudged you. I shall withhold judgment until I've seen this lake for myself. Where is it?
Beyond Big Rock you see from here. North from there to trail white rocks, then over small ridge. But please, Tarzan, not go.
You need have no worry on my account, Kalusu. Torgo and I shall return. We shall meet you and tell you what we have found at the trading post of old Chris Morgan. We will be there before Cuta the sun climbs in the heaven again.
Now Tarzan knew the exact location of the lake. Torgo and he pressed on through the lush foliage that sheltered not even a single animal. Along the trail that was marked by the white rocks, up the side of the small ridge that the native chieftain had described. And when they had reached the top of the ridge, they stopped abruptly, and their jaws hung loose in wonderment.
It is red. The lake is the color of blood.
And like they say, has many dead butterflies, insects floating at edge.
Come, let's go down to the edge of the lake and find out more about it. Oh, watch out for the loose rocks.
Are big rocks, all painted white.
Well, they're not painted white, and yet it's hard to explain their white coating.
It's a funny place.
The strangest place in the entire jungle, I think. Like a giant inkwell hollowed out of the rocks and the well filled with red ink.
Is ink?
No, it's not ink, Torgo, but we'll see what it is now.
Tarzan, you go into lake?
I'm just wading in a step or two. Now, look at this, Torgo. You see the water I've scooped up in my hands?
Is not red.
It's not even slightly pink. Watch now.
Tarzan holds slimy mud. Is red.
Very red and very slimy. Some of it you'll see floating on top of the water, and the rest of it floats just under the surface.
What is?
Well, it's a little hard to explain. Scientists call it viscous matter, and although it looks like congealed blood, it's not. It's quite harmless. But that answers only the question of the lake's color. Wait,
Tarzan, what make lake smell like sea?
This. It's almost pure crystallized salt. And the lake itself is of strong salt brine, so strong that even fish cannot live in it, nor butterflies and insects hover over its surface.
What of animals? They like salt.
Yes, they do. So we have other questions to answer yet. Torgo, watch out! Huge rock!
We be killed!
Our only hope is in the lake. Hold your breath, Torgo!
I'll escape.
Torgo, wet and sticky. Swallow some strong salt water.
Won't hurt you any. Those rocks might have.
What make rocks fall?
I saw no one. The strong odor of the brine prevented me from catching a scent, but I think we're getting closer to the solution of our mystery, Torgo. Climb on my back. We must move quickly now.
Is small Giacula?
Yes, I see the path. I think I know where it leads.
Is Numa the lion is dead?
Very dead. Yet there are no signs of a bullet wound or the mark of an arrow.
Look, Ant's dead too.
They came to feed on the carcass of Numa, and the poison that killed him also killed them. No creature has been too small or too unimportant to escape the villainy of him who controls the lake of blood.
We near store old Chris Morgan.
Yes. Torgo, I'm proud of you. You're becoming very observant. As you know by now, this can mean the difference between life and death in the jungle.
Torgo observed something else. Candarinia in clearing.
Yes, a large kettle, far too large for ordinary cooking. Torgo, we're within earshot of the trading post now, and although I hardly think we're expected, it would be wise to hold our tongues and move quietly.
Torgo quiet as Lano the mosquito.
Good. We'll walk over to the window of the trading post.
Why, you know your old friend Chris Morgan wouldn't take advantage of you, Calusu.
We bring many hides this time.
All right, Calusu. I'll throw in an extra sack of salt.
Good. Old Chris Morgan, fine friend, black men.
Yeah, I try to be. Are the rest of you happy with the way I've treated you?
Make good trade.
Well, that's good. I'll help you pack up the bags of salt, and then
I will not conclude your business arrangements with Mr. Morgan yet, Caluso.
Tarzan. I thought...
You thought Torgo and I had been killed by the avalanche you started.
Tarzan wrong. Old Chris Morgan, good man. He not try kill Tarzan and small boy.
Why, of course not. It's ridiculous.
Tell me one thing, Caluso. Where does Mr. Morgan get all the salt he trades to you for the valuable skins of animals?
Me not know. Bring from city.
Could he transport hundreds and hundreds of pounds of salt on his yearly trip?
No.
The salt is distilled in a large kettle he keeps in the clearing behind his store.
Huh?
The brine comes from the lake of blood.
What are you talking about?
From lake?
For over 40 years, he has preyed on your superstition.
That's a lot of nonsense.
The natural color of the lake helped. The ghostly effect of the salt-whitened rocks about it. The fact that the strong brine killed fish and butterflies.
Don't believe him. It's a lie.
He helped make you think the place was taboo by poisoning all living things who entered the district.
So... many things clear now.
Unfortunately, none of you will live to spread this story.
Look out!
We hold Chris Morgan, Tarzan.
You hurt Tarzan?
No, it's just a surface scratch, Torgo, but had it been a fraction of an inch closer.
For over 40 years, I've gotten away with this, Tarzan. If you hadn't come along,
If I hadn't come along, you would have continued to kill all who trespassed upon your land. But now the natives will have the salt they need, and that nature has provided them.
Morgan, we kill you.
No, don't kill me.
Stop! You will not take the law into your own hands. I will take him to the authorities.
Tarzan bleed bad.
Don't worry about me, Torgo. I'm quite all right. And I'm happy that we have solved the riddle of Kiwanavisi.
Tarzan, someday curiosity gets you in real trouble.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting episode of Tarzan. Missionaries have tried to bring light to the dark continent. But just when we begin to believe the jungle people have changed, we hear the voodoo drums and the incantations of the witchmen. We see a pin stuck through a voodoo figure, and we recognize it as the sign of death. For pagan savagery still exists, and Congo magic still casts its spell.
Tarzan, a creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced and transcribed by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Congo magic.
The city of Port Zarota, deep in the Congo, is neither a port nor a city. But such are the strange contradictions of the jungle. The huddled settlement stands at the delta of a river that has long since dried up. And the pygmies and the storkmen who live but a few days' march from Port Zarota refer to it as the city. Actually, it is nothing more than a miserable collection of thatched native huts, sun-whitened government buildings, shabby barracks, and crumbled dwellings. And yet the native authority court convenes there, and it was to this court that Tarzan had come 3 days before.
Well, Captain Lawrence, I'm certainly glad that my duties in court are over.
Oh, yes, Tarzan. Court appearances are always tedious. But old Chris Morgan never would have been convicted without your testimony.
Convicted? That's a horrible word.
Oh, he had it coming to him, all right.
Oh, yes, of course, but to be confined within the walls of a prison... Even the confines of a city like this one are intolerable to me.
Yes, I know. I know you'll be off to your jungle in the morning, I suppose.
Tonight, if you don't mind. I'll pick up my few belongings at your quarters, Captain Lawrence, and then I'll head for the coast.
Well, you'll be making an awful liar of me.
What?
I promised the men at the club that I'd bring you around before you shoved off.
Oh, you're most kind, Captain Lawrence, but I have no time for clubs and social gatherings.
Oh, but they've heard so much of your activities and your remarkable life in the jungle, and all of them are at the club now, just standing around waiting for us.
With a gin and tonic in each hand, huh? Honestly, Captain Lawrence, I think you English would find a place for a club and a bar in the middle of an erupting volcano.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, if you've said I'd come, I shall not make a liar out of you. Where is this club?
Well, it just so happens that our path has accidentally brought us right to it. It's that largish building on the corner.
That building?
Yes.
I'd thought that the office of the Governor General. It's most imposing.
Oh, for these parts, yes.
But I can't very well go in there dressed in this leopard skin. Looks like a club in London's Mayfair.
I have it. We'll sneak in the rear entrance, and I'll give you some clothes to wear. I just thought of an outfit that'll fit you as though you had it made in Savile Row. Now, let's have no more arguments, Tarzan. You look perfect in the outfit.
With black trousers and a white jacket. I feel as though I should be the club steward.
Well, as a matter of fact, they were made for the club steward. A chap I'd persuaded to come over here. He was a huge man who worked for me at home, but he was drunk when he got off the boat at Mombasa, and I never did manage to sober him up.
Oh, what did you do?
Well, I gave him his passage money home. Finally lined up another man. A dwarf, a sort of misfit. Lives a cracking job. Good bartender, excellent servant. You'll get a boot out of Shorty.
You don't suppose you'll resent my wearing the uniform of his trade, do you?
Oh, I don't think so. He's very proud of the livery we finally got for him. As a matter of fact, it's the same as you're wearing. Only about 20 sizes smaller. Come on, Tarzan. We can slip into the bar through this door.
Well, that's a good story, Clive. What a story. Oh, I say, here's Captain Lawrence and his guests.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'd like you to meet Tarzan.
Oh,
Tarzan, Mr. Bainbridge, Major Stanton, Lord Essex, Mr. Mooney, and Mr. Richardson.
How do you do? So this is Tarzan, eh? Looks more like an outsized bartender to me.
That isn't very funny, Mr. Mooney. Just happens that Tarzan had no fitting clothes with him. I fixed him up with this outfit we ordered for that chap who didn't pan out.
I apologize for not being properly garbed for your splendid club.
Not at all, not at all. It should make quite a story. Tarzan ordered the jungle dressed like a flunky.
I say that, Mooney.
No, it's all right, Captain Lawrence. It's all right.
Well, I say, Shorty, could we have some drinks?
Be right with you, Captain.
Yeah, climb up on that egg crate and mix us some gin and tonic, Shorty, and bring them over to our table over here.
Yeah, I'll fetch them.
You'll do nothing of the sort, Lawrence. We're entitled to a steward who can serve our drinks just because you hired half a man.
I'm bringing you drinks, gentlemen.
Mooney, I'll stand for no more.
Oh, no. Wait. It was just a joke. That's what life's for, jokes. At least I've got to admit that Shorty's good for a few laughs. You know, whenever I see him running on those little batty legs...
Doesn't he resent being called Shorty? Hasn't he a regular name?
He's coming with your drink now.
Yes. Clumsy fool, dropping Tarzan's drink and sprawling all over the floor.
Terribly sorry, sir. I must have tripped.
You tripped all right.
You stuck your foot directly in his path, Mooney.
Yeah, well, so what, huh?
Someone should teach you manners.
Huh? Well, you aren't the one that's going to do it. You're nothing but a stupid savage.
Look out! Tarzan! In the name of heaven, take your hands from his throat. You're killing him! You're killing him!
In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Congo magic. For a moment, Tarzan had been blinded with rage, furious at the loutish Mooney for having picked on the defenseless dwarf. But the warning voice of Captain Lawrence had penetrated Tarzan's rage, and he had permitted Mooney to drop from his powerful hands before murder had been committed. Actually, the only serious injury was that inflicted upon Mooney's pride. It had resulted in Tarzan's detention in Port Zarota.
Couldn't sleep, eh, Tarzan?
I've always had difficulty sleeping indoors. How much longer must I remain here in your club, Captain Lawrence?
I don't know. Mooney's charged you with assault as a result of last night's little skirmish. You must remain either here or in that infested jail until the case has been heard.
I appreciate your having arranged for me to be kept prisoner here rather than in the jail, but I still find it unbearable. The whole city is laughing at the picture of Tarzan wearing a steward's uniform and remaining within the confines of a building.
Oh, I don't think they're laughing at you. Natives always peer in our windows here.
You know, there must have been a dozen pygmies gathered out front this afternoon. I understand little of their dialect, but they kept pointing at me and making sounds of derision.
No, it's just their way, you know. In the past, they've gotten on poor Shorty's nerves, too.
So I guess it is my nerves. I suppose it's because I'm ashamed of myself for having lost my head.
Oh, I wouldn't be too concerned with what you did to Mooney. It's no more than the rest of us have dreamed about doing for months now. He's a rum sort.
How did you happen to take him into your club?
Well, there's really no place for a chap to go here. When he first arrived, he seemed all right. He's not a Britisher, but we thought...
Help! Don't let them kill me! Save me!
Shorty, what is it?
Who's been frightening you?
I don't know, but they wanted to kill me. They had a knife. Don't let them kill me, sir. Please.
Now, make sense, man. Now, calm down and tell us what happened.
I went to bed early. You see, Tarzan, sir, these kind gentlemen gave me a room in the back of the club.
Yes, I understand. Now, go ahead.
Well, sir, I went to bed early. I locked my door and all my windows, same as I always do. While I was dreaming, I was dreaming that I wasn't a dwarf anymore. I was tall and handsome, like you, Tarzan.
Get to the point, Shorty.
Oh, yes, Captain. Well, suddenly, maybe I was dreaming. I thought I heard my door open. I tried to shake the sleep from my eyes, but before I knew what hit me, someone was on top of me. I saw a knife flash, and that's all I remember. I guess I fainted.
Turn around, Shorty.
Huh?
Turn around. Thank you. Look, Captain Lawrence.
Why, someone's cut a great hank of hair from the back of Shorty's head.
No one wanted to kill him. It was someone's idea of a great joke.
Mooney, I suppose.
Would he have access to Shorty's room?
He lives here at the club, and one key fits all the doors.
Mr. Mooney blames me for what happened last night, but I don't think...
Captain Lawrence, I think perhaps you'd better take me to the jail until it's time for my trial. Because the next time I tangle with Mr. Mooney, I may not stop short of murder.
But once again, the calm voice of Captain Lawrence prevailed upon Tarzan, and he remained at the club, sworn to remain a voluntary prisoner until the assault case came to trial. Captain Lawrence tried to use his influence to gain a speedy trial, but in equatorial countries, no one is in a great hurry, and the days dragged on.
Oh, good morning, Tarzan, sir.
Good morning, Shorty. The members all gone?
Yes, sir. I just finished serving Mr. Mooney's breakfast, sir. He was the last one. You just missed him.
I waited until I thought everyone would be gone.
What can I fix for your breakfast, sir? Some eggs, maybe? I've got some nice fresh ones a native just brought around.
Shorty, where did that come from?
What, sir?
That small figure behind you on the back bar, that tiny doll dressed like we're dressed.
I never saw it before. It wasn't there when I polished the glasses earlier. It looks like me, sir.
Did you leave the room while Mr. Mooney was here?
I went to the kitchen to get him some more coffee.
Another of his jokes, I guess.
Look, sir. That's my hair on this little figure. I know what it is now. It's a native voodoo.
That's what someone wants you to think, I guess.
That's what it is. They have to use the hair of the person it's supposed to be. It's what Mr. Mooney calls an effigy, sir. And that pin that stuck through it. You know what that means?
Oh, what does it mean?
It means that I'm going to die. That's what it means. It's Congo magic.
And who told you about this Congo magic?
Mr. Mooney told me.
I'd call it a blasted shame.
Yes.
Scaring the living daylights out of poor Shorty.
But I say, where's Mooney now?
I don't know. He's notified, like the rest of us, to be here.
Oh?
Perhaps he won't show up at all. He's not the first blustering coward I've encountered.
Well, that's true.
I said there's someone ringing the doorbell. Would it be at this hour?
Well, the members all have keys. Shall I go?
No, Shorty's in the hall. He just manages to reach the doorknob.
He seems to just manage everything. He's all right.
Cheerio, fellows, cheerio. I'm getting to sound just like the rest of you, huh?
I say, Mooney, was that you ringing the doorbell?
Oh, yeah, what about it?
You might save Shorty the trouble of running to the door for you.
Well, it just so happens that I lost my key a couple of nights ago.
You what?
I lost my key. It isn't going to hurt Shorty to answer the bell a couple of times until I get a chance to have a new one made.
If you really did lose your key, maybe I've come to some wrong conclusions.
Yeah, about what?
About this.
A voodoo doll, dressed like a club steward.
Where'd it come from?
That's what I was going to ask you, Mr. Mooney.
Well, I wouldn't know.
I thought you might. It was left on Shorty's bar with a pin stuck through it.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't know who did it.
The effigy is decorated with hair someone took from Shorty's scalp. Yeah? When he told me you had spun tales of native voodoo to him, I thought perhaps...
Wait a minute. For crying out loud, I wouldn't do a thing like that. I know what voodoo means in Africa. Oh, maybe I go in for a practical joke once in a while, but I wouldn't do that to the poor little son of a gun.
I believe you. You speak with a tone of honesty. But what could the natives have against an inconspicuous white dwarf?
Do you suppose that steward I turned down might have stayed in Africa?
And be holding a grudge against Shorty, figuring he's latched onto the job that should have been his, you mean?
That's it. That's exactly what's happened. He's learned about this Congo magic, and he's... Watch out!
Hey, that's a dart. Someone threw a dart right through that open window over there.
Didn't miss Tarzan's head by more than an inch.
Tarzan, shall we go out and have a look and go out in the street and see who did that?
I can't join you. I have promised not to leave the building.
Oh. It wouldn't do any good anyway. At this time, the native who threw it could be lost in a crowd of 100 natives. That's our big disciplinarian problem here.
I'd like to examine that dart. Perhaps I can tell by its design what tribe of natives.
And watch out. There's a big spider on the wall right by the dart.
Oh, this blasted country's infested with the darn...
Look.
Huh?
The spider grazed the dart with its leg and then fell to the ground.
Hey, well, that spider's dead.
And the dart is a poison one. And only the jungle people know of such virulent poisons.
Only, we apologize for everything we've suspected you of.
Oh, that's all right. I guess the dart clears that rejected steward also, huh?
But Shorty's not even in the room. If natives were after Shorty for some reason, why should they fire at Tarzan?
The answers to our questions remain with him who shot the dart. And by this time, he's on his way to his jungle home.
Well, what are we waiting for, then? Come on, let's follow him.
I am not permitted to leave Port Zarota. I have a court case pending against me here.
Oh, but this is serious. I'll withdraw the charges.
Good. We'll collect what we need for a small safari, and we shall leave tonight.
Yeah.
But I warn you, the people who resort to poison darts shot through a blowgun from ambush will spare no efforts to see that our safari ends in disaster.
We'll return with the exciting conclusion of Congo Magic in just a moment. By midnight, the materials for the safari had been rounded up, and the men who were about to leave on the dangerous mission stood outside the clubhouse, ready to take their departure.
I'm sorry I can't be going with you, Tarzan, but my official duties keep me here.
Oh, I understand, Captain Lawrence. We shall miss you, but I think we can manage.
I'd still keep a weather eye on Mooney. I don't trust him.
I think he's all right, but my weather eye is always open.
Well, I'm all set to go. Oh, there you are, Tarzan. Yeah, I hardly recognized you in those jungle togs.
I have no need of civilization's clothes where we're going.
Where are we going?
To the pygmy country, about 2 days' march from here.
Oh?
Then you think it was the pygmies, Tarzan?
Oh, I'm reasonably sure of it. I found the impression of a box under the window. And a man of ordinary stature would have had no need to stand on anything to reach through that window. The blowgun is their weapon. And one thing more.
Yeah?
In looking for bearers for our safari, I found that every pygmy in this city has suddenly disappeared.
What?
Yes, it's true. This is mixed up with something bigger than any of us understands.
We aren't making very good time, Tarzan.
It's the head man leading the safari. I think his pack is too heavy.
Oh, it's bulky, but it shouldn't weigh very much. Well, that's one I packed myself.
Well, there's some reason for his slow pace. Manyapara!
Manyapara, come. You want make talk, Tarzan?
Yes, we've been marching now for several hours, yet we've covered little distance. Why do you set such a slow pace?
Pack, Manyapara, carry. Much heavy.
Oh, nonsense. I'm carrying a pack as heavy as that myself.
Just a minute, Mooney. Yeah. Manyapara, take the pack off. Let me feel it.
There. Now Tarzan C is heavy.
Yes, it is heavy. It's very heavy. Is this some trick, Mooney?
Well, if it is a trick, it's not mine. I told you I packed it myself.
All right, I'll open it and see what's inside.
Manyapara, loosen other strap.
Yeah, okay, now throw that flap back. Shorty!
What in the world made you hide inside that pack?
Please, sir, I knew you wouldn't take me along if I asked. No one ever thinks I can do the work of a full-grown man. But this is my fight, sir. I'm the one they want to kill. It's my duty to come along.
Can you beat that?
Please don't send me back, Tarzan. It's my one chance to prove that I'm a real man.
I shall not send you back, Shorty. You shall have a chance to prove that you are the equal of any man, regardless of size.
And so the safari plunged on. Tarzan, Mooney, Shorty, and the native porters and bearers. But as the second day's march drew to a close and the land of the pygmies drew near, a strange silence fell in the jungle. The natives glanced nervously over their shoulders as they walked, and Mooney and Shorty watched Tarzan with apprehensive eyes.
What does it mean?
The silence?
Yeah.
It means there's a natural barrier protecting their village, or that they have some special plan for their attack.
Maybe they're around us now, waiting in the trees until they get a good shot at us.
No. The wind is favorable, and I've not caught their scent.
Well, what can we do if they attack us with those blowguns?
Well, their range with that weapon is limited. We must be careful lest they draw close enough to use them before we're aware of their presence, though.
Yeah. Sure spooky walking along this trail. Those steep palisades on each side, we wouldn't have a chance if they decided.
Oh, this is the reason they've had no need to attack us before this.
Yeah, a river.
It's wide, too. How can we cross it?
Well, I think I could swim across. Perhaps it'd be best if I went ahead alone, though.
No, Tarzan. You promised me I could help. That I'd have a chance to prove myself a man.
So I did. Well, we'll have to build a raft, I guess.
Tarzan! We find raft hidden in trees.
Well, that's a break.
Gee, it sure is. It's a real break.
Perhaps this good fortune is not an accident. And we have no time for questioning our luck. We will board the raft and hope that we may reach the other side without incident. Push with your pole as hard as you can.
Yeah. The sooner we reach the shelter of the trees on the other side, the better off we'll be.
We'll go back later for other barrels.
You can bring as many as this small raft will carry on the next trip.
Look, Tarzan. War canoes from behind the tall grass.
Hold hard, men. The shore is our only hope.
They can't reach us from where they are with their blowguns, can they?
I don't think so. But the pygmies are pretty good marksmen with those short bows they carry.
They're gaining on us, Tarzan.
Hey, wait, look. Look, another canoe from the shore, right where we're headed.
Yes, that one seems to have their chief and their medicine man in it.
Hey, they're firing their arrows. They'll get
Tarzan, watch out. There's a hoop.
Oh, Shorty.
He's badly hurt. He jumped right in front of you.
I know. The arrow would have struck me if he hadn't jumped in its path. Mooney, you'll have to care for Shorty.
All right.
Manupala, pole as best you can by yourself.
Wait a minute. Where are you going?
I'm going over the side. Our only hope lies in my ability to swim underwater.
Can you see, Tarzan?
No, Shorty. All I can see is their war canoes drawing closer.
I keep pulling, Buana?
Yes. Keep heading for shore. There's only one canoe in that direction. One with the big shots. And they're not shooting at us. Hey, look!
Tarzan climbed into Chief's canoe.
Yeah.
Tell me what's happening.
All right, Shorty. Tarzan's throwing 3 or 4 of them overboard. Hey, wait, he's got his knife at the chief's back. He's forcing him to give some sort of order. Hey, what's that chief saying?
He tell them stop shooting, not hurt white man.
Oh, Shorty, you're bleeding pretty badly. We didn't bring the medical supplies on this trip. There just wasn't room.
I know.
Hey, what's he saying now?
Tell everyone, come to him right away. Tarzan still has knife against his back. Hold Machawi also.
Machawi?
Witch doctor. He's one with feather headdress.
Oh. Well, come on, let's join the party. Looks as though Tarzan has the upper hand, at least for the moment.
Men, put down all weapons. Stop fighting. What more you want?
I want to know why your men fired at Shorty over there in the city of Port Zarota and why we've been attacked here.
I tell. We try kill dwarf, so we get magic.
Shorty's magic?
Wait, we'll find out what it's all about. What magic do you think the white dwarf has?
He, dwarf, 1 minute, next minute, a giant. Has secret pygmy want. They make selves big when enemy come.
Oh, you are mistaken, Chief. Shorty has no secret for making himself into a giant.
Has magic. One our man in town look through window many days. See small man in black trousers, white jacket. 1 minute dwarf, next minute giant.
Oh, I see.
Huh? Oh, what do you see, Tarzan? Darned if I can make it out.
Natives staring through the window of the club saw Shorty in his steward's outfit. Later they saw me dressed in the same kind of uniform. To them, we were one man. To them, it was magic.
Well, what do you know? That'd be funny if it wasn't so sad.
Is there someone here who saw this magic?
Manupa here, see it?
This man? Manupa. Do you see the dwarf lying on the ground over there?
Dio.
Take a good look at him. Now, look at me. Can you not see that he was the small man in dark trousers and white jacket, and that I was the large man in the same kind of clothing?
Is true.
So was not voodoo. We sorry. Give no more trouble.
Tarzan. Wayamuni. Shorty. He dying.
Oh, Shorty. Oh, Shorty, no, you can't die. You saved my life, and I'm going to save yours, Shorty.
I'm not Shorty. I'm Arnold. Arnold, like my mother named me. I'm not Shorty. I'm tall and handsome. I'm a hero. I saved a man's life. I'm a hero. I proved that I was a real man. As much of a man as...
Well, he's dead. Well, anyway, he died with a smile on his face.
Yes. For in his last moments, he was no longer a dwarf and a misfit. He was a member of a jungle safari. He'd taken part in a savage battle, and he'd saved a life. And in his mind's eye, he was tall and handsome. This is the magic of the Congo.
We'll return with a hint about our next story of Tarzan in just a moment. A conservative English barrister comes to Africa to persuade Tarzan to forsake the jungle and come to England. A cultured American woman arrives on the dark continent with her charming daughter on a trip around the world. A native potentate returns home. They are all ordinary people until they fall victim.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Jungle Heat.
The ocean liner African Pride would dock at Mombasa the next day. But so far, the dignified-looking woman with the pretty daughter had spoken to no one aboard. She was too wrapped up in her great problem. And the gray-haired gentleman who occupied the deck chair next to hers did not intrude on her privacy. His mind was well occupied with the problem, too. They might never have spoken if a rough sea had not suddenly caused the deck to heave, sending the gentleman's teacup flying.
I say, I'm dreadfully sorry. I hope none of the tea landed on you.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
But of course it matters. I'll be happy to have it cleaned when we land, provided they have a cleaning establishment in a town like Mombasa. Africa.
You don't care for Africa?
I should say not. I was there once as a young man. Beastly place.
Then why are you returning?
Business I'd give a pretty penny to be clear of. It's rather a complicated matter.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry.
Not at all. I volunteered the information. It's rather an interesting story, as a matter of fact. A certain Lord Greystoke and his wife, the Lady Alice, were marooned in Africa many years ago. Unable to find their way back to civilization, they built a cabin, settled down, and had a child in the heart of the jungle.
I think I remember reading something about it.
Quite. It received a great deal of notoriety, especially when the whole story came out years later. It seems a band of savage apes killed Lord and Lady Greystoke, took the baby and raised it. He spent most of his life in the African jungles, but nevertheless he is the heir to the Greystoke title and the family fortune.
How lucky for him.
I hope I can make him realize it. My purpose in going to Africa is to persuade him to return to England with me and take his rightful place in British society. You see, I've recently been appointed solicitor for his late father's estate.
Then you're a lawyer.
To an American, a lawyer. To a Britisher, a solicitor. Forgive me for having overlooked the social amenities. My card, madam.
Hugh Hutchins, Esquire. Solicitor. Brook Street, Mayfair.
Quite.
I'm Louise Wells, and as you surmised, I'm an American. My daughter and I are taking a trip around the world.
I've noticed your daughter. Extremely attractive girl. She can't be much of a sailor, though. She hardly pokes her nose out of your cabin.
She's being a martyr. I brought her on this trip against her will, and she's getting even with me by refusing to be civil to anyone.
She resents your having taken her from the man she fancies herself in love with?
Mr. Hutchins.
It's quite all right, really. We solicitors, lawyers, are like family doctors. But you needn't talk about it if you'd rather not, Mrs. Wells.
Well, I think I would like to talk about it. You don't know how terrible it is to have no one to turn to. You see, Mr. Hutchins, I'm a widow.
Yes?
My husband was in the brewery business. Oh, he made a great deal of money. I've seen to it that Carol has every advantage of education and travel and, well, you know. And now she wants to throw herself away on a young man who hasn't a penny. And she's entitled to the best.
She's very lovely.
Well, I've always thought so. And I'm sure it's not just parental pride. Why, wherever we've gone, there have been dozens of eligible men begging for dates.
I'm not surprised.
Have you seen that Oriental potentate who's on board?
I haven't seen him, but I've certainly heard the infernal racket coming from his suite. He's got his own native orchestra aboard.
The captain told me about him. His name's Pasha Kamar Ben Zeda Bey, and he's on his way home. He spends half each year in Europe. He caught a glimpse of Carol one day, and he begged the ship's captain to introduce him to her. And she refused point blank.
They say he's a handsome devil, too.
Oh, nothing makes any difference. She won't have anything to do with any of the men who admire her.
She may change her mind if she sees one who appeals to her.
I do hope it's the right one this time.
I suppose you'd like one with a title, a fortune, and perhaps a villa on the Riviera?
I wouldn't mind.
Well, I wish you luck, Mrs. Wells.
And I wish you luck. I hope you're successful in getting your English lord to quit the jungle in favor of Mayfair.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'll be gentle and persuasive at first, but if that doesn't work, I am not without ingenuity.
We'll return to our story of Tarzan in just a moment. Far from the port where the African Pride was docking, Tarzan crouched motionlessly in the crotch of a tree. From the fetid swampland, he had caught the scent of Gimla, the crocodile, and that of man. He swung rapidly from tree to tree until he had reached the swamp's edge, but he was too late. Over 100 yards from him lay an exhausted man who grasped in vain for a hold on a slime-covered rock, and the crocodile was only a few feet from its intended victim. There was little chance that Tarzan could kill the reptile from such a distance, but he fitted a metal-tipped arrow to his bowstring, drew the shaft back with all the power at his command, and released the arrow. The crocodile leaped into the air, then fell back, dead.
Now, to get that poor creature out of that foul quagmire. I've come to save you.
You speak English?
Yes, but it's best to hold your tongue and save your strength. I'll carry you to a dry place.
I thought you were some sort of a savage. You don't look like any civilized man.
It's unfortunate that there are no mirrors here in the jungle. You must have a week's growth of beard on your face, your clothes are torn and filthy, and your body is scratched from thorns and burnt from the equatorial sun.
It's been terrible. The animals in the swamps and the heat.
There's a nice soft bed of moss. I'll put you down. There you are.
Thanks. That was quite a shot you made.
I was lucky. I didn't think I could pierce the crocodile's tough hide from that distance. Tell me, where are your bearers and Ascari?
I couldn't afford to hire any.
You came into the jungle alone? Why?
I spent all my money for passage on a tramp steamer that landed in Benguela. I thought maybe I could reach Mombasa on foot. I have to get there.
You must have an extremely important mission in Mombasa to take such a risk.
I suppose I'm a fool. The mission is hopeless anyway.
Do you want to tell me about it?
I suppose so. In the first place, I'm in love.
Ah, the reason for much happiness. And an equal amount of suffering.
I suppose so. Well, anyway, Carol's mother didn't approve of me. She took her on a trip around the world, kept my letters from her, saw to it that she didn't have a chance to write me. But Carol managed to sneak a card to me from the last place they stopped. She said if I could meet her in Mombasa, she'd run away from her mother and we could be married.
You sound like an American. Both your speech and your foolhardy bravery in coming into the jungle alone proclaim your nationality.
Yes, I am an American, but I guess my foolhardy bravery has been wasted. By this time, Carol and her mother are in Mombasa, and by the time I can get there,
You're in no condition to travel now. I shall take you to my seacoast cabin and nurse you back to health. When you're fit again, I shall try to help you plan your next move.
Tarzan carried the young man through the sweltering jungle. And almost at the same time, the heat had begun to make a change in Hugh Hutchins, Esquire, the ordinarily imperturbable British solicitor. He strolled back and forth in a small heat-drenched hotel room in Mombasa.
Africa. Why he has to live in this miserable country, I'll never know. Well, it's about time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hutchins. I'm Mr. Fitzhugh, the manager of the hotel. You sent for me?
I certainly did. Come in.
Yes, of course. I do hope you're finding everything satisfactory.
I am finding everything most unsatisfactory. In the first place, I want that infernal music stopped.
I'm afraid that's quite impossible. It comes from the suite of the Pasha Ben Zayda Bey.
I might have known.
I'm sorry there's nothing I can do about the music. But you see, when the Pasha stops at Mombasa, he occupies a whole floor in the hotel. He's one of the richest and most powerful men in Africa. If there's anything else I can do?
I don't suppose there's anything you can do about this infernal heat.
We are hoping for some sort of air conditioning unit in a few years.
Well, I can't wait a few years for an air conditioning unit, nor to find the man I've come to Africa for.
If I can be of any assistance?
Perhaps you can. His name is John Clayton, Lord Greystoke. The only address I have is Africa.
It's quite an address. But it so happens that Lord Greystoke is known to practically everyone, from Cape Town to Cairo. Here he's called Tarzan.
So he still uses that ridiculous name.
Ridiculous?
It doesn't matter. Could you have a letter delivered to him for me?
Perhaps, but it wouldn't do any good, Mr. Hutchins. He emerges from the jungle only to help those in great trouble.
Well, I might. No, I'll go to him. Can you secure a guide for me?
Of course. Consider yourself practically at his doorstep now.
How much farther do we have to go through this miserable jungle?
Reach Tarzan Seacoast Cabin soon. Punya people say he's there now.
Well, I certainly hope so. This infernal heat is quite unbearable.
It's hot time here. Not always so hot.
How anyone in his right mind could choose the jungle in preference to a country place in Sussex is more than I can figure.
The explanation is really quite simple.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
From the tree above you. No one draws this close to my cabin without detection.
It's Tarzan.
You're Lord Greystoke?
As the natives said, I am Tarzan.
But I mean really. You are John Clayton, son of the late Lord and Lady Greystoke?
Yes.
Allow me to present my card. Hugh Hutchins, solicitor, Brook Street, Mayfair, London, of course.
Of course.
Is there somewhere we could talk?
My cabin is being occupied by a man suffering from exhaustion, but it's highly unlikely that the panthers and lions will disturb us here.
Lord Greystoke, I've come thousands of miles to persuade you to give up this primordial life and return to London.
Why?
The solicitor who previously managed your late father's affairs passed away a short time ago, and I've recently taken over his duties. I found a vast fortune just lying useless.
Well, that is wrong. Go ahead, use it.
What?
Feed the poor. Take care of the sick. Build homes for the homeless.
But there are government agencies to handle such matters.
Then send the money here. We have many poor who are not taken care of by the government.
That's quite out of the question. The Bank of England would never approve the use of such a sum of money for that purpose. Really, Lord Greystoke, you must return. I shall have to be quite firm about it.
Mr. Hutchins, how much do you earn as solicitor of my fortune?
Very little while it remains so completely inactive.
I see.
But that isn't the point. The crux of the matter is that it's criminal for a titled King.
But my heart is here in the jungle.
But really, Lord Grayson.
I would suggest that you return home as soon as possible. Goodbye.
Tarzan, go. Into the trees like one of those apes who raised him. What in the name of heaven was that?
That Tarzan cry. We go back Mombasa now?
Yes, back to Mombasa. Through this crawling jungle, through this grueling heat. But I'll figure out a way to make Tarzan leave the jungle. Somehow or other, I'll make him change his tune.
The exciting conclusion of Jungle Heat in just a moment. The cities, as well as the jungle, labored under the great pall of tropical heat. It was responsible, in part, for Hugh Hutchins' unreasonable determination to take Tarzan from the jungle. It had a great deal to do with the Pasha Kamar Ben Zayda Bey's reluctance to start his journey into the interior. And it affected the temper of Mrs. Louise Wells. There were some things, however, for which the heat was blamed, and for which it was not responsible.
It's just the heat that's got you down, Carol. The house physician says there's absolutely nothing wrong with you.
I don't feel up to traveling, Mother. We'll just have to stay in Mombasa until I feel better.
But we've already missed 2 boats. Are we going to spend the rest of our lives in Africa?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care much.
No, I suppose you don't. You don't care about anything but hearing from Bob Hale.
Has there been some message from him?
Message? From Bob? Oh, we aren't likely to hear from him.
Oh, no, I guess not. I don't know what I was thinking of.
But we did have another message from the Pasha. He's still very anxious to meet you.
Yes, Mother, I know. I think if you don't mind, I'll take another little nap.
Well, I'm not going to do my sightseeing through a hotel window. I'm going to visit some of those wonderful native stalls.
Have a good time, Mother. Perhaps in a few days I'll...
Oh, of all the ungrateful girls, I'd give up my life for her, and she just...
1,000 pardons, Mother of Beauty.
Why, Pasha Kamar, what a pleasant surprise to bump into you.
Our meeting, gracious one, is no accident. I have waited some hours to encounter you once again.
Oh, how flattering. I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long.
No wait, however long, would be too great for the pleasure I have anticipated.
Oh?
I come to you with a token I wish you to deliver to the goddess of beauty, your estimable daughter.
A little gift for Carol. How sweet.
You will accept the token?
Why, of course. I think the giving of little presents is a lovely custom. The men in America are inclined to forget how much women appreciate gifts.
In your hand I place the gift. So, we will meet before the new moon has come to discuss the arrangements. Until then, may Allah guard well my white pearl.
Oh, but wait. Pasha, just a minute.
Is something wrong, Mrs. Wells?
Mr. Hutchins, I thought you'd gone into the jungle.
I got back last night. You seem upset.
I am. I was just talking to that Pasha fellow, and he said he had a gift for Carol, and he handed it to me. And by the time I glanced down at it, he was gone. Look what he gave me.
An emerald. The largest one I've ever seen. Must be worth a fabulous fortune.
And he said such strange things about discussing arrangements and the new moon.
It's clear that the jewel is his payment for Carol, as his bride.
Oh, dear. But of course he is a titled gentleman, royalty even, and you yourself said he had a fortune.
And several hundred other wives.
I'll give the jewel right back. Why, I'll go to his suite and
probably be the cause of an international incident.
Well,
no, Mrs. Wells, such matters are not that easily settled in Africa.
Well, what can I do?
Put matters in my hands, my dear Mrs. Wells. I am a solicitor, you know.
Oh, of course. Well, I'll pay you any fee you name if you get me out of this.
I want no money. But there is a little favor that you could do for me. It concerns Tarzan.
Who?
Lord Greystoke. I want you to write him a letter. Tell him that Carol is in great danger. Perhaps that is not much of an exaggeration now. Write that you are 2 women alone in Africa, and from what you have heard of him, you are sure he's the only one who can save your daughter.
And then he'll come here. He'll see Carol, and he'll be smitten as the others.
Perhaps.
He has a title, too, and a fortune. And he comes from a fine old English family. Isn't that what you said, Mr. Hutchins?
Quite. You'll make no mistake in writing the letter.
Oh, of course I'll write it. I'll write anything you tell me to.
Tarzan?
Yes, Bob. I thought I'd find you still asleep.
I heard all that shouting and confusion outside a few minutes ago. Tried to reach the window to see what was happening, but I couldn't quite make it.
Some Punya warriors arrived with a letter for me. The coming of a Barua in the jungle is quite an event.
I don't wonder. If I were the native mailman, I think it was quite an event if I managed to deliver a letter here.
It is dangerous even for those who know the jungle well. And that is why I am angry.
Oh?
A week ago, while you were hovering between life and death, a gentleman came into the jungle to persuade me to give up my life here and go to England. I refused. And now he sends a letter designed to bring me as far as Mombasa, the first leg of the journey to England.
Well, if he couldn't persuade you in person, how could he expect a letter to do the trick?
Oh, the letter doesn't bear his signature, of course, but the ruse is obvious. Listen to this. My dear Tarzan, you do not know me since I am an American woman, Mrs. Louise Wells, who has only recently arrived in Africa. But having appealed to the native police and many others, I am informed that you are the only man in the world who can help me in the present situation, which involves the safety and perhaps the very life of my daughter, Carol.
Carol?
Please come at once to Mombasa. I am at the Grand Hotel, and I await your arrival. A melodramatic letter that Hutchins has dictated in the hope that I'd be brought...
Oh, Tarzan, that's Mrs. Wells, Carol's mother, my Carol, and she's in danger.
I doubt that she's in danger, Bob. But since the letter refers to your Carol, I shall go to Mombasa.
I'm going with you.
Oh, you couldn't drag yourself as far as the window a moment ago. How do you propose to travel to Mombasa?
I'll make it. I have to.
I'll make a bargain with you, Bob. You remain here. There are enough provisions to keep you until my return.
But Tarzan, can't you understand?
I said I'd make a bargain with you. You remain here without further foolish arguments. And when I return, I shall bring your Carol with me.
What did they say? What will they do?
Nothing. The officials blame you for having accepted the jewel. They act as though the Pasha was well within his rights in abducting Carol. Frankly, I don't know what to do.
Perhaps if you're Lord Greystoke...
Yes, maybe perhaps Tarzan can help. If only the letter brings him.
The letter did bring me, Mr. Hutchins.
Tarzan, the way you pounce out of nowhere, really.
I hardly pounced. I've been standing here for several minutes. I wished to learn if the letter was a ruse. Apparently it was mainly false when it was written, but it has come true. Carol is in danger.
Will you help us, Tarzan?
You mean you're asking help from this naked savage?
This is Lord Greystoke, Mrs. Wells.
Mrs. Wells, despite your rudeness, I shall help you. Come with me, both of you.
Where are you taking us?
The caravan of the Pasha moves slowly because of its great size and because of the many women in the entourage. We can easily overtake it within a few hours.
But how?
I shall engage the services of 3 fleet camels.
But I don't know how to ride a camel.
You will know by the time our journey is over.
That's their camp? Right ahead?
They have not all retired for the night yet, Mrs. Wells. Lower your voice, please.
Well, I never...
It wouldn't be well for them to hear us, Mrs. Wells. And now then, Tarzan, your plan of campaign.
It will require exact timing and bravery. Mrs. Wells, you will walk from the brush first, and you will go directly to the large bayet at the center of the camp. Now, do not say a word to the sentries. Show them the signet jewel and continue to walk until you are face to face with the Pasha.
But if someone does stop me...
We shall have to gamble that the jewel will serve as an open sesame. I'm counting on you to create considerable consternation in the center of the camp. Oh, Mr. Hutchins?
Yes, sir.
As soon as you see Mrs. Wells hand the jewel to the Pasha or disappear into the bayet, you will proceed to the makeshift corral at the far end of the encampment, where their animals are tethered.
Yes.
You will fire your gun into the air until the magazine is empty. By that time, the animals should take care of the confusion at that end of the camp. And then get back to our tethered animals here, if you can.
And if I cannot, I shall have given my life in the service of a fine mother and a gracious lady.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins.
When I hear the animals stampeding, I shall take care of the far end of the caravan, for surely Carol
must be held in the Pasha's harem, which is quartered there.
And if the plan fails?
We shall all pay with our lives.
The sight of a middle-aged woman calmly walking up to the bed of the Pasha threw the potentate's sentries into a complete quandary. Suddenly, the sound of shots and a mad stampede of the caravan's camels drew their attention elsewhere. Before they had subdued the animals, a raid on the harem confused them still further. Orders were shouted madly. But the Pasha's followers milled about in hopeless confusion. And in the center, clutching his scimitar in hopeless futility, stood the Pasha Kamar Ben Zeta Bey. He watched 3 camels disappearing into the brush. They carried a bronze giant, a city-garbed white man, the Pasha's white pearl, and the pearl's now disheveled mother.
But this is a shack in the jungle. You haven't led us back to Mombasa.
I must have taken a wrong turn.
Mother, there's no sense in being upset. This man did save us.
For a worse fate, I dare say. Oh, you do something.
What can I do, my dear? In England, he is a lord. Not that I have any hopes of taking him back now, but here he's undisputed monarch.
Well, if he and the Pasha are examples of nobility, I've been wrong all along. Carol, I apologize. If Bob were here, I'd literally push you into his arms.
That sounds like the proper cue for me to open the door to my cabin.
Hey, what in the world's going... Carol!
Bob! Oh, darling. Bob, I'm so glad to see you. Aren't they perfect together?
Yes, they are.
Well, Bob, how'd you get here? What's happened?
Oh, a great deal since I chucked my job and followed you to Africa. The most exciting part was when Tarzan saved my life with a bow and arrow.
And it was a fairly good shot. But I had no idea that in using that noble weapon, I was taking the place of Dan Cupid.
In just a moment, a preview of our next story of Tarzan. The peace of the world depended on getting the supplies across the great African jungle. It was imperative that they be carried from Dakar to Suez without loss. And yet, each time a new shipment was received at Suez, it was found that guns, ammunition, food supplies, and other valuable equipment were missing. Drama runs high in our next story, Jungle Hijackers.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs, Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Jungle Hijackers.
Once the small plateau had been covered by a mass of heavy jungle growth, but now it was a rock-strewn clearing that bore a variety of drab-colored buildings. Here, near the native village of El Bodeh, halfway between Dakar and Suez, lay the headquarters of the Joint Transportation Command, West African Sector. Ordinarily a quiet, inactive post, today it bristled with activity. The top brass had come unexpectedly. They had tumbled out of their desert-soiled cars, stormed into Major Haybrook's office, remained there but a short time, and then departed in a cloud of gasoline fumes. But they had remained long enough to turn everything upside down.
I say, pardon me, Private. Could you tell me if I'm in the right building? I'm looking for Major Haybrook.
His office is right down the hall. If you'll state your business...
I'm Captain Lawrence of the governmental police. The Major just sent a native runner into the village for me.
Yes, sir. He left word that if you came, we were to bring you right in. Will you follow me, sir?
Oh, certainly. I say, is it always so noisy around here?
Not usually, sir.
You don't have to sir me. My rank as captain in the governmental police is about the equivalent of a private 4th class in your army, according to Major Haybrook.
He must have changed his opinion, sir. Major Haybrook never wastes ammunition on small targets, and from the sound of things in his office, he's got his heavy artillery all ready for use, sir.
Oh, I see.
This is his office right here.
Oh, thank you. And thanks for the warning, son. I'll have my guard up.
Come in! For the love of Mike, come in!
Here's Captain Lawrence, sir.
Thank you, Private. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Captain Lawrence.
Sorry to have kept you waiting.
You don't look sorry. For the love of Mike, close the door and come over here.
Just as soon as the native runner reached the village, I left.
Now, let's just stow all the folderol, Lawrence. The fact of the matter is, I'm on the spot. Sit down.
Anything I can do to cooperate?
You're doggone right you'll cooperate. You know the job my outfit has?
Well, as I understand it, your mission is to transport food, ammunition, and other army supplies from Dakar to Suez.
Right. And we've taken every precaution to see that they're delivered in proper condition. The bales have twice as much padding as called for in specifications, and they're wrapped with special quality burlap.
Good idea. It's pretty rough jungle to go through.
Right. And the things that come in crates have double thicknesses of wood to protect them.
Well, then?
But after all these safeguards against the elements, we find it's not the heat or the rain or the rough terrain that's bothering us, but plain, unadulterated robbery.
Robbery? Well, from an army transport?
For the love of Mike, yes. That's what I've been saying. Robbery, stealing, hijacking. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. You could give me a few details to go on, though.
I'll give you all the details before you leave. But get this straight. The top brass is after my scalp. They figure if the stuff doesn't get to Suez, it can invite trouble there.
Suez has always been the fuse to light the dynamite.
For the love of Mike, quit interrupting.
Sorry, sir.
And you're going to be a whole lot sorrier if this stealing isn't stopped. If it was some fault of my officers or enlisted men, it'd be up to me. But this is a civil matter. These hijackers are the subjects of your government. And I can promise you, Captain Lawrence, that unless your governmental police puts a halt to this robbery at once, I'll see to it personally that you're shipped back to jolly old England.
Yes, Tarzan, he probably does have enough influence to have me sent back to England. In disgrace.
Oh, it seems so unfair. You're supposed to comb thousands of miles with a few men at your disposal, and he's unable to catch the thieves with his whole company.
Oh, he's pretty short of manpower, too. When you spread a company from Dakar to Suez, there aren't many men left to guard each safari.
Oh, perhaps that's true, but why should you have to save his neck?
No, there's more than that involved, Tarzan. Perhaps the peace of the world. I'll have to have a go at saving his neck, as you put it. And I'm counting on you to save mine.
Well, you have long been my friend, Captain Lawrence. If I can be of help in tracking down the hijackers, I shall be more than happy.
Thank you, Tarzan. You know this jungle better than any man alive, and I've been counting on your help.
I'll gather my weapons and a few other things I might need, and we'll leave at once. Where do we start?
I haven't the foggiest notion.
No, I mean, where did the hijackers make their last raid? What was the size of their band? And are they thought to be natives or whites?
Well, you see, that's really the big problem. Thousands and thousands of dollars of equipment and supplies are missing, but no one's seen any thief. There have been no raids, and for all Major Haybrook's men seem to know, the materials might just as well have been spirited away by ghosts.
Our story of jungle hijackers will continue in just a moment. Tarzan and Captain Lawrence moved rapidly through the jungle night. Behind them was the great forest that was Tarzan's stronghold. And just ahead, winding its way through the dense jungle growth, was the old elephant trail used by the supply safari. A new shipment was on its way, and Tarzan and Captain Lawrence planned to intercept the caravan somewhere near El Bodeh. Although there were no clues to the past robberies, they might be able to prevent new thefts and perhaps learn something about the robbers who attacked with the stealth and invisibility of ghosts.
There should be along sometime tonight, unless they've run into trouble already.
Apparently they've had no trouble, for they're ahead of that inflexible schedule Major Haybrook set for them.
Ahead of it? Well, how do you make that out?
I caught the scent of man some time ago. Now I can hear the sounds of the safari.
Well, I hope you're as quick catching the scent of the hijackers.
How many soldiers are supposed to accompany the shipment?
Oh, I can hear them now. Soldiers? Well, not many, I guess. One officer, I believe, and a handful of enlisted men.
But how can such a small number handle a large cargo?
Native porters. Probably best anyway. White men aren't much good at that sort of thing.
Drop to the ground. Someone's shooting at us.
It's from the caravan. They must have spotted us and thought we were the hijackers.
Look out! I'll find out what they're thinking.
Careful, Tarzan, we're facing a...
I saw them through the trees. I'm not going to let them...
Drop that gun! Now then, command your men to cease firing until we identify ourselves.
Please, cease firing!
The rest of you, stay where you are. Captain Lawrence?
Are you all right, Tarzan?
Yes.
Oh, thank heavens. Who's the commander of this outfit?
I am, sir. I'm Lieutenant Stevens. And who are you?
I'm Captain Lawrence of the governmental police. Here are my credentials.
Yes. Well, they look to be in order. But you see, I didn't expect to meet you here. Major Haybrook said you'd join us at El Boudet. I thought that's what he said.
That's hardly an excuse for firing at us, Lieutenant. Do you shoot at everyone you see in Africa?
Well, after what I've been through, I'm not taking any chances. All you men get back to the wagons.
It's customary to challenge someone you want to question. You might have killed Tarzan or me.
I'm sorry. I saw you through the trees, and I... Say, who is this Tarzan?
He's acting as my deputy.
But Major Haybrook didn't say anything about deputy.
I thought it best not to mention Tarzan to the Major. He might not have understood about a deputy who refuses to be sworn in and will not wear a uniform. But you can take my word for it, Lieutenant. Tarzan will be of more help to us in stopping a robbery of this caravan than a regiment of regular police.
And I'm afraid it's too late to stop a robbery of this shipment.
What?
Last night. We stopped for the night at Jaegerstown. As soon as I called a halt, we took inventory. Almost a third of the shipment was gone.
And you saw or heard no one at this time either?
No, sir, not a soul. Neither did my men or any of the natives.
A third of the shipment? To take that amount of goods would require great wagons and many porters. It would be impossible not to hear either one.
I swear there wasn't a sound. And there goes my promotion. I was counting on the pay raise. The Major will have my scalp with all this stuff missing.
What is missing?
Guns, ammunition, tinned meats, powdered eggs and milk, blankets, copper wire, a little of everything, I guess. It's hard to tell exactly with the stuff all wrapped up. 30 bales and 10 crates. That much I'm sure of.
Are any of your bearers missing?
No, I thought of that too, but we started with 100 bearers and we still have 100.
Which is your head man?
But I don't know. How can I tell? They all look alike to me.
Do you mind if I question them?
No, go ahead. Do anything you want, but please hurry. I've got to get this stuff rolling. This means my promotion for sure.
Juan Gazili! Juan Gazili! Who is Manyapara?
Naja.
Who Manyapara?
Nadio. Mimi Manyapara.
And what is your tribe?
Manyende.
Manyende? Are all of the porters of the same tribe?
Nadio. All Manyende.
What's he saying? I'm entitled to know. I'm in command here.
The headman says they are all members of the Manyende tribe, and their tribal wealth show that he speaks the truth.
But what difference does that make?
Yes, Tarzan, what possible difference can it make what tribe they belong to?
I thought for a moment they might be responsible for the thefts, but the Manyende are all members of an ancient religious cult that forbids bearing arms or engaging in trade. So they couldn't possibly have any use for the guns and ammunition, being forbidden to use them or to sell them.
Well, how about the foodstuffs?
That's what eliminates suspicion entirely. They're an agricultural people. Their religion forces them to be strict vegetarians.
I suppose you suspect me. That's what you've been getting at.
Your nervousness is the only thing that makes me at all suspicious of you. But there are some things I should like to discuss with your Major Haybrook.
There are a few things I can tell him, too. You'll be sorry you meddled in this. You'll be sorry. You'll be sorry.
How much longer must we remain in this anteroom waiting to see the important Major Haybrook?
I don't know why he's holding us up. First, we were told to be here yesterday morning. Then the afternoon. Now we're told we may not be able to see him even today. I can't figure it.
There could be one answer.
What's that?
He could be mixed up in these robberies himself.
Perhaps between the major and the nervous lieutenant, there's a little marketing of army goods going on.
I never thought of that. No, it's ridiculous.
If the materials were never shipped at all, the stories of the robberies might be a very good cover-up.
But in that case, why was the lieutenant so nervous, so worried about getting in bad with the major?
He might have been worried because he missed us when he took that pot shot. The major may have given instructions to see that your investigation ended in murder.
Come in, for the love of my coming. So there you are, Lawrence. You and your deputy.
We've been waiting a long time to see you, Major Haybrook.
Yes, I dare say. But there were a few things I wanted to learn first. Lieutenant Stevens was just in my office. He tells me you weren't very successful in stopping a robbery of this shipment.
The robbery took place before we joined the safari.
So I'm told. I'm also told that you and this deputy managed to sneak up on the caravan as quietly as thieves.
Major Haybrook, is this accusation a cover-up for your own activities?
For my activities? For the love of Mike, what are you talking about?
I doubt that the missing shipments were ever sent.
What?
And it would be easy enough to trace. A large quantity of army materials could not reach the black markets of our African cities without leaving a trail. I should have thought of that sooner.
I thought of it, and I put a man on the job who spent most of his life in Africa. If there's anything being offered on the black market, he can track it down.
Well, perhaps I was wrong in jumping to conclusions. Maybe I can cooperate with this man you've engaged. Who is he?
A former diamond mine owner in Jagerstown. A gentleman by the name of Martin Vincent.
Martin Vincent?
You know him, Tarzan?
Why, he's one of the greatest scoundrels on the continent. A vicious, unscrupulous man.
Major Haybrook, this man knows the schedule of your shipments?
Yes, of course. He's the one who secured all the native bearers for me. He's been very useful.
More than likely, the information about valuable shipments has been useful to him.
Where can we find this man?
He maintains offices in Jagerstown.
Oh, he maintains more than offices. He owns the police of the city, the magistrates, and the courts. To question any of his activities is to make yourself a criminal in Jagerstown.
And we'd best take a troop with us when we go there.
For the love of Mike, of course.
No. To march into the town with a troop would be to ruin any chances we might have of catching Martin Vincent red-handed. Captain Lawrence, if you're game, we will go to Jagerstown alone.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Jungle Hijackers.
Well, we should be in Jagerstown by this afternoon.
Yes, Martin Vincent's Jagerstown.
He wanted to brand you, did he?
Yes, he has a custom of burning a D in the back of those he judges guilty of stealing a diamond from his mine. I had come to Jagerstown to persuade the son of a chief to return to his people.
Oh, yes, I do recall the story. The lad had stolen a diamond.
From Vincent's mine, yes. We went to the mine together to put it back, but when we were caught in the act, Vincent refused to believe we were not making off with the diamond. We were lucky to escape without his trademark.
I guess such inhumane treatment of the natives must have led to his downfall. I got a report just before we left. The mine has been closed. Orders of the government.
Has Vincent lost his stranglehold in the city?
No, I'm afraid not. He's lost the mine, but according to the report, he's still an all-powerful dictator in Jagerstown.
I wonder.
What?
Whether I'm still a wanted man there.
I have an extra uniform in my pack. It'll be pretty snug on you, but it might serve as an effective disguise.
All right. I hope I'm not arrested for impersonating an officer.
I'm afraid that isn't our greatest danger. So this is the headquarters of Jagerstown's black market.
It's the marketplace. You can buy anything from a jewel worth a Raja's fortune to a pickled elephant's tail, guaranteed to cure rheumatism and chase away horned demons.
Well, what I'd like to buy is a supply of powdered milk and eggs. Perhaps some tinned meat bearing the army insignia.
Yes, it'd be our first real clue. Now, let's stop here. This would look a likely place.
Yes, for a murder.
Can I pass as a soldier?
It's all I can do to keep from saluting every time I glance at you. Carry on, Captain Clayton.
Righto, old chap. You'd best let me do the bargaining. I'm an old hand at this sort of thing. I said there, shopkeeper.
Eh?
We're about to leave on a safari. We'd like to buy some supplies, you know.
Eh?
We need some foodstuffs that can stand the desert heat and the hardships of the jungle. Tinned meats and perhaps some powdered eggs and milk. Things like that.
Alas, I have nothing of that kind. But perhaps you could secure them at the shop of the Three Crescents.
Oh, they have such provisions there?
They speak not of it in the marketplace, but I think a gold piece discreetly placed in the hand of the proprietor might loosen his tongue.
Ah, thank you for your advice. The shop of the Three Crescents.
You will see the symbol upon the doorpost. It is but a few shops away, over your left shoulder.
I can see it from here. Thank you. Come on, Captain Lawrence.
Right you are, Captain Clayton. Nice work.
Sounds like our clue, all right. The shop of the Three Crescents. Looks like a very shabby place.
It's not much worse than the rest of them.
It seems fairly large.
Yes. You got a great many bales and crates in the back. Well, the front of the store isn't much.
You better keep your voice down. That bearded Arab who sits in the doorway may have sharp ears. He's looking at us intently enough.
All shopkeepers say to you if they think you have one penny to rub against another.
Greetings to the noble Effendi.
Good evening.
You desire to purchase some small article from my humble shop? A gift to send home, perhaps. Some spices. A pound of fine imported tea.
Yes, we could do with a spot of tea, but we're leaving on a trip. We'll need more than just tea.
Here's a gold piece for you. We have more of them, too.
Aha. Perhaps you'd be interested in some tinned meat, some powdered milk and eggs, some dehydrated soup.
Yes, we would. May we see them?
Of course. But follow me into my storeroom.
Just lead the way. We'll follow.
I'd best to close the front of my shop first, lest anyone witness the transaction. Just go ahead. I'll be with you in a moment.
Come on, Captain Lawrence.
Righto.
Just through that back door there. I shall join you directly, Effendi.
It's better this way. I get a chance to look around before he gets here.
It's awfully dark in here.
There must be a light somewhere. I'll try to find it.
Well, gentlemen, I see my men properly subdued you, and I trust you're finding your little cell comfortable.
If you were not on the other side of these bars, Mr. Vincent, we would do a great deal to lessen your comfort.
It's life, isn't it? But then you see, this is my reward for giving a better performance than yours. I knew you in a second, Tarzan, despite that police uniform, but my disguise as a storekeeper was perfect.
All right, so you took us in. But you can't hold us here. There's such a thing as international law.
I'm a great respecter of it, but you see, I'm really a hero now. I captured a former diamond thief returning to Jaegerstown disguised as a policeman, impersonating an officer.
Oh, so that's your angle.
Captain Lawrence is of the governmental police. How can you hold him?
Oh, we'll check his credentials, but it may take a long time. A very long time.
You the swine.
Well, if it's any satisfaction, it proves we were on the right track. Vincent is mixed up in the hijacking.
We didn't actually see the tin goods.
No, they may not be in that shop, but his desire to hold us prisoners proves he has a great deal to hide.
I fancy he will check my credentials. Eventually.
Then you'll be in trouble for having helped impersonate a police officer.
But you are my deputy.
I've never been sworn in.
All right. Raise your right hand.
All right.
Repeat after me. I, Tarzan.
I, Tarzan.
Swear that I will enforce the law of the colonies.
Swear that I will enforce the law of the colonies.
And otherwise pursue the duties of a police officer.
And otherwise pursue the duties of a police officer.
Despite hardships, danger, or threat of death.
Despite hardships, danger, or the threat of death. The air seems better here on the outside. There's something unhealthy about the air inside of a cell.
I'm glad my prisoners haven't your strength, Tarzan, or they would all be on the outside.
The bars of the cell were not as imposing as the steel of Bolgani's muscles.
Bolgani? Oh, the gorilla you killed when you were only a boy. Well, perhaps Vincent won't prove as imposing an enemy as I thought. Oh, is this his house here?
Yes. And that's his bedroom, directly over the doorway. I think the vine that grows up to the window will hold my weight.
Well, I'm lighter than you, perhaps.
No, you wait here. If someone comes, just whistle to me.
Righto.
is it? Who's there? Time to get up? Who?
It's Tarzan, and my knife is at your throat.
Tarzan, please don't kill me. I was going to...
I shall not kill you if you speak truthfully and quickly. Where are the things you stole from the army caravans?
I didn't steal a thing. I swear it.
You knew of their theft?
Yes. Haybrook told me, but I wouldn't steal stuff like that. It's too tough to get rid of.
I see. And why were you so afraid of the investigation Captain Lawrence and I had started?
No reason.
There is a reason. Speak now or be silenced forever.
I tell. Major Haybrook engaged me to hire the porters. I got them on Yandees because they were the least civilized. Knew the least about the white man and their wages.
How much did the army pay you for each man?
$1 a day per man.
And how much did you pay them?
20 cents a day. But that isn't bad. They're happy with the wages. And the army's happy with the men I provided. I said I'd supply enough men to do the job, and 200 natives are more than enough.
200?
Yes, 200 natives who've never had so much money in their lives. I haven't done anything so wrong.
Not according to your lights. Oh, someone's coming. I shall leave now, Vincent. You have accidentally given me the solution to our mystery.
What?
But your petty robbery of the natives is at an end, and I have a feeling they will see to it that justice is done.
Pretty rough country here.
Few men have ever come to the land of the Manyende, Major Haybrook.
Well, for the love of Mike, I wish you'd tell me why we're coming.
It's only a little further, Major Haybrook. You can see the boma of their village just ahead.
But you yourself told me that they wouldn't steal the stuff, that the religion kept them from using arms, eating the food, or selling it.
That's right. And I verified it when I left you last night and went ahead to their village. I spoke with their chief at some length.
Well, I wish that...
Oh, we're being received by a welcoming committee here. Jumbo, people of Manyende. Major, you see anything unusual about these natives?
No, except that maybe they're a little cleaner, a little better clothed.
In burlap. Burlap that once covered army bales.
Those bracelets they wear about their arms and legs. That's heavy copper wire.
And for the love of Mike, look at the new huts, made out of our crates. Tarzan, I thought you told me...
Oh, they made off with supplies, all right. 100 of their men were always with the caravan, acting as porters, guiding the wagons, cutting through the jungle growth. But another 100 were constantly taking their places as they darted into the brush at the side of the path, with the bales and the crates.
But you said...
For the love of Mike, Tarzan.
But they committed no crime, according to their concept. For they put to their own use only the fruits of the earth, which are sent from heaven. Wood, which comes from trees. Burlap from jute. They've tried to grow themselves. And a small amount of copper that comes from the bowels of the earth.
Well, the burlap from the bales and the wooden crates don't amount to much.
The wire they will return, and the other materials are all safe. I had a talk with them. They will begin transporting it to Suez in the morning.
Africa. Anything can happen here.
Look beyond the huts.
What? All of the missing supplies and all untouched.
And nothing is damaged or missing.
Well, for the love of Mike.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. It has walked in many lands, and wherever it casts its shadow, death and fear and wild panic is the rule of the day. Bred in poverty and filth, it is nurtured by ignorance, and all men flee before its onslaught. It is known by many names: Black Pestilence, Black Death, Bubonic Plague. Listen to our next story, Tarzan and the Stranger.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Stranger.
Perhaps only those who have visited a native African village during the long rainy season can picture the crawl of the Punya tribe. It had rained on and off for months. Great stagnant pools of water were everywhere. Moldy rubble was piled high behind each hut. And the few natives who were outdoors wore clothing of hides that were mildewed and sodden. And yet, inside the hut where Tarzan towered above Torgo, the small native boy who was almost like a son to him, it was comparatively comfortable. A bright moto burned in the fireplace, and in the past few hours, Tarzan had managed to make the place reasonably clean.
Now he may not smell like home.
Well, thank heavens for that. How Mama Nagama could go away and leave your hut in this condition is more than I can understand.
She leave in hurry when messenger come from Kaiora tribe. Mama Nagama's sister's much sick.
Well, if her sister keeps house like Mama Nagama, it's no wonder.
Mama Nagama say wash dirt away, leave space for demons.
Well, if that's the truth, we're going to leave a little room for the demons on your body, Torgo. We're finished house cleaning now, and you're next.
Tarzan, what you do with brush?
I'm going to scrub the top 2 layers from you anyway.
No, Tarzan, not bring demons on Torgo.
I was teasing. There are no demons. And if there were, they'd not be attracted by cleanliness. There we go.
No, scrub brush hurt.
I'm almost finished.
Ow.
Just stop squirming around. It won't hurt so much.
No, Tarzan.
There. Now, I'll dry you off.
Torgo feel funny.
I'll try not to stay away so long next time. When you're with me, you wash regularly. Now then, you're nice and dry. Slip into your panther skin and we'll see how much good these can do.
What's those?
These represent 2 leopard skins, Torgo. I traded them at an army post near Elbow Day. This is a tube of toothpaste, and this is a toothbrush.
What they for?
To clean your teeth.
Teeth?
Your men know. You put the toothpaste on the brush. There, like this. And then... Hey, Torgo, come back here.
Not put paste in mouth. Torgo not do it.
And don't go inside.
No.
Oh, there he is, clambering up that tree like Manu the monkey. Torgo, if you think I'm following you up that tree, you're very much mistaken. I brought these things back from Elbow Day just for you. And your actions make me very angry. I traded 2 leopard skins.
Come quick, Tarzan. Come into jungle, quick. Hurry.
Nia, what's the matter?
Nia just come from wood by great rock. White man lie in pool water. Hurt a wild boar. Gore him to death.
Torgo was forgotten now as Tarzan sped through the jungle, swinging through space on strong trailing vines. The clearing by the great rock was far ahead, but he could see the fetid pool there and a sprawled figure at its edge. The man was alive, but he made no move to escape from the hideous king boar, who was making experimental thrusts with its razor-sharp tusks. Sure at last that its victim was helpless, the wild boar prepared for the kill. Its bewhiskered lower jaw dropped as it uttered a savage cry. The tusks aimed downward at the helpless man. The boar started its savage charge, but the fatal lunge was never completed, for a huge figure had landed on the boar's scaly back, and a sharp knife was piercing its thick, mud-caked hide.
You had a narrow escape.
Yeah?
You look completely exhausted. Perhaps I'd best carry you, huh?
No, just go away. Go away and leave me here.
To die in that foul pool of water?
I can get up. I'll be all right.
Your clothes are those of the city. It's clear you are unused to the dangers of the jungle. Oh, you're soaked through and through. Let me carry you to the Punya village, huh?
No, I won't go to a native village.
I shall not ask you why, nor shall I insist on taking you where you do not want to go.
You're not quite up to an argument at the moment.
Yes, I guess that's right. I'll be all right, thanks. I mean for saving me from the boar. Goodbye.
Goodbye? When I said I would not insist on taking you to the village, I did not mean I intended to leave you here to die.
What then?
I shall carry you to my seacoast cabin. When you're well, I shall find out what you're doing in the jungle alone, why you made no move to protect yourself from that boar, and why you fear to enter a native village.
A short message, and then we shall return to our exciting story of Tarzan. Several days had passed, and now the strange young man Tarzan had saved from the wild boar and brought back to his cabin had begun to recover from his wounds, his exhaustion, and the exposure to the elements. He had not recovered from the mental illness that had kept him from offering any defense to the boar's attack, and Tarzan was resolved to find the answer to his strange behavior.
Well, it's good to see you eating solid food for a change. Another piece of meat?
Thank you, Tarzan. It's very good. Where in the world did you get fresh ham in this wilderness?
Oh. Well, there are always sources of food in the jungle.
You ran around to the corner butcher shop, I suppose.
Well, it's good to see that your sense of humor has returned.
I guess I have to have a sense of humor in order to sit down to eat the wild boar that intended to eat me. That is what I've been eating, isn't it?
Yes, of course. You see, I kill only to save my life or another's, or for food. Had I not gone back for the boar's carcass, I would have had to take another animal's life to supply our table, and lives are not meant to be wasted.
I suppose that was directed at me.
Yes, it was.
I guess after all you've done for me, you deserve to know why I was apparently tossing my life away.
I've been hoping you'd tell me. I don't even know your name.
Kempner. Dr. Clement Kempner. My friends always call me Dr. Kenny.
Dr. Kenny? You're a doctor?
I never practiced medicine. I just graduated from medical school a little over a year ago and started out doing research work.
In the States?
Yes, in the good old United States, where a research man can starve to death on his own or earn a comfortable living working for a firm that makes shaving lotion or toothpaste.
Toothpaste. Pardon me for laughing. It reminded me of a small friend of mine who's not fond of toothpaste or soap.
It reminds me of a girl. A girl who thought that if I had to play around with test tubes, it should be for a cosmetic company or a pharmaceutical firm. There's good money in that.
But your interest is in science, so you broke with the girl, huh?
Came to Africa where I thought there was a real job to be done. I was sure Laura would follow me when she was convinced I was in earnest.
And she didn't?
At first I gathered from her letters that she might come. It gave me the courage to plunge into my work. I spent months in squalid native villages tracing diseases, trying to find cures. Well, I'm through trying to do natives any good against their will. I was practically driven out of the last native village for trying to destroy a native witch doctor's cure for epilepsy. It was a foul mixture that would have killed the patient.
Yes, I know. Yet I cannot believe that it was the natives' actions alone that disillusioned you.
You're right, it was Laura. The natives forced me to leave their village. I went back to Portobello. That's where I made my headquarters. There was a letter waiting there for me.
Laura had decided not to brave Africa, huh?
And a life of poverty and hardships. I don't know what happened to me. I'd been at my desk when I opened the letter. I put it down, and then I walked out the door. I kept walking and thinking. The town isn't very large.
Yes, I know. I've
Pretty
been to
soon
Portobello.
I was out of the city. It was raining, but I didn't even know it then. I just kept walking. I wasn't even aware of it when I passed from the outskirts of the city to the jungle. Night came, and then morning, but I still kept on as though I were in a great fog that blotted out the past and in the future.
You walked from Portobello to where I found you?
I guess I must have. The rain made everything slippery and soggy. I grew weaker. Finally, I fell in that pool where you found me. I had no reason to want to get up, even when the boar attacked me.
But you are better now. You go back to Portobello, and you'll begin your work again.
I'll never enter another native village as long as I live. I'll never practice medicine again. And I won't even write to Laura.
Well, that ties up all the loose ends. At least you're not a man who...
Tarzan, open door. Let me in.
Who's that?
That's the native who found you when you were dying.
Open door, quick.
I'm opening the door. Come in. Close the door before we're washed away by the rain.
Tarzan, in great trouble. Nia ran all the way here.
You run everywhere you go, and you're always filled with such excitement. I admit the last time you came running, Dr. Kenny here was in danger, but certainly two such emergencies aren't apt to occur within a short time.
There is another emergency. Tarzan no Mama Nagama went to Ganjwa, Umba of Kayora tribe.
Torgo's mother went to visit a sick sister, yes.
Now come messenger from Kayora tribe. Half village sick. Black demons rule crawl. Umbu die.
Some sort of an epidemic. Malaria or even cholera, perhaps.
Mama Nagama's sister's dead. She was little more than a child.
Mama Nagama Ganjwa, too. She thinks she dies soon. Send messenger. Tell Tarzan bring Torgo village Kayora people so Mama Nagama see Torgo before she go land of spirit.
You can't take a child into a village suffering from an epidemic.
What should we do, Doctor?
Where is this native village?
About 2 days' travel from Portobello, north of there.
A day's travel from here?
Maybe even less by the upper level. And, of course, Torgo cannot travel as quickly as I can.
I said you're not taking a child into an infection zone. Let him remain where he is.
All right, Doctor.
Nia?
Yes, Doctor?
Keep the messenger away from the others. Wash everything he's touched. Do you understand?
Not do you.
Tarzan, gather your things together. We're leaving for the Kayora village at once.
But I thought you would never again practice medicine or enter a native village.
In times of an epidemic, a doctor has no will of his own. Now, let's not spend time talking about me. We have things to do.
All through the night, Tarzan and Dr. Kenny sped through the torrential rains of the jungle. At times, they trudged wearily through the heavy, rain-soaked grass. At times, Tarzan half carried the doctor along the upper level of jungle growth. But never for a moment did they stop to rest. Perhaps the threat of an epidemic was groundless, but if the fear was based in reality, measures to isolate those infected must be taken at once. At last, the village was reached. Tarzan and Dr. Kenny had heard no drums, but their coming had been announced in some strange way, known only to those of the jungle. The natives of Kayora crowded about as the two men passed within the boma of the crowd.
Where are those who are sick? Yes, we know there are many sick. Where are they?
Wapi, Wagonjwa. Kote.
What does he say?
He says there are sick people everywhere. The woman says they're in every hut.
Oh, great. Now we have to start with one of them. Find out where the mother of your young friend is.
Mama Nagama Kiko Wapi?
Hapa.
Oh, she's in this first hut.
I'll go in and examine her. Try to keep the rest of them outside. It's tough enough trying to make an examination in one of these filthy hovels without having every native in the village crowd in.
Well, I'll keep them out.
I have no instruments, but I might be able to get some idea.
How long since this sickness started?
Last full moon was no sickness.
The sister of Mama Nagama was the first to fall ill?
Not first. First was young man work home of big water.
A native who works at the port?
Nedio, work Portobello. He's sick, so come home. Die soon.
He might have brought a disease from there. Spread the infection here.
Not know.
Please don't grab at my arms. I'll see everyone who is sick before I leave. Please, I must speak to Tarzan.
Well, what is it? Have you examined Mama Nagama, Dr. Kenny?
Yes, and I gave a cursory examination to 2 or 3 others. It's even worse than we guessed.
Worse? What's wrong with Mama Nagama and the others?
The disease is known by many names. Black pestilence, Black Death, bubonic plague. And unless we can work some miracle, it can spread over the entire continent.
We'll return to our exciting story in just a moment.
Those who are sick have promised to remain in the north part of the village, Dr. Kenny.
Well, isolating those we know have the disease may help some.
What's the next step?
It must be impressed on the natives that no one must leave the village. The epidemic must not be carried to other tribes.
Yes, I've already told them that. You mentioned it before.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten.
And now?
I've made out a complete list of the things I need from Portobello. But, of course, if they're experiencing the plague there, they may not be willing to part with the anti-plague vaccine and the other supplies that we need.
Is there any place else I could go?
No. Unless we can get it there, we're sunk. There won't be time for you to travel further.
Well, if time's important, I'd better leave now, huh?
Of course, I'm probably sticking my chin out again. Even if you get the vaccine, there's no guarantee the natives will let me inoculate them.
Well, I have some influence with them, and if I tell them that this vaccine is the only known cure...
That's just it. You can't tell them anything of the sort. It isn't a cure. It's a preventative for those who haven't already contracted the disease.
And those who have?
In some cases, we may be able to save them if we're lucky. It's always a long gamble. But, of course, none of the medication will do any good if the village isn't cleaned up.
You mean the rats?
They're usually responsible for its introduction. And heaven knows there are plenty of them here. But the disease is actually spread by their ectoparasites.
Ectoparasites?
Fleas. If we're to get rid of the rats and the fleas, I'll have to have the cooperation of every able-bodied man, woman, and child in the village. I can direct their war against the pestilence, but I can't defeat the Black Death single-handed.
You shall have help. I promise you. I'll get every member of the tribe to follow your orders. And I will travel to Portobello and return as fast as my legs will carry me. Oh, thank heavens you're able to let me have the vaccine, Doctor.
Well, I'm not a doctor. I'm an orderly. We had 3 doctors at Portobello, and Dr. Kenny's in the interior. Dr. Farrar died of the plague 3 days ago. And Dr. Kurtz is down on the waterfront working himself to death now.
I see. Well, I've got to get back to the Kayora village. Will you have the package ready soon?
Well, they're getting the supplies together for you as fast as they can. You know, we're pretty short-handed. Those the plague hasn't taken are busy fighting.
Yes, I can imagine.
They're burning the grain elevators and the wharves today. If we can just get the upper hand on the rats...
Well, could I help get the supplies ready?
Well, you'd only be in the way. Just relax for a second or two. Oh, by the way, as long as you have to wait, well, you might take a minute to talk to that girl out in the hall.
Girl?
I thought you might have noticed her on your way in. Yeah, she's a good-looking girl.
I'm afraid I have little time today, even for good-looking girls.
Oh, you don't understand. You see, she's been sitting out there in the hall for 3 days. Came to see Dr. Kenny. I told her he wasn't here. But she just keeps sitting there.
Well, if she wouldn't take your word for it.
Well, you could tell her you just left him or something. That he's all tied up there in that native village. Why a nice girl wants to leave a place like the States to come to this crazy country is more than I can figure out.
From the States?
Hey, miss.
Yes?
Come in here a minute, will you?
Yes, of course.
Hey, there's a fellow here just left Doc Kenny in the interior. Oh, he wanted to send some sort of a message.
Oh, yes, I do. You've just left Dr. Kenny?
Yes, he's in a small native village about 3 days' march from here. He's fighting the plague.
And he's doing the work he's always wanted to do. How is he?
He was fine when I left him. Laura?
You know my name.
Yes, Dr. Kenny spoke often of you. But I'm surprised to find you in Africa.
I suppose he told you I wasn't coming here. I've been afraid of Africa. I thought that if I wrote that I wouldn't come here, he'd return home. He didn't answer my letter.
He was terribly hurt and disillusioned by your letter.
I knew afterwards that I'd done wrong. I caught the next boat. Take me to him if you're going back.
It's quite impossible to take you there. It's bad enough here.
I know. I saw them dying like flies on the wharves when I arrived. But maybe there's something I can do to help. I'm not a nurse, but I...
Supplies are ready now, Tarzan.
Good. I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't take you with me. I must travel as fast as I can in order to get... What's wrong?
I don't know. My head. Suddenly everything went swimming, and now my head aches. Oh, it's splitting.
The orderly said you'd been waiting here for days. Have you eaten lately?
Yes, I make them turn that light out. It's blinding me.
It's only a very small light. Perhaps... Orderly, she's very sick. Can you get a doctor?
I told you there's only one doctor in town, and he's busy fighting the plague.
Well, I wouldn't even know where to find him.
But we have to do something for her.
We can't do her any good. I'm not a doctor, but I know the symptoms. She's got the bubonic plague.
Tarzan sped through the jungle as fast as his powerful legs would carry him. Now his thoughts were divided between concern for the natives and worry over the girl who had crossed half the world to be with Dr. Kenny. He was hardly aware of the sudden change of weather that is characteristic of the equatorial countries. The rain had stopped and the sun shone bright and hot. He was aware at once, however, of the change that had taken place in the village of the Kayora as he passed within the boma. It had been scrubbed as clean as a Dutch town, and the natives stood in a long line before a whitewashed shack.
Jumbo, Tarzan.
Doctor, wait in shack. Hurry.
Of course. Dr. Kenny?
Oh, you made good time, Tarzan. Bring the package over here. Good, I'll take my bag.
What you've done in this village is miraculous, Doctor.
What these people have done is miraculous. I've never seen people work as they have. There isn't a rat left in this village. Now that we have the vaccine... that's it. It looks as though we'll have enough.
Dr. Kenny, before you start with
Say whatever
injections...
you're going to say. I had them line up an hour ago. They told me you were coming.
Yes, they know these things, but it is important
Hand
that
me that roll of cotton.
Oh, here.
You, step up. You're first. Now, Tarzan, watch what I do. I want you to use the cotton soaked with alcohol like this. There, will save me time.
Of course. Here, I can reach the bottles of vaccine for you.
No, don't pull the rubber stopper out. My needle draws out the vaccine through the stopper. See? Like that. Now then, your arm, please.
Will hurt?
A little. Steady now. All right. Next.
Dr. Kenny, I must say something.
Rub this child's arm with alcohol the way you saw me do it.
All right. Dr. Kenny, your Laura is in Portobello.
Laura in Portobello?
Yes, she arrived a few days ago when the plague was at its worst. She's been waiting there for you. To tell you that she knew she was wrong, that she does love you, and that she's here to stay.
How wonderful. All right, that takes care of you. Next.
I spoke with her. But just when she was begging me to bring her back here to help you, she fell sick.
Laura? Sick? Not
the plague.
Oh, I'm sorry I jabbed you so hard. Next.
You aren't leaving here now? You aren't hurrying back to Laura?
I want to, Tarzan. I want to more than I've ever wanted anything in my life. But I've started something. The people here have done everything I've asked. They're beginning to look at me a little as they look at you. With confidence, with love. I can't leave them now. Not even for Laura.
You're a strange and wonderful man, Dr. Kenny.
I'm a doctor. With this hot sun, I may be able to turn the path of an epidemic. Cleanliness and sun and dry heat. They can do more than any medicine in the world. All right, next. Come on, hurry up here.
Dr. Kenny won't hurt you. Here, let me clean your arm, friend. There.
There's just one thing I'm worried about.
What's that?
Mama Nagama left the village. She was well on the road to recovery when she just disappeared. I hope she hasn't carried the plague to some other section of the country.
Did she know she was getting better?
Must get through.
No, she still insisted that she was going to die.
Tarzan!
Nia, what are you doing here?
Run from village. For new people. Mama Naganya come home. Say she see Torgo before she die.
And did she die?
No. Mama Naganya better. Now Torgo's sick.
Torgo? But, Dr. Kenny, we must go to the Punya village at once.
Tarzan, I know how you love the little native boy. But I must complete my work here first. There are hundreds in jeopardy in this village. Torgo is but one life. Even as Laura. How much further to the Punya village, Nia?
Reach soon. You drive plague from Punya village.
I hope I'm as lucky there as I was in the Kayora village. And I hope Torgo has not succumbed. What's that?
It's Tarzan cry. He let us know he come to meet us.
Maybe that means Torgo is worse. He's come to tell us.
Kenny! Oh, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you, Tarzan.
How is
Laura? Did you get... Laura is well on the way to recovery. And the plague has been arrested in Portobello.
And it never existed in the Punya village. Apparently, Mama Nagama was better by the time she arrived home.
But Torgo's illness...
I left him when I went to save you from the wild boar. He thought my failure to return meant that I was angry with him. He got sick when he attempted to put himself back in my good graces by eating half a tube of toothpaste.
In just a moment, a few words about our next story of Tarzan. Even today, the custom still exists. The barbaric practice still holds sway. For in many sections of Africa, a girl child is considered worthless, good only for the marriage price she can bring when she has reached the age of 9 or 10. In our next story, Tarzan attempts to halt the marriage purchase of a blue-eyed child and brings down upon his head Arab vengeance.
Tarzan, the transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Arab vengeance.
Although the Boers, who are of Dutch ancestry, have done much to develop Africa, the flag of Holland has never flown over any large segment of the dark continent. Today, Africa is divided into many states, ruled by the British, the French, the Belgians, the Spanish, the Egyptians. And only in the tiny province of Grootendal does a Dutch magistrate sit in judgment of the people. It was in the Grootendal courtroom that Tarzan had just completed his testimony concerning a minor dispute between two natives. Usually, when Tarzan had completed such a duty, he rushed from a courtroom, anxious to return to his jungle home. But now he remained, fascinated by the principals in the next case.
Johann.
Yes, Tarzan.
That angry Arab, the one advancing toward the bench, isn't he Sheikh Abdul al-Malik here?
Yes, the one who is known as the Terror of the Desert.
What brings him to Grootendal?
I don't know, but our 3 police officers dragged him into court. He was involved in some sort of a dispute in the Arab quarter of the town.
And that little girl, what is her connection with the case?
Oh, I don't know. But she looks scared to death.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. The Muslim veil that covers the lower portion of her face does not conceal her terror.
We have a great problem with Arabs here. They resent Dutch rule.
The child has the dark skin of the Arab, and she's dressed in Arab robes, but she has blue eyes. The bluest eyes I've ever seen.
There has been much intermarriage. She's a fragile-looking little thing.
She probably hasn't had enough to eat. How old do you suppose she is?
Oh, 9 or 10, I guess. Now, here comes the magistrate.
Order in the courtroom. The court is now in session. Magistrate Hans von Bork presiding and offering a fair hearing to all who will appear before him.
So be it. The next case, Administrator of Justice.
It is the case involving Sheikh Abdul al-Malik Kerr and the townsman by the name of Qasim el-Shihabi.
And well might Qasim el-Shihabi be called before the bar of justice for the indignity he has caused me to suffer. He will get his just deserts, even in a Dutch court.
Sheikh Abdul al-Malik Kerr, your reputation as a fearful marauder of the desert is well known, even in our tiny province of Grootendal. But we will not stand for any disrespect of this court or the government it represents.
I apologize most humbly, Your Honor. The truth of the matter is that I am an honorable man. My anger is caused by the dishonesty of one I bargained with in good faith.
You refer to Qasim?
By Allah, it is to Qasim that I do refer. The cheater, the thief.
In what manner did Qasim cheat you?
I bought his daughter from him for 20 pieces of silver. I desired her for my bride, and he had agreed to the price. Yet when I came to take her from his house, she bit and scratched and kicked me. Qasim did nothing to help me subdue her.
You needed help?
There was a crowd of 100 of your citizens outside the house. They stoned my servants. They cut the thongs that tethered my steed so that he ran away, and they dared to threaten my life.
Is this true, Qasim?
Yes, Your Honor. You see, my neighbors did not approve of the sale of my daughter. But I gave my word. I have already spent the silver he paid me for the girl. I shall have to deliver her to him.
Oh, no, Father. Please don't deliver me into his hands. Please, please, please.
Order. Qasim, Shikar, you mean this small child is the one you discussed? Well, she's hardly more than a baby.
She is of marriageable age according to the customs of our people. And regardless of the findings of this court, I intend to have her as my bride.
Johann, we have to do something to protect that child.
This case does not concern you, Tarzan. And besides, I doubt that there is anything you can do to thwart the will of Sheikh Abdul El Malikir. He rules hundreds of fierce Bedouins, and the only laws he obeys are those he makes himself.
We shall return to our story in just a moment. Tarzan and Johann Brinker, the administrator of justice for Grutendal, and Long, Tarzan's friend, stood in the street just outside the courthouse. A short recess had been called, and people stood in small groups angrily discussing the pros and cons of the case. With every passing moment, more people seemed to crowd into the small cobblestone square in front of the sun-whitened building. There were natives carrying heavy loads upon their heads, local merchants who were plainly of Dutch extraction, bearded Arabs who tethered their horses near where Tarzan and Johann stood talking.
Where are they all coming from?
I don't know. I thought the courtroom already held the entire population of the city.
I don't like the looks of all these Arabs.
They are a fierce-looking crowd.
Well, you're the administrator of justice. Can't you question their business here?
You don't understand. We are sitting on a keg of dynamite. There are perhaps 100 Dutch in the city. There are twice that number of Arabs, and 3 times that number of natives. If I started to interrogate those who have committed no obvious crime, I would jeopardize our entire position here.
I see.
Well, it's time for the case to resume. Tarzan, I'd advise you to return to the jungle. Believe me, I mean no disrespect when I tell you that this case of the battered child does not concern you.
Anything that disturbs my heart and my mind concerns me. I shall return to the courtroom with you.
You do not have to push me. I am quite capable of walking to the front of the courtroom.
Come, my child. We must face the magistrate again.
He will not say that I have to go with the sheik. He must not say that. He must not.
Order! Order in the courtroom. Court is now in session. Magistrate Hans van Bork presiding and offering a fair hearing to all who appear before him.
So be it. Sheikh Abdul El Malikir, Qasim El Shibhavi, please step up here. You too, little one.
I come before you once again, Your Honor, but my patience is nearing its end. How much longer must I waste in this miserable city? I have paid for the girl, and she is mine.
That remains to be seen. During the recess, I made inquiries concerning the child. No one knows much of her since you are apparently newcomers here. Is that correct, Qasim?
It is true, Your Honor. We come from distant lands.
How old is your daughter?
She's 16.
16? She looks hardly half that age. My dear, answer me truthfully. How old are you?
One must do as one's father commands.
One must do as the court commands. It is the law. Disregard any instructions your father has given you where it concerns a lie. Tell me your age.
I'm 11.
Kasim, had we the facilities, I would make this child a ward of the court. Unfortunately, we have no such facilities. You are well aware that according to Dutch law, a girl cannot be given in marriage until she is 16. I order you to return the money to the sheik and call off this unholy marriage arrangement.
Even had Kasim not used the money for drink, I would not accept the money back. I have made a bargain. I have bought a bride. I will not be denied.
The court's decision has been reached. Kasim, take the girl home and guard her well. Next case.
Your Honor, how can you do this thing?
What?
How can you tell this weak-livered man who would sell his own daughter for 20 pieces of silver to take her home and guard her well?
Tarzan, what is your connection with this case?
Until a moment ago, I was but a spectator, but your decision forces me to step forward. Certainly you know that the sheik who has terrorized a dozen communities in the past will not accept your decision.
It is the duty of the administrator of justice and of the police to enforce the law.
Your administrator of justice is both kind and brave, but neither he nor your 3 policemen can be expected to impose your laws on the man who was sworn to take this child as his bride. Do you honestly believe your men stand a chance?
I can answer that question. 3 police against the terror of the desert? And his faithful followers? Yes, I can answer that question.
You see? The last time a crowd of angry townspeople defended the child. The next time our noble sheik will bring enough horsemen to ride them down. He said as much.
My only duty is to interpret the law. What more can I do?
What more can you do? You call yourself civilized? I have known tribes of apes with more feelings.
Now, see here.
I have seen a monkey die from the cruel fangs of the leopard protecting a young one that belonged to another. I have seen a lioness brave death beneath the hooves of an elephant in order to save an orphan cub. What more can you do?
You can do nothing, nor can you, Tarzan. My men surround the courthouse. I had hoped for a more peaceful settlement, but since you forced my hand, I will take my bride in my own way. Come, my little one.
No, I won't go with you.
You are my treasured bride.
No.
I am about to ride with you to my home in the desert.
Please,
do not shrink from me.
I warn you, I will not let you take her.
You warn the terror of the desert? Come, my little flower.
No, don't touch me.
I'll touch you if I like your mind. Bought and paid for.
Don't touch that child.
Men of the desert, ride into the courtroom and deliver your sheik and his bride from the hands of the infidels.
Save me. Tarzan, save me.
Through the doors of the courtroom plunged a score of Bedouin warriors astride fine Arabian steeds. Their scimitars described great arcs, causing spectators, police, and witnesses to draw back in panic. And as people milled in hopeless confusion, one bearded Arab brought a riderless horse to the front of the courtroom. The terror of the desert mounted the animal in one swift motion, then leaning far over in his saddle, he attempted to lift his child bride onto the saddle beside him. But Tarzan was a split second quicker. He grabbed the child, threw her over his shoulder, and leaped toward a window. A flash splintered as he jumped through the window and down to the cobblestone street beneath.
Pursue the infidel dog! Kill him!
Do not be afraid, little one. If we can reach the jungle before they can ride us down with their horses, we'll be safe. The jungle's just ahead now. If I can just reach that first tree. Now then, hold tight, little one. I'm going into the upper level of jungle growth.
Their horses have come to a halt.
They can go no farther. There are no paths through the section of the jungle.
Then we are safe?
I doubt that any of the sheik's men can follow us through the jungle. Certainly they can never catch us here in the treetops.
But we cannot remain in the treetops forever.
No, and that is our great problem. For Sheik Abdul Malik will not rest until he has reclaimed his property.
You won't let him take me?
He commands hundreds, and I am but one. But I will give my life, if need be, to keep you from him. What is your name, small one?
I am called Aladina.
Aladina? That is a curious name.
It is from the name Aladdin, he who possessed the magic lamp.
It is too bad you have no magic lamp.
If I had one, I would summon the genie and command that he protect us, so that I could remain forever with you, Tarzan.
If we can outwit the sheik, perhaps you can remain with me. I should like a small daughter.
Alas, I know in my heart of hearts that I am doomed, that no matter how fast we run or how far, the cruel sheik will catch me. It is in the stars.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Arab Vengeance. As Tarzan traveled north, nearing his seacoast cabin, he glanced down frequently at the small girl child he held in his arms. At times, she dozed gently as he carried her through the middle level of jungle growth, and then again she awakened to stare up at him with incredibly blue and trusting eyes. Perhaps he could keep her as his daughter. Perhaps he could permanently erase the terror he'd once seen in those eyes. He traveled more slowly than usual, lest he jar her. He took wide detours to avoid animals that might frighten her. And so it was that for once Tarzan did not outdistance his enemies. Sheikh Abdul el-Malik Kerr and his band of fierce Bedouins were not far behind.
You're awake again, Aladina.
I had a nightmare. Instead of nestling within your arms, I was being held by him. It was horrible.
Oh, no. Let's not think of him at all.
But I did think of him. And the thought caused my heart to hesitate and grow weak. Why are you stopping?
Because I suspect the real reason for your weakness stems not from your heart, but your stomach. When did you eat last?
I am not sure. It was before the court convened.
Oh, but that's more than 24 hours ago.
Where are you going?
I see a small animal up on the ground. We shall both need food.
You aren't going to kill it.
I dislike killing animals, but it's the law of nature. Hold the trunk of the tree tightly, Aladina. I shall return in a few moments.
Please, Tarzan, do not kill this small antelope. I cannot bear to see another give his life for me. No, don't! Oh!
Now to tie Wappy's legs and toss the carcass over my shoulder. I was sorry to kill, but the child must have meat. She's so thin now that you can hardly...
It was the cry of Tarzan. They came from that direction. After them, men. After the infidel soldiers.
Tarzan, it is the Sheik and his men. They heard your cry.
I should not have sounded my victory cry. It came to my throat without thought. Come, Aladina, we must fly like the wind.
Where can we go that they will not follow?
My cabin is just ahead. If we can reach it before we're overtaken, we shall be safe.
But Tarzan's devious path had placed him further from the cabin than the men of the Sheik. Seeming to sense his goal, they entered the small clearing that surrounded the cabin. They were a scant 100 yards from its door as Tarzan, hampered by the weight of the animal and the child, leaped from the trees and ran for the cabin's protection. The Arabs were on his heels, their arms reaching out for him, their cruel scimitars ready to wreak death. And with each step they grew closer. But from some hidden source, new power flowed into Tarzan's limbs. He made one final desperate spurt and reached the cabin seconds before the enemy.
Aladina, quick, help me bar the windows. You get that one over there. Climb up on the chest.
I can do it. I'll help.
There. Now for this one.
Shall we drag things up to the door?
No, the timber will hold.
Open the door. I, Sheikh Abdul el-Malik, command you.
Your commands do not impress me. The door will not yield to your fists, nor shall I yield to your words.
You cannot remain within the cabin forever, Tarzan. And when you and my treasured bride emerge, we shall be waiting.
Are they gone, Tarzan?
They have withdrawn to make camp a little distance from here.
How can you tell?
Their scent comes to me, but it is faint.
They must be plotting something. Perhaps they plan to burn down the cabin.
No, they could not draw close enough to do that, Aladina. My arrows can reach to the edge of the clearing.
You wouldn't kill them.
No, let's not talk about them anymore. Let's talk about you. Your father said you came from distant lands. Where is your home?
I am not sure. Ever since I can remember, we have moved from one place to the next. Moved before I got to know anyone.
Just you and your father?
Yes. My mother is dead. I don't even remember her. I was too small when she...
You must have got your blue eyes from her, huh?
My father blames her for my blue eyes and for my size. He says if I were plump and brown-eyed, like some Arab girls, he could have secured many more pieces of silver for me.
Your father does not deserve you. You shall remain here as my daughter. I will rout the Arabs, though there be twice 100 of them. But it will not be done in one day.
No, of course not.
And in the meantime, you must eat. It's now almost 3 days since a morsel has passed your lips. Come, Aladina, the meat is good.
Truly, I am sorry, Tarzan, but I cannot eat the flesh of an animal I saw you kill. I tried, but something swelled in my throat. I cannot eat it.
Would you eat fruit if I could secure it? Do you like fruit?
Yes, I do. But you cannot go into...
Oh, they can never catch me. You will be safe here so long as the doors and windows remain barred. Do not open them until I've returned.
Tarzan? Is it Tarzan? I will open the door for no one else.
Yes, Tarzan.
You don't sound like Tarzan.
I am injured.
Injured?
Yes, clawed by a great beast. Unless you open the door at once, I shall bleed to death. Hurry, the door.
It is you!
But you no good to struggle. There. Now I have you. Monsieur, Abu Qasim, quick.
No, you mustn't take me away.
Your plan worked to perfection, great sheep.
No.
Truly, your brains are those of a wizard.
There is no time for talk. Abu, come on. Tie the child. We will take her to El Basra, where fleet camels are raised.
Oh, please, Sheikh Abdul. I will work to repay the marriage price. If only...
Keep quiet.
Oh.
Then we must be wary. If Tarzan attempts to follow us, he must be killed.
Oh, no.
Death to the Nazarene! Death to the infidel Tarzan!
In the jungle, he is fearful. But once we have reached the desert, neither he nor any man can bring fear to Sheikh Abdul El Malakal. The bride I have paid for is now mine.
Aladina! Aladina! Gone. For the first time, I know real hatred in my heart. To take a child like that. The scent of man. And it's close. They've not yet gone beyond the reaches of my arrows. Ah, there. Just beyond the trees. Now, if I aim carefully...
No, Tarzan! Do not shoot! It is your friend Johann!
Johann!
I have been traveling all day to reach you. I thought I might find you here.
Are you in league with the Arabs?
Of course not. What happened?
I went to obtain fruit for the child. I could find none near here. I was gone too long. They managed to take her from my cabin. I can't imagine how.
Perhaps the man who claims to be her father engineered her capture.
Claims to be her father?
I have been investigating the case. Her father was an Arabian, a fine man, far different from Qasim, I assure you. At his death, Aladina's mother was forced to work in order to feed the child.
Go on, but quickly.
Aladina was but an infant when Qasim came to the family where her mother left her while she worked. Qasim knew of Aladina's ancestry and persuaded the family that he was a kinsman.
And then?
Then permitted him to take the child, supposedly for an hour's airing. He never brought her back. Her mother, whom I have just left in Rutendal, has pursued them for years.
So that is why they moved often.
Yes, always a step ahead of the distraught mother. She hasn't seen Aladina since she was a baby. The sheik and his men will reach the desert by tonight, and I suppose now Aladina's mother will never see her.
Oh, she will see her. But I may need help, Johann.
The Royal Dutch Legion masses in Grutendal now. They are at our disposal.
Oh, they can guard her when we deliver Aladina there. But for now, there's no time to return there. It must be you and me against the followers of the sheik.
All that day, Tarzan and Johann Brinker traveled through the jungle. And that night they hired camels at El Basra and continued to follow the spoor of the swiftly moving Bedouins. Perhaps, as the sheik had boasted, Tarzan would have been no match for him on the desert, had the sudden sandstorm not begun to swirl and dance across the endless plain. Great masses of sand were hurled against them. Their animals staggered before the weight of the shifting mountains of dust. The wind and the sharp sand particles whipped Tarzan and Johann's faces and stung their eyes. But still they kept on, heads lowered, jaws set in grim determination.
Tarzan, I know how determined you are, but certainly no one can keep going in this storm.
We'll keep going.
But even Arabs make camp in such a wind.
That's what I'm counting on. Arabs stretch their canvas so that the sand will pile up against it and form a protection.
Yeah, that's right.
They gather their camels into a circle. Johann, You can hold our camels while I stampede theirs. Then I can round the embankment of sand that protects the sheik and his men without being seen until the last moment.
It's a foolhardy move.
Yes, so foolhardy, no one could be expected to make it. That's why it has a chance of succeeding. Johann, look! That camp ahead.
You're right. The bank of sand. The camels in a circle.
Hold our camels as best you can in this wind.
Good luck, Tarzan.
Now we shall head for Grutendal and for Aladina's future.
Well, Aladina, the city of Grutendal lies ahead.
The city. And my mother. I guess I can't be your daughter after all.
Are you still determined to leave us here, Tarzan?
Yes, Johann. The sheik and his men, if they live, are still searching for their camels. And in Grutendal, Aladina will be protected by your Royal Dutch Legion.
I shall miss you, Tarzan.
And I shall miss you, little Aladina. But maybe someday, like Aladdin, from whom you got your name, you shall secure a magic lamp. And when you rub it, perhaps I shall appear instead of a genie.
We shall return with a few words about our next exciting story of Tarzan. A potentate with thousands of fanatical followers. A son trained to rule with the same relentless will as his father. Experts skilled in the art of torture. A snarling pack of panthers trained by man to hunt for man. These are the elements that go to make up Tarzan in Captivity, our next thrilling story of the Lord of the Jungle.
Tarzan, the transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan in Captivity.
Tarzan had left the city of Grutendal several days before. He had traveled both night and day, anxious to be in his jungle once again. And now, his goal reached, he rested in the crotch of a tree, slept as peacefully as you or I might sleep on a feather bed. He was completely relaxed because he was confident that even in sleep, his sensitive nostrils would catch the scent of an approaching enemy. His acute hearing warn him of the coming of man or beast. And yet Tarzan did not stir as the gray-bearded Arab walked noiselessly along the jungle path, climbed the tree where Tarzan rested, and crouched on a nearby branch, looking at the jungle man curiously.
Allah grants such sleep only to the innocent.
Who are you? What do you want?
You need not reach for your knife, Tarzan.
Had I meant you harm, I would not have delayed my act until you awakened.
Yes. Well, I suppose that's true.
As Allah is my witness, it is true. The wise need not mask their words in falsehoods when truth conquers citadels.
Your words are as strange to me as your actions. Perhaps it's because I am confused. Never before has anyone approached me without giving some hint of his coming. I heard no sound. I caught no scent.
In every age, there lives one who surmounts the obstacles of the seven senses.
The seven senses? You speak in the most fantastic riddles.
But all riddles have answers, if we know where to find them. The answers to those now uppermost in your mind lie with me. You heard me not because I made no sound. You failed to catch my scent because I did not imbue the air with one.
Who are you?
I am the Grand Wazir of the Caliph of Karadan. You have heard of the Caliph, my master?
Very little, for as I understand it, his province is surrounded by a wall so high no one can scale it, and no one passes through its gate without his bidding.
And now you are bid to enter this kingdom. You are invited to be the guest of the spiritual and civil leader of tens of thousands of people.
The Caliph is inviting me to be his guest? Why?
One does not question the motives of our potentate.
Well, perhaps it was rude of me. Thank your master for me, if you will. Tell him I have just returned to my jungle, perhaps in a few months.
The invitation is for now.
The way you say invitation, it sounds like command.
The Lord of the Jungle may make his own interpretation of my words.
I have done so. And whether I am invited or commanded to come to Karadan, the answer is still the same. I am not leaving my jungle home at the moment.
Tarzan, as a good servant of the Caliph, I attempted to use whatever graciousness Allah has bestowed upon me to persuade you to return. Since my humble efforts have failed, I shall have to take other measures to ensure your appearance in our capital.
You intend taking me there by force?
I am the Grand Wazir.
A wizard, huh?
The term cannot be so easily translated. As I have learned the secrets of moving noiselessly through your jungle, of erasing every vestige of my body's scent, so have I mastered other secrets of nature. No. I shall not have to exert force, at least not my physical force. In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Tarzan in captivity. The Grand Wazir disappeared as silently as he had come, seeming to melt into the darkest regions of the primordial jungle. Tarzan did not know fear in its ordinary sense, but his brow was furrowed and his thoughts still remained with the emissary of the Caliph as he made his way cautiously through the jungle. And even as his thoughts conjured possible dangers from the Wazir, a sleek, powerful black panther came toward him. But as it sprang, Tarzan turned, twisted from its path, pulled his great hunting knife from its sheath. The beast was a clawing, spitting fury of destruction as it lunged at Tarzan's throat. But Tarzan moved a split second before the cruel fangs could find their mark, and with one great stroke, his knife plunged deep into the flesh beneath a shiny black fur.
Another Black Panther. And another. And soon, a whole pack of them. But this is mad. Black Panthers in this district, and a pack of them. They don't travel in The Grand Wazir.
It's well that I am here, and that these Black Panthers do my bidding. Another moment, and you would have gone to your maker.
It is true. Until you spoke, they were snarling messengers of death, but now they stand like household pets.
And yet, with another word, I can have them rend you limb from limb. Now do you return with me to Karadan?
I seem to have no choice. Take me to your Caliph. Perhaps I should have accepted your first invitation, Grand Wazir. I have never seen such splendor. It's something to remember.
These halls are of marble, brought over 8,000 miles for the Caliph's palace. The walls of the throne room are encrusted with more jewels than you could find in the earth, were you to have 1,000 miners dig for 1,000 years.
Are we on our way to the throne room now?
No. The Caliph has no desire to have his emirs, viceroys, or grandees of the realm learn of his business with you. We are invited to his chambers.
Invited? You still have a strange concept of the meaning of that word.
This is the entrance to the Caliph's chambers. Tarzan, I would humbly offer you a bit of advice. Do not anger the caliph. Do not, for example, depreciate his invitation. You have your choice of being treated as an honored guest or as a slave.
During the few hours I've been here, I have seen how your slaves are treated.
You witnessed but a few lashes of chastisement. There are more, serious punishments for more serious crimes. This is the door to the caliph's sanctum.
The Grand Wazir?
It is indeed the Grand Wazir, Your Excellency.
Enter.
Favored son of Allah, I bring before you the mighty monarch of the jungle. He comes into your presence.
Now, we have no need for such ceremony between friends. Welcome, Tarzan. I am extraordinarily happy that you have consented to come to Haradan.
I am happy to be here. I desire to learn more of the people who can train Sheeta the panther to do their bidding.
You refer to the extraordinary pets of the Grand Wazir? They are dangerous animals, despite his training. I do not like having them about.
Their presence in the courtyard surrounding the palace is most useful. It keeps those who should not enter on the outside, and those who should not leave within.
It must be a pretty sight to see your pets prevent the escape of a guest.
The Wazir is filled with an extraordinary sense of the dramatic. The panthers are kept caged, except at night.
During the day, there is no need for them. Not with an entire company of fair Senegalese, whose chief delight is in the use of their bayonets.
You may save yourself the trouble of going into further particulars about your means of protection. I am quite confident no one could gain access to the palace without consent or leave without permission.
Tarzan, we have had quite enough of this discussion. It is my desire to make you so extraordinarily happy here that you will have no desire to leave. My greatest joy will be to heap riches upon you, to shower you with the treasures of my realm.
If you do the bidding of His Excellency.
Really, my faithful courtier, I'm afraid I cannot conduct a normal conversation with Tarzan in your presence.
Your Excellency wishes me to leave?
No. I shall discuss my business with Tarzan later. I am now extraordinarily tired, and surely Tarzan must be weary from his long trip.
With your Excellency's permission, I would discuss this business for which I have been brought here now.
I realize your impatience, Tarzan, but I desire to delay our conversation until another can be present. I know you will take my word that is best.
All right, we shall wait then.
Thank you. Tarzan, I am sure that our hearts are attuned. Allah has sent you to me as a brother. He has provided me with a man to whom I can bare my soul. You will be the instrument through which I can accomplish my great purpose. Mihil Maktub.
It is written thus. Mihil Maktub. It is written thus. Strange, enigmatic words that meant everything and nothing. What business was there to be transacted between Tarzan and the Caliph of Haradan? How was Tarzan to serve as the instrument through which the Caliph was to accomplish some great purpose? The questions crowded Tarzan's mind as the Grand Wazir guided him through the endless corridors of the extravagant palace, by 100 gold-encrusted doors, past a score of watchful sentries, through an exquisite inner garden, and to the gates of a special wing of the palace, a section of the ornate structure even more luxurious than the rest, if such a thing were possible. Your quarters are here, Tarzan. The slaves will do everything possible to make you comfortable.
At least my legs will not become cramped in these quarters. I think this wing must be as large as the village of the Punyas. All of this is for my use?
Oh, no. There are other guests in this wing. You see, our diplomatic visitors are quartered in the Jade Wing. Those we invite here for matters of trade relations are housed in the Pearl Wing. This section is kept for our permanent guests.
Permanent?
I shall leave you here. The slaves have been instructed to do your bidding. The Caliph will let you know when he desires to communicate with you.
But how will I know where to find...
I shall be happy to lead you to your chambers.
What?
This great hall leads to the sleeping rooms of those of us who reside here, and also to the drawing rooms and libraries, and other facilities the Caliph provides for us.
I see. Then you are a guest also?
Yes. I am Maida. You thought me a slave girl.
Well, your clothes...
I have long since adopted the clothing of the harem. They are more comfortable and they seem to blend more naturally with the surroundings. I have been a guest here for almost 20 years.
For 20 years? But you seem scarcely more than 20 years of age now.
I was but a child when I came here, at the caliph's invitation. My father was the ruler of a small province near here, and protocol demanded that the invitation be accepted.
Of course.
While I was here, a revolution broke out in my country. My father was killed.
I'm sorry.
Perhaps the revolution was not instigated by the caliph, but he did not desire that I should return to my people, for he was anxious to annex my country to his.
And if you returned, your people might have elected you ruler?
Women do not rule in this land, but they sometimes have influence. Only, were I to return now, what could I tell them? Nothing. Save that I have been treated as a daughter, that the caliph has showered me with gifts, that every desire has been satisfied almost before the wish found voice.
I see. And what about the other guests here?
A scientist who parted with many wonderful secrets and was rewarded richly, but cannot be permitted to leave, lest he also tell his secret to others.
Some of the Grand Wazir's information comes from him, then?
They meet often. Also, the Wazir has many conferences with the others. The architect whose genius must design buildings for the caliph alone. The goldsmith, the lapidary, the gunsmith, the others.
But I am not an artisan. What can he want with me?
I do not know. But I know this. Regardless of what the caliph tells you, regardless of how charming he is to you, he will never permit your departure. Even after you have served his purpose. It is his inflexible rule. And should you refuse to serve him?
Yes? What if I should refuse to do what he asks?
I have been here 20 years. Many nights have I been sleepless, kept awake by the screams. And many days have been filled with the horror I have seen in the courtyard below. The screams, the anguished cries of torment came from those who refused the bidding of the Caliph of Caradan.
In just a moment, we shall learn of the Caliph's plans for Tarzan. Although Tarzan much preferred to eat the meat of freshly killed game and to drink water from a swiftly flowing jungle stream, he could not help but admit that the repast served to him in the wing of permanent guests was a delicious one, an assortment of the Orient's richest delicacies and most delicate ambrosias. And the company was equally delightful. Skilled artisans, painters, musicians, scientists, masters of everything save their own fate. And when dinner was over, Tarzan was escorted to the Caliph's sanctum once more, there to learn his fate.
Pray be seated, Tarzan.
I wasn't sure I was permitted to sit in your presence.
You are as yet a stranger here. We shall not be stern about matters of custom until you are used to us.
Thank you for your leniency.
For your future guidance, however, I might point out that you must be seated at once when I am seated. And should I recline, you must recline. Never must your head be higher than that of the Caliph.
My height makes that difficult.
You will incline your head to compensate for the extraordinary difference in our stature. Oh, not now. There is time for such formal behavior later. Now, I would talk to you as a brother.
I certainly have no desire to delay our talk, but you did say something about waiting until someone else could be present.
My Ibn will be present shortly.
Ibn? I'm sorry. My knowledge of Arabic is very limited.
Oh, 1,000 pardons. Ibn means son. The Amir of Caradan will present himself when the time comes.
Amir? That means prince?
Precisely. And it is of the Amir that I would speak to you. It is for him that I have called you from your jungle.
I do not understand.
Oh, you will. It will be an extraordinarily clear to you in a moment.
I hope so.
When you entered my province, you observed a great wall, so high that no one, not even the Lord of the Jungle, can scale it.
I saw the wall.
For many generations it has kept us secluded, alone, free from foreign influences, away from the contamination of other peoples.
Yes?
But we are living in a different world. No longer can my people stay apart from others. No longer can the wall serve as an effective barrier against progress. Soon, my people will intermarry with others. Their ideas will become ours. Their customs will intermingle with those of Haradan.
But what has this to do with the Amir and me?
I was raised in the old manner. My speech is that of another age. Because I was a prince, I could not learn to play as other boys. I could not attend school. I could not learn the ways of the outside world. My son must be raised differently.
But you surely do not think of me as a teacher.
An extraordinary teacher. I did much research concerning you. I've ascertained that you excel at every form of athletics. I've ascertained that you speak a dozen languages, that you have knowledge of many subjects. I want you to train the Amir so that he can be prepared to face a modern world.
But I am not a teacher. There are many tutors you could engage.
My son will be taught by no spectacle-wearing, mincing schoolteacher. He shall be taught the ways of man by a man. I, the Caliph of Haradan, have spoken.
I see.
I pull the silken cord that will bring my son here. Of course, it is your privilege to turn down this assignment if you are not made happy by my request.
I am free to refuse your request?
But of course, it would give me extraordinary pleasure were you to accept.
No, not the prince! No, do not strike me again!
Get off and do not repeat your French, wretched slave.
My son, something has caused you annoyance?
Wretched slave girl. She failed to cast her eyes to the ground as I passed. She will not repeat the offense, I can promise you that.
It is well. Amir, come close to this stranger in our midst. He is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
You're a member of nobility?
My subjects number thousands of savages and tens of thousands of animals.
Ah, then you hold a position that entitles you to speak to me without kneeling.
Thank you for the privilege.
I do not permit most people to converse with me, except through an intermediary who holds noble rank.
Beloved son, I have been persuading Tarzan to accept the role of your tutor. Wouldst thou be pleased with him as a guide to the workings of the modern world?
Could he make me strong, like he is strong?
He could.
Then I will accept his teachings. I desire greater strength in the wielding of my whip.
Tarzan, now that you have met the Amir, will you accept your assignment?
There are many things I should like to teach the noble prince. I do accept.
Such a change in anyone in my life, Tarzan. What have you done to the prince?
I have attempted to teach him humility, sympathy, and understanding of a few new values.
And he looks so different. Why, during the few months you have been here, he must have grown inches.
Oh, more important than that, I've tried to instill in him the idea that the stronger one is, the more restraint one must show in the display of strength.
It is a lesson his father might well learn.
It's too late to teach the Caliph, I'm afraid, but perhaps the lessons may help his son to exist in a modern world.
What is the modern world like, Tarzan? What kind of clothing do women wear? What are the latest fashions and carriages? And is it true that now people can speak to one another at some distance by means of some invention?
But surely the scientists here have told you of the outer world.
One finds it hard to believe stories that might as well be fairy tales told to children.
Mida, I have about completed my mission here, and when it is complete, I shall be a permanent guest who proves most impermanent. If I can, I shall free you also.
Can we not enjoy one more series of exercises?
The mind must be developed too, Amir. Oh, here is a slave with some cool drinks. We will enjoy them during our French lesson.
I bow low and proffer sweet ambrosia, noble Amir, favorite son of Allah.
Right, slave. In the modern world, one does not bow before another. But thank you very much for having brought the refreshments.
Blessings upon thee, noble prince.
Did I speak well, Tarzan?
You spoke like a real prince among men. But you must learn to speak so in many tongues, for someday you will travel. Now, the lesson. Voulez-vous me dire quelque chose de la fête du 14 juillet?
Eh bien, c'est la fête nationale aux commémorations de la Bastille.
Very good, very good.
Tarzan, tell me, what is Bastille Day? Really, I mean, the thought has been preying on my mind.
Yes, and well it might. For in every land there comes a time when the subjects of an autocratic ruler turn to revolution. On Bastille Day, on July 14th, 1789, the French threw off the yoke of their ruler. A few years earlier, in 1776, America had escaped from England's tyranny. This was the birth of democracy, something that is not known here.
But, Your Excellency, Tarzan's presence threatens our very way of life.
Perhaps you exaggerate, Grand Wazir.
But I have heard these things with my own ears. Were the Amir to succeed to your throne, he might well do away with our form of government.
Extraordinary, extraordinary. Obviously, something must be done about Tarzan.
I heard them, Tarzan. By morning they will come to the wing of permanent guests. A dozen slaves will pounce upon you as you sleep. You will be dragged to the dungeons.
It is time for me to leave now anyway, Mida. My real purpose has been accomplished.
But the sentries and the panthers...
I shall have to take my chances. Do you wish to brave death for liberty?
No. I am not afraid of death. But I am unprepared for the world outside. I shall wait here and hope that the seeds you have planted in Amir will someday bear fruit.
Goodbye, then, Mida. Perhaps I shall be the first permanent guest to make his escape. And perhaps not.
Tarzan moved softly along the marble corridors. He slid quietly through the many gold-encrusted doors. He leaped across the moat surrounding the palace and managed miraculously to avoid both the sentries and the panthers. But the great obstacle was yet to be overcome, the high wall that surrounded the city. Mile after mile, Tarzan searched for some spot that might be scaled, but he could find none. And then, suddenly, almost directly at his side, a section of the wall swung open.
Tarzan, here.
Amir, what is this? How did you get here?
Part of the Great Wall is hollow, and it is connected with the palace by an underground passageway.
But how did you know that
You must hurry. You can reach the jungle through this opening. The Grand Wazir has learned of your departure. Unless you pass through the wall here, you will stand little chance. Hurry, please, and Allah be with you.
Goodbye, Amir. And may you someday rule with the love and affection of your people.
Goodbye, Tarzan.
You did well, my son. Tarzan didn't even suspect I had anything to do with his escape.
Do you think the Grand Wazir may yet cause Tarzan trouble?
It will be some time before the Wazir escapes from the cell he himself designed for those who must be kept in captivity. Tarzan will be safe in his jungle.
I shall miss him.
And likewise shall I. Tarzan is truly an extraordinary person. Yes, extraordinary.
We shall return in just a moment with a word about the next exciting story of Tarzan. 15 degrees north of the equator, in the heart of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, the Blue Nile and the White Nile meet, forming a narrow hook of land strangely shaped like an elephant's trunk. The city that lies there has been given the Arabic name for elephant's trunk, Khartoum. And it is from Khartoum that many, many safaris have started in quest of the now almost forgotten gold of the Sudan.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Gold of the Sudan.
"15 degrees north of the equator, in the heart of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, the White Nile and the Blue Nile flow together. And where they meet, they form a narrow hook of land that resembles an elephant's trunk in shape. The picturesque city that stands there has been named for the Arabic word meaning elephant's trunk, Khartoum. Khartoum is an attractive city, but there's nothing attractive about its jail. Even in the bright heat of midday, it was cold and sinister as the turnkey walked down the cell block and opened the door to a clammy, barren dungeon.
You there. Huh? You've got a visitor, you have.
No, there's no one here to see me.
There is. Unless someone's got their records in a mess. The name's Alexis Varenited.
Ja, I'm Alexis Varren.
Well, then, come along with me. I've got other things to do besides taking you to the visitor's room I have.
Someone to see me. At last. Who? Who is it?
Well, it so happens I forgot to ask him for his calling card. I just told the gent to have a seat, and I'd go and see if His Excellency was receiving callers today.
What did he look like?
He ain't a pretty good-looking customer, I can tell you that. Not that you're any beauty with that 6-month growth of beard and those rags. Well, go on in. I'll let you know when your time's up.
Cola, you have come to get me out.
Sit down, Alexis. We can talk through this opening here.
Oh, the offense was small and the fine is practically nothing. You will get me out soon? Huh?
Perhaps, provided you are willing to work to repay the amount I lay out for your fine.
Oh, I will. I'll do anything, Cola.
Good. As long as you agree to do anything, I shall pay the assessment at once. I'll give you a day or two to rest, to clean up and buy clothes suitable for the jungle.
The jungle?
Then we will purchase the supplies required for a safari and head for the interior.
No, don't ask me to go into the jungle. So many enemies have I faced and eradicated in my time, but I am afraid of Tarzan.
Afraid?
Often he has caught me breaking the laws of the jungle, and always he has permitted me to escape. But last time he warned me that... No, Cola, no, anything but the jungle.
Goodbye, Alexis. I'll send you a few cigarettes sometime, if I remember.
No, don't go away and leave me here. Cola, come back.
Well, will you come into the jungle?
Yeah, I will do anything, only don't leave me in jail. Anything.
Good. I came to you because you know the jungle well. You do not possess too many scruples.
So, what will we be searching for in the jungle?
Gold.
You came to the right man. You know, I'm an engineer by training. If we do not have any interference from Tarzan, I should have no trouble.
So far as Tarzan is concerned, we will go well equipped to handle any lord of the jungle. As far as your engineering skill goes, you will not need it.
What? Not need a knowledge of engineering to mine gold?
The gold I seek was mined many, many years ago. It is in the hands of natives.
So, natives with a large quantity of gold. That's strange.
And stranger still is the legend connected with the gold of the Sudan. No. To secure this gold, we will not need mining equipment. Only guns and methods of forcing men to talk. In just a moment, we will transport you back to Africa and the gold of the Sudan. Months passed, and Kola and Varen plunged deep into the jungle, intent on finding the gold of the Sudan. Their coming brought trouble to the Sudanese, but no report of their activities had reached Tarzan, whose seacoast cabin was more than 1,500 miles away. Relaxing after many dangerous adventures, he was enjoying the lagoon near his favorite retreat. He dove into the water like some great sea god of old. His muscles rippled as his powerful strokes propelled him across the pool. And for the first time in many moons, his laughter rang with the sheer joy of being alive.
Tarzan! I say, Tarzan!
Captain Lawrence!
Tarzan, swim over this way. I want to talk to you.
Oh, come on in. We can talk here.
I can't swim.
Of course you can't. You're on dry land.
Well, that isn't what I mean. Oh, you were poking fun at me. Come, I'll give you a hand up.
Thank you, Captain Lawrence. I never would have managed to scale that rock without your help.
By Jove, I've never seen you in better spirits. Well, it seems a shame to ask you to leave your pleasant little retreat here, Tarzan, but the fact of the matter is I need help again.
And what is it this time, Captain Lawrence?
Kidnapping. In the Sudan. All of it within a clearly defined radius about Khartoum. Here, I'll show you on this map.
Organized kidnapping in a fixed radius? That seems peculiar.
Here's where the first case occurred, near Sendi. The next report concerning a kidnapping was from Kassala, just south of there. Right here, can you see?
I'm afraid I'm getting the map a little wet. If you'll wait until I dry
bother the map. Now then, from Kassala, they evidently circled southwest for the next abduction took place here, in Wad Medoni.
Why do you use the terms kidnapping and abducting? Surely this must be the work of slave raiders.
No, hardly that. They've taken only one man at a time. One man from each tribe.
Well, perhaps they merely select the strongest young man from each group.
Well, that's what has me completely baffled. You see, every one of those taken has been over 45.
45 years of age?
Yes.
But they would bring little in the slave markets. This is the most puzzling thing I've ever heard of.
But there must be an answer.
Of course there is. And we can only find it in the Sudan.
The journey to the heart of the Sudan was long and dangerous, for over half of French equatorial Africa had to be traversed, and ferocious animals, always in quest of food, often tested the strength and courage of Tarzan and Captain Lawrence. But at last the travelers reached the village of the Urbani tribe, scene of the last abduction.
Well, they seem to be holding a showery.
They're wearing devil masks. That means real trouble. Mawanangwa!
I say, is it all right to interrupt the meeting?
This is the only time we can interrupt it. Within a few hours, the frenzy of their dancing and their singing will carry them to such a fever pitch that no stranger would dare approach their fire.
Do you know their chief?
I came here once many years ago. Unless their preparations for war have already blotted out their reason, we shall be safe. Mawanangwa!
Pass! Pass! Who approach fire Urbani tribe?
I am Tarzan. Do you not remember me?
Tarzan. Yes. Yeah, me remember. Who are the white men?
Now, this is Captain Lawrence of the governmental police. We've come to find those who have taken a man of your tribe, to bring the captive back if he still lives, and to punish those who captured him.
Our warrior back now. Urbani punish white men who torture him.
They tortured him and then returned him to your village?
He escaped.
May we talk to him?
Yes, perhaps he can give us some information.
Now he talk only in sign language of tribe.
So?
Come back weak, sick, frightened. White men die when men Urbani tribe catch them.
Have you any idea who they were?
In sign language, men they capture tell names, but not clear. Names sound like Kole and Varo.
One of them could be the man who was released from the prison in Khartoum a few months ago. His name sounded a little like Varo. Let's see now. Varen, that's it.
Alexis Varen?
Why, yes. His first name was Alexis. You know him?
Our paths have crossed many times. He's a cruel and ruthless killer who would stop at nothing. Yes, this sounds like his work.
We get him. No. This is a matter for the governmental police. I know how you feel. But the time has passed when native tribes can take the law in their own hands.
Chief, how long is it since the man they tortured returned to your village?
Few hours.
Then we can follow the trail he made on his return. It will take us to the place where they committed their atrocities.
But what guarantee will we have that they'll still be there?
There is no guarantee, nor is there one governing the actions of the Orbani tribe. However, if we reach Varen first, we may be able to prevent him from torturing other natives.
Well, I hope so.
Just as the natives crave revenge, so do I crave to see justice enacted in the case of Alexis Varen. Well, Captain Lawrence, this is where the trail ends.
In a canyon of solid rock? They could hardly have had their headquarters here.
It must be near here. Every animal we passed marked the trail of the tortured warrior.
The animals marked the path?
Every place he walked, he left the scent of blood. Yes, the place where they tortured him must be close by here.
Tarzan, what in the world are you doing?
Looking for a bit of solid stone that is not solid. Here's what I've been looking for.
Why, it's a cave.
Right behind this big rock. There must be.
Just a minute, I'll help you.
I can make it. There.
Well, looks like quite a big cave.
Yes, and someone's been living here very recently. See, the ashes in the fireplace are still warm.
Bedding, cooking utensils, some old magazines. Could we open that rock any further so we could let in some more light?
Here's an old kerosene lamp. Do you have a match?
No, right up. Here, I'll light the lamp. There you are.
Yes, Alexis Varen's been here all right. Here's a knapsack with his name on it.
Well, I'm more interested in this old magazine here. Adventure Monthly. Why, it's over 20 years old.
Why in the world should they want to carry along a magazine of that age?
I thought so. Here's a page that's been dog-eared.
You're not going to take time now to read a 20-year-old magazine article.
It's just a short paragraph, Tarzan. I think you'll be interested.
All right, go ahead.
During the First World War, large quantities of cattle and foodstuffs were purchased from the Sudanese by the Allies, payment being made with thousands of pounds of gold, the only form of payment the natives would accept.
During the First World War?
The gold was taken into the interior, and to date it has never been deposited in any of the world's banks. Perhaps the natives buried it.
Only men 45 years old or more would have any remembrance of those times.
At any rate, it has never been found. Perhaps someday... Well, I guess that answers a few things, Tarzan.
It's incredible that people should be so blind.
Blind? And what do you mean?
And I suppose when you stop to think that some still search for Captain Kidd's treasures... someone's sealing the cave.
Oh, quick, Tarzan.
No! I can't move it.
But you moved the rock when we came in.
It took all of my strength. And now they've piled many other rocks on top of the big one. They can lift the rocks one at a time, but I have to move them all at once.
Here, I'll see what I can do. Together now.
No, it's no use. And they're still piling other rocks on.
You will not make your escape, Tarzan.
Varen!
Yes, Varen. Your old friend.
Look, Varen. In the past, I have held you captive and let you go.
I shall not be so foolish.
You search for the gold of the Sudan. The gold that was earned by the natives during the First World War. Isn't that right?
Perhaps. You can't hurt us now, Varen. Yes, that's what we search for.
If I were to tell you where it is, would you set us free?
Tarzan.
You know where it is?
I do. The chief who received the money once told me where it is.
Then tell us, and we will set you free.
The gold is in the earth, in the northern part of the Coacha Valley, near the village of the Orbani people.
Thank you, Tarzan. Thank you, and goodbye.
What? Oh, Tarzan, I can't understand you. Oh, they swallowed that fish story, all right, but just as you might have expected, they've gone off and left us. What now?
I don't know. But make no mistake about a fish story, Captain. What I told them concerning the location of the wealth they seek was true.
In just a moment, we shall return with a solution of the mystery of the gold of the Sudan. Left alone in the cave, Tarzan and Captain Lawrence extinguished the kerosene lamp, for the supply of oxygen was meager, and even the tiny amount consumed by the flame might mean the difference between life and death. The air, robbed of its oxygen, was becoming unbearable. So far, Tarzan had not been too greatly affected, but Captain Lawrence was having great trouble breathing.
I guess I figured wrong. I thought when I directed Varen and his companion to the Orbani country that the Orbanis would realize we were in trouble and they'd follow our spoor.
I'm sorry to say this, Tarzan, but this time you guessed wrong all the way. Getting us into this fix and telling those scoundrels where the gold is buried.
Yes, in the jungle, even one error is often fatal. But we're not dead yet.
I'm having great difficulty breathing. I don't think I can stand this long.
And it's time to take a chance. It will mean escape or an even more violent death. How many cartridges in your belt?
It's full, but what in the name of heaven...
Hand me the belt.
I'm holding it out. Can you?
Yes, I have it. I've lost my bearings. I'm not even sure where the entrance to the cave is. I have to feel... Oh, there it is.
I say, are you pounding on those cartridges?
I have to if I want to get the gunpowder out. Captain, get down on your hands and knees and feel about for the kerosene lamp.
All right, huh? But if you keep pounding on those shells... Oh, well, we haven't much to lose. But I'm not sure what you're about.
I'm making a pile of the gunpowder at the base of the rock that blocks the entrance. When I set it off, the blast will travel in one of two ways, out or in.
Here, I found the lantern.
Oh, pull the wick out and hand it to me now, will you?
I do.
We'll either make our escape or bring a mountain down upon our heads.
Now, here's the wick. It's pretty wet. The smell of kerosene isn't helping the air any. Where are you?
Right here. I have it. Now, a match, please.
Here you are.
Turn to the wall and cover your face with your hands. Even if the blast goes well, we'll have plenty of flying fragments. You ready?
Yes.
The wick's burning. Flame has about an inch to travel yet. About half an inch now. It's about... You feeling all right, Captain?
A lot better than I did inside that cave, I can tell you that.
I'm sorry I've made you travel so far and so fast since our escape, but we have to reach the Kawacha Valley before Varen and the other one tire of digging for gold.
Where is this Kawacha Valley? I've never heard of it. You said it was near the Orbani village, but we passed their kraal a good half hour ago.
We're practically there. Just around this bend, you'll see the natives' hidden valley of Kawacha. And I think it will surprise you. Now, here we are. Just beyond this rock is the...
Tarzan! Tarzan, this is amazing. A great concrete dam, locks, an irrigation system, broad fields of growing foodstuffs, but there is no record of such a project in the official files at Khartoum.
Drop to the ground. Someone's firing arrows at us.
Kill, white men! Shoot arrows, great men of Urbani!
Hold your arrows, Moanganawas. Hey. We are friends.
It is Tarzan, Captain Lawrence. Sorry, shoot arrows. Think you other white men will destroy our valley?
And they are here.
They dig big holes all over. We attack, but they use big thunder sticks, shoot many balls of fire one time.
Machine guns.
If I ever get my hands on them...
Look, way up there on the top of the locks.
But I can't make out anything.
There, silhouetted against the sun. Two figures.
Look, now they dig hole in locks. They are ruined.
Yes, and if they break through the locks, this whole valley will be a torrent of water.
Work of years swept away.
We can't attack them from the valley. We'd be like a row of clay pigeons if they have machine guns.
We circle about through jungle. Come from behind them.
Yeah, it will take you an hour to reach there that way. Well, perhaps that would be best. Go ahead, Mawanangwa. Take your men through the jungle. Captain Lawrence, maybe you'd better go with them.
And you?
I'm going straight across the valley. I'll take my chances scaling the dam and climbing up to the locks above.
As the natives, led by Captain Lawrence and their chief, disappeared into the heavy jungle that surrounded the fertile valley, Tarzan made his way across the abundant fields. Undetected by the men who still pursued their relentless search for the gold of the Sudan, he reached the base of the dam and began to climb upwards to the locks that restrained the vast reservoir of water. Now it was a race against time. Tarzan had to reach Varen and Kola before they saw him, and before their spades and pickaxes brought destruction down upon the secret valley of Kawacha. Now Tarzan drew near, but the men were intent on their digging, and Tarzan's light footsteps were blotted out by the sounds of their tools.
Kola! Look! Tarzan!
Yes, Baron, it is Tarzan!
Kola, help me!
I'm getting a machine gun.
No, don't use the gun. You hit me! Attack him from behind. Pull his hands away from my throat. No, don't hit him. Use your boots. Kick him. Let's pull his arms off.
I have one arm.
I have the other. Now, over the side. Throw him over the edge of the back.
No. No, you won't get away with this. You can't.
Over the edge. He's slipping.
My feet. I'm slipping. I can't get a grip.
Well, that finishes off the Lord of the Jungle.
No. He's grabbed onto a small ledge below us, almost straight down.
So? Kola, hand me the machine gun.
Yes, a difficult shot. He's flat against the wall.
I think my hatred will give me accuracy. The gun, Kola.
Here. Aim carefully. If he gets away this time, I have a feeling. You missed him.
Yeah, but I struck the concrete only a few feet away from him. And this time I can compensate.
After them! The natives.
Yeah, they're coming at us.
A machine gun, Baron. Turn it on them. And the natives, Baron.
It's jammed. Run for your life.
After them! Men of Obama! Go! Fast! Stop! Tarzan hangs on ledge below.
Well, you're right. Tarzan, we're here. We'll save you.
Have no rope to lower.
But we must do something.
Captain Lawrence, you hold Mawanangwa feet. He hold Zinga's feet. Zinga hold Mauda's feet. Make human rope to save Lord of Jungle.
And so the human ladder was lowered to save Tarzan from the perilous ledge, for now even his arms ached from the weight of his great body, and the rough concrete had bitten deeply into his hands. The ladder of men swung over the yawning chasm. Like a giant pendulum, it dangled in thin air. Finally, the fingers of the last native clutched those of Tarzan, and then began the grueling task of raising the combined weight of all the men. Sweat glistened on strong black arms, muscles ached, but at last the human ladder was raised to safety.
Captain Lawrence, Mawanangwa, men of Urbani, you will never know my gratitude.
As though all of us didn't owe you far more.
We follow Varin. Other men?
No, not yet. Unless you hurry to mend that place where they dug for gold, all of our activities will have been wasted.
We go work now. Save our valley from flood. Come, we get tools, cement, fix that.
Well, Tarzan, I think it's time for a little explaining.
There's really little to explain. This valley represents the wealth and the labor of the natives. They've always mistrusted white men, so when they used the gold they'd earned during the First World War to build this experimental agricultural center in the jungle, they worked with secrecy. It took many years, but at last the gold was spent and the dam was completed.
But you told Varen and Kola that the gold was buried
What
here.
I said was that the gold was in the earth. And so it is. Planted in long, straight rows of grain and cotton and peanut plants and other foods. A guarantee for the future. More important than any metal in the world. This is now the gold of the Sudan.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Tarzan has no desire to attend the wedding of the Oriental potentate, but a refusal from the Lord of the Jungle may cause much trouble. So, arrayed in unaccustomed splendor, mounted on a richly adorned elephant, Tarzan rides to the exotic city of OMDURMARA. Rides into a maelstrom of trouble, adventure, and intrigue. In our next story, Stolen Jewels.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Stolen Jewels.
This was no ordinary safari, this great collection of men and animals that made its way slowly through the dense jungle near Tarzan's seacoast cabin. The trappings of the elephants were rich, the raiments of the men ornate, and altogether unsuitable for the jungle wilds. And instead of guns, the group carried banners and silk flags bearing the symbol of the Pasha of OMDURMARA. This was a strange expedition indeed, and one completely unprepared for the attack of the vicious panther that suddenly sprang from the limb of a tree, landed on top of a huge elephant, and raked the slender body of its rider with its cruel talons.
Falling to the ground, the panther's on top of the lad.
Look, another panther leaping from the... No, it is a man.
A bronzed savage with a knife in his hand.
Fantastic. He's pulled the beast away from the boy.
Yes, but the panther's turning on him now. I've never seen such a struggle. He seems to be holding his own with the animal, but he can't get his knife arm free.
He has now. Look, he's got his knife poised. Oh, the fury with which he plunges that knife. Look. Oh.
The animal is dead.
Never before have these eyes witnessed such a... Did you hear that?
The savage may be as dangerous as the panther.
We have to get to the boy.
We'll be on guard.
You need not fear me. Come. I'll help with the boy.
He speaks English.
Have you bandages, medicine?
We thought you were a savage. The way you're dressed, your sunburned skin...
Please, you can speculate about me later. Medicines, bandages...
We have no supplies of that kind.
Miko.
What?
Miko. Where is Miko?
That is the name by which he calls his elephant.
I see. And what is his name?
He is known as Haida.
Well, the animals are all under control, including the precious Miko.
You see, Haida? Your elephant is fine. Now, we must do our best to see that you can ride him again soon. Will you help me take Haida to my seacoast cabin? I have herbs and medicines there.
I'm afraid we can't take time to detour. If you want to take care of the boy, that's up to you.
You mean you'd leave him here to die?
I know it sounds cruel, and Herondon puts it badly. But you see, we are on a most important mission, a matter of state.
We look for one known as Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle.
According to our information, he is a great potentate who rules all of this territory. Do you know where his palace is?
Yes, I know where his palace is.
Well, out with it. Where is it?
It lies in the same direction in which I will carry the boy.
I shall lead you to the palace of the Lord of the Jungle, and perhaps on the way you can tell me a few things.
Of course. What information do you seek?
Why you carry no guns, no medical supplies, no equipment of any kind for the jungle? And why this mission is so important that you would desert a member of your party who might not be far from death.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. Tarzan hurried ahead, carrying the injured youth in his arms, but he left behind him a well-marked trail which the strange safari followed. By the time the others had reached Tarzan's cabin, Tarzan had attended to Hayda's injuries, and the boy rested fairly easily on a crude bed. Tarzan sat on the edge of the bed as his visitors entered.
How is the lad?
Very weak. But I've administered strong herbs and roots known only to the jungle people, and I think he will recover.
Oh, good.
And now, if you'll direct us to the palace of the Lord of the Jungle.
You are in it.
What?
You can't mean this crude cabin.
Surely you are not Tarzan.
Yes, I am Tarzan.
You mean we've crossed hundreds of miles of jungle to pay our respects to a ruler who wears the skin of an animal and lives in a shack?
I am not a ruler. The natives call me Lord of the Jungle merely as a sign of affection and respect. But I owe you no explanation for my mode of living. You owe me one concerning your actions.
You may have noticed from the banners carried by our safari that we are subjects of the Pasha of OMDURMARA.
I am familiar with his crest, yes.
Our safari carried no weapons because it would have been a sign of ill will when we came on a mission of friendship. You see, we braved this expedition in order to pay our respects to the Lord of the Jungle and to deliver an invitation.
An invitation?
On the first day of Shabbat, when the position of the stars favor a fruitful union, His Serene Highness will be united in marriage with the Princess Budur Shariman Geyer, high-born lady of the realm.
And you are invited to attend the marriage celebration.
One that will last for 20 days and 20 nights.
There will be great feasting and dancing and revelry.
Gentlemen, I want your sovereign to know that I appreciate his invitation. It is a great compliment. But in my life, there is no room for such social activities. Thank him and offer him my regrets.
Oh, your refusal would be taken as a great insult. His Serene Highness would have no choice but to send an army to destroy you and your jungle people.
I have no desire to bring war upon my people, nor to insult the Pasha of OMDURMARA. I shall be in his city on the first day of Shabbat. That is February in your language, is it not?
That's right, a little less than a month from now.
I'll be there.
Your mere attendance is not quite enough.
Mika, where is Mika?
Hayda, your elephant is fine. I've tethered him and given him tender leaves and fine grass to eat.
1,000 thanks to you, Tarzan.
You are quite welcome. And now rest quietly while my visitors tell me why my mere attendance at the wedding of the Pasha is not sufficient.
Well, firstly, you are to arrive the day before the wedding, bringing with you a gift of priceless value.
I am instructed to bring such a gift?
To send less than the others would be to invite trouble. Many potentates will come bearing presents of enormous magnitude.
I possess little of intrinsic value.
I am sure you will bring something suitable for His Excellency. It is the custom.
I see. All right.
And when you enter the city, you must be garbed in fine raiments, a robe of gold cloth, or perhaps of gossamer silk with threads of silver.
And the other conditions?
You will have a retinue of porters, bearers, personal boys, and courtiers.
Yes.
And you will be mounted on a fine elephant.
Well, that condition is not difficult. Tantor is my friend.
No, a jungle elephant is hardly suitable. You are to be carried in a howdah, a richly ornamented canopy on top of a trained elephant. The animal is to be perfumed and adorned with rich design. And you must have a trained mahout to guide the animal.
This is ridiculous.
Please, Tarzan, let me be your mahout. Let Mika be the elephant who carries you. It will fill our hearts with pride.
I'm sorry, but I
own
can't see...
fine trappings for Mika. Very fine. You will be proud.
I'll agree to ride in a howdah. I'll even consent to have Hayda act as my mahout since he's so anxious. I will wear special clothes, and I will bring a gift from my jungle. But I do not believe one man should be the master of others. I will not consent to employ a retinue of servants.
Well, perhaps this stipulation will be waived.
Perhaps I will enjoy seeing the lavish display of wealth, the extravagant presents sent to the wedding. And it will be a little vacation for me.
Do not expect too peaceful a vacation, Tarzan. Where millions of dollars worth of gifts are in evidence, where wealthy potentates gather, their pockets lined with gold, violence is never far away.
When the Pasha's emissaries departed, they left behind the injured elephant boy. Within a few weeks, he had recovered, and he accompanied Tarzan when the jungle lord went on an important mission to the Karmiki tribe to acquire his gift for the Pasha. This business taken care of, Tarzan headed for the mountain country of the north. There, climbing on perilous crags, he visited the nesting places of the eagles. From these, he acquired another requisite for the wedding, and then, his preparations completed, he headed for OMDURMARA, arriving on the day before the beginning of Shabbat.
You make a fine sight, Tarzan. The people of the city look at us in wonderment.
It's because your elephant Mika wears such fine trappings. No one can even see me inside this howdah.
They see me riding on Mika's noble head, and they know that inside the howdah rides a man of great importance. They bow low before my master.
I am not your master, Haida. I am your friend. Is that the Pasha's palace ahead?
It is indeed. And look, courtiers await our approach. They stand by the gate waiting to greet you.
Oh, there is a great crowd. They're all dressed far differently than I. I hope they understand the customs of my jungle.
In your special wedding suit, you look most regal.
Halt! Halt and make known your identity and your mission.
I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. I come to celebrate the marriage of your sovereign.
Descend from your elephant and be recognized.
It's all right, Ben Cayman. I know Tarzan. Welcome to the palace of His Serene.
Why do you laugh?
That outfit you're wearing, that suit of feathers. You look as though you're ready for a fancy dress ball.
I climbed mountains many thousands of feet high, braved dangerous crags to get these feathers. They are from the nests of eagles.
From eagles? Are you trying to be funny?
Perhaps I've been apart from civilization too long. You see, the eagle is the symbol of great bravery. He resides only in the highest places. To attend the wedding of one who occupies a high place in your land, I thought it right that I should honor him by wearing the eagle's dress. It is a jungle custom.
Well, I hope your gift makes up for this ridiculous costume you wear.
Oh, have no fear. I have brought His Excellency this necklace of the Karmiki. Here, I shall show it to you.
That necklace of feathers and bones and claws? Why, it looks like a piece of native junk.
Junk? This is beyond price. The Karmikis parted with it only after great argument. It's sacred to them. Its wearing is the greatest of honors. The necklace contains the feather of the eagle, the claw of the leopard, the ivory of the bull elephant. It denotes bravery, cunning, and great strength.
Tarzan, your manner of dress and this present constitute a great insult to a man who's received a fortune in gifts during the past few days. Jade figures encrusted with diamonds, ruby pendants, ornaments of matched pearls and onyx. I fear that your days in OMDURMARA will not be filled with celebration and feasting.
If you are displeased, I could return to my jungle now.
You will be fortunate if the Pasha permits you to return at all.
In just a moment, we shall return with a conclusion of Stolen Jewels. Despite the warning of Mr. Herndon, advisor to the Pasha of OMDURMARA, the mighty potentate accepted Tarzan's gift without comment. Nor did the monarch see fit to find anything strange in the jungle man's unusual costume. Tarzan was invited to enter the palace with Haida, his lone attendant, and to join the enormous throng which filled the room of 1,000 treasures. At one end of the room, the Pasha sat in state, surrounded by his viceroys, grandees, emirs, and wazirs. And at the end, the visitors to OMDURMARA passed before the collection of fabulous gifts.
It is good of you to show me around, Emir.
I am sorry I was otherwise occupied, or I would have greeted you at the gate.
Oh, I wish you had. I feel you might have understood the motives that prompted my garb and my gift.
His Serene Excellency understood. We talked it over, and he accepted the gift as it was intended. But come, you are paying little attention to his other gifts. It does not show the proper respect.
Oh, my eyes have been paying them respect. What is this?
This figure is the sun idol of the Bizarines, sent by their king. It is of white jade. The eyes are of star sapphires. The nose consists of perfect amethysts. And the mouth is of rubies, of course. Those are diamonds and emeralds in the base.
It's gorgeous. And these?
These unset stones are from the Raja of Imnabur. Some will be used to decorate the wedding veil of the princess. The rest will be placed in the royal treasury until some purpose is found for them.
And that unusual urn over there, it's lovely.
Ah, yes. Pardon me a moment. I see a new arrival to whom I must pay my respects. Examine the urn, Tarzan. It is of gold and silver and platinum, sent by the British government. I shall return immediately.
Oh, I'll be all right. This magnificent collection embarrasses me. But if the Pasha could only realize the meaning of the Karmiki necklace.
The jewels! The unset stones! They have been stolen!
Someone has stolen the jewels!
A thief! Someone has stolen the Pasha's jewels! A thief among us!
His Serene Highness, the Imperial Pasha of OMDURMARA, desires silence. Those standing within 10 paces of the gift tables are to advance to his presence.
There you are, Tarzan. I lost you for a moment.
Who could possibly accept the Pasha's hospitality and then steal a priceless gift?
I don't know. We are to stand here in this semicircle before His Excellency. I believe he intends to speak.
His Imperial Sovereignty, the Pasha of OMDURMARA.
My guests and servants of my guests, you have been accorded the honor of being invited within the confines of my palace. You have been accorded the privilege of viewing my gifts. One of you has violated these concessions.
If I might suggest, Your Excellency.
Yes, Mr. Herrington.
Of all those assembled, only one of your guests saw fit to come here dressed as though for a masquerade. Only one of your guests saw fit to bring a present of no value.
What point do you make, Mr. Herrington?
It is my feeling that such a guest would not hesitate to insult you further by stealing the jewels.
Your Excellency.
Yes, Tarzan?
I think the Emir understands my dress and my gift. But even if all of you should misunderstand these, it does not make a thief of me. I shall willingly submit to a search.
Tarzan, it is not fitting that my guest should be searched. You nor anyone else. Mr. Herrington, I am displeased that you should have made such a reckless accusation.
Perhaps I have my reasons for making the accusation.
What? There'll be no more talk of the theft. It is forgotten.
It is not forgotten, Your Excellency. I have been accused, and I intend to clear myself. Since you will not search me and thus make clear that I have not stolen the jewels, it is up to me to find the guilty one. Well, Haydar, I can find no trace of the jewels anywhere. I've been all over the encampment.
Come inside your tent and rest. Forget about the jewels and think only of tomorrow's pageant.
I suppose you will work far into the night getting Mika ready for the pageant, eh?
When the elephants pass the reviewing stand of the Pasha and his princess, none will surpass Mika in elegance.
Yes, I imagine you will polish Mika's trappings until they shine like Kuda the sun, huh?
None will gleam with the radiance of Mika's howdah and bands and ornamentation. You will be proud. If only you still wore the suit of feathers.
The Pasha granted me permission to wear my more accustomed leopard skin. I feel more comfortable in it. You'd better run along, Haydar. Here comes my dear friend, Mr. Herrington, company of his guards.
I shall go. I do not like the Englishman, and I fear his Ascari.
Tarzan, I would like to have a few words with you.
What?
Yes?
Put your men at ease, Captain Benjamin.
His favor.
Well, Mr. Herrington?
It may interest you to know that your apparent attempt to find the jewels and the thief have not gone unnoticed.
I've made no secret of my attempt to find the culprit.
As a matter of fact, you've looked almost all over the encampment, except here, back of your own quarters.
Of course I haven't searched my own quarters. I know that I am not responsible for...
What is it?
There, in the crotch of that tree. Could that be...
The jewels, hidden beneath the foliage. Men!
If you make one move for your knife, I will order my men to use their bayonets.
I will make no move.
Captain Damon, take the jewels to the Pasha. The rest of you see that Tarzan is taken to our very finest dungeon.
You've come to release me, Mr. Harrington?
Yes, and I'm sorry I accused you falsely and caused your arrest. I was merely attempting to do my duty to the Pasha.
This whole matter is most confusing. What has occurred to convince you now that I am not guilty?
The jewels found near your tent turned out to be nothing but bits of paste and glass, planted there for some unexplainable reason to cast suspicion on you. Though how they expected to do so with imitation stones, I don't know.
Nor I.
Well, the Pasha knows of your arrest, and he shall learn of your release. But I would advise you to stay out of sight until the pageant tomorrow, lest your enemies strike again.
Mighty monarch, you are pleased with the way your loyal subjects have festooned this reviewing stand?
It is pleasing to the eye. May Allah permit the spectacle to begin.
The procession now begins, Your Serene Highness.
The princess can see from her place in the stand.
Your princess and the ladies of her court have positions of advantage. They see well.
The other members of my entourage?
All right here with you, or at most a short distance from your excellency. All save Mr. Herondon.
We have saved a place for him. His duties must make him tardy.
Behold, your mounted guard of honor, excellency.
Ah, they present a noble appearance. They ride as though they and their horses were one.
Behind them, the camel corps of the Sheik of Khalsid.
It is well. Ah, that is a sight to please the eye. The white elephant with the silver trappings. Who is that, Emir?
That is the Raja of Imnapur, he who gave you the priceless sun idol of 1,000 gems.
And the dignitary being carried in the gold-brocaded sedan chair is the Caliph of Karadan.
I fail to recognize him who approaches on the massive black elephant. The one drawing close to the stand now.
I do not know him. His bearded face is familiar.
Behind the stranger is Tarzan. His elephant is richly adorned. But I do not know the identity of...
Well, it matters not. There are many guests who have come to pay honor to me.
Watch out, Your Excellency!
The elephant of the stranger is out of control.
He's charging directly at our stand.
He's charging...
Before the reviewing stand milled in hopeless confusion, the elephant of the bearded stranger reared, trumpeted, and crashed into the wooden structure. The Pasha and his courtiers, crowded together, were helpless. In another moment, dozens would die in this melee. Suddenly, from the back of Mikaw, Tarzan leaped onto the mammoth black elephant. A curved ankus he had wrenched from Haida dug into the elephant's vulnerable cheek, and his commanding voice made the frenzied animal suddenly mild.
Down, Tarzan!
The bearded stranger attempted to goad the beast into renewed violence, but now Tarzan sprang at him. They fell to the ground. As they landed, Tarzan gripped him with a hand of steel, and in one quick motion ripped the beard from his face.
Herondon! Herondon wearing a disguise? What is the meaning of this?
I can explain.
I think I can explain more easily and more truthfully. Herondon plotted to steal the fabulous sun idol given you by the Raja of Imnapur.
That's ridiculous.
Quiet. I will hear Tarzan.
Mr. Herondon felt that he had already cast enough suspicion on me to avert attention from himself. It was important, of course, that I be freed last night so I might be accused of what was to happen today.
But how could you be blamed?
The bearded stranger was to make for the woods once he had accomplished his purpose. Later, Herondon would swear that he had been an accomplice of mine. By the time I'd been cleared, Herondon was to have had the treasure safely concealed. Out of the country, perhaps.
Pure conjecture.
Not at all. Despite your warning to keep out of sight, I remained near the palace last night, and I overheard much.
What was his exact plan, Tarzan?
He was to cause a great commotion here in the square, even if it necessitated killing you.
No, it's not true.
Well, while all of your subjects rushed to your aid, the idol was to be taken from the palace by 2 of his accomplices. Others would be waiting in the woods to spirit away the elephant. Then, Herondon was to have returned, without the disguise, to make his accusation.
No, it's all a pack of lies.
Take the traitor away.
No, please, Your Serene Highness. Please.
Oh, I am quite tired. I have not the patience to witness the rest of the pageant. You have not yet awarded the prize for the finest spectacle of the pageant. And who are you?
I am Haida, Mahout of Tarzan. And this is Mika, my elephant. Is he not fine?
Haida, you handle the animal well. Tarzan, in his leopard skin, put all others to shame.
and the adornment of the elephant is beyond belief. The jewels in its trappings, gleaming in the rising sun, fairly dazzle the eye. You shall get the prize.
You are most kind, Your Excellency, but despite Haida's pride, I am well aware that our trappings are nothing more than bits of tinsel. They are made of paste and glass.
Your joke is feeble, Tarzan. I have been surrounded by costly jewels since I lay in my crib. The ornamentation of your elephant's trappings are worth a fortune.
Haida, you own these trappings. What do you say?
There is no use in attempting to